at my house before, and it wasn't related to any major flooding event, but just heavy rain. I live closer to the Pisgah Ridge. I live in an area that is typically a very heavy rain area of southwest Buncombe County. So I've dealt with it personally, but nothing on the level that the folks obviously in Haywood County recently had to deal with. Most of the stories I've been hearing from people is just it's hard to comprehend it until you see it. And even when you see it, it's just something that they, even in their careers, haven't experienced firsthand. And so when they come back, they're just, the eyes are wide open, and they're just talking to me, and they're saying it is actual, like a bomb went off almost, and they have no other way to describe it. And you see the video, you see the pictures on social media and on TV, and yeah, it's very hard to understand just how big of an impact this had and how quickly it went down, if you will. We heard about the sound bites. A wall of water came suddenly rushing down, and we have theories on that. We don't know exactly what happened. There's no dam that broke. There's no levee that was breached. That's not the situation here. The East Fork Pigeon River is the headwaters of the Pigeon River. There's a West Fork and an East Fork, and they come off the Continental Divide. And essentially, so much rain fell in a concentrated area of Transylvania and southern Haywood County that it just saturated the ground, inundated that river, and overwhelmed it quickly. So the theory is that there was debris, so much debris getting into the river that it just clogged it up. And the pressure of the water just kept building. And eventually, whenever that break or several breaks eventually gave way, it just all came downstream.
Yeah, we're looking at a tweet you put out last week, Jason, showing some of those radar estimated rainfall totals. Absolutely incredible numbers, and video that our own Evan Fisher shot, not in this exact location. This is in Fairview, but I just thought of it a moment ago because you mentioned some of the debris, and you can see some of it in your video, Evan. It looks like maybe part of a tree that's going by here, and it's nature, but it's man-made things as well going down the river. Evan, what were things like the last couple of days in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, so we were somewhat blessed here in Fairview to only deal with some moderate flooding. We didn't deal with anything near what Canton and Crusoe are going through. Out in Canton, Crusoe, Haywood County, there's folks picking up the remnants of trailers, RVs, and homes that washed down the river. And here in Fairview, it was mostly trees and more natural debris. But Jason, I wanted to throw a question your way. WLOS, everyone from your team did an excellent job covering this and some of the heartbreaking stories in the aftermath. It felt on my end like it took a little bit of time for everyone to realize the gravity of the situation up on the mountain in Crusoe. What was it like 12, 24, even 36 hours after the event as you were seeing new reports populate?
Well, it was just more and more of a grasp of how big the event really was. We knew the gauge was exceptionally high. We knew that it was at a record stage, a major flood stage. We kept reiterating, look, it's a catastrophic event. This is the wording the Weather Service is using. And this is the first time that I've actually had to use that language in terms of flash flood warning here in our mountains. So you emphasize it's a life-threatening event. You hope people are making the move to higher ground. But then again, you also realize that people are already getting flooded, and it's not likely they're watching. They're not sitting in front of a TV. They can't look at their iPhones or their Androids, and they can't really make decisions from what you're telling them at that point, the people that are getting flooded. So the hope is that the message is just passed down the line and that everybody can get somewhere safely more quickly. But we all know that in certain situations like this, it's just, there's nothing you can do besides tell people what's happening. And that's about it. It just came so fast.
Jason, we are entering the peak of tropical season, and we know when we're seeing storms in the Gulf of Mexico, and they kind of hit anywhere between the Florida Panhandle to Mississippi, Alabama, they always seem to find themselves around the Appalachian Mountains, and we're on that dirtier side, that more active side. As we go into the peak of the season, I mean, this maybe not a particular event happens again, but the threat of it is real. And I mean, we're looking at Invest 99L right now, and the models have been all over the place, and we've seen a shift more towards Louisiana, Mississippi today with that track, and could actually be off to our west again. And so I guess my question is there concern? What is the messaging like now? Hey, we need to pay attention to the tropics over the next 6-8 weeks.
Absolutely. This event was so unprecedented that anything beyond this event now for the rest of the season will get us on high alert, and certainly everybody's anxiety levels will be up a little higher than normal. And I have people that'll Facebook message me on a daily basis now from those areas affected, and even from some of the areas that didn't have major flooding, but they're worried already about me talking about heavy downpours tomorrow or the day after that. What does that mean? What does that mean? And you have to kind of bring it back to them and say, look, the event that unfolded was like we talk about a 1 in 500 year, 1 in 1,000 year event. Kind of the odds of it happening again before then were very slim. But now that we've had this event, now you've set the stage, as you mentioned, Scotty, for more flooding and the possibility of more extreme flooding because of the way the ground was so saturated. But thankfully, we've had some time to dry out a little bit, and hopefully, Invest 99L, the fear is that it does come into the Gulf. The fear is that it comes right up through Alabama or Georgia, and the fear is it comes at us again. If that happens, obviously, we will have a major issue once again with flooding and possibly tornadoes. So I think that sometimes it takes events like this to wake people up in a sense, because flash flooding is always one of those things we talk about as it's the number one killer. You may not realize that. Nobody thinks about that right off the top of their head if they're not in the weather world and they don't know it off the top of their head. But the point is, flash flooding kills more people on an annual basis than any other weather disaster. We try to hammer that home. We try to hammer the fact that, the safety protocols to get to higher ground. Don't hesitate. It doesn't always work. Some people will not move. And I know it's counterintuitive too. When you're having an event like this, it really didn't help that we had tornado warnings and we had big thunderstorms, and you're telling people to get out of their house when they feel most comfortable and safe in the house. So there's two messages going on, and that was really difficult to communicate. We're trying to tell people to stay in their house, get to the lowest level of their home in the tornado warned areas. At the same time, we're trying to tell people in flash flood areas to get out and go to higher ground. So mixed messages. I think some people just might have gotten confused, and as best as we tried to communicate it.
Yeah, the advice there gets very tricky, from shelter or move or go. And Jason, it struck me before that in all of your career, you mentioned that this was the first time, if I heard you correctly, that you had a flash flood emergency with this catastrophic amount of damage associated with it. And one of the things we started thinking about last week, but it felt premature, and you can tell me if it's still too premature, but what do you think the lasting legacy of this event is in the community?
Well, good question. I think that it's going to hopefully change the way people's mindset and approach will be to other events like this. If there's a flash flood warning, they'll certainly be more likely to make the move to some safety. I think that there will be different building codes possibly introduced. I think that they might find ways to move businesses further away from the water and the Pigeon River. There's always the flood mitigation that emergency management crews and county emergency managers try to start and proceed with. We talk about the Swannanoa River, which often floods down here in Asheville, East Asheville. It's very costly to divert the water and to mitigate some of the flood damage. So we'll see how that all goes. And we're hopeful that the governor will certainly continue to support us, and we'll get the funding that we need to get the county back on its feet and maybe change the way things look down there and for the better in terms of building codes and where places of business are.
One last question, Jason, before I bring in Chris Mulcahy. From a communication standpoint, you mentioned at a certain point you had an expectation that people were away from their TV screen. What do you think the penetration was of, say, National Weather Service radio or wireless emergency alerts, if you were to give some feedback, I guess, on what worked and what didn't work in terms of reaching people where they were?
Yeah, well, this is solely based on anecdotal evidence. I don't have anything concrete from a poll or anything, but I will tell you this much. People that live here know that severe weather typically favors the upstate in terms of damaging wind, isolated tornadoes are stronger tornadoes. That is just the way it's set up. And there's this false sense of security that I always address when I go talk to civic clubs or church groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, schools, etc., that we are not immune to severe weather, obviously, in that kind of way. But our severe weather is either going to be more likely a flash flood like we saw, or a major winter storm. And I think that because we haven't experienced the tornadic thunderstorm events that folks to the south have, I don't believe a lot of folks actually have NOAA weather radios here, to be honest with you. I don't really see them often in the pharmacies, the grocery stores. I don't see kiosks or displays of them. I don't believe many folks actually have them. So that would be something that I could certainly see improvement on and would emphasize. But if they weren't sitting in front of a TV or they didn't have their phone on them, I really truly don't know how else they're going to get the message, unless somebody's up the road listening and they call them on their phone. Or it's a difficult situation, especially when people are already out of their house or dealing with flooding in the home, and they're focused on getting that water out or stopping the water from coming in. So it's very difficult for them to really focus on anything else.
I think another tricky part of this as well, Jason, is that several of the people who perished, I believe 4 died in Laurel Banks Campground up in Crusoe. You're getting into some rural country up there, and it's quite likely that they didn't have any connection to the TV to watching WLOS. Like you said, without having widespread usage of NOAA weather radios, they were completely without any means of communication or receiving severe weather alerts. That's a horrible combination. We never want to see it go through anywhere, but especially in that back country area, a campground, folks in RVs, that's quite dangerous for them.
Yeah, we go camping a lot. I take my family to local campgrounds, and there's always water nearby. There's a creek, there's the river or something, and the kids play in it. And I look at it and I always think in the back of my head, boy, that's a flash flood waiting to happen. And it's just a matter of time before it happens again, unfortunately. So the emphasis will be to communicate with people that heed the warning. And even if you have any sense of hesitancy, get away, move, go somewhere. And it's difficult because driving the roads down in that holler in that valley, navigating the roads when it's pouring rain like that, it's dangerous. So you have that option of saying, well, get on the road. And then here we are telling people to stay home and hunker down. So there's this mixed kind of emotional feeling going on.
Yeah, and the one message that I think we all can agree here is that you had asked Jason is, what do you want people to take from this? But this is something that we almost see year after year. So what's the coincidence is you were saying about that most of the deaths and the people that perished from this incident were in a campground. Well, if you remember just last year, it was November. Like, look at how late into the season it went. We had Hurricane Ada that made landfall to our south. And then we had a hidden night campground event where 30 people were rescued and 2 people and even a 1-year-old. And I was personally there. And when I was looking at that, I was like, where have I seen this before? That's the event that I can compare to that. But both of them were tropical systems that as soon as they make landfall, people are like, okay, we're done. But it always is usually a state in that gets the worst as far as some of the tornadoes, because you get that friction. It starts turning into a better example for more of those spin-up tornadoes, or just one line of those thunderstorms, one after another, where you just have that excessive flooding. So yeah, you've now seen it, Jason, and we just saw it here locally last year. When these systems move inland, that's where people in the Carolinas, doesn't matter if it makes landfall in Wilmington or in Georgia, depending where those outer bands can set up, you can have any one of these scenarios.
Yeah, I would like to, just put that point out there that, you don't have to live on the coast to have the effects. I mean, Jason, we've seen that over the years. I think it was 2004 where we had back-to-back tropical systems move out of the Gulf, and we saw extreme flooding then. And you don't have to live on the coast in the Carolinas to be affected by these flash flooding, as Jason and Chris just talked about, and also that severe weather threat. So you should, pay attention. No matter if you're on the coast or even inland, you need to pay attention when any of these tropical systems are in the area.
Absolutely. And I think this will be looked back upon as, not to take away, but if you said the flooding didn't happen in Crusoe and the Pigeon River didn't do what it did, it probably would have been more of a typical tropical system if you look at it that way, because in the past we've had flooding, and it's usually the bigger rivers that would flood, and it would do some damage. But the catastrophic category is just something that got to me, to see the damage and actually witness it. And then about a week later, a little less, or you had the Middle Tennessee flooding, and you saw that and you thought, it's just like I'm living the dream or the nightmare over again. It was happening again, but different scenario, obviously. So.
Yeah, another heartbreaking flooding example you're referencing there in Tennessee. And the thing that was really striking to me last week was, I'm going to put it in air quotes, this is just a tropical depression.
Yeah.
And I think people internally and externally to the weather community sometimes put a lot of emphasis on these different categorizations. But if this is what a depression can do,
yeah,
then we need to remember this for the next time. Jason, I know you have a newscast coming up in a few minutes. Can you tell us one more time how folks can get involved with the effort your station's kicking off tomorrow?
That's right. So WLOS is going to be teaming up with United Way in Haywood County. We're going to have teams of reporters out there and camera crews, and we're going to be working with them to help raise money to help in the relief effort for the folks out there. And you can always go online to WLOS.com, and it's Hope for Haywood. And we will certainly look forward to your donation. And if you can help us out, that'd be great. And we'll raise some money and help more folks out. That's the idea.
Jason, we appreciate your efforts at the station, and best to the community. Thank you for your time tonight.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great evening.
And we'll turn now to Chris Mulcahy, joining us from WCNC in Charlotte. And Chris, the Charlotte DMA wasn't absent when it came to the flooding, but for our neck of the woods, the I-77 corridor, it was way more about the tornadoes. We have a piece of video that we'll play for folks in just a moment, but maybe just set the stage for folks who don't know the difference between what Asheville saw versus what Charlotte saw. And when I say Charlotte, I mean Hickory, I mean Boone and Blowing Rock, that kind of whole slice of the Carolina.
Well, first off, it's a day that so many people will remember just most likely from the notifications that came across their phone. So just from the National Weather Service, GSP, 37 tornado warnings. And the first one actually started in Iredell County moving into Alexander County. And that happened before noon. So that one was on its own. That kind of set the stage where Brad and Larry were live on air that, wow, it's already starting, because it's usually those outer bands, they'll interact just like what we have with thunderstorms any day. You hit the peak heating of the day, it starts becoming more unstable, and then you just have enough lift that you're going to have a lot more showers and thunderstorms. For us, we saw really more warnings than any damage reports. Most of the tornado reports were southwest of us. Just before we got to the area, it was kind of a blessing for us that it was that time of the day that we didn't have as much instability. But it's that one in northern Iredell County, right around Statesville, that moved into Alexander, that was different than the rest. Because typically when you have these systems, you have the QLCS, the spin-up tornadoes, or Brad usually says little kink in the storm. This was an actual supercell. So this was on the ground a lot longer than any of the other storms were. So that one was kind of a surprise, but also shows you how far it was from the outer bands, just the moisture and everything this pulls in along with the wind shear that allows for that. Where we are lucky that we had that many tornado warnings and a lot more damage reports didn't come to fruition. Luckily, where most of the tornadoes were, at least southwest of us, wasn't really a populated area that there could have been more activity and damage. They just were in open fields.
I thought Jason mentioned it fairly well when he said the tornado warnings is what draws a lot of attention in. But then we sometimes, and royal we, as human beings, disregard the severe thunderstorm warnings and the flash flood warnings of the world. And we shouldn't always do that, because this is what these could mean when we look at some of those pictures from western North Carolina. And that's why I do think those photos from a shot above, those aerial photos of Canton, speak 1,000 words. Now, the tornado you're speaking of, Chris, was actually also one that was captured on Twitter video from Brandon Pope, and you can see it here in Iredell County. And this ended up being rated an EF1 by the National Weather Service. And this was essentially what kicked us off in the Charlotte area. The upstate of South Carolina, western North Carolina had already had some tornado warnings, but this is kind of what got things going for viewers and residents of the broader Charlotte metro region. Chris, you had a chance to meet up with the National Weather Service the following day in Iredell County. And you're going to give us a little bit of an insight here into how the Weather Service does their after storm surveys. I don't know if you want to say anything before we go to this particular piece of video, or if I should just go ahead and toss right to the tape.
Well, I will say one thing. I was very surprised that it was Tricia Palmer who came out to it, where I didn't know that she went out and surveyed, but this is one of the higher ups at the local weather office. So when she was there for a reason, because this obviously was one that separated from all the rest. But even as meteorologists, weather enthusiasts, whatever you are, you can always learn something from other people. And I will say I learned a lot from just being on the ground here with Tricia.
Last afternoon on Tuesday, a tornado officially touched down here in Iredell County, producing damage just like this. Multiple trees down all over the place, and that path continued into Alexander County. This is one of the first tornado warnings of many for the day. The GSB National Weather Service issued 36 tornado warnings yesterday, one of the first starting in Iredell County.
We want people to take tornado warnings seriously whenever they're issued.
Tricia Palmer with the National Weather Service was the surveyor for this tornado.
It was induced by the tropical environment. They're hard to see. They're very difficult to warn on because they spin up so rapidly. They're very fast.
One of the telltale signs that wind damage is produced by a tornado is the different direction of trees or a convergent pattern. This damage was absolutely from a tornado, but Tricia is here to estimate the peak wind speed, path width, length, and duration.
I take the beginning point, the starting point of the damage, and then I follow the path all the way through to the ending point, and then the folks at the office then make that measurement.
Dozens of trees were either uprooted or snapped. Fences were blown over or blown out, and one house received structural damage from a fallen tree. The tornado likely spawned as an EF0 but grew in strength.
With a weaker tornado, you're going to see the tree snap toward the top, or you'll just see the whole tree just uprooted. Whereas if you see the tree actually snap towards the bottom, that's a slightly stronger tornado.
The damage could have been a lot worse, but most importantly, no one was injured. With WCNC Charlotte, I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy.
And Chris, I'm glad that WCNC let us share that video because it really helps us understand as the public and as podcast hosts what happens on these storm surveys, what the Weather Service is doing, and what they're looking for. So thank you for that explanation. And I guess ultimately it was a lot of the tree damage, if I understand, that helped them recreate and understand what this tornado really was doing.
And what was really neat is that friction is a tornado's worst enemy. It doesn't like it, and friction can come from flapping into trees. So what was happening with this survey? The first spot that we arrived at, and if you just watch that video, where the fence was blown out and there was a little bit of roof damage, it touched down in an open field. And that was the one trend that you could see. It wasn't on the ground for the entirety of 5.1 miles that was reported. It was still a one general system. It has to lift back up and not produce any damage for a certain amount of time for it to be a whole new storm. But what would happen is when it would drop down the open field, it came past that one house, it blew out a fence, and then you could see the path and the trees where it lifted back up. Well, once we drove up the road, you could see on the other side of the trees was another cornfield. That's where it touched down, and at that point, it got stronger. You could definitely see that it had a much better strength. It was dropping a lot more trees at that point, and you saw the tops of the trees, as Tricia had mentioned, and she described this perfectly. Picture it like you have a toothpick. It's very easy just to knock off the top, just quickly with your finger, but it takes a little bit more force if you're down in the middle of it. So picture that like a tree. So once you see the middle of the trees lopped off, as we just saw at the end of that story, that's where you're getting into EF1 strength. So EF0, 65 to 85 miles per hour. Above that mark, well, we're at EF1. This is a very strong EF1 tornado. And the reason why this one was a little bit stronger is just because it was on the ground for so long. And those images that you saw were shortly after the damage that we saw in an open field. So that picked up all that dust that was circulating around. But it was really interesting that each time it truly dropped down in an open field, it was getting stronger and stronger. And then once it went through those trees, on the other side of that was the house damage. And the house was incredibly lucky just because it looks like it just started to lift up just as it went over the white side of the roof. So it was interesting to follow that loop, but this is not typical.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Associated with a tropical storm is not going to be on the ground for as long as this one was. This was just an isolated event because it was indeed a supercell. Supercells have a longer track record than, say, a QLCS that typically is only on the ground for about a minute or two.
Yeah, I have a piggyback of what Chris was talking about with those storm surveys. I went with Trish, I think it was 2019. We had some tornadoes again in Alexander County. Funny that we were mentioning that. And so I went out and they, Chris, you can vouch for this. They cut no corners. I mean, we literally walked out into a cow pasture and up a huge hill to look at the storm damage. So this is a very hands-on walk every stretch that you can possibly walk to get the accurate path and to get the damage. So these storm surveys are very important as we try to determine. And Chris, one other thing I want to mention about that video. Normally these tropical tornadoes are kind of ragged, but that was a pretty wide tornado. I mean, it looked like something you might see in Dixie Alley there in early spring. So pretty big tornado there for the area.
Yeah, and that was also pretty neat for the radar imagery. It had the classic hook. You could see the hook around it. This was a classic rain-wrapped tornado from a high precipitation supercell. So that was also really neat because all the other ones, quick reports as we're going to get to, weren't on the ground that very much. But yeah, Alexander County got pelted from the last one. But my favorite thing that Trish just said is if you're really into mysteries, that's exactly what a storm surveyor is all about. You're solving a mystery, and that's what she said is because you are really picking up clues. Because at the first site, we had no idea who did it with the candlestick at that point. But then the second site we went to, it's got stronger here. The third site, it was truly extraordinary, and we first went to emergency management in Iredell County. They met us, and then right on the border, Alexander County emergency management was there waiting. So they collected all the data, all the different reports, and it's a really cool thing. So, Scotty, I'm glad that you got that opportunity. That's the first full one I got to go on, and it was awesome.
Yeah, they're really, really neat. You get to meet the people and hear their story, too. You get to, they'll tell you, this is what I experienced, and thankfully, no injuries or anything like that with these tornadoes. James, I know there's several others in South Carolina as well.
This is Stony Point in North Carolina, an EF1 tornado with peak winds of 110 miles an hour. This one on the ground for about 5 miles, the official storm survey for what Chris was surveying. Some of the shorter ones that were elsewhere across the Carolinas was this EF0 with winds of 75 miles an hour. But again, on the ground for just over a tenth of a mile with a max width of 50 yards. Another one on the ground for a tenth of the mile in Pennington, South Carolina. And you can see, again, how some of these really are so short. And Fountain Inn in South Carolina as well. This one a little bit longer, about a mile and a half or so. But again, I want to talk about these were on the ground so quickly. By the time they saw many of these on radar and got a warning out, it's fast. You got to see it. You got to warn for it. Then on our side, you got to receive it and get to shelter, right? And then you got to do this very quickly. You should always be doing this very quickly, but especially in these tropical setups. And I will just say, Chris, that Iredell one that you went to, if I recall the radar signature correctly, I mean, we could see it on CC, and they put the confirmed tag on that warning. Obviously, people had eyeballs on it, which we later learned. But at the time, I think it was that CC data that made them go, yeah, this is definitely happening.
Yeah, well, really, before we got any further, and I've never seen it really pop up that quick, it's usually, tornado report, possibility. It's like, no, tornado on the ground, this was a tornado. The verbiage is usually, we're going to see if it was a tornado. No, Trish, the whole time, how strong was this tornado? Straight up. And as we were mentioning, a typical tropical storm type of setup like this usually only has spin-up tornadoes, where that first one, less than a minute. Second one, less than a minute. But notice how the correlation of the damage goes. The ones that are only on the ground for about a minute are about 70, 75. That one that was over a mile that was on the ground for 3 minutes, now you're talking about EF1. And by the way, anytime with the system, EF0, EF1, that's pretty much usually all you get. When you get up to EF2, that's an anomaly. So we're lucky that there wasn't a lot more with this. But this also brings up another discussion, is a lot of times with this type of event, there'll be a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. Now, it's almost would have been better off, but I think what they're just doing is because a lot of times for multiple warnings, they went on for 15 minutes, but the tornado was already done. So I think that really what needs to happen for a lot of these different events, I think people take a tornado warning more seriously. When you have a severe weather line in this type of scenario, and I'll really try to hammer this home the next tropical system, and it's not when we get our next tropical system like this, of when you see this line, it can happen just like that. Just because the tornado warning is there, it could respin back up, but it's usually the first couple of minutes that morning that warning that something's happening.
Chris, we appreciate the coverage that everyone provided on this day. It was a very long day of tornado warnings, starting with this one in the Charlotte area and ones earlier elsewhere for other communicators. Scotty Powell's finger went up in the air. Scotty?
I have to add, we also have to remember we had an earthquake that morning. So it was like everything happened that day.
That's right. And not that I want to belabor this point, Scotty wasn't home for any of it.
No, I missed it all. And the earthquake was epicenter was a mile from my house. Like I was shocked when I saw the earthquake, and then I saw the tornado warnings, and then I seen the flash flooding, and I was like, what's going to happen next? I mean, what a good time to be in Texas. You know, it was hot. It was like 93 out there. So
we got that all week here just to throw in a Charlotte forecast. Oof.
So I was going to ask you about that before we go, Chris. Some weather today. 3 wind damage reports in from Gaston and Lincoln County. And you and I were watching this earlier, and I wanted to show your circle.
Please.
Nerd out with us, if you will.
Said.
Yeah. Holy outflow. That's right. Can you explain to folks who aren't familiar with outflow on radar why you've circled this particular location?
Sure. So I get geeked out whenever I see this. So any thunderstorm, when it rains, the cooler air from the center of that storm rushes down, and then it creates a little gust front, a little mini cold front, if you will. And that often is what you first feel. You said, wow, it's stormy. That gust of wind that comes, that's the outflow boundary. But when that's rushing by, that drives in to that hot and humid air. So what you were seeing, bringing up that circle again, is those little green lines that were moving into that circle. Those were all outflow boundaries from separate thunderstorms. That's how the thunderstorm that formed in Gaston County formed. And then the circulation from that eventually was the final blow to form that. And it was just minutes after this formed a brand new line, just like the one in Gaston County did as well. So whenever you see this, I get super geeked out because you can see those thin lines. The radar barely picks up on it. I just turned up the filter ever so slightly so you can see them more. That's what we look for. And this happens all the time in the Charlotte area. So outflow boundaries can often just drive into each other. But sometimes when you have colliding storms, it can cause them spin up. But luckily that was not the case. But yeah, crazy situation there. And also sometimes when you have all these different outflows heading in from different directions, it'll allow a storm just to sit. Kind of gets confused. I was like, what way should I go? And eventually it finds its direction. And that's what happened in southern Gaston County. They only saw about 2 to 3 inches of rain, so nothing comparatively to what we were talking about. But it just shows how quick it can happen and pretty much what happens around here.
Very cool stuff. Remind folks as we begin to say goodnight to you that the Atlantic hurricane season quite active here in the end of August. 3 prospective storms that the National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on. And here it is. It's been on the monitor behind Chris most of the night. It's their historical peak of the hurricane season there in mid-September, about September 10th or so. And just a reminder that it is September next week, folks. So we are right about in here and coming into that statistical peak. And guys, I would say the outlook from the Hurricane Center matches it
James,
as expected.
I was just surfing on Twitter, and the hurricane hunters are going to be going out into the Caribbean Sea tomorrow to fly into Invest 99. So hopefully we'll get some better model agreement on that once that data starts to flow in. But definitely needs to be watched because you don't want to speculate on models this far out, but the potential is there for it to be a pretty big deal for somewhere in the Gulf Coast.
Everything's pointing towards hurricane at this point. Just saying.
Just ask Henri. It was a week ago. We were like, it's just spinning out there near Bermuda. And what did we know? The next thing we know, it's making landfall in New England. It's canceling concerts in New York City.
Yeah. In 5 days. And that's really the time frame. It's like right now, the timeline could be the next couple of days. You don't hear too much. You could hear tropical depression or tropical storms, either going to be Ida or Julian. We'll see. I think it's most likely going to be Ida at this point. But then once you get to the weekend, we could be talking about tropical storm to hurricane and maybe even rapid intensification, because usually there's three things that'll weaken it. It's going to be that dry air, the Saharan dust as we bring up, wind shear, landfall, technically 4, but then you could also have the case and scenario. Well, those are the 3, actually. That's what I was trying to get, or landfall. So you have all those that are going to be coming into place. The wind shear is going to lighten up. You're not going to have that dust area. And then also water temperatures are near 90 before any of the possible landfall. So that's why I'm not one that's going to be shouting towards the rooftop, but for sure this could become a major weather headline, and you're probably going to be hearing it in the next couple days.
Chris, we will see you on TV tonight at 11 o'clock.
I might talk about that. How about that?
Great idea.
Can we promote Chris's TikTok right quick? You got to go follow the man. Go follow the man on TikTok. You got
to. Man, appreciate it. Yeah, and there will be weather content. I did do some TikTok tropics updates, so I promise it's not all shenanigans, but we also like to squeeze that in between tropical systems, right?
I've got to ask a question, though.
Yeah.
I want to know about the Kool-Aid pickles. How bad were they?
Oh, okay. So we had the Kool-Aid pickles. We've done so many. It's so far back now. It was horrible. So
your face said it was horrible.
And I'm a grim human being. I will try a lot of things that people should not try, and I'm okay with it. I like flat soda, for instance. But when you bit into it, it was sweet, and then a terrible, evil pickle taste comes back in. Yeah, don't do it. This is one of them. This was pickles and maple syrup and pickles and peanut butter. I would pickle peanut butter sandwich all day long. That was great.
If you watch the video of Chris doing the Kool-Aid pickles, you can see where he's talking about the sour part, because Chris, your face just you just bit into a lemon or something. It's oh.
The jaw walks up right here. So see, that's the thing. Weather's number 1, but then just having a good time is number 2, and that's why I love getting in this group here. This is only my second time. I can't wait for number 3, guys.
Looking forward to it, Chris.
We're wanting to do a WCNC team meeting with all of you all. So
yeah, we got 2 new characters. Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Do you want to just verbally introduce us to new colleagues before we let you go?
Yeah. So we have KJ Jacobs. He came here from the Norfolk market, and we have Brittany Van Voer. I'm so terrible with the name.
I'm going to tell her that you said it great.
Yeah, I know. I just freaked out. And we have Brittany that is coming from Fort Myers. Van Voorhees. There it is. We got it. This is all live too, so this is forever going to be there.
There's no getting out of this.
Oh no, and I'm sharing it in my Facebook page right now. Hopefully she doesn't watch.
It's James' fault, so we'll just blame him.
Yeah, sorry. Should have teed that one up. Well, Chris, thank you so much again for your time. We look forward to having you back on to the Carolina Weather Group as soon as possible. And we'll watch for those tropical updates for you. And I guess we'll watch for the next edition of whatever you're going to decide to put on pickles.
Yeah, I guess so. Actually, it's called Snickles. So stand by.
Ooh, Snickles.
Snickers and pickles. This one's going to be good.
No.
All right, Evan is not pleased.
I haven't been pleased with any of it, but that sounds like probably the worst one yet. I'm not an adventurous eater. I'm a little wimp. So
I have to say, Chris, you like the mustard and watermelon, correct? I mean,
that one was terrible. No, because I'm not even a big mustard person in general, and then you put it on the watermelon. Why? What are we doing? Oh my goodness! Yeah, that was me showing my true colors.
Yes.
Hey, I got feet that look like that too. So, team flip flops right here.
Woo! I'd be wearing them if I could.
We could just do a whole episode on his TikTok. I'll just keep playing them.
There we go. Well, I'll be back. But also, maybe I shouldn't be here because I feel like I just derailed the end of this meeting. So I apologize.
This is the fun part. This is where we get, we got the serious part out. Now we can have a little fun. So.
Well, I've always have fun. Whoa, sorry about that. Always have fun with you guys. Clearly, I can only talk up to 48 minutes. But I appreciate it. As I was giving shout out to you guys before, both of you guys have helped me out some form since I've been here in the Carolinas with some sort of weather report. So keep it up, guys. It's all you that really connect this Carolina weather group, right?
We like to think so.
I'm just gonna leave it on that. I can't top that. I'll take that compliment and just say goodnight. Thank you, Chris, and thank you to everyone watching and listening to this edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We will be back next week, and you can always find us on social media or streaming anytime on the Carolina Weather Net. It's made for you, the Carolina Weather fan. Find it on YouTube. Just search Carolina Weather Group. It's on all the time. It's free. It's great. I sleep to it. Good night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you on this Wednesday evening. We're going to be talking with Dr. Phil Klotzbach, meteorologist and professor out at Colorado State University, as well as Mr. Carl Schreck, who works for NC State University. You've also probably heard him associated with NOAA up in the Asheville office. So, Carl, a fellow North Carolinian on the show tonight, and we're going to be talking about some research that they've put together, and they are trying to get a little momentum behind of this theory of classifying hurricanes not by the traditional way of wind speed, but more of surface pressure. And that is something that we've seen over the past couple of years with, you guys know, living here in the Carolinas, we've had our fair share of tropical weather. So as always, we appreciate you following along. And if you have any comments throughout the show, feel free to drop them in the respective outlets that you're watching on tonight. So, Phil, we've had you on the show several times. We're happy to have you back. Carl, this is the first time for you, so I'll start with you first. Kind of give us the background of your weather history, and then Phil, I'll turn it back to you and let you kind of give our audience a little bit of background behind you too. So, Carl, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for having me on the show tonight. So I grew up right down there in Raleigh, North Carolina, and one of my pivotal moments was in high school when Hurricane Fran made landfall in Wilmington, followed I-40 right up to Raleigh, and just the power of that storm and all the damage that it caused and the power outages and missing school for 2 weeks, which seems like nothing now, but back then that was a big deal. So decided to go on to grad school, and to this day my parents don't understand why I went from North Carolina up to Albany, New York to study tropical weather. But Albany is actually kind of one of the hot spots for tropical meteorology. And I did my PhD, master's and PhD in tropical meteorology up there, mainly large scale things, equatorial waves and the Madden-Julian oscillation on subseasonal scales. And then managed to find my way back here to North Carolina, where I got a postdoc out here in beautiful Asheville, working for NC State University, but at the National Climate Data Center at that time, NCDC. It's since been renamed the National Centers for Environmental Information. Yeah, we're kind of like the research arm of NCEI, doing some of the more fun researchy stuff.
And Phil, for those who may have not caught you on a program that you've been on with us before, you study hurricanes, but out in Colorado, so kind of tie all this together and let us know a little bit about you.
Yeah, so I grew up in Massachusetts, right on the coast in Plymouth, and so when I was 5 years old, Hurricane Gloria came into Connecticut. But even though it was about 150 miles away from where I grew up, it still had pretty significant impacts there, and that was I've always been kind of really fascinated by the weather, but that's really what got me focused more on hurricanes. And then I did my undergraduate at Bridgewater State in Massachusetts in geography, and then I'd done some research on seasonal prediction as an undergraduate, and so I applied to go to CSU where Bill Gray was, and he accepted me, and I was very, very, very excited to go work with Bill Gray because he's kind of a legend in the field of tropical meteorology and everything. And I went out to CSU in 2000, and I've been working at CSU ever since. So I've been doing seasonal forecasting, part of the team for 18 years now. And if you were to ask Bill Gray why I forecast hurricanes in Colorado, he would say it's because a storm surge can't get you at 5,000 feet.
That is very true. That is very true. Well, Dan, I think you're going to kick off the topic, so go ahead.
We want to talk a little bit about surface pressure in relation to how hurricane damage is assessed. Currently, hurricanes are based mostly on wind speed, but it would be great if you could tell us a little bit more about how the pressure is actually related to the hurricane damage assessments, or how that comes into play at all, other than just forecasting.
Yeah, so this was some work, and some of this actually came a little bit motivated from me growing up in the Northeast U.S., where the Hurricane Center has been reanalyzing all those historical hurricanes, and all my major hurricanes from New England are gone. They're taking them away. They're only Category 2s by wind speed. And so, if you look at hurricanes hitting in the East Coast, especially from, say, like Georgia northward, the Carolinas, especially as you head up into New England, their structure is somewhat different from a canonical hurricane like the ones you normally see, like a hurricane hitting Texas or Florida. As these hurricanes move further up the coast, they tend to get somewhat elongated. They're a little less symmetric looking. Sometimes they're not particularly, you wouldn't have those on your wall behind you framed as a picture of what a hurricane looks like. But these kind of big sprawly hurricanes often have a significant amount of damage associated with them. And so basically, if you're thinking about a hurricane, and I think Sandy's probably the best example. I know Sandy was officially post-tropical when it made landfall, but up to about 2 or 3 hours before, it was still classified as tropical. It was a Category 1 by wind. Wind's only about 65, 70 knots, but the pressure was down around 942, 943 millibars, which is an incredibly low pressure. And so the reason the winds weren't that strong was because basically you had a very low pressure in the center, but Sandy, as you know, was an enormously large storm. And so that pressure gradient, the gradient and pressure was spread out over a very large area. And so basically we find that pressure is more of an integrated metric of the storm. So your max wind gives you the strongest wind anywhere in a hurricane, whereas pressure gives you kind of the overall broader intensity of the storm, how large the storm is, because size is very important when it comes to the storm surge. If you have a larger storm, it tends to have a larger storm surge associated with it. And in our paper, we kind of talk about both Charlie and Katrina, how you had Charlie, which was a Category 4 by wind, a tight little storm, very damaging, very devastating, but over a very small area, had very little storm surge, even though it went into one of the most storm surge prone parts of the US. Whereas Katrina, obviously we all know it did in New Orleans, but even say the levees it held in New Orleans have been 100% fine, killed several hundred people on the Mississippi coastline with a storm surge that approached 28 feet. Because even though its winds were slightly lower, it had a low pressure, 920 millibars. So we argue from our pressure classification scale that Katrina actually would have been a Category 5 hurricane. And consequently, if you look at the damage from Katrina, even putting aside the New Orleans damage, certainly had the damage more you would expect with the Category 5, just basically complete devastation and surge going miles inland.
And so, Carl, we're talking about categories. This is all based off of the Saffir-Simpson scale currently. Can you just give us a brief rundown? I know it's not all not quite as complicated as perhaps the pressure categories you guys have produced, but can you just give us a rundown of the Saffir-Simpson scale?
Yeah, so the Saffir-Simpson scale was developed back in the I think it was the 60s, based mainly on damage assessments, and it was tied very much to the wind speed. Originally, it was set for wind speed, pressure, and storm surge, but as the decades went on, they started to realize that those aren't always one-to-one. So the Hurricane Center is really narrowed in on using just the wind speed to define each level of the scale, going from 1 to 5. And it's convenient because it's an easy way to communicate to people how strong the storm is with just a single number, but it can also be misleading.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Of them were spaced closer together than others, and so there's a little bit of kind of statistical noise with it as well. And so that was, all part of why a lot of folks have really been starting to turn away from this really simple, just based on the maximum wind speed. Folks have been trying to come up with better and better metrics to identify different hazards like the rainfall or the storm surge that aren't really well captured by the winds. And also it's the winds at the center of the storm, or the strongest winds in the storm, and that doesn't really give you an idea of the size of the storm. And so one of the most popular alternatives to just using the wind speed is something called IKE, or integrated kinetic energy, that takes kind of the whole disk of the storm and kind of adds up all of the wind speeds throughout the size and really takes into account that size. But the issue there is that you need to know the full wind field, and that's very rarely possible, especially as you go back farther. So that's one of the reasons why we really like the pressure. I mean, no single number is going to give you a great estimate of how strong a storm is, but we think if you've got to use a single number, that the pressure seems to integrate a lot more things and is a lot easier to calculate than some of the alternatives.
But the nice thing with pressure is we measure it every time we fly a plane through a hurricane. We measure the pressure, and we have that number in real time. So basically, the nice thing is someone who's TV meteorologist or emergency manager can see, here's the current pressure, look at the scale and know what it is exactly, as opposed to having to wait for a model analysis for IKE. And that's the thing, is we need something we have in real time. And basically in real time, Hurricane Center has wind and pressure. And we argue also you can measure pressure a whole heck of a lot better than you can measure wind, both with aircraft and especially on the ground during a hurricane. Obviously, we all know anemometers tend to crash and burn in strong winds right when we want them.
So your research, is this at the point where we could see this becoming the new scale in the near future?
I don't know. I mean, I think the general public, I think we do need a scale for hurricane intensity. I think you need a 1 to 5 scale. I mean, you look at whether it's a hurricane, a tornado, or even just like storms, you'll see TV stations will categorize it under 1 to 5. I think really what we find is that it gives you an overall better indication of, one, how much damage the storm is likely to cause. If you look at the historical relationship between wind and damage versus pressure and damage, pressure works better. And we've seen that. You see it also with fatalities. The storms with lower pressures have higher fatalities compared with the storms with lower. I mean, higher winds cause more fatalities too, but the relationship is better with pressure than it is with wind. When it comes to storm surge in general, lower pressures, you're going to see higher storm surges, even with a stronger relationship than you do with wind. And one of the big things we've seen is a pushback against Saffir-Simpson in the last, say, 10 to 12 years, as with these large storms like Ike and Sandy doing a lot more damage than we would expect from the category. But if we were categorizing them by pressure, we wouldn't necessarily have that strong pushback, because they've actually worked pretty well. When you look at the pressures, they correlate really well with the damage. And obviously, all we're looking at is the storm itself. We're not looking at where the storm is making landfall, because obviously if a storm makes landfall in a major metropolitan area like Miami or Houston, it's going to do more damage than if it makes landfall in a much sparsely populated area. So just simply looking at the pressure, we can explain about 55-60% of the variability in the damage, not even knowing where the storm is going to make landfall.
So for a rapidly intensifying hurricane, would this provide any more any better communication tools, or how would this apply to a storm perhaps like Michael that was rapidly intensifying as it approached the Florida coastline?
When it comes to rapidly intensifying storms, it should work about equally whether you're using wind or pressure. I would say typically your pressure is going to, you may see the pressure fall. The pressure often will fall just ahead of where the winds pick up, so it might give you a little bit of extra notice. I think a lot of what you find is that pressure works well for these storms I would say that pressure is going to work a little more robustly than wind when you have an eye wall replacement cycle. Because when you have an eye wall replacement cycle, the storm grows in size, the winds come down, but the pressure will maybe go up a scooch, but it's not necessarily going to go up. You're not going to see as big a dramatic a variation in the pressure as you do the wind. And so often when these storms go through eye wall replacement cycles, it's like, oh, good, the winds are coming down, but the pressure is staying the same or even going down at the same time. And so it's not things are getting better, it's the storm's getting larger. And basically, kind of the way I always figure it is that the pressure is falling, there's other things that come into play, but in general, if the pressure is falling, the storm's either the winds are picking up, the storm's getting larger, or a combination of both, all of which is bad. And we saw this a bit with Hurricane Dorian last year, is that once it emerged from the Bahamas, it was it had weakened, the winds had come down, and the pressure had gone up. But then we had a few hours where the winds were still coming down, and the pressure was actually dropping at the same time. And so you kind of see the wording that the Hurricane Center was using, where it's like, okay, the category may have come down, but the storm is growing in size, so it's not like the risk is getting any lower. And so I think that's why we argue it's a smoother and more continuous function than is the wind overall. It's a lot less volatile. And again, I think really one of the key things is we measure it a whole heck of a lot better too.
Well, and you touched on earlier how the winds were, they're always going to be concentrated kind of in a smaller area. The strongest winds, as where the wind field itself can be a lot larger and still be very damaging. And how does assigning a number to a hurricane, a category number, obviously when it comes to research purposes, you're going to be able to look at a lot more factors. But when it comes to emergency management and assisting funds that are associated with these storms, can either of you speak to, how putting a number to that storm might affect that system if you have a 4 versus a 2, and how many funds you would be able to get from that, and why it would get better to have a better rating system?
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly how the numbers are used in that scenario. I know that like the Hurricane Center has been increasingly trying to kind of de-emphasize the Saffir-Simpson scale. So like if you look at the warning graphics, the cone of uncertainty, nowhere on there, you have to really dig pretty hard to find the Saffir-Simpson category. It may not actually be in there usually. They usually just give the wind speed and the pressure. They'll put, hurricane, major hurricane, which is category 3 or greater, but they don't really get beyond that because people seem to focus too much on the category. And they'll see, like Florence as it was approaching Wilmington, we've got downgraded from a category 4 to a category 2, but we all knew that the rain threat wasn't going away at all. And with pressure, the downgrade wouldn't have been as significant. So really where the Hurricane Center seems to be moving is, and I think this is similar to other parts of the Weather Service, where it's really warn on hazard instead of warn on the hurricane itself. So they're really more focused on having this custom suite of different storm surge products and wind products going farther inland, and the rainfall and the flooding, like having each individual component warned on. And that's really, I think that's what the emergency managers probably really need, because they really care about what's going to happen in their county, not necessarily what's happening at the coastline if you're not, right there on the beach. But if you're on the nightly news, going through all those details is going to take a lot longer than you probably have. And so that's why boiling things down to just one number still is valuable. It's just a matter of trying to figure out what one number is going to be the best for it. And we think this is a better solution, but we'll see how quickly people pick up on it.
Have you guys looked at applying this to typhoons in the Pacific or any other basin?
I would love to do that, but unfortunately we don't have really independent pressure measurements from wind. So in the Western Pacific, almost all the assessments are based on satellite. So they have basically what's known as the Dvorak scale, intensity estimation scale. And basically it and all its derivatives are based off of like satellite presentation, and then they assign a wind and a pressure based on that. So unfortunately, the Atlantic is really the only basin we have independent pressure measurements to actually be able to do this analysis. We actually do have aircraft recon that goes back from like 1950 to 1987 in the Western North Pacific. Unfortunately, I don't think, Carl, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the pressure is archived in the best track, though, unfortunately. So like this, the statistics at the end of the year, basically the Hurricane Center or the Joint Typhoon Warning Center in the Western North Pacific will go through and reassess the storm, maybe tweak its location slightly, or will maybe change its intensities. And so in the Atlantic, they archive the position, the wind, and the pressure. In the Western North Pacific, they only archive the wind speeds.
So the other really interesting thing that Phil was touching on there with the West Pacific is, so the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, their best track historical data only reports the wind for most of the record. But we do have the pressure fixes from recon data. And the really ironic thing is those winds that are reported in the best track were almost never measured. Because if you think about it, right now, most of the winds that we get are primarily coming from dropsons. And, we look back in the 50s, we found a schematic of what a dropson looked like in the 1950s. It literally had a record player in it, like a turntable dropping down out of the sky. How accurate do you think that was for measuring the wind speeds? Not very. So, really what they were doing for most of the recon era in the West Pacific was they were actually measuring the central pressure and then using their best guess of a wind pressure relationship to estimate the winds from that pressure, because the only way they could really measure the winds was to look down at the ocean and see how much spray was coming off the waves. And again, not a very accurate way to do things.
My, how the technology has changed. You guys have poured a lot of time and effort into this research. If some of our followers who are watching tonight, they want to kind of look at the research, where can they find that out? Where's the best spot?
So it's been accepted. It's currently in early online review or early online for publication. So you can view it. It's currently the way it was accepted, the way it's currently formatted. They'll actually put a nice new formatting on it. It was supposed to come out in April, but I still haven't seen like the final version. So I suspect it's now going to be May. We have some other stuff going on in the world, so a lot of stuff has been delayed. If you search Phil Klotzbach, Carl Schreck, and wind pressure, you'll definitely find it from that. There's not a lot of us roaming around.
Well, gentlemen, we certainly appreciated your time tonight talking about this as we get into the tropical season. I know there's a lot of conversations going on in the weather industry about the Saffir-Simpson scale, maybe adapting or changing a little bit. I think tonight you've got a little bit of an idea of what a future scale may look like as we go throughout the next few years. So, gentlemen, we certainly appreciate your time, and hopefully this tropical season will be a little bit quieter. But if not, when you hear about surface pressure, hopefully tonight's episode will kind of give you a better idea about how we're determining the damages that these hurricanes could cause. So thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Hope you have a great evening, and we will see you back here next time. Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and man, I am excited about this show. We have featured Frying Pan Shoals out off the coast of North Carolina several times during our hurricane coverage that you most likely have tuned into from one time or another. And I've been wanting to get Richard on the show, and Shay worked his magic and was able to get Richard Neal on the show. Richard is an engineer and the director of Frying Pan Shoals Tower out in the Atlantic Ocean, where he currently is right now. And it's just hard to believe that technology's come so far along that we can actually talk to Richard, who's out in the middle of the ocean right now. So Richard, welcome to the show. We are happy to have you. And, I just want to talk a little bit. Our first question for you is more of a just kind of getting to know you question. And normally it's how did you get hooked into the weather world? And I know weather plays a little bit into what you do, but how did you get involved in this project? I mean, this is just such a fascinating story about you guys.
Well, like a lot of guys, after work, I still have my hands on the keyboard and I'm working on things and I'm surfing the web, and I This is back in 08, 09. And I was like, well, there's got to be great things that are giving away because we're in a recession and everything's so discounted. And let's search for government surplus in North Carolina. And the first thing that popped up on screen was this big old warehouse. And no, that's crazy. Swipe right or left, whichever it is. Next one was a whole bank building, and then some FEMA trailers, then some strange big metal box out on legs in the ocean. And that was kind of the fish hook that caught me. So ended up getting it. Won the auction.
A little bit about you. Assuming you was looking up stuff in North Carolina. Are you originally from North Carolina, or where? How did you get here?
Well, I was born and raised in Oklahoma, which is not exactly a land of oceans or mountains. And so I had a chance to come do a job interview over here back in the previous couple decades. And I was like, the trees are tall, the ocean's beautiful, so it hooked me. I moved into the Charlotte area where I've been since '99.
I've got to ask you, I personally love Oklahoma. I go out as much as I can to storm chase. So did you have any close encounters with tornadoes in your time out there?
In Oklahoma, it was pretty normal to just, there's the tornado and it's only yay big. And so you drive a little slower so it can stay ahead of you, or you drive a little faster because it's behind you. The one time riding in my dad's pickup truck, banged on the rooftop because back then we could ride in the back. And we were following one about 2 miles ahead of us. And I asked him to hurry up because there was another one behind us about 3 miles behind us. So we just stayed right between the two as we went home that day. Just a normal day. Did not understand the magnitude of the difference between a tornado and hurricanes. Hurricanes are a whole different ball of wax, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They are. We'll talk a little bit about that.
Yep.
So engineering, I know you got some engineering out there. Tell us a little bit about that and what all engineering wise you do out there right now at the tower.
Well, when I got the tower, when we first came out here, we opened the doors and all the windows were sealed up and there was thick junk all over the floor. It was incredibly filthy. And of course, nothing worked. There was no electricity. There was no running water, you name it. Obviously, no internet. And so the name of the game was basically, how do we reestablish? And so if you can think of walking into a garage that people had walked out of 2 decades before, leaving most of the tools in there, almost like a put it together puzzle, figure it out, you can make it work, that sort of thing. That was what it was. So found that there were holding tanks of water, found that the wiring was redundant because in the classic military Coast Guard sense, you never modified a circuit, you just added another one, So, oh my gosh. So it's really stretched my brain, everything from the structural to the mechanical to the electronics to you name it. Again, you don't just hire a plumber out here, you are the plumber. So.
Very interesting. And the first question that pops into my mind here, Richard, is how do you get out there?
Good question. After I bought it, it took me 4 months to get here because I couldn't get a captain willing to bring me out in a boat. He said, there's no ladder on it and you can't get up on it. And I said, well, I was actually a really good climber, so just get me close. But I think what really made him laugh was when I showed up at the dock carrying an extension ladder with hooks on the top. So climbed on it that way, and we do come out by boat when we're carrying things, but more commonly we just fly out by a Robinson R-44 and land on the helipad, which is our entire rooftop. So it was here a couple times today dropping off researchers.
Very interesting. So no Jacob's ladder. I mean, you're just strictly helicopter at this point?
Helicopter and boat, because one of the legs does have a reestablishment of handholds. You do have to be a little bit of a monkey to jump from a boat to a leg and then climb up freehand 65 feet of handholds.
So you're telling me if you're not a fan of heights, that might not be the best way to.
Not a good idea. But, that's actually how we get to the first person on, usually one of the crew, and then we snatch everybody. If you don't like heights, we snatch everybody out of the front of a boat with a hoist and just pull them straight up. And that's actually really, really safe because a person's sitting there with a harness or whatever, and until they get hooked in, they're perfectly safe. They're just sitting in a boat, right? Then we grab them, pull them right up, roll them inside, just tell them to stand up. That's all there is to it. And haven't dropped anybody yet. It's probably a good record, 10 years. So
why was the tower built in the first place?
I'm the old one out of probably all of us. And I remember when we didn't have cell phones and rolled this little circle on the phone to make it work. So back in the 1960s, there was still the frying pan shoals, and the shoals were shallow and then deep, and then who knows, boats were going aground and wrecking. So because we didn't have GPS and we didn't have LORAN, and you could use a sextant or whatever to look at the stars, but it was out here to be the lighthouse. So it's still got the light up in the corner that we don't use anymore because GPS, obviously, but it was purely to keep people from running aground. There's literally hundreds of shipwrecks from here to shore. We're about 32 miles from the closest point. Technically, we're outside of America by about 6 miles.
And speaking of that closest point, for those who may not know, what is that closest point off reference of North Carolina?
A lot of people would be aware of Wilmington, and Wilmington has a bunch of smaller cities flanking it, Southport and Carolina Beach, and coming out to the tip of it of Bald Head Island. And that's from where the shoals actually continue on outward. So Bald Head Island, which is right over that way. We can see the light of a lighthouse on shore occasionally, just a little faint glimmer, but we don't see light of anything else because we're just too far away.
Sometimes people just like to go out in the ocean, fishing and stuff. Do people ever come by and just say, yell up and say hey to you and whatever?
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I've got, I guess people are like, hey, Richard, and my phone number's out there, so I'll get text messages, emails. I think I'm down to, 5,000 or more emails in the last couple of weeks again. So it's a little tough. I'm amazed you guys could track me down. I'm glad you did. But they'll holler up, Richard, hey, this is so-and-so. And I was out there 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Sometimes I remember who they are and sometimes I don't. But on a good, flat, calm weekend, we can have 30 boats around here all getting bait fish or catching fish or just hanging out. It's really quite the party.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've done spearfishing at the Chesapeake Light Tower to the north up there. That's a popular spot. And there's, there's a lot of fish. There's a lot of great, fish that hang around these things. It's an object in the water. It goes in depth. There's teeming life around it. It's kind of neat.
Yep. We've got a lot of bugs underneath this. And bugs, in layman's terms, are lobsters, spiny lobsters. They average about 8 pounds here.
So you kind of took up my next question was going to be about the B&B and how long that ran for.
Yeah, we were doing that from 2012 when we had our first family stay out here, which was quite interesting. They were like, yeah, we know it's sort of a B&B, right? And then we shifted over in 2018 purely to the nonprofit. And we still have a lot of people come out, but it's not in the sense of coming out and hanging out. It's come out and participate. The walls in here are nice and blue because we had 3 or 4 volunteers a couple of weeks back, clean and scrape and put it all back in order.
How many people do you normally average in a year, Richard, that come out and volunteer? I mean, I know it can vary, but it's
a really great question. We've had thousands out, and that's because many people will come by in their boat and then they'll come on up and maybe they'll carry something out. I occasionally get a call on the Marine Band radio. Hey, Richard, we're here and we brought you that extra water, or we brought you some food, or we have too much beer and we can't get rid of it. We need your help. So, or we have fish that we've caught, and like, yeah, come on up, let's share it and have a meal, and then head out the next morning. But with 8 bedrooms and a crew room in addition, and about 6,000 square feet, and a rec room and a stainless steel kitchen and a big generator room where we can cut and torch and do all the types of mechanical things you would want to. It's actually got a place for all different kinds of people. We've got people that came out and did nothing but work on our garden in the back corner. So we've got a garden that grows. Go figure.
And for those who are maybe wanting to know, you do a fantastic job on social media, the Facebook page, of just sharing your experiences from day in and day out. And it's a really cool thing. If you go to Facebook and type in Frying Pan Tower, Richard, you do a great job on social media, just kind of showing the behind the scenes look there.
Yeah, it's funny. People ask what the tower is really like and how it survived these hurricanes. And some of the things that I've learned is that the engineers that put it together had a fair amount of experience with what they call Texas tower or Texas oil rigs, the genre in the 40s and the 50s. So they made this thing stupidly overbuilt. I mean, massively structurally strong. With the legs, I just got a blueprint that I hadn't seen in 10 years. And it actually indicates that when they set the base pilings down, they actually took pipes and then hydraulically rammed them through the legs down into the bedrock to the depth of, if you can imagine this, 296 feet. Wow. That's incredible. It's a football field of steel down into the bedrock and then filled up with cement. So, and the casing on the pipe that actually is water level down is multiple layers. So it's approximately 3.5 inches thick. We just, we have to worry more about anything above.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
So, yeah, I've gotten a chance to become a more proficient welder. And, since I don't have OSHA looking over my shoulder, it's like, yep, I'll do it. I'll do it right, but I don't have to get it inspected. So, again, being outside the country does have some perks, right?
Next question is, it's kind of like just everyday life that we have here, the luxuries of plumbing and power, internet.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you were watching the football game a couple of nights ago. You cook up these really nice looking dinners. So how do you get all of that 32 miles out in the Atlantic Ocean?
This is truly a working environment along the lines of, we don't just say, hey, stick a solar panel up there, it'll be great, you'll love it for 25 years. No, we actually know that they will hold on during a hurricane. We've had solar panels up for 3 or 4 hurricanes now. We know the flags don't last quite as well, but that's another story. And with those solar panels, we still are on conventional solar batteries. So we don't have lithium yet because we work off of a very tight donated budget, obviously. And then if we need to augment it, like tonight when everyone's using all kinds of things, I will run a small little 3K generator by Honda or something like that. But the good news is that we did also resurrect life back into the 40 kilowatt Detroit diesel that has been sitting here ever since the 1960s. And when we took it apart and looked inside at the pistons, everything was put back in almost perfect order. And then they closed the doors and walked away. So all we had to do was get it up and running again. Now we need to get the electrical part out of it, which is the diodes and the rectifiers. And guess what? I'm getting to learn something else. But once I do that, then we'll reach out to our audience and say, be nice to have some resistance heaters bolted back on the wall, and then we'll run that and be warm while we're out here working. So 99% of the time, we're just solar and wind. So we have a couple turbines, and we've got a couple dozen panels and a battery room full of batteries that we watch very closely and monitor. And everything that we do out here, we can also look at and monitor from shore. So, and that was a 5.2 gigahertz microwave dish that we set up, shot to shore, 56 miles, talked to TV station into letting us put a dish up on their tower at 1,300 feet. And, it's one of those, I can't believe they let us do this sort of stuff, but, we get really smart people and then they're excited about it. And then they tell other people, and then we get a phone call. And a gentleman just got on a helicopter today that left that made a donation, and he spent a day or two out here. I didn't make him work, but he worked anyway. Couldn't stop him.
Jordan, I know you've got the big fun question for us meteorological nerds.
Yeah, so as the Carolina Weather Group, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk a little bit of meteorology while we're here. So what are some of the more memorable storms that have come by in recent times? I mean, I know I'm thinking about Florence and Matthew are probably the obvious ones, but maybe you have one that's maybe not quite so obvious.
Well, Arthur was an amazing thing. I actually was out here with 3 of my kids and 1 volunteer, and we planned on flying back by helicopter on a Tuesday with an upper limit of the wind speed of being around 45 miles an hour or so for the helicopter. I think it was a Bell Jet Ranger. And we woke up that next morning to 55 miles an hour constant. So we weren't going anywhere. Surprise, surprise. Had not been out here for a hurricane, and my kids are like, are we going to be all right? Of course we are. It's going to be great. So everything was great. The winds were averaging around 75. They got up to 100 and something during that. And we were all in here, and it's very noisy. My daughter points out the window because there's a huge mooring light that's about 2/3 of a mile that way. And it has a 12,000-pound dumbbell weight at the end of a huge chain. and it's the marker for the very end of the shoals. Well, the waves were so big; they were about 30 feet tall. They don't even look like waves; they just look like hills. That it was picking it up and slogging it along. And she says, "Dad, is the buoy supposed to be traveling?" So it marched off towards Wilmington, and then as the hurricane spun around, we got to the backside of it, and the winds were blowing from the other side. We just finished dinner, and it blew in one of the back windows, just shattered it, and wind is going everywhere, and the rain's pouring in, and we're back there trying to hold a piece of metal against it and get it all put back together. And my daughter's a little upset about this. And I said, "It's okay. We were fine." She goes, "I'm not worried about the tower, Dad. It made my cake in the oven fall." Unbelievable. So, we've been out, and I've since found that hurricanes can be really pleasant to watch when there's nothing in the air to hit you but rain. When you're on shore, you have to worry about all kinds of things. You have to worry about trees falling on your houses, and that sort of thing. Out here, it's just rain. You wear safety goggles so that it doesn't sting your face too bad. And anything under 100 miles an hour, it's not going to blow you off the top. Over 120 miles an hour, it gets a little dicey. We had some gusts to that during a couple of them. And the water kind of comes in everywhere. So it gets a good rinsing, but that's all right.
Does the tower sway at all? Do you get a little bit of that rocking factor?
I'll show you. During the worst hurricane, this is it. That's it. Just enough to make the water wiggle around in the Culligan jug. That's it. Puts you to sleep really good. And they are really loud. They are quite noisy. But, you asked the question really that I should answer more directly is about the weather and how and what do we watch and how do we know when we can go out here. It's only 30 miles out, but the weather here is very different than the weather on shore. On shore, we can have 30-degree days, and out here, because they have this enormous mass of water underneath us, we could be in, t-shirt and shorts, or like today, we had a 25-degree temperature drop out here. It was beautiful. It was 75, and then it went down to 55 for a while. And I'm wearing a jacket because it's cool. So you kind of have to be aware that the ocean is what they would call an ever-changing, never-changing environment. So it's always going to be a little different, and you can only tell about 3 or 4 days in advance as to the true conditions in this one location. Being on top of a hill at the end of the shoals creates a Venturi effect. So the water goes much faster underneath us than it would maybe just half a mile away. It's quite an interesting place to try and go scuba diving, that's for sure.
I would imagine the waves,
Yeah.
We see storm surge on the coast with landfall and hurricanes. And, we see these models that are predicting 20, 30-foot waves out in the ocean, but the normal everyday person doesn't get to see that. But you do. I mean, you were just talking about the experience with Arthur. I mean, I'm sure the first time you saw it was like, oh my gosh, but have you kind of got used to the fact of seeing these huge waves now after being out there so long?
It's funny, the smaller waves, just the 12-footers or so, those actually impact harder than the big ones. We have these legs that are 42 inches in diameter, so relatively speaking, they're very narrow. But if you catch completely square to the cross pipes at the 12-foot level, a 12-foot wave, you know the weight of water, it's quite a bit per cubic yard. You feel just a shudder like that. That was a good one. That hit well. The huge waves, they look strange because they really do look like hills rolling past. And then occasionally one of them will break over like you would see on a small wave on the surf. But then you look across it and you realize that it's breaking over hundreds of feet wide and 7 or 8 feet, the top of it's cresting over. And you're just thinking to yourself, if I had a jet ski, I bet I could ride that all the way to shore. But I don't know.
From what you've told us, it sounds like there's not many things that would cause such a concern that you'd have to evacuate. But I am curious what your emergency procedures are like. What things might it take to get you to have to bug out of the tower? And if so, what's the process?
That's great one. We have about 4 different forms of communication. We have, and that's for knowing what's going on. Of course, we benefit other people out here by having that available for them too. So we shoot our signal around here. So we kind of know what's going to happen weather-wise to some degree. It's really about a decision of, do I need to get back to shore because there's people on shore I might need to help? So when Matthew came through, we left a day after it happened, just simply so we could get back to shore and help reestablish power for several houses that were out, elderly people. But it's funny. I guess it's kind of the reverse. We got plenty of food, plenty of water. If you have a string and a hook, you can't starve. It's really more a matter of we stay away from things like COVID virus and monitor the people that come out, that sort of thing out here. People have said that this is probably the best place to survive a end of times or in a zombie apocalypse. I don't know. As long as we have our connection to shore with the marine band radio, with the internet that we have here, with emergency locator beacons, things like that, probably could sit out here and ignore the world for about a year if you had to.
Nice.
Not that I want to. I got family on shore.
Speaking of that and COVID, I know one big thing is folks coming out there and helping you. What was there downtime? I'm assuming there was downtime where you didn't have folks out on the tower. Yeah. What was it like when the world was going crazy and you're already out on this island? I'm sure for you personally it wasn't much of a change, but what was it like?
A few years ago, I had finished a job of 11 years and I needed a break. So I came out here and was just here for 6 months straight. Went to shore one time. And I noticed that you don't know what day of the week it is anymore. You don't really know what month it is after a period of time. And you start just living, I'm in this season. Oh, gee, I'm getting into fall now. Okay. But during the time that everyone was really locking down on COVID, I was here for a few weeks by myself and isolating. And it was odd because, I turn on the TV, I get it over the air, I get it over the net, I can see everything that's going on. So, you do always have the ability to communicate, same as we all do while we're still locked down. But I think it just made me really appreciate the fact that out here, I have a mask. I've got one in my pocket right now. And anybody that comes out here is going through a questionnaire. Have you been around anyone? Do you have the temperature taking? All that good stuff. They could still be carrying it, but we're trying our best to be just safe about it. So.
Right. Well, speaking of that, we talked about the weather aspect. One thing I also want to mention is I was looking through some of the Twitter mentions for Prime Pan Tower. Water spouts also, I'm sure you get to see your fair share of water spouts out there.
Oh, that's amazing, yeah.
But any other memorable moments? I know you were talking about the meteors a little bit earlier. I mean, you are out in the middle of nowhere, dark skies, so I'm sure you can see all the meteor showers and International Space Station traveling across the. I mean, any other memorable moments out there? Any sunsets, sunrises?
We did a time lapse of what was it? The Neowise comet that was off, and we could see it pretty clearly. And what we didn't realize in our time lapse was that the ISS, International Space Station, came cruising right past. So it's all on the time lapse with there's the comet, there goes the space station, and there's the meteor. It's just, you don't know what you don't know if you're not in a dark enough area to see it. On the same type of thing, you might look down at the water, and I didn't know this, but there's a shrimp variety that when they snap their tail, they make a blue flash. And I'd never heard about that, but I was looking down in the water one evening and all these little blue dots of light, all these shrimp just pop, 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 pop. And it was like incredible. How would you have known? So, the wildlife that you don't see when you just look across the ocean is all abundant underneath there. And it's just increased my desire to help educate people. So we have the above camera, the water level camera, and then the shark camera down on the very bottom that we do for explore.org. And that's in classrooms all around the world with kids watching it. Just kind of fun. So hopefully they'll learn about the ocean and, keep the straws out of the turtles' noses and understand the power that is in our oceans. I mean, the weather is by virtue of this enormous body of water that gets heated up and moves around. I mean, the things that our world does, I just think there's so much for us still to learn. And I really applaud what you guys are doing on sharing and discussing what's going on with the weather, because, it's not a matter of do I have on a jacket so I can go from my apartment to the car. It's what's happening in the world and why are there, storms and fires in different places. And that's all about weather and what's happening, right?
Yes, that's true.
The one thing I'd like to learn, those spiny lobsters, how do they compare to Maine lobster? What do they really taste like?
Oh, I had thought they would be, because they're so large, that they would be tough, right? Nah. They have no claws, but they can have very long legs, almost like, what is it, a snow crab, those giant ones. And their tails are usually about that big around, about that long, and they're deliciously fresh and soft. We have divers that come out here and they'll grab them. We have a lot of rock ledges. So if you grab the one or two out of there, next day another one will move in, because they're always looking. So they're migrating at night, running around. And they brought up 4 enormous ones. We filled up a stainless steel bowl that was about this big, full of lobster meat. We all ate. There was 6 of us, and we ate so much lobster we couldn't stand it anymore. So the next day when we wanted to go fishing, we were fishing with lobster meat, which is just ridiculous. So it's really, really good.
For those folks who are listening tonight and they may feel like, this is a worthy cause that I want to give to, I know, looking at your website, I mean, you've got a shop with apparel that you can do. You have a list on Amazon that folks can purchase and send to you. All sorts of way to help out the cause. So tell us about that. And I even see a signature coffee blend. So tell us about all the different ways that we can help you guys out there doing the research you're doing.
It's really funny. A few times I would have a conversation and talk, people that would be watching about, having this cup of coffee or that cup of coffee. And I finally came across one. And mind you, if you're stuck out here, I'm not going to go and grab a Starbucks or a Pete's or a Dunkin' Donuts. And so I found a blend that was incredible. And the company that makes it, Black Powder, said, well, I'll tell you what, we'll make you that particular variety and we'll give you a percentage of the proceeds for the nonprofit. I thought, oh, win-win. And then they gave me free samples. So I'm going to drink that coffee because it's really, really good. The whole goal is, it's not just a YouTube clip that makes you a few pennies, or an Instagram or whatever, or a few shirts that you make $1 or $2 off of. It's whether or not we can get enough people to pay attention to this, to restore this. And that really is my goal, is how do we restore something? So it's restore, obviously, protect, which is not only the sea life down there, but also the mariners around here. We've been really lucky. We've actually helped save 3 different divers' lives out here, and over the last few years. And then preserve. Now, how do we get it so it's self-maintaining? And I think the only way to do that is basically what we're doing right now, sharing the message, educating people, and helping them understand that it's not me. Again, I joke, it's like I'm the chief custodian and janitor, but I'm also the one that really wants to get the world to understand that this is a rare thing that was done back a long time ago, and we typically don't do things like this anymore. We don't build big steel structures because we simply don't need to, and it's really worthwhile to save it. That's all we're trying to do.
Interesting that you say that. I was looking, you're on the wish list, you have like an AED, and I never would have put that together with, folks who may be out there and, 30 some miles off the coast and they need immediate medical attention. That's a great thing.
Scuba diver had a heart attack when you had to, get him out of here. We had the helicopter flew out here and grabbed him. So a big Coast Guard helicopter snatched him off. And he was okay. Next day, he was fine.
Wow. Amazing story. Well, Richard, I personally want to thank you for what you're doing. And you were talking about, Dan, about getting some storm chasers out there. We may have to pitch in on a helicopter ride and come out and at least have a meal with you or something.
I'd love to get you guys out for a weekend. And you know what? If you give us enough notice, we'll find a volunteer with a boat and just have you guys come out on that. How's that?
Hey, I am down for that. we are up for that. And again, Richard, how can we follow you? I told about your the Facebook page, but do you have Twitter or anything else that they can follow the work you're doing?
Yeah, we've got we're either Frying Pan Tower, I forget what it is, original or something. So we have an Instagram. It's easy to find us. You search for Frying Pan Tower. Clearly, there is also a in the middle of the woods a frying pan light tower, not a light tower, but a tree tower for observing for other things. You'll know it when it's us because we have water around us. So we have Twitter, we have YouTube, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, and I don't know what else.
Well, you're talking about
and our website.
Yeah, at the explore.com, which we got permission to air some of the footage during hurricanes.
Oh, good. Explore.org. They're good.
Yeah, explore.org. Yes. Yeah.
They're doing good things.
Definitely check that out.
That's awesome. Yeah. Good deal.
Well, Richard, we thank you for your time. And for those who are watching here on the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you next time here on the show.
Good evening and welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. We have a great panel for you tonight. We are going to be talking about the flood threat against your house, whether you live in a flood zone or not. We have some great material for you tonight that may have you rethink the next time you're looking at your policies. Joining us from Charlotte, Bill McGinty, consumer reporter at WCNC Charlotte. And in full disclosure, I work with him during the day, so I feel like I need to throw that out there as I will be interviewing him in a moment. From WPDE, we have Annette Montgomery, who's a reporter there, who's been doing some local reporting on this topic in their neck of the woods. And we're also joined by April O'Leary of Horry County Rising, and they are involved with this exact topic there along the South Carolina General Coast area. But we'll start more inland with Bill McGinty, who, Bill, just last week, you did a story that kind of tipped this whole thing off to us here at the Carolina Weather Group. So why don't I just have you, the reporter, tell us, in your words, a little bit about what you uncovered here in the Charlotte area.
Yeah. So one of my jobs here in Charlotte is the consumer investigative reporter, and so people email me. I run a franchise called Get McGinty, and if you have a problem, you email me. And so I got this email from this couple, and I actually got the email in the middle of the 4 o'clock news, and he said we're being flooded. Every time it rains, we get flooded. And it never used to happen. We can't figure out why. The city was working on the storm drain system. We're wondering if that maybe had something to do with it or not. So I replied back and said, just send me a couple of photos if you wouldn't mind. I'd like to see what you're talking about. He sent me back some photos. And when I looked at the photo, I said, I'll be out there first thing tomorrow morning. He showed me, he's got a townhouse, a 3-story townhouse, and the bottom floor of his finished townhouse was completely underwater, above the fireplace. I said, this is from a rainstorm? I mean, this looks like a river came up. He said, it comes up and then it goes away. And as long as the rainstorm lasts, his point was that if we get 3 inches of rain over 3 days, not a problem. But if we get 3 inches of rain in an hour, huge problem. So it's basically a flash flooding issue. And so one of the things we were able to do was get a hold of the city of Charlotte, which told him they'd look into this sometime about 2021, before they actually would drill down on this and figure out what the exact problem was. And they gave him, I don't want to say the runaround, but for lack of a better word, the answer wasn't good enough for him, which is why he reached out to me. I reached out to the city. I sent them some of his home video that he took, on his iPhone. I sent some of the pictures, and I said, this is unacceptable. He can't live like this. This is his home. And so within a week, they had some digging equipment out there, and what they found was a couple of blockages in those pipes. And so just before we came on, and I mean literally just before we came on, within the last half hour, I got a text from him. They got some rain here in Mecklenburg County tonight, and he said, so far so good, fingers crossed, we haven't flooded. So maybe the blockage was the issue, maybe not. It's going to take a couple of more rainfalls before we know for sure. So I'm crossing my fingers that maybe we have solved this issue. But the bigger issue is his homeowner's insurance isn't going to cover this because this was considered rising water. And I don't care whether you live next to a creek, you live near a drainage ditch, you live alongside a river. If you have water come up from anywhere and it comes into your home, that is considered a flood, and that is not covered by your typical homeowner's insurance policy. If in a hurricane, which I used to live in Florida, so if in a hurricane, the roof blows off the home and you get a ton of water in, okay, that's water damage, and that is not flood damage. Rising water is water that comes in through the doors, through the garage, things like that. And that is a federal policy that you have to have. That is a completely separate policy other than your homeowner's insurance policy. I don't think, a lot of people know that, and I don't think a lot of people understand the risk they have to their home through rising water. Most people say, I'm not in a floodplain, I don't have to worry about it. I've seen plenty of those people, and I've covered plenty of those stories where they stand there scratching their heads wondering, what am I going to do now? Because their homeowner's insurance says, sorry, this isn't covered.
Well, that's some good update, though. A little breaking news there, that at least today it didn't flood. And as we're recording this on Monday night, I'm looking over here at the Mecklenburg FIN system, the Flood Information and Notification System, and they had just shy of about an inch of rain there in Mecklenburg.
So let me set it up, James, if you wouldn't mind. Let me, I talked about the rising water coming into his home, and you'll see it if we show some pictures and video here. But
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
His townhome, if you can imagine this, runs this way, but the back of his town, the driveway runs down. And so you've got 4 townhomes, and the first one up at the street level is street level. But his is higher because the driveway slopes down in the back. And of course, because the driveway slopes down, you need a couple of grates down there that lead to rain runoff. And that's what was backing up. And it, of course, backs up to the lowest point, and the water came into his house. So I don't want to lead people to believe it came in from the street. It actually came in from the 2 grates that were in his driveway. But because he was down at the lowest point, water came up there.
And the grates are on private property, but are connected to city-owned drainage?
Yep. It's a stormwater drain. But think of what's out in your street. If you go out and you look at your street and you see those grates in the corners of the streets, that's a storm drain. And that's basically what he had, but flat in his driveway.
And people will probably know from looking at those, you'll sometimes see the little placard on them that says, do not drain liquid oil and such down into those, because they're connected to the streams and the creeks and the waterway.
100%.
Which in Mecklenburg County, as I think a lot of other places, but especially here in Mecklenburg County where we have the urban development, all of that infrastructure is needed for anyone who doesn't live here to drain off into our nearby creeks in order to keep that water flowing, ideally away from your house.
Ideally.
The gentleman you talked with, in terms of repayment, is the city offering anything in terms of mitigating this flood damage to his home?
Well, that's the next part of the story. Step number 1 was to get the flooding stopped and to get them out there and to dig into the ground and find out what was the problem. Was it a blockage? Was it pipes that were too big flowing into a pipe that was too small and it just couldn't handle it, backed it up? So step number 1 was getting the flooding stopped. But to answer your question, that's where the lawyers get involved, and that's where the city's legal department gets involved. And they're having conversations with him that right now I'm not privy to. But, in my experience, and I'm just cutting him out of it, but in my experience over 31 years, watching people wait for repayment from some kind of a government entity, I'd say it's about 50-50 as to whether you're made whole or not. Can the city be held liable for the first flood because they didn't know there was a blockage? Should they have known? It's what did you know and when did you know it? And so as soon as they were alerted to the fact that there was a problem, okay, now maybe they didn't act swift enough, and maybe there's a lawyer, his lawyer, that will make a compelling argument enough to say, hey, wait a minute, we alerted you that there's a problem. So that's where it gets sort of tricky, James, is that what are they really responsible for? The first flood or the following 7? And that's a good question. And, I'm looking forward to following it. I'm curious to see where it's going to go. But all of it could have been avoided in terms of waiting for the city to reimburse and whatnot if there'd been a flood policy.
It really struck me. When I first heard this story pitched, I thought, he must live along a river or a creek or a stream, and he doesn't.
Nope. Right in the middle of the city.
Bill, I want to come back to you in a few minutes because I know there's some more that you have to share, tips and tricks for folks wherever they live, things for them to consider on their homes. I want to bring in Scotty Powell, who's going to expand the scope and continue our conversation.
Yeah, thank you, James. Much like the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area, another metropolitan area that's really growing a lot of urban development is the Horry County area. That's Myrtle Beach, Conway, South Carolina. Tonight we have Annette Montgomery and April O'Leary with us. Annette, you cover this story a lot for WPDE. I came across some of your reports there. You guys see flooding maybe a little bit different than what Bill was talking about. Obviously, flash flooding, a big concern. But a big concern for you all in Horry County is when we see these heavy rain events occur. And this doesn't necessarily have to be tropical rains or tropical storm activity. This could just be heavy rain that's developed over North Carolina, anywhere between 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, and it kind of travels down the river system. Annette, you unfortunately have been covering these stories of folks who've been affected by also this water runoff and affecting many homes and many communities that are being flooded.
Yes, I actually know a lot of homeowners that are selling their homes just simply because of the flooding. I actually did a story last week with a woman who she moved into the house less than a year ago and wasn't told by the owners that it floods just from small rain events. And she said it's flooded so many times since she's been there that she wants to move closer to the beach, which is insane because where she lives is a lot further, but it seems like this community keeps seeing flood events. And the unfortunate thing, like Bill was saying, is that she doesn't have flood insurance. And she bought this home with inheritance money. So she says she really feels like she's at her wit's end. And the county's telling her that, to wait for this buyout program, but she knows she's not going to get 100% of the value of her home. So she says, she feels like she's going to lose a lot of money, but she doesn't have another option at this point. And I've covered so many stories with similar families. Just another man, he's selling his home. But the concern that people have is when their homes flood, it's sewage water, it's things like that that's also in the water. So they're just very concerned for their overall health and their safety. So that's another huge portion that people might not realize, that these people are very concerned for their health as well.
And Nat, correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't just one community. There's several communities throughout Horry County that's experiencing this. Seeing a lot of videos out of the Socastee area, places like that are really experiencing this. We just went through a primary. I know that was a big topic of discussion among the city council and county commissioners. What did they have to say about this as a lot of their constituents are facing this flooding threat, it seems, almost every month?
Yes. Just last week, I spoke with County Councilman Cam Crawford, and he tells me right now city leaders are looking into, and county leaders are looking into this relocation program, but they're waiting on money from HUD. So currently right now, it's a federal government concern that they're waiting on in terms of money to get to the county. But he said the only solution they're looking at right now is the relocation program, which buys out these homeowners. And a lot of them that I spoke with say that that's a huge concern for them because they don't want to be bought out, not at the market value of their homes. But that's the most immediate solution they're looking at right now.
I want to get to April in just a second, but as Bill was talking about, Charlotte, a big metropolitan area, a lot of construction, a lot of concrete, asphalt, things like that, not a lot of drainage. Horry County also experiencing kind of a big boom, a lot of folks, businesses, housing developments moving into that area. So is that playing a factor into this flooding as well?
Definitely development, and I know April's probably going to speak to this too, but definitely a huge, huge, huge concern for a lot of the people living here is that a lot of these homes and developments are being built on wetlands. And a lot of these people that are moving from these other areas to Horry County, just like the woman I spoke with, I think she was from New Jersey, they don't know about the flooding here and they don't know about the wetlands and how bad flooding happens just from rainfall. So a huge, huge, huge portion here and a huge thing that people focus on when they're speaking to these county councilmen is that, development cannot happen on wetlands. And that's something that happens quite frequently. I know I probably talked about what April's going to speak about, but yeah, that's a huge, huge, huge concern, development.
Well, April, I want to bring you in. You run Horry County Rising, and this is a nonprofit group. I want to say you're out in the field. I've been following your Facebook page. I've followed the pictures and the videos. You're actually out there with the folks who are being affected by this day in and day out with your rain boots on, high water, kayaking. I've seen a lot of things going on. Tell us about Horry County Rising and just kind of tell us some of the stories that you hear day to day.
Well, thank you so much. And thanks for not forgetting about families affected by flooding, especially to Bill helping to work with that family. That's a great model that I like to see. in the media moving forward. But yeah, I flooded in Hurricane Florence, and prior to that was working in clean water protections. And I decided that I really thought that I could make a difference around flood mitigation and making sure our communities are more sustainable. Kind of seeing the trends and seeing the historical trends, both leading to loss of life, but also an increase in damages. And so I quit my position and created Horry County Rising. We are a social welfare organization trying to work with this vulnerable population around flood mitigation, but also trying to propel the government to have a plan. We really believe that there's some good components of a good flood plan. And we're really frustrated and concerned at this point, given that this is such a significant hazard mitigation issue, but also a public health concern, that we really need to have a plan that kind of defines what our priority projects are, a timeline for how to fulfill those, a funding source, a responsible entity, and really trying to explore all of the options that we have available to help reduce that exposure and reduce the catastrophic damages caused by flooding. And so, yes, we actually flooded twice this year. We flooded in February, and we also flooded in the first week of June. The last flood event is a community that actually was just built within the last 15 years. So, we're essentially very concerned about future land use because we're seeing more and more homes flood. And we were really hoping that we purchase a product that can sustain a 30-year mortgage. And maybe even possibly sustain families and generations of families. And what we're seeing is we're not even getting halfway there to that 30-year mortgage, that these homes that were just constructed 15 years ago on the ICW continue to flood, continue to be rebuilt, resold to another unsuspecting homeowner. So we see these homeowners, particularly around the Atlantic Intercoastal Waterway, repeatedly flood in the 4 or 5 times in the last 5 years. But we also are impacted by these significant riverine floods as well. So that's, events like Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence, where we saw historical river crests. Hurricane Matthew broke Hurricane Florence's record level by 3.21 feet. It was the largest, most historical flooding event to hit this area. We've been fortunate. We haven't had too many storm surge impacts as of late, but we certainly do see concerns with flash flooding, much like you talked about earlier, Bill, where our infrastructure is aging. It was based on this assumption that we would have consistent historical rainfall trends, and naturally these really significant events, these high peak rainfall events, contribute to those flash flooding impacts, and we see damages as a result of that as well.
April, obviously not mention any of the families that you work with, but just some of their stories. Can you tell us a few of those? I mean, I don't live near the coast, and I know coastal areas always hurricane threats there. We experience flooding up here in Western North Carolina, but we don't experience it like you guys do. I mean, it's just a constant, like you said, already 2 times this year, not counting all the previous years. What's their stories like? What are they telling you? I mean, I know you're the advocate for them, that you're going out and trying to spread the word. So what do you hear from these families?
The first initial response, I think, to any kind of catastrophic flood event is, how do I control this water? But, we're really trying to focus and shift that perspective and really kind of explain that this isn't a water issue. So to speak. Yes, we're seeing high peak rainfall events, more flooding, obviously as a result of rainfall events being more frequent and more intense. But, this is a people problem. It's just a flood if there's no capital investment in that area. We won't see catastrophic damages. So it's really about understanding what your exposure is and understanding what your risk is, and doing all you can to mitigate that risk and reduce that risk. Annette touched on it. A lot of families, we have about 80 families that are interested in that flood mitigation buyout project that should be available. But we're competing with 10 other counties, and there's only 35 million. So we're going to have a serious unmet housing crisis in the middle of a huge growth and population boom. So a lot of this is just really smart future land use. I also think we're a particularly vulnerable county, so we're among the top 5 hazardous counties. We should probably exceed those federal standards and those regulations, given that we're particularly vulnerable to flooding. We have a 100% probability of flooding if we get a hurricane, as indicated just with a tropical storm that we recently had. So, these families are particularly very vulnerable. We see a lot of financial stress. They lose their financial viability. So families that are typically getting ready to retire, or maybe just bought their last forever home and in retirement, that are on fixed incomes, are flooding. They just bought their homes again, within 15 years, and, they're being impacted every year at this point. So there's a lot of real concern about that vulnerability and, how that really decreases a family's financial viability, and there's very few options. Obviously, protecting yourself and buying flood insurance is critical. You can flood from a tree or a beaver or a stormwater issue, or, Eastern Carolina getting 8 inches of rain. So, at this point, it's really crucial that we do all we can to educate the community about these issues, but also work with our elected leaders and our government to really take this very seriously and, do real common sense approach, like have a plan.
Annette, one more question for you. You had an article or a news story out last week, June the 15th. Some flooded homeowners in the Socastee area actually planned a protest to make their voices being heard to officials. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So I spoke with one of the women who helped organize the protest, and what she basically told me is these homeowners, like April knows, they're just tired of flooding and tired of, elected officials telling them that they're doing studies, and nothing is being done. So they said, they're doing this to make their voices heard. And I know April could probably speak to that as well. A lot of them they just said this is their last resort. They feel like they've spoken to county council members, they've spoken to elected officials, and they just feel like enough is enough. So they said they're going to bring out some of their flooded items and have them laid out for people to see. And this is just to have officials really see how these people are being affected and what it's doing to them emotionally and physically, their stuff. So it's July 6th at 8 a.m. in front of the Horry County Courthouse, in case anyone wants to go. But yeah, I'm glad that, they're doing this. I think it's important.
Scotty, I think that we would be remiss if Jared and I didn't also hop into this conversation and talk about Charleston. I can see it. I can see Jared cracking a smile every time you guys mention street flooding, because living in downtown Charleston, this is also an issue that we face regularly, at least once every couple of months. And it just like I said, it's a combination of water table issues, salt water getting into the pipes, as well as just freshwater flooding. So it's kind of a combination of everything, and blockages and sewers, and just it's a mess. But there's a real social problem where if you drive around downtown, you'll notice a distinct difference between higher and lower income portions of the area. A lot of the higher income areas in these homes, they're well off the ground. They're at least 5 feet above street level. Versus if you go to the lower income areas, a lot of these homes are literally sitting at street level. And both areas typically flood in heavy rain events. But unfortunately, one area sees significantly more damage than the other, just because of the way that the infrastructure is in that portion of downtown. So everyone has a plan. When the heavy rain starts, people start coming out and laying out sandbags. And that shouldn't have to be where we go to every time we have a thunderstorm, but unfortunately it is. It's a very serious problem. And Jared, you've had a little bit more experience in Charleston, and you certainly run the weather page that deals with all of the reports. So I'll let you jump in here as well.
Yeah, I mean, for historical reference, I used to live on Evans Street a lifetime ago, and I know that sewage water well. I know wading through that. I know losing a car to it almost, and so I mean, there's real property damage that happens, and you know, and much as what you all are seeing in Horry County, we're seeing the same thing in Charleston. We have people building on wetlands. We have people, you know, building in places where they shouldn't be, and now we have new flood hotspots coming up. You know, meeting in Hugie Street used to never flood. Used to be it was a clean getaway. That was an escape route from downtown when many other arteries were closed. And now it's got the same problems. You're building right at the base of the Ravenel Bridge there, and now it floods. And that's just within the last year kind of thing. And it gets up 6.7, 6.8 feet, and it, you know, floods all around the low income housing right around the Citadel. And it's just like, and this happens. There's, you know, no advisories, nothing like that, you know, and, you know, you get a coastal flood statement at 6.8 feet because it doesn't affect a large enough area, but it affects those people. And so, you know, we've got, you know, Evan is dead on when he said we have an inequality issue when it comes to this. And suffice to say, you know, these problems that you're seeing there are endemic up and down the coast. You have, you know, and you know, you can't help but wonder, you know, there's been scuttlebutt in Charleston about them just not insuring these places anymore. Mm-hmm. and that is when you're going to finally start to see some change, because when they won't insure them anymore, then you'll start, you know, then people will be rethinking their views. But yeah, no, I mean, we've got a major issue. It's just a tide, just a thunderstorm. We had a thunderstorm about a month or so ago. We had a thunderstorm set up just off the coast. Sold out a little bit. Had a water spout with it. But the problem is, on the north side of that storm, the rainfall rates have become so enhanced. It rained 5 inches in an hour. Wow. We're seeing more and more of those kinds of events. The Army Corps of Engineers is studying a seawall. They're gonna build a wall in the battery, make the floodwaters pay for it. I guess, I don't know. But you know, but. And it's like, okay, well, that's all well and good, but that's not going to solve the problem, as Evan said, of the water coming up through the drains. And then you have the water coming up through the drains, so we have these things called check valves. And when the tide hits a certain height, check valve kind of clutches and fills the drain, and then no water comes in. But what if it rains on top of it? Then that has nowhere to go. So when you're trying to fight the laws of physics, generally speaking, it's not going to go well for you. And we're learning some very expensive lessons in Charleston right now. I mean, they're pumping millions and millions and millions of dollars into this, but, you know, sea level keeps going up. We keep getting these heavy rain events. I mean, you know, us, you know, Charleston, Beaufort, you know, those areas, Horry County, Myrtle Beach area, all the way up, you know, Wilmington, we've got problems. I mean, we've got big, big problems.
I don't know if people who listen to this show on a regular basis are thinking, I haven't heard Jared that much in like a year. Jared is really passionate about this, and some great points there, Jared. And but that's what I was. I don't know, Jared, if in the years we've been doing this show, I've ever seen you that fired up.
I love it.
You know, it's a big problem, and it's a big problem. It's just one of those things. It's just so self-inflicted, and it just keeps happening. It's like, that's not cool, man. That's not cool. I'll shut up now.
April, in this cycle of proposing, planning, and building, and we loop around again, in your experience, where do we start the problem solving? At what point in this cyclical wheel?
Your backyard, right? So you want to have a backyard perspective. You want to pay attention to your county planning commission. You want to review future land use projects. You want to educate yourself about the special flood hazard areas. You want to make sure you speak up, you know, whatever district you live in, and work with your elected official and let them know your concerns about whether that project will increase flood risk or exposure. And I think, you know, making sure you take advantage of public input opportunities at a council level. And then I also think, you know, there's so much value in coming together. Like Horry County Rising really takes care of our own. and we provide a forum, but also a support network. So we're all learning from each other, and I think there's just something so powerful about that, because every day we're growing and growing, and we're learning more and more. And we took it from just 80 people to 25,000 in 1 year. So I'm really optimistic. I have a lot of hope. And I think it's really important that when you're in this line of work, that you can remain hopeful and be optimistic. But I think it's really important to look at this from a vulnerability perspective, and really make sure that we critically look at some of those socioeconomic vulnerabilities, and make sure that whatever decisions that we make, that they are benefiting our socioeconomic factors and communities. So, that piece is really.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Obviously, trying to overcome those deficits. There's not enough money. We're always going to have more need than we do funding and resources. So partnerships and engaging with other stakeholders like all of you is really critical, and being engaged is critical.
Bill, I want to bring you back into the conversation because at the start of our program tonight, you were telling us about a gentleman here in Mecklenburg County who fell victim to urban flash flooding. You know that I recently bought a house, and when we bought our house, I looked at it's atop a hill, and water should flow away. But tell me, Bill, what other things as a homeowner do I and all of the other homeowners out there need to be considering to put ourselves in the best position we possibly can?
All right. First of all, let me apologize for my lighting because it got dark on me. I'm outside.
I'm just glad you're enjoying the beautiful Carolina weather.
Yeah, I'm not telling ghost stories, although it may look like it. But okay, so I don't care where you are. You should entertain the idea of a flood policy. They are not that expensive, and I will tell you, it's the first thing people tend to cut out of their budget. Now, I'm going to circle back around to something I think what Scotty said before about when are they just not going to insure? Well, you know what? People need mortgages to buy some of these places, and so if insurance won't insure it, then you can't buy it. And so I think he raised a very good point there. That when insurance gets tired of paying for these bailouts and gets tired of, we used to say the same thing. When are these people along the beach going to quit building homes along the beach? When we know this area gets hit by hurricanes all the time. Well, they're going to keep rebuilding as long as insurance pays for them to rebuild. And so it's sort of the same problem here. I lived in Tampa. I lived in flood zone 3, so I lived at the very top of Tampa Bay, literally the bay. And so I was in flood zone 3, which meant A, B, C, so C. I was not going to flood. It had to get like 2 miles inland. But a Category 4 hurricane would push that water inland, no problem. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to be proactive. I was young. I had flood insurance. But as soon as our firstborn came along, I thought, all right, I got to slash the budget. What's going to go? And it was my $200 a year flood policy that went. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to need it. And as it turns out, I didn't need it, but I rolled the dice. And now that I'm older and wiser, I would tell people that even if your real estate agent who's trying to sell you something, or the buyer who is trying to sell you something tells you you don't need a flood policy, don't listen to them. You make that decision as to whether or not you need a flood policy. I've got a creek nearby here where I just bought this house a few months ago. I don't think it's anywhere near anything I need to worry about, but I'm going to get a flood policy. It's just good protection. I think as long as people want to live near the water, and Charleston is a beautiful area, you know what? People are going to continue to build near the water because it's tax revenue. It's a lot of money for the county and for the city. And so to put up those opulent properties and then sell them for mega bucks, you bet. They're not going to be around when the floods come up, but they're going to have their hand out when they want the tax revenue. So I think as long as people are willing to buy those properties and live in those areas, even with the risk, they're going to continue to do it. It's not anything that's going to go away anytime soon. The only thing you can do to mitigate this for yourself is to buy a federal flood insurance policy, and it's under $200 a year. It's now if you live right on the coast, it might be more, but I'm talking for myself here in Mecklenburg County. It's somewhere between one and $200. The other thing that April and I think both of you mentioned is that these homeowners that are selling these properties to people knowing that they flood, not disclosing that. I mean, that's a legal issue right there. Now, if your home's flooded, what am I going to do? Fix my house, or am I going to file a lawsuit against the former owner? It comes down to how much resources do you have? How much money do you have in the bank, and where do you want to put those resources? A lot of people would just choose to fix the home and then get out of it again. But you just really can't rely on. You should be able to, the seller and the real estate agents involved, but you have to protect yourself. And the only way, again, going back to, is a flood insurance policy.
Are there different tiers or different versions of this flood insurance that different people should be considering?
Yeah, I'm not in the insurance business, so I won't pretend like I am. But having looked at a lot of insurance policies over the years, just through the eyes of a consumer reporter, yes, there are. If you live along the coast, you're going to pay a higher premium to live there, and a lot of people are willing to do that. But if you live inland, if you live just anywhere near a creek or a river, and I'm not saying so that you have riverfront property, but if you live anywhere near it, and I think it's reasonable to ask, what's the 500-year flood plan? Most people don't think, 500 years, that'll never happen. Well, look what's happened in the last few years.
Yeah. And I know here in Mecklenburg, and I can't speak for Horry County or any other municipality in the Carolinas because I think it varies. There are maps out there that hopefully you can get your hands on. You can here in Mecklenburg. You can go on to, I want to say county, could have been city.
Yeah, yep.
And
your
you
county
can see.
And city government. Yep. They'll make it all available to you, and you have to then take the ball and put it in your court and decide whether or not you want to spend a couple $100 a year for a flood policy. And it is worth it. It is worth it. And I'm going to be getting one here. We just moved in here a few months ago, and we're coming into the rainy season now. It is definitely something that is worthwhile.
I know when we bought our house, I looked at that map, and we were clear of the 500-year flood plain for the nearby creek. But I think after tonight's conversation, I'm going to take another look at that because it's not out of the question. And the thing that is striking to me that is timely to this conversation, just in the past few days during their regular coronavirus briefing, you had North Carolina state officials coming out and reminding folks that they can still sign up for hurricane relief programs. Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence. These storms are over 2 years ago, and folks are still needing help to clean up. I don't have to tell you that if you're watching or listening to the show and you're in that position, but I will say it's easy for me here in Charlotte to forget that there are still communities trying to clean up from those storms, those floods, more than 2 years ago.
Yeah, Jane, let me throw one more point and a lot of people think that, you know what, I'll just wait till I see a storm coming and then I'll get the policy. But a lot of these policies have exclusions, and sometimes they won't write 30 days before a storm. Now, nobody knows 30 days out when there's going to be a storm, but it isn't something that you should sit on your hands. If you're even thinking about it, you shouldn't wait, because a lot of insurance companies will not write policies the minute your area goes into a hurricane watch or a hurricane warning. Or even a flood watch or a flood warning, or if rain's expected heavy and the meteorologist is saying, hey, I think there might be, look for a flood watch. The insurance companies are going to use whatever they can to not pay you, down the road if they can. That's how they make money. That's their business model. They don't really want to pay out. And so you can't sit on your hands and wait for the radar to start spinning counterclockwise before you decide you want to do something. At that point, it's too late. You just got to hope for the best.
It reminds me of life insurance. We got life insurance after my son was born, and I think it had at least a 14-day, if not a 30-day kind of waiting period.
Yep.
I want to give each one of you a chance to tell us where we can find you or your organization on social so we can stay informed. But I also want to ask if there's anything else that maybe we forgot to ask or we didn't ask that you wanted to get out there. And I'll start with Bill on both of those points. Bill, how can we follow you on social and get updates on this and other stories like
it? The best way to follow me on social is I have a Facebook page that is station branded WCNC Bill McGinty. I put consumer stories on there. and consumer advice from time to time. I'm not super active on social, but I should be. James, I see you grinning there.
He will be. Don't worry.
Right. But you can also find, my consumer reports on WCNC.com. I just made up for it right there, James. WCNC.com and our WCNC Facebook page. They take a lot of the content as well. But I just think that it's better to tell your friends and family members if they live anywhere near a body of water that they at least investigate a flood policy. You might be surprised how cheap it is, and it's one of those things. It's like life insurance. You don't. And I had a family member that needed the life insurance after signing up for it, and you know what? It made all the difference in the world in terms of childcare and things like that going forward. So, I know we hate paying those premiums, but boy, I'll tell you, when you see rising water coming up, you're going to be darn glad you did.
And I think those are some good takeaways, Bill, because I hadn't thought about that waiting period for the flood insurance. And we are just into the start of hurricane season with 4 tropical cyclones thus far here in the Atlantic Basin. Annette, how can we follow you?
You can follow me on Twitter at AnnetteMTV and then Facebook at Annette Montgomery WPDE. And like Bill said, I'm going to brand my station, WPD.com. You can find my stories there as well.
Okay. Hey, you got to plug them, right? You got
making a lot of bosses happy.
That's right.
April?
We have a Facebook group called Horry County Rising. Our website is horrycountyrising.com. And the only thing I just wanted to add was I just wanted to thank you all for doing this today because, these families, your home is supposed to be your sanctuary and where you feel safe. And these families lose that after you flood. And so I think the more we can keep having this conversation, the better. So thank you so much.
And we appreciate you all and your time tonight and your expertise in joining us here on the Carolina Weather Group. And we'll remind folks at home that if you're dealing with an issue or have something on your mind that's weather related, you can always hit us up here at the Carolina Weather Group. Or if you're in any one of these areas and you need to get McGinty or Annette, we need to come up with, do you have a franchisee name yet? We need to come up with one. If you need to get Annette, you can do that as well too, to have them help you out in some of these situations. So on behalf of the Carolina Weather Group with Jared in Charleston and Evan physically sitting in Asheville, but with Charleston in his heart, and Scotty Powell in the mountains, I'm James Brierton. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you back here next week for another edition of the Carolina Weather Group. And good evening from Charlotte. I'm James Brierton. It is Wednesday, November the 18th, 2020, and thanks for joining us for an all-new edition of the Carolina Weather Group. Now, this week on the Carolina Weather Group, we are dusting off a tape that has been sitting on our shelf for a little time now. We want to explain why. We're going to be talking about fire safety here in the Carolinas, and in March, we talked to the North Carolina Wildfire Service, Forest Service, and they gave us some great information about trying to keep your home safe, keep yourself safe, and trying to keep our beautiful scenery here in the Carolinas safe. No sooner did we tape this episode last March, well, as you might recall, the pandemic really increased and a lot changed, and we ended up covering several coronavirus-related shows here on the Carolina Weather Group before conditions really became so wet that we haven't talked about wildfires since early in the spring. We had lots of moisture from the tropical season. We had severe weather roll on through with lots of thunderstorms, all conditions that kept things very moist outside and really kind of kept the fire risk to a minimum. Well, it's now cooler outside, it's windy, we have lots of abundant dry leaves on the ground, and thus we're entering a little bit of a fall fire season here in the Carolinas, so we thought it was an appropriate time to go back and visit that episode, and we wanted to give you that premise and our appreciation for our guests who have been waiting for a little while to share all of this great insight with you. That's coming away in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We thank you for joining us tonight. Tonight we're talking about wildfire and how wildfires and weather kind of go hand in hand. And so tonight we have with us Justin Query from Granite Falls, North Carolina. He is in charge of Western North Carolina and the wildfire mitigation program. And we also have with us Hannah Thompson Welch. She's located in Kinston, North Carolina, and she manages Eastern North Carolina and the wildfire mitigation program there. So Hannah, Justin, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate that. I know our first question to a lot of folks who are first time on this program has to deal with weather and how they got interested in weather. And I know weather is a part of your job, but how did you guys get involved in the Forest Service? What really inspired you to want to do this? Hannah, I'll start off with you. Kind of give us a little bit backstory about you and then how you got involved with the North Carolina Forest Service.
Okay, I was one of those kids who liked to romp through the woods and stay on the heels of my father, so trying to keep up with him through the woods, I guess that's what got me into forestry to begin with. But I was a sports medicine major originally and helped some guys out in the dorm with their homework in forestry, and then got bit by the forestry bug. So I worked for Kentucky Division of Forestry for a couple of years and then came to North Carolina, and I've been here 16 and a half years so far.
And Justin, how about you? How did you get caught up in the Forest Service?
Yeah, it's somewhat similar to Hannah. You know, it was a lot of outdoorsy type things with my dad growing up. But then when I got to high school, we had a FFA department there, and they did a lot of stuff with forestry throughout that. And, you know, I realized it was something I really enjoyed and decided to go to school for it and pursue a career in it. And just like Hannah, me and her, we started right about the same time. I'm sitting about 16 and a half years myself now.
Very cool. Those are great stories. So now kind of transitioning into the main topic of tonight, which is obviously wildfires. Justin, I guess we'll kind of start with you. Is the spring fire season the only fire season of the year, or is there another one later in the year as well?
No, we'll typically have another one in the fall of the year, usually right around leaf fall. We'll have a lot of fresh leaves on the ground, ripe for ignition.
Right, yeah, I can see how that would be an issue. Speaking of ignition, how do some of these fires get started, Hannah?
So in North Carolina, we have around 98% of our fires are caused by humans.
That is terrifying.
Well, it's only 2% are caused by lightning, and that's different in a lot of other parts of the country. But here, with our wildland-urban interface, we have a lot of population, so we have a lot of human-caused fires. And some of those are debris burning is our major cause, around 38%, and then incendiary is about 20%, miscellaneous 14%, and then it goes all the way down to camping at 1%. So it's a variety of human causes, but our main one is debris burning.
And to sort of piggyback on that, to Evan's question, a lot of folks here, we see prescribed burning a lot in our forests. And a lot of folks are always asking, hey, is that fire out of control? Sometimes it can really set up where you get pyrocumulus clouds building over the top of it and just looks like a really ominous situation. So I got to ask, are any prescribed burns responsible for some of these out of control fires, or is that really monitored heavily and that's almost a 0% risk?
Okay, well, I'll take that one then.
I was thinking about it for a moment.
Yeah, we'll go with you first. Sorry, my fault.
So I guess the question is, does a prescribed fire ever turn into a wildfire? Is that the long and short of it? Yes, it has happened before. And will it happen again? Yes, it probably will. We do our best to plan for that not to happen. But, you know, when you're dealing with something like fire and something as with weather, and, you know, it can be an unpredictable thing. As much as we like to think we can predict it, you can have a wind shift that you didn't see coming. You can have, you know, a whole host of different things. You know, relative humidities will drop out lower than what you thought they were going to be. And, you know, experience some more extreme fire behavior than what you were thinking you would have that day.
Justin, just quick piggyback off of that. You're kind of talking about the weather variabilities. When you find yourself on some of these larger wildfires like we experienced in Western North Carolina back a couple of years ago, and they grow so large, and you guys actually have like a command post, and you have Forest Service and firefighters. Do you guys ever get like meteorologists that on like site to help you out with like you talked about humidity or wind shifts or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get an incident meteorologist on most of our larger incidents, and then we'll also get some fire behavior analysis guys out there that will help to take those weather parameters, and they'll actually try to turn that into what will the fire actually do, with the weather parameters that they're given. So yeah, we'll get incident meteorologists out there on our fires, or larger ones.
Another piggyback where Evan was talking about causes. Something that comes to mind, which I don't think so. Evan, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you follow Western North Carolina as much as I do. The flash drought that we had back last fall, where we had, I think, the whole month of September, we were very dry into October. I was actually looking at some of my forecast graphics earlier today and noticed that we had high temperatures in the first week of October, still in the 80s and 90s. What was that like? How, flash droughts happen. Well, a long-term drought, you can kind of predict, we have a chance of seeing fires, but these flash droughts that are caused by the lack of precipitation, really high heat, and everything's kind of starting to die off from summer into the fall season. You guys, I guess, assuming when this happens, Hannah, you and Justin, you guys are watching this, and everybody really has to be on guard for something that could quickly happen.
Yeah, and we put a lot of resources into place. There was a lot of pre-planning efforts that went into the flash drought situation from last year. So we were ready to move in the case that we had a larger fire occurrence event where we had a bunch of new ignitions. And so there were plans in place to aggressively hit those where they were, and even calling in out-of-region resources for that.
Very good. So I'm sort of, going to ride along with this, Scotty, because I know one of our topics is going to be how does weather play into these fires? And we talked about wind earlier, right? We talked about the lack of rain, we talked about droughts. You mentioned something earlier, Hannah, about winds. And sort of, we saw what happened in Western North Carolina a few years back. We saw what happened in Gatlinburg. And we saw what happened ahead of the cold front where convergent winds drove that fire. What sort of factors are you looking for severe type events to occur, severe outbreaks, or these fires are spread very quickly? In other words, how is weather playing into everything that you're doing?
Well, weather is a huge part of what we do every day. So you almost become an amateur meteorologist when you join the Forest Service, not even by choice. It just happens.
Sure. So you're looking at all the models like us too, right?
Yeah, we are. We're looking at similar products, predictive services, long-range planning, long-range forecasting, a bunch of different data sets that we look at. And we even have a portal that's available to anyone that wants to look at it with a lot of climate data that's in there.
Very good. And Justin, are you guys working with the National Weather Service offices in the local areas, or if it's divided down the region, you go to two different offices, but you're working closely with them, correct?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of these offices, we have direct numbers where we can call them. One of the products we always love to get from them is a spot weather forecast, where we can really pinpoint. I want to know what the weather's going to be at this exact location. So yeah, we're in very frequent contact with our National Weather Service.
And so I'm gonna kind of switch this because we're starting to talk about territory, right? And we're looking at mountainous areas versus coastal plains. So like, what would be differences between a fire in the mountains in Western North Carolina and a fire in Eastern North Carolina?
So whenever we're dealing with fires in the western part of North Carolina or the mountains, the biggest difference there is we have a lot of terrain to deal with. Whenever you have a wildfire on a steep slope, it's going to burn typically a lot faster going upslope. The other issue that we run into is the equipment that we can use in some of these terrains. You can't put a bulldozer on a 50 or 60% slope. You can, it's just very, very tricky. So most of the firefighting that we do in that type of terrain is a lot of manpower with hand tools. So the actual vegetation that we have, there is a difference there. So luckily the vegetation doesn't burn quite as severely as it does in the east. And I would say Hannah will probably cover some of that. She talks about the eastern fires. I was just going to mention, we've referred back to 2016 several times, and yeah, we definitely had a major fire problem that fall. I believe we burned somewhere around 62,000 acres just within a 2-month period. So yeah, it was a real problem in Western North Carolina that during that fall.
Yeah, and in eastern North Carolina, while we don't have to deal with mountainous terrain, we do have to deal with a lot of challenges all in flat country or in rolling hill country. Our fuels are more volatile and they burn with greater intensity, but we can use heavy equipment such as tractor plows, which is a bulldozer with a fire plow behind it. And though that equipment's used more easily in most cases, unless the soil is not it can't support the weight of the equipment. So we use that equipment to break through organic soil or organic matter down to bare mineral soil is what we're using that for. So in many cases, some of these fires down east will smolder across the surface of the ground until it burns deep enough in organic soil.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public, stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Then we have fires that go on for a long period of time, sometimes months. And with that, we have a lot of smoke impacts as well. So we get a lot of people who are concerned during those types of fires that we have. And some of those exist in what's called a pocosin, which translates to swamp on a hill or a shrub bog, it's also known as. So those are wetlands with deep, acidic, sandy peat soils, and they have like an accumulation of organic material that it'll resemble muck, black muck underneath the crust of the surface. So, and that builds up over years and years and years. But those are fire-adapted ecosystems, and in the East, we are used to having to deal with that type of an ecosystem.
I remember the fires. I'm trying to remember what year it was, where southeastern North Carolina, near the coast, and northern Myrtle Beach and the Grand Strand areas, they had a serious breakout up there. And smoke, we're going right into our next topic, which is going to be smoke management. Visibility factors, travel, the dangers of being on the road near these things and not knowing where the fire actually is and not being able to see. I mean, we've seen that out west in California. We're here. What are your challenges with smoke management? How do you get the word out to folks?
We use a lot of tools in the toolbox to get the word out. We always have public information officers on any fires that we have, and then we have public information officers with our agency, and we're constantly working to try to get the word out to the general public and any of our shareholders or stakeholders, cooperators that we need to advise on those types of issues. But it takes a broad toolbox full of tools to get the word out. So we use social media, we use email, we use all the traditional methods through news releases, and then we invite the news media out to some of our fires so they can get the word out for us as well.
One thing that I know you guys look at, and actually I'm going to share my screen here for those folks who are watching, is you guys look at all kinds of parameters. And I know we were talking a little bit about that. You have a lot of tools in the toolbox. One thing, since the wildfires here in Western North Carolina a couple of years back, I've got a tab now on my laptop that has labeled fire weather, meteorology, and kind of look at some of this stuff. So if you guys don't mind, we don't have to go through everything, but as we tie in like weather to you guys, what all indexes and things are you guys looking at? I know we have the KVDI index. You guys look at kind of like the initiation point. You're looking for fuels, fine fuels. Kind of talk to us a little bit about that and what you guys really look at day to day for the potential for wildfires.
Yeah, that's So our fire weather intelligence portal. This has been a great tool for us as fire managers. In the prescribed burn realm, but also for the wildfire realm here too. Because a lot of times when we're looking at wildfire, we're not just looking at one specific area or just one county. A lot of times we're looking at like an 8-county district or possibly a 30-county region or the whole state. So we may need to look at different indices crossing over the state. So some of your more obvious ones, temperature, relative humidity, wind speed and direction, precipitation over the past 24 hours. We like to look at some of that stuff, but some of the other things that we really like to look at are, let's say, the Keach Byram Drought Index. That's one that can tell us, just how dry it actually is out there. The lower the number, the wetter it is. As we start going up closer, 500, that means we're starting to get into a pretty severe or significant drought situation. Some of our other parameters that we look at, you mentioned ignition component. That is one, pretty much tells us how easily a fire is going to ignite. Some of the other ones we're looking at, the energy release component right there. That's one that just tells us how intense that fire is going to burn. So there's a lot of different indices in there, and all of them are relative. It just it's just another tool in our toolbox, as Hannah mentioned earlier. Just different things we can look at that will help us as fire managers to determine how that fire will burn on any given day.
And how are these values come up with? Like, is there like tools that you guys have that you go out and sample the soil? How do these values come up there? I mean, right. What all goes into that?
So you'll notice they're kind of placed oddly across the state. There's actually a small weather station at each of those that are taken. We actually have small fuel sticks out there, and that takes some of our fuel moistures, and then a lot of your typical weather readings such as temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, precipitation. It also takes in solar radiation. Trying to think if there was anything else that I'm missing on those. But those are called remote automated weather stations.
And another thing, Hannah, I'll bring you into this. This is another thing that I'll look at is the national, the NICC. It kind of gives you a seasonal outlook for wildfire.
These outlooks are constantly in our minds. We do an annual refresher training every year, and at that meeting we go over these for the upcoming season, and that's getting us ready for the spring fire season, leading up to our work capacity test that we take annually so we can travel and help other like western states whenever they are having large fires as well. So we look at these and we brief on these throughout the months, even into the summer and into the fall. So we are looking at this way ahead of time. And as soon as this information is released, a lot of times you'll see it floating around social media pages and other things. So it's a hot topic of conversation for any wildland firefighter.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe as we went into last fall of 2019, it was above average for the Southeast just because of the flash drought. I believe that's what I remember seeing. So another agency in the weather community that does some fire forecasting, Justin, is the Storm Prediction Center, where they issue fire forecasts. Do you guys, maybe the Forest office in North Carolina, maybe in Raleigh, do you guys coordinate with them, or how do you guys get those outlooks, or how does that work?
I'll be honest with you. Whenever you sent me, we had talked about that earlier. I think that may have been yesterday.
Yes.
That was the first time that I had dealt with that. I don't know if Hannah has worked with that particular tool, but I played around with it a little bit, and it seems like that's definitely another tool that I'm putting into my toolbox. So, Hannah, I don't know if you had seen that before or not.
I have not.
Well, I'm glad we were able to help you guys out.
Yeah.
For those who may be watching or listening to the podcast, we've had on Randy Bauer from National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma, who is also in with the Storm Prediction Center. And they issue these fire weather outlooks for the day of and then 3 to 8 days. It's kind of like the severe weather outlooks, Evan and Shay, that we see on a daily basis, but they kind of highlight areas that they're concerned about for the potential of some increased fire danger. And Shay, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not mistaken, we kind of saw this last year in eastern North Carolina, northeast South Carolina, where dry lightning was highlighted for portions of the area.
No, that's exactly right. They've even done it a little bit out in the Midwest as well during some of the drier seasons and where positive strikes might be forecast. Anything of heat values where drought conditions, severe drought conditions are existing. And, it it seemed like it was maybe a little controversial, but at the same time, they're trying to incorporate more into their risk factor for severe weather to be a threat, even more of a threat on any level. So they're working with the forestry department and others as well, from what I understand. I'd like to learn more about that this year because it is kind of new with them. So yeah, I think to me, it's a good effort on their part.
Definitely. So, Justin, Hannah, one reason that we wanted to invite you guys on tonight is the North Carolina Forest Service is really putting a big campaign out about being ready and prepared for fires. But one thing I wanted to talk about before we do that was the idea of prescribed burning and how that kind of helps you guys get ready for the wildfire season. So could you briefly kind of talk about the purpose of prescribed burnings, and then we can kind of go into the wildfire mitigation, what you need to do as we get into the fire weather season?
I'll go ahead and grab that one. So our prescribed burns, we're going to do those anytime that we have a forest stand out here that we want to reduce the hazard in. If you don't have a fire in there, the leaf litter, the pine litter just continues falling to the ground year after year after year, and it accumulates more and more and more. So the more it accumulates, the more of a hazard you have. Whenever you do have a wildfire come through, it's going to have a pretty extreme danger there. So what we do is we'll come through and we'll actually burn the understory and reduce that wildfire hazard. But we'll do it under controlled conditions, or we'll make a pretty strict prescription as far as the weather goes, and follow that to a T in order to hopefully control that prescribed burn like we were talking about earlier.
And so, Justin, one thing that you guys are doing with that prescribed burning, trying to prevent these wildfires, but if we do see some coming, how can folks prepare for these? I know Shay alluded to Gatlinburg earlier, and we kind of have seen some of the scary videos out of California, the fires that were out there, and how these people are kind of just grabbing what they can and getting out before all heck breaks loose. What can folks do now while things are kind of wet, like we were talking about? It's pretty wet outside, but as we could possibly enter a dry part of any time of this upcoming year, how can folks get ready around the house to get prepared for the possibility of these wildfires?
But the first step for most homeowners is you need to realize what your risk is. And so we always recommend that folks actually do an assessment of their own home, or possibly have their neighbor do an assessment of their home. And if they will go to resistwildfirenc.org, that is a webpage that we run, and we actually have some links to a home assessment sheet on there. But some different things that are just really quick and easy that any homeowner can do. The biggest one we see is keeping your roof and your gutters clean. You wouldn't believe how many homes I go out to and I'll take a look around and the gutters will just be simply packed full of leaves and debris. The fact is, when a wildfire comes through, it will simply pelt the home with embers, just thousands upon thousands of embers. And it just takes one ember landing in that gutter or on that roof, in the eave of that roof where the debris has piled up, and it could easily ignite and start a wildfire there. Ignite that home. And the last place that you want to have a fire is on the roof of your house. So that's one, really quick and easy mitigation strategy that folks can do.
We definitely want to ask, what's the best way to see what you're reporting out? I know you mentioned wildfire.northcarolina.org. Are there any other social media sites or websites that we could go to view your material and what you're reporting out on?
Yeah, the biggest one that we recommend right now is the one that we're on is going to resistwildfirenc.org. You can also go to firewise.org. That is run by NFPA. That's another great resource for homeowners to take a look at. I think that's the only two that's coming to mind right off the top of my head. Hannah, do you have any others that you can think of?
You have a Twitter account or Facebook page or anything?
Yeah, we do. The North Carolina Forest Service does have a Facebook page, and I think we do have a Twitter, but I'm not active on that one. So I know we do periodically post stuff for mitigation strategies on there.
Justin, it was a pleasure having you on. Anything else you or Hannah would like to cover kind of before we close out the program?
Well, I think the other mitigation strategy I was going to cover real quickly was just going to be, the one of the most important zones around the house are just the first 5 feet around the home. And that's typically where we have a lot of our flower beds, where we do a lot of our landscaping. So it's very important, the things that we put there, such as not putting highly flammable plants in that area, and then the mulch what we're putting down on the ground there is not using a flammable mulch, not using anything that's organic that can catch fire, such as pine needles or a shredded bark. Best thing we could recommend is like a hardscape, such as a lava rock or a pea gravel, or possibly even a river rock.
Hannah, any other ideas that you could give folks about how they could prepare for the upcoming wildfire season?
It's important to work with your neighbors. It's important to recognize what type of situation you have right immediately around your house and take appropriate measures to reduce risk ahead of fire season approaching. So it's really important to work with those around you, because if they have risk, then likely their risk adjoins your risk. Because we talk about home ignition zones. So the zones around your house from 0 to 5 foot is your immediate zone, and then from 5 to 30 feet is your intermediate zone. And if those 30-foot circles, if you imagine a circle around your house at 30-foot distance, then if it touches another home's 30-foot zone, then if worst case scenario happened, there could be structure-to-structure ignition. So anything you can do to reduce the risk around your home, that's what you should be doing.
Justin, Hannah, one other thing I think pops into my mind that you see a lot of people are out there when we get into these fire situations, they're trying to extinguish a fire with a garden hose that they have at their house, maybe when evacuations have been ordered. Would you guys suggest, hey, just get your stuff, follow the evacuation orders, let the firefighters, let you folks take care of the fire?
Yes, absolutely. If evacuation orders have been made, by all means, go ahead and follow them. A garden hose is not going to do much for that fire. You're putting your life and your family, in harm's way by sticking around.
Take these preparation tips and use them to your advantage. That way that you're prepared before the next fire. So we appreciate you guys joining us tonight here on the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you'll tune in next Wednesday for an all-new episode. Have a great evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Welcome to another episode, and tonight's going to be a fun episode. I'm going to go ahead and apologize. I hope I don't talk too much because we're combining weather and sports, and when we do that, it really makes me happy. Tonight we have on with us Sean Bratton and Mike Ventrisi from the Fantasy Football Weather Guys, and if you play fantasy football, you may have never thought about the weather element to it. And so tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the product and how you can follow along throughout the year so your fantasy football team is up to par and potentially beating the rest of your people who are not thinking about the weather. So we're happy to have Sean and Mike on with us tonight. And guys, we appreciate your time. We'll go ahead into the conversation since both of you guys are first-time guests with us. We always start off our questions like this. We want to know how you got kind of caught up into the weather bug, the weather story. So, Mike, what is your weather story? And then we'll let Sean tell his weather story.
Hey, thanks so much for having us, guys. This question always comes up, and it always starts off with, it's usually always the same answer, right? It's some kind of high impactful weather event that has just kind of brought us into the field. So I grew up on Long Island, New York as a kid, and ended up experiencing Hurricane Bob in 1991. So it knocked out our power. I'm like, what is going on outside? I originally wanted to be a veterinarian, and I would go home and watch the Weather Channel after that hurricane, just watching Cantore on there with during the season. And I realized I should probably change profession pathways and go into that meteorology just because of how nerdy I was, just kind of sitting out under an umbrella watching a thunderstorm. So, but it was Hurricane Bob that really got me into that passion, and that's pretty much why I ended up getting a PhD in tropical meteorology.
Yeah, so I didn't grow up too far from where Mike grew up. I grew up in New Milford, Connecticut, so it's in Litchfield County, Connecticut, and I actually still remember this day very vividly. I was in first grade, and we were on our, getting ready to pack up and go home, but they didn't let us because we had a tornado warning. So I was basically plastered my face to the window, looking at these ominous clouds and the rain, and I was just like in awe the entire time. Everyone else was scared. I was there up on the window, wondering what the heck was going on. And we were actually kept after school for quite some time until the night, until things got cleared up. We did have a tornado touchdown near our school in Litchfield, Connecticut. So it was a really cool event. And then also the blizzard of '96 was a big high impact weather event that happened in early January of '96. That was a big event for me. I remember that we had off school, and it was we had like 24 to 30 inches of snow. So it was a really cool event too. And then of course, I'm sure you hear this a lot, but the movie Twister came out, and that kind of sealed the deal for me after watching that.
We were talking off air, but we've done this show for a while, and it seems like that there's a common denominator there with Twister and how many people is brought into this industry because of the movie. Yep. Like us, we all have our other weather day jobs, and we kind of do Carolina Weather Group, for fun, and that's what you guys do with the fantasy football weather guys. Tell us about what you do in your daytime jobs. I know you guys are both connected in the weather industry as well.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start off. And so I work currently for the Weather Company, which is owned by IBM. When I started my career there, I dabbled with a lot of energy forecasting, pretty much providing weather information to folks who were trading natural gas futures and some of the utilities. But since IBM has stepped into the picture here, they have been transitioned into more of a, I guess you could say, an analyst. My title is a meteorological engineer, essentially, where my main goal in the company now is to make sure that our forecast offerings are the number one most skillful product out there. So it's been a lot more of data engineering, software engineering, and playing with Twitter on the side, pretty much. It's kind of how it's evolved.
For me, I'm actually I teach AP Physics at a school called Lane Tech here in Chicago. So I teach honors in AP Physics, and then I also teach at the College of DuPage. I teach some weather and climate courses there.
This is very cool. And so, Sean, that's something weather. It seems like a lot of people are interested in, but you're actually teaching these kids. We'll get into fantasy football, but I find this really unique.
Yeah.
What is it like teaching kids weather? I mean, as something I know we all get to go out and do school talks, but you're actually maybe talking to high schoolers, college kids. Yep. What's the field like right now? I mean, is there a lot of interest in weather?
Yeah, so I have taught at the high school level and the college level. And in both of those cases, people are just kind of taking it as a gen ed, right, to take that credit. But one of the things that I found is the application of the content really goes a long way. So if you're going to sit there and just read off some slides, they're going to go to sleep. But really getting them involved with the weather, looking at current events, looking at maps. I had students typically do their own map discussions, run their own map discussions once we get into forecast mapping and all of that stuff. And they really seem to enjoy that. And there are a lot of students that have become avidly interested in weather as a result. I have a few people really interested in climate, some more in synoptics and in mesoscale meteorology. That's been really cool. We also do kind of like these little trips. The National Weather Service locally here will do balloon launches and they'll kind of go and kind of experience that, which is a really cool experience for them. But it's really cool. I mean, really just it's a really cool science to bring to life because you experience it every day. And students really enjoy that aspect of actually being able to experience the weather, make your own forecast, and kind of making it come to life.
That's very true. Well, let's talk about fantasy football, weather. I told you guys before I play fantasy football, but never really put the concept together until I came across your product. So, tell us how did you guys become about? I mean, how did this website, blog? I know you guys do a podcast now. How did you guys come about putting the product together?
Yeah, Sean and I have been talking about fantasy football and the weather component for a number of years. We've kind of gone back and forth and just saying, hey, did you see that snow game? You know, like Roethlisberger threw 4 interceptions. He was projected to be the number 1 quarterback of the week. What just happened there? It's been, just kind of this informal thing for a while. Yeah. And it's kind of evolved throughout the year, a couple of years now. We've been essentially, in a nutshell, Sean and I are probably the most competitive people you'd ever meet. And we need to be, essentially, we're competitive with
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now, your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
So we want to try to find any edge that we can when essentially trying to optimize our lineups on a given week. And I think this is kind of how it spawned out, Sean. What would you
say? Yeah, it's kind of funny because Mike and I first started listening to this fantasy football podcast, and we would be always going back and forth. And there's one thing that they always brought up, like, hey, you could become a part of our league of record, meaning you can join their fantasy football league. And these guys are big time. They're all over the place. Everyone knows them. That's in the fantasy football community, the fantasy footballers. And we were like, hey, I wonder what would it take for us to actually be able to be part of their league? And we were like, well, we're really in tune with the weather and what's going on week to week. Maybe we can trade our experience with weather and letting them know what the forecast is, and maybe they'll let us be in our league. And so Mike and I were actually kind of just pitching this idea, and we're like, wait, as Mike explained, we were thinking about all these events in which weather has played a major role, and we're like, we may have something here. And so last August, essentially, we were like, hey, let's do this. So Mike threw together a website. He's like, all right, we're going to meet at this time every week, do a forecast, and make projections for players. We had a data set we were able to work with at the time, and then we brought on our friend Colin, who's kind of our producer and behind the scenes guy, and our host, exactly. And he's been kind of doing stuff on the side, and it just kind of gained momentum during big weather impact games. We would get people on Twitter and asking us for advice and what was going on, and it's kind of built. And now we're at a point where we brought on Nick Schiraldi, who also has a PhD in meteorology, and he's working, on our quantitative statistical analysis package and user interface on our website to really kind of nail down those numbers, and as Mike mentioned, to kind of give you the edge. So, it's just a really cool thing that we kind of were like, hey, let's just try it out, see what happens, and it's kind of gained some momentum over the last year or two.
I just want to say one quick thing. All the fantasy football weather guys we just mentioned, we're all University of Albany alumni guys. So that's our deep root connection.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and share your website. Let's take a look at what you guys have created here. And I mean, this is pretty impressive because it looks like you guys have developed your own modeling within for the continental United States, what we call CONUS. And so you have U.S. winds and precip primarily for these, with the key, of course. And it looks pretty simple to understand for the average person, right? I mean, for lay terms, this will show a forecast. If we take like west wind, if we have games out west, I assume there's a little bit of a learning curve here, but who came up with this idea, and how does it help enhance your the experience for fantasy football if folks want to get plugged into the weather to maybe determine their outcomes?
Yeah, so when we were thinking about these to try to bring up some kind of weather maps here, the first thing we thought about is how do we identify where the stadiums are for people to see what type of weather impacts they could actually be. So essentially, wherever you see those circles with the X in the middle, that's essentially the location of a stadium that actually is predicted is in the upcoming week of games. So you can see here that the Titans there must have a game coming up here. So those stadiums will actually change each week depending on where the home game is. So if you see a little circle with a dot in the middle, that's actually a game where a home game that usually has like a cover on it, so a dome or some kind of retractable roof, so weather won't be an impact there. But the way that we wanted to really get these maps to be helpful is when there are high weather impacted events, those circles will change colors. So you can see often when like an area of heavy precipitation or some stronger winds moves in, you'll see that circle turn to an orange, or even a red. So like the orange would represent there's a possibility of some impactful conditions from weather if there's a football game taking place during that hour forecast lead you're looking at. If it turns red, it means there's a high chance for some impacts.
If I were to pick east wind and go forward,
you can just go forward.
We would see, yep, there's orange right there. So we're showing the folks out there, if you just hit forward on these buttons, you'll see these impacts in time. And I'm trying to see how far out these go. Do these go out?
Yeah. They'll go all the way to Sunday. I think recently, the most recent model run, 18Z on Sunday. We got right there. We got one in Miami. I think they're supposed to get some precipitation and maybe some wind. So I think it was on 0Z Monday or 18Z Sunday for this upcoming week. I think that's the only caution that we have for upcoming weeks. It's going to be a relatively quiet week this week, but
there it is right there. So it popped up. Looks like Tuesday evening. So it looks like that timeline got pushed back a little bit. But yeah, I mean that's pretty neat how you've integrated weather into forecast impact for a specific area, and it could be anything. It could be anything going on for that area too. So
Sure.
Football games in particular, but that's pretty neat. I really like that format. Now tell us a little bit about the fantasy impact table.
Yeah, sure. So this is a table that will outline each set of games for the week. And to be honest, there's been so many changes with the schedule here because of all the impacts from COVID. But so we try to make sure this is up to date. And I think I did update this on Tuesday. So essentially, it'll show out the slate of games here, and it'll be in chronological order. There are a time and weather impact there, and you can see for the weather, if it says fair, this is the predicted weather for the time of the game. Then the impact will show none, right? If you have good conditions, there won't be any real impacts from weather. But if you do see certain criteria met in the wind or precipitation, that's where essentially you can see things like a caution, where essentially winds might be and precipitation might be like this marginal type of event where there's probably going to be some weather, but it doesn't look like it's going to really be a stunter or a significant impact on all the players in the game. But if you do see some criteria, let's say you have winds 20 miles per hour with heavy rain for the duration of the game, that's where you would see an extreme impact. And this table would update that this updates probably twice a day. So this is a way to kind of come back to the site and look at it.
And this kind of gives us a bird's eye view as to what to expect. So what we do is we use this as kind of a template, and then we'll expand on this during our podcast, and we'll let people know what players we're interested in, because we do have historical stats for specific players and also by position in general. And we can elaborate on, okay, we have forecast at 18, 25 mile an hour winds, whatever it may be. Well, this player in windy conditions, this is how they perform statistically. So we kind of update them on the expectations based on the weather. We are in the process of updating this. Hopefully over the next several weeks. Again, our buddy Nick Giraldi is going to actually customize this by position and also possibly by players. So the ultimate thing is people want to know, how is my fantasy team going to be impacted? That's bottom line, right? So we're going to have fantasy point differentials based on those weather conditions that we're going to be adding to this table hopefully soon here.
And Sean, you were talking a little bit earlier. You guys actually are doing a lot of analytics and numbers, and you're talking about specific players who may see the effects. You're talking about Roethlisberger throwing 4 INTs in a snowstorm, or it could be Denver. It's an extremely windy day, so Drew Lock, the wind may affect his performance. So how do you guys talk to us a little bit about that, how you're breaking down how it's affecting individual players?
Yeah, I can lead on this one. So we have basically archived data that we're able to use that breaks it down basically almost every play for every game going back to 2009. So what we're able to do is look at those fantasy stats. So we have fantasy point projections for half-point PPR, full-point PPR, standard leagues, and we're able to look at how that player has performed statistically during those weather-like events. So, hey, how is this quarterback performed in 20 to 30 mile an hour winds. Okay, well, we see a decrease in fantasy points by 4, and they throw their TD or their touchdown interception ratio has changed X, Y, and Z amount. So, and then we also kind of have another stats package that we'll use based on weather conditions as well. So what we try to do is say, all right, our forecast is this for the weather. Let's look at the specific players and, you know, the positional players that we're interested in for that game and see if there's actually going to be an impact. Because quite frankly, for some players, like an Aaron Rodgers, maybe we don't see as much of an impact for them, so we're not going to be as concerned about that player. For other players like a Jared Goff or something like that, or Kirk Cousins, for example, who played in Seattle this week during rainy games, there's an impact there we've seen statistically. So we really got to kind of decipher. We just, you know, we kind of do this by position, but even a little bit more specifically by player when appropriate.
That's really awesome. You guys have been doing this. Obviously, you started the website last year. When we're recording this, it's October 14th. So we're about week 5, I think, into the season, maybe week 6. I can't remember with COVID and all that stuff going on. But talk about how the fans, how have you guys, the outreach? I mean, have you got a lot of positive responses from fantasy footballers? You know, how's that went?
So I think our biggest interaction with folks right now is on our Twitter handle at FF Weather Guys, where you know, it typically the interaction is most prevalent during weeks where there is predicted weather and the folks are aware of those impacts. Usually when you see like some of the mainstream media or sports channels talking about weather impacts, and usually I guess that as you get up into later in the season, you know, as we know, winter storms or late fall storms can get more energy from the jet streams. That's where we typically see those larger weather impacts, and I think that's where the draws start to come in, especially when people are fighting for those playoff positions, right? They want to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and people start to get really meticulous with their lineups. And we're speaking more specifically on like these redraft leagues, essentially where you have like a draft at the beginning of the season, and you have your team throughout the year. So that's where we've seen the most interaction with regards to our fan base.
Yeah, and during those weeks, I mean, we'll broadcast on our Twitter feed like, hey guys, this is what we're forecasting. Here's other impacts, and people will reach out to us. So like, hey, I'm deciding between playing this player and that player. What do you think? And we'll say, hey, based on what we've seen in these weather conditions, this player has a discrepancy of this. You know, we would side with this guy. And so we've seen this for a variety of weather events. Most people think of the big rain or snowstorms. This also applies for high impact wind events as well. We had 1 week last year that we had 4 big wind events, whereas 25, 35 mile an hour winds, we saw considerable impacts.
Yeah. One of those games was the Kansas City Chiefs, and people who were starting Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes, they were really intent on getting some of those deep bombs that just never happened. They didn't get any passes over 20 yards.
Yeah,
you literally see these coaches' plans. They change their game plans essentially based off of some of these weather conditions.
Yeah, when it's bad enough. And even more recently, like Mike and I used this information. We were expecting rain for the Washington game, for the Washington football team. And so we actually steered away from Terry McLaurin, and he only had 3 catches for 26 yards, I believe, on Sunday. So, which I mean, it wasn't wet for the entire game, but enough where it played an impact. So, yeah.
You mentioned mainstream media. You don't have to drop any names, but have you found maybe a few of those folks sliding into the DM saying, "Hey, what's the weather going to be like?" You know, everybody's always asking for fantasy football advice. Who should I start? Who should I sit? Have you ever had any messages from folks maybe on the TV that's asked for your opinion?
So I don't think we've had any essentially any folks reach out for start-sit decisions regarding that, but we have some interaction with some of the folks from Fantasy Pros and the Fantasy Footballers, and I think there was a couple of folks from Yahoo. It's Yahoo that are all involved in the industry that will kind of interact time to time with us on Twitter. I think last year, one of the guys from the Fantasy Footballers, Jason Moore.
Jason Moore, yep.
Yeah, he reached out, and it was literally a question about weather, and he's just like, is there any weather experts out there that would understand to know what the actual forecast is here? Because it was during that time of year where it was really high impactful for the people watching for this particular game. And he did reach out to just put a general question. A lot of our fans CC'd him or tweeted at him with our handle, so we can kind of go in there and provide some information.
Hey guys, we touched on this a little bit with talking about individual position players and the impacts on them. I was wondering a little bit about the kicking and punting game. I mean, that seems to be an area of the game that could really be influenced by wind in particular, but also precipitation as well. What sense do you guys make of how important weather is on that aspect of the football game?
Yeah, that absolutely is. And a lot of this comes down, another message that we speak to is it really matters based on the stadium as well, how the winds are swirling around that stadium, how they're funneled in, and also the field type as well. Is this an AstroTurf? Is this a grass field? So those are all things that play in to how well a kicker can perform in weather conditions. We're in the works right now of gathering kicker data. So I don't want to, say anything quantitatively as far as like from a statistical analysis standpoint, but observationally, we usually talk about games after we see them after the week, and we'll talk about kickers, and we definitely notice that higher winds going cross field or going against the kicker definitely have an impact for sure.
So
Mike,
guys, on any given
go ahead.
Sunday, we can have a very diverse slate of weather across the U.S. Are there any particular locations across, anywhere that you guys forecast for that you find particularly challenging or frequently come up as a caution flag?
The most challenging weather for us is convection. It's a really anything in the Florida area, typically in the southeastern United States. This is something that we struggle with early season, late summer into early fall when convection's still blooming. And the high res models will pick up on this stuff. And, we're out 72 hours out. We're like, all right, it's looking like it's going to happen. And we literally have to update people like hourly on Sunday to be like, all right, guys, this is the recent model run. This is what we're expecting. Because, those are mesoscale features that are incredibly hard to predict for a 3 to 4 hour window of time during a ball game. But at the same time, those could be incredibly impactful because you got heavy rains and a lot of wind typically associated with those as well. So I would say those are the ones that we struggle with the most when there's any type of convection.
Yeah, those are the events that typically trip our algorithms in our fancy impact table and some of our maps. If you look at those circles and when we change different colors, you'll see certain model runs show the impacts, and then all of a sudden they take them away because the models are having a hard time resolving the convective features. And sometimes they can sneak under the radar. I remember there was a game last year in Jacksonville where we had this strong northeasterly flow off the ocean that was just bringing these shallow convective cells across the stadium. It was just like the popcorn variety, and it was just causing. You would hear we didn't talk about it much in the podcast that week because the models didn't see it, and then all of a sudden they'd be raining on and off during the game, and Sean was sending us messages. Do you see this rain? It's going. It's the announcers are talking about it. We missed this. I'm like, oh my god, the joys of forecasting Florida weather.
I can only imagine your models. Is it like a blended run? Is it like a high resolution, like her 3 kilometer going into the NAM 3 and 12, then to the GFS out to the 7-day? Do you layer it in that manner? That way you get the higher resolution or the RAP in the first couple of days.
So this is something that we're still working on. And right now, as we were kind of spinning up things here, we've been relying mainly on GFS data at first, but we are shifting over to leverage the national weather blend of models from the National Weather Service. So we are going to be shifting over to that because obviously those are the guys that are paying attention more to each location and try to be as skillful as possible. And then we can take that information and convert it into the impact or how that impacts the specific players. So it takes some of the burden off of us in the forecasting world and allows us to focus on that impact piece.
And then we can also elaborate on that. Because we may use that from the National Weather Service, but obviously we have access to the different high resolution models. And again, that's something that we typically expand on during our podcast. And there may be some games that don't even come up as a caution on our table necessarily because they may not meet a certain threshold. But for us, just observationally, we know these are things that we need to monitor. So we'll mention them during our podcast or on Twitter.
You're talking about Southeast convection. I would also imagine maybe lake effect snow. Buffalo, Chicago, Cleveland, Green Bay, all locations that could see that, where one side of town could get 6 feet and the other side could get like 2 inches, you know?
Getting back to your social media outreach and your fans, the football fans in general, and how you integrate, how you kind of mesh with everything. How do your fans respond to your products, right? Because it looks like you do everything kind of for free. You're sort of providing that kind of service. And do you find that a lot of fans are really into what you do and share it out, and you get a lot of good response and positive feedback out of it? Or how does all that work? How do you get your how do you know how you're doing overall?
Yeah, no, we always appreciate the feedback. We'll have some people that'll reach out like, oh, I really wish I knew this, or I really wish you approached it this way or offered this kind of information. And again, that's kind of how we're working in developing our webpage and our user interface. So most people have been really constructive and just really helpful and really nice, which is not always the case in the weather world, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's been a really good experience. We used to even do a photo contest where people would, obviously not the case now, at least for most stadiums, but if you were at a game where there was weather, take a picture for us, and we'll put it on our website or show it during our podcast, and people seem to appreciate that as well.
Yeah, on our website we do have something called a mail bag where some folks can come in and write us a question, and we can essentially take that feedback and discuss it and respond back. So that's something that's also an option on the website.
Yeah, I think it's this right here. So you can put your message in and submit. And then there was also what you talked about, which is weekly weather blog, then the photo contest. So it's like, you give folks an incentive to sort of be more of a part of the website, which I think is great because you're allowing them to interact with you in your domain, which is awesome. So
Well, talking about the product, we'll start to wrap up here. How can we find you? What's the social media platform of choice? I don't know if you guys do Facebook. I know you do Twitter, but tell us about social media. I know you guys do podcasts, blogs. I even think you might be dabbling into doing some live game updates. Am I correct with that?
Yes. Yeah. So we've been moving onto the Twitch platform. So if you twitch.tv/FF Weather Guys, that's essentially we have our show usually on Thursday or Fridays. We try to do it around 8 p.m. And then when there are high impact weather events on a Sunday, we'll get up on Twitch again and have a Sunday show usually around 11 a.m. That's one source where we've been kind of more interactive with folks.
Well, guys, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Make sure if you're a fantasy football player, go check out these guys. Fantasy Football Weather Guys. Google them. You can find the Twitter account, website, all of that good info. And make sure that you tune into the blog and the podcast, as well as the live broadcast there on Twitch on Sunday morning. So until then, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group, show number 304. We all hope you've had a great start to the new year. Tonight we have on with us Aubrey Urbanowitz. She is the chief meteorologist at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And so you may know Aubrey if you listen to a lot of weather podcasts. Aubrey is a panelist on the Weather Brains, and we're going to definitely dig into that. But tonight we're just going to get to know Aubrey and what got her hooked. She's got an interesting story about joining the meteorology field. So we appreciate you watching tonight. If you have any comments, just send them to us on our Twitter page at Carolina WX Group, or you can comment on the stream that's going on right now. So Aubrey, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. I appreciate it. It's nice to, kind of cross podcast.
That's right. Normally we do that National Weather Podcast month, but we're doing it a couple months early. So Aubrey, we was kind of a little bit talking about your foray into meteorology. You didn't start off your college path didn't really take you into broadcast meteorology. You actually started with a restaurant chain. So tell us about that little interesting story that kind of got you into weather.
So I had zero aspiration to be on television. I was, when I kind of went through high school and started college, I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So I had a great job at Chili's restaurant. I kind of worked my way up and I started to become a corporate trainer. So as a corporate trainer, if you're not familiar, you would basically become part of a team. You would travel around and do new store openings as a corporate trainer, train new employees. And you kind of got to see a lot of the country. In fact, I got to do several international openings. And, I just kind of got to meet a lot of people. And it was on a lot of these new openings where I kind of discovered my passion for weather. So I started doing openings in 2003. In 2004 and 2005, Chili's had this goal of opening 100 plus restaurants. And if you think back meteorologically, in 2004, 2005, what happened? Hurricane season. 2004, that's when Florida was almost wiped off the map by all 4 hurricanes. I was in 2 of those, 2 of the 4. Hurricane Katrina was kind of a turning point for me, really. I was sent back to Louisiana to help rebuild some stores after I had been there and evacuated. For Katrina, I was there during Rita and ended up being there for 3 months. I was in Louisiana so long, they ended up starting to take state taxes out of my checks. So after that, I went back I was living in Johnson City, Tennessee at the time, and I went and saw Mark Reynolds at WJHL, who responded to an email that I had sent and brought me into the TV studio, and I asked him questions, and I wanted to be behind the scenes. I thought maybe, producing, I can make graphics, I was good with computers, and he said, there's no jobs in that, you need to be in front of the camera. And I said, oh, that's not me, that's not what I want to do. And he said, you can do it.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And he said, I want you to take a look at this program. And he pointed me in the direction of Mississippi State. And somehow, blindly, I agreed to it and kind of followed his advice. And within maybe a couple weeks, I was enrolled or accepted into the Mississippi State Distance Program. And I was able to not only take classes and finish my degree, but also I was still able to travel with Chili's for at least 2 years and still able to do corporate openings. And so I got an internship and yada, yada, yada. I got my first job at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia, and fell in love with this place. Absolutely never intended to be here past my 2-year contract, and re-signed, got promoted. Here's the thing. I got promoted to a Monday through Friday position from weekends after, I think, 7 or 8 months. After working in a restaurant for 12 years, meaning weekends and nights for 12 years, I thought, wow, I have weekends off. The rest is history. And I could not have asked for a more amazing place, a beautiful area. And now my brother moved here 4 years ago. My parents just moved here in May. So now I've got family here, which a lot of meteorologists, you know, unless you move to your home market, you can't say that. So I just feel very blessed and kind of lucky.
Now, Aubrey, you mentioned that you had no interest in going on TV. So
none.
One industry into a completely different industry. Where did you gain your experience on how to get yourself ready to go on camera and do live weather forecasting? Is that something you learned along the way? I know there's probably some folks that'll be watching that might be interested in seeing how you transitioned into that to get your confidence level up to be able to forecast on camera.
So it was all the leadership in Chili's. It was the training role that I had. Working for Chili's for so long, I knew every item. I was quality control. I knew exactly what little details went on every single menu item. I could recite that menu backwards and forwards. I could teach. And so when I started training and teaching these menu items the Chili's way and how to serve and how to bartend, I was confident in that because I knew that material. So when I learned how to present and train, I was confident in that material. So when I finally was able to teach that, that's what gave me the confidence as I became a leader in that material. And so it was actually kind of that transition that I learned to be able to present myself on camera. Once I was comfortable and kind of was able to, I guess, get used to the fact that I was on camera, learn some breathing exercises and not think about the fact that I was on camera, it just kind of transitioned because I just envisioned myself talking to people like I'm talking to a group, like I'm training people, giving them the information that I know, like I'm teaching them the menu items, I'm teaching them the forecast. And so it was kind of that. You think it's two completely different worlds, but it's actually kind of very similar. So that's how I transitioned because I had absolutely no desire to be on camera. I was never a theater major. I was never a singer. I was never a performer. I was a dancer, but that was when I was a kid. So, I never ever would have imagined I would have been on television, and now I can't see myself doing anything else.
I love that history. I love how you put yourself on the fast track through that whole process. I can see. So going through the program, getting your meteorology degree, getting a job, it's something you became passionate about very quickly. So I'm assuming you probably have some favorite areas of study, maybe some research or favorite topics of meteorology. Would you like to share some of those with us?
Yeah, so I've really developed a love for weather history. And I think a lot of that has stemmed from me learning this area and really kind of diving into Shenandoah Valley weather history. I'm not in a severe weather market. We get kind of a mix of every kind of weather. We do get 4 seasons. We don't get super big storms often. When we do, we can get big storms. It's just not maybe as frequent as some other markets. But we do have a good storm history. And so I think when I was diving into that is when I kind of developed my passion for weather history and really showcasing. And I did kind of a keynote address at the Mississippi State Severe Storm Symposium last year on learning the weather history in your market. When you go to a new TV station, you'll make that bond with your viewers when you do learn that weather history. And it'll also make you become a better forecaster when you learn a lot of that weather history in your market. And I think it was kind of during that process that I really developed that. And now, hurricanes are how I got into meteorology. So that I always have a soft spot for that, but I haven't really had much of an opportunity to forecast them. So I think I'm turning more into a severe weather nerd. And I'm really loving the structure of thunderstorms more and more. So I'm hoping to storm chase this spring. That's my goal. As I've become chief, you're stuck in the studio more and more. So you don't get an opportunity to see the sky as much, even though we all love to watch the sky. So I think I'm going to try and do that, but also try to, watch the sky more and more. So yeah, thunderstorms are definitely the sweet spot.
You sure get your fair share in the Shenandoah Valley area. The Mid-Atlantic's a pretty volatile area of the country where fronts sweep through and crisscross and meander and cause all kinds of interesting weather up that way. What is cold air damming and how does it occur and how long does it last?
So the cold air damming is kind of a special feature that happens in between the mountains. You can get kind of a stronger event, which can go all the way down from the Mid-Atlantic, all the way down the mountains into Georgia and the Carolinas. You can get kind of a weaker event that maybe will affect part of Virginia, part of northern Virginia, and then you kind of end up with a really big temperature gradient in between a couple of areas. And a lot of that comes from high pressure. Some of that comes from coastal storms. So you have high pressure that moves over New England. Sometimes it moves over Pennsylvania. And due to that position of the high, when you have that clockwise flow, that brings in not only the cooler air from the north, but also the cooler maritime air, that cooler moist air from the Atlantic. And that cooler air is more dense, so it sinks in between the mountains. It can be intensified when you have an area of low pressure that moves along the coast. When you have that counterclockwise circulation, especially moving up the Carolinas. Sometimes you can get some of your big icing events that way. You can also get some of your big snow events that way, depending on how deep that cold air is. So sometimes when you have maybe a weaker event, you can get a pretty decent temperature gradient. In fact, the February tornado event a couple years ago in Virginia, that was a cold air damming situation, or what we call a wedge event, where the Roanoke Valley was in the 70s. That wedge started to lift northward. Stanton, Virginia, which is in my viewing area, is the southern part of my viewing area, started to erode out of that wedge. And temperatures started to get into the upper 60s, where Harrisonburg, just 30 miles away, was stuck at 46 degrees. You can have, let's see, even just last week, we had a wedging event where temperatures were, I think, a 30-degree spread within about an hour drive. So, you can have a partly cloudy wedge. You can have a sunny wedge. Most times you have low clouds, stratiform clouds, a lot of drizzle. And then, of course, in the wintertime, you have to watch for your precipitation because you can get a lot of icing events. But temperatures are very interesting when you're forecasting the wedge. I've learned that whatever you forecast, drop it another 10, 15 degrees.
Hey, Aubrey,
Yeah.
I was wondering, Ben, your newest meteorologist back there, have you prepared him for the wedge? I mean, does he know what he's getting himself into?
I have not prepared Ben for the wedge fully yet, although the good news is they're asking if I've prepared you for the wedge yet. The good news is Ben is from Richmond, and Ben also went to Virginia Tech. So Ben is also familiar with the wedge. So.
He's good then. He's good.
Yeah, so he definitely knows. But, kind of the key to the wedge is to follow the dew point. You'll do a lot better if you can follow the dew point at least. And whatever the models think and you doubt, just drop it another 5 degrees.
That's always a safe bet. So, Aubrey, I want to reverse one of Shay's questions from earlier and ask, so the Shenandoah Valley has unique, interesting weather, but also some difficult systems that are they're just hard to forecast. What are some of the hardest systems to forecast in the Shenandoah Valley?
Well, even something like today, we had a shortwave trough kind of rotating through behind yesterday's storm. And a lot of times when we have that happen, or we have a trough coming through after a cold front, we get this wonderful blast of upslope snow showers or the orographic lift across the Allegheny Mountains. So where I am in the Shenandoah Valley, we average about 20 to 25 inches of snow a year. Within a 2-hour drive, the Alleghenies average 100 to 110 inches of snow a year. So you have quite the difference with they get lake effect snow all the time. So when you have these shortwave troughs moving through, or you have the orographic lift, especially when you have strong wind, and just enough of that maybe vorticity or upper level energy rotating through, you can get these snow squalls, these snow bands. So you have to watch out for those. And what happened this morning was I expected some of those snow bands. One, it was more intense, and two, they dropped a lot farther south, about 45 miles further south than I expected. So I'm always cautious of those, and so it's kind of just more about communication, because a lot of times the models don't fully pick up on those. You have to kind of watch for the hints. And so it's kind of one of those things where, okay, I'm looking for some snow squalls. Maybe I'll kind of generalize it instead of specifically saying, okay, I'm expecting some of these mainly in the Northern Valley. Maybe I'll say, this is what's possible tomorrow. This is what snow squalls are capable of. And, if you get in a snow squall, it can drop a dusting to an inch in some areas. But if you don't get one, you're going to have sunshine. So I think the snow squalls are definitely a little bit challenging. The other thing is precipitation, because a lot of surface fronts don't give us anything. If there's not that upper level oomph, if we don't get, shortwave energy, if we don't get a jet streak, if we don't get any sort of vorticity or any sort of upper level support, the front just fizzles and we just don't get any precipitation. So because of downsloping can really kill a lot of our precipitation. So that's always challenging unless you have a derecho coming through, like in 2012. So that's always a challenge, is precipitation. The one great thing here is that we're usually we are not as humid as east of the Blue Ridge. The Blue Ridge Mountains are not that tall, but what they do is they block a lot of that Atlantic moisture. So we don't get as severe storms. If you ever watch the radar in the summertime, we'll get some storms, but watch them light up like a Christmas tree as they move east of the Blue Ridge. If you watch the heat advisories come out in the summertime, 99% of the time, they're all east of the Blue Ridge because of that humidity. We get a dew point of 66. That is a bad day here. So that's always kind of interesting.
Well, that's interesting because I'm from Asheville originally, so a lot of the things that you're mentioning right now are exactly what we deal with. The downsloping, making Asheville the driest place in North Carolina, as well as we call it our northwest flow snow showers and the snow squalls. that's interesting how it connects to Virginia weather and North Carolina weather.
Mm-hmm.
They're so similar characteristics.
Aubrey, we were talking earlier about you being on the panelist of Weather Brains. How did you get incorporated with James Spann and the crew down there?
So what's really funny is apparently one of my viewers is a listener of Weather Brains, and several years ago he wrote in, somehow heard my story, and said, hey, this girl has an interesting story of how she got into weather. You guys might want to talk to her. So Bill emailed me, and I was so intimidated. I was like, oh my God, I don't have anything to offer. You guys are amazing. Like, what? I don't have anything. So he had to kind of convince me to go on. And so I went on, and James was a little bit impressed of how I actually, I guess, spoke. And I guess a few weeks after that, Kevin had a little bit of a tizzy and kind of quit the show temporarily, which he's done in the past.
Imagine that.
The accelerant. And Bill kind of had me on again, and then he asked me if I would be interested in being a panelist. And I was like, wow, okay. And it kind of fit into my schedule. I was doing the 5 and 10 o'clock show. I was doing the 5. Was I doing the 5 and 10? I think I was doing the 5 and 10. It ended up working with my schedule, and I agreed to it. And I'm so thankful I did, because the amount of people that I've met is just, it's just great, and it's just the weather community. And of course, you guys know Weather Twitter is amazing. And the amount of things that I've learned, and with my schedule now, I don't always get the opportunity to complete the show. So I have to kind of go back later, but it's just the coolest. And
that's pretty cool. That's a cool story. That's something. I have a Kevin Seeley story for you. You'll enjoy this. This was back in the Google Hangout days. Google Hangout has since went away, but we always copy and paste in an email, send it to our guests, say, hey, here's the link to join in. Well, evidently Kevin didn't get that part, and he actually tweeted out, hey, here's the link to watch me tonight. So we had all these people bombarding our Google Hangout, and we actually had to shut it down and redo a new link and everything. And so that's our Kevin Seeley stories. We were talking, and all of a sudden these people just started popping in. We're like, who's that? And it was hilarious. But I think we can all echo it's pretty cool doing a weather podcast, and you get to meet so many people in the weather industry that you follow on Twitter, and you may have a brief conversation on Twitter, but you actually get to sit down and have a conversation with them.
And we get to geek out over these people too, and normal people don't get it. And it's just the weather enterprise is just so amazing, and you're geeking out over these rock stars, and we get to geek out too. So
yeah, you mentioned earlier that you get to meet a lot of people, and even here in the Carolina Weather Group, everyone has their own sort of opinions about, hey, my favorite guests. What are some of your most memorable guests that you've been a part of the panel for?
Oh man, the Greg Carbon shows are always a treat. Those are always good. Mike Bettis came on and talked to us about his chase situation that happened in was that 2013?
I think it was either 13 or 14. Yeah.
Yeah. When they rolled over. Yeah, it was El Reno. And that was a pretty powerful show. That was, hearing his story. That was always a powerful one. Let's see.
You don't have to go into details. You don't say anything. Were you on show 404?
Yes.
That was interesting.
That was an interesting. And you know what? I don't know that I even spoke during that show. But I do have the shirt from Helicity Weather that's plus minus F3. And I think I'm the only one that actually has that, because I just think it's hilarious.
We internally will just joke around. We'll just show at 404, and we automatically know. That's just that was an interesting show for sure. We have a couple more minutes with Aubrey. I know she has to get ready for the news tonight. Talking about Weather Brains and shows and guests you had. A lot of us have mentors in the weather world. Do you have any weather mentors? I would assume maybe James Spann might be one. I mean, any others that?
You know, my biggest mentor is Mark Reynolds. I would not be where I am without him. Not only did he kind of blow my mind, he answered my email. I mean, I was just asking to come in and view a studio to see if this was even a field that I might even want to pursue. And he brought me in as someone who is curious, told me after only meeting me for 20 minutes, told me he thought I had the voice for this and I could do this, and talked me into the Mississippi State program. I mean, that's the kind of person he is, and then fought to get me an internship and worked with me, and then still let me come in the studio when I needed to practice on the green wall, on the chroma key. I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds, and I still keep in touch with him. And he's given me advice over the years, and I absolutely would not be where I am without him. I wish I had a lot of other weather mentors. I've had to do a lot of learning on my own, which is not ideal. But you know, someone who's determined, who really wants to succeed at this industry, sometimes you do what you have to do. So, but I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds from WJHL, and he's amazing. And I know a lot of other people at NWA this year. Tom Watts, who used to work with Mark and who was on air when I was living in Johnson City before I got into meteorology. I actually got to meet him. And then Ken Weathers, who also used to work with Mark, I think was one of his interns also. We were all there at NWA. And so we were kind of Mark's little proteges. And it was just cool to kind of be a part of that group. So Mark is it.
That's very, very cool. I love that stories and all those people too. I do want to change topics a little bit, but feed off of your comment about, learning things as you go. The last 10 years, we've really had to learn how social media works and how it plays into our field. Yes, I know it's kind of a necessary evil, but it also turns out, very helpful for, our online shows and things like that. So talk a little bit about how important social media is to you as a meteorologist and with weather brands as well.
Yeah, so it is very important. As much as sometimes we do hate it, it is very important. I utilize it to the best that I can. And there's a lot of, so the bad thing with being a female is you get a lot of comments. You get a lot of nasty comments. You get a lot of rude comments. You get a lot of crazy comments. And I know a lot of females that will turn off a lot of their messages and private messages, which is really sad that you have to do that. I do not do that. And I'm thankful that I don't have to, but I have actually met so many amazing people and have become friends with a lot of great people because of that. And I've become friends with some great viewers because of private messaging and things like that. And I'm very thankful for that. So it's really sad that some other female counterparts don't have that opportunity. Maybe just because I'm in a smaller market, I kind of have a little bit of that opportunity, and I've maybe been a little trusting with some people, but I have been lucky enough to make some of those really great relationships with people. So building those relationships with your viewers are obviously very, very important, especially with, when you're getting that information with storm reports, snow reports, rainfall reports, storm chasers, those photos, or just relying on, even just everyday photos when it's quiet outside, just to sometimes fill your time, relying on a photographer. So those are always great, relying on information and having that communication back and forth. But social media, it's the future. It's where we are. But you can do a lot with social media. You can get changing. I mean, we all know weather changes sometimes very quickly. So you can get important information out really quickly with social media.
Yeah, I know that. That's the internet is where I live. Just doing what I do, and I'll tell you what. It's just completely changed the game as far as getting storm reports, as far as getting, situational awareness on the ground. You suddenly have so many more cameras to tap into, and it really just I don't know how y'all did it before that, but I know that it's completely changed the game here, for sure. And here in Charleston, we have a really good and engaged community. So I'm curious, before we get into something even more fun, what is your weather community like up in your neck of the woods?
They're amazing. I would not be here still on TV where I am without this community. And I constantly say that this community is why I stay here. This is why not only I stay here, but why I've brought my family here, because this community is still amazing. Some of the things that I see and hear in the female group on Facebook is sometimes horrifying. And I don't know if I could do this job if I heard stuff like that on a daily or weekly basis. We all get criticism. We all get stuff like that. We all get pushback, but I don't get a lot of it. And I'm very grateful that the community responds well to me. So I'm very grateful for the community and how wonderful people are here. So they're amazing, and they've welcomed my family. I mean, Urbanowitz, you can't slide into a community in Virginia with a name like Urbanowitz and hide under the radar. I mean, they know exactly who my brother is. They know exactly who my parents are. And my parents all the time, people talk, once they hear their last name, people talk to them and they get such, they get feedback, but people are just so nice to them. So the community here is incredible, and it's one of the reasons I've stayed.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Well, Aubrey, we've certainly enjoyed.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
We appreciate you donating some time to us. If our folks want to watch social media we were just talking about, if they want to follow you on social media, how can they do that?
So on Twitter, I'm very active on Twitter. So it's at WHSV OBS, AUBS. OBS is kind of my little nickname. And then on Facebook, just search for meteorologist Aubrey. I tell people you don't have to spell the last name if you just search for meteorologist Aubrey. And then on Instagram, let me get my Instagram out because I think, yes, WXAUBS, WXAUBS. On Instagram, or as I call it, the gram.
The gram. Yeah, Evan runs our gram. That's his title. So yeah,
I should be better at it.
It's a lot of pictures of my dog.
Well, Aubrey, thank you so much, and we hope that, I know you guys haven't had a lot of winter either, so we hope you get some winter up your way sometimes in the coming weeks. But we appreciate you spending some time with us, and tell everybody at the Weather Brains, that we said hello, and we look forward to hopefully working with you guys during the National Weather Podcast Month later on this year.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. Always good to see you.
Thanks, Aubrey. And thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. As always, you can follow us at Carolina WX on Twitter or Carolina Weather Group on Facebook. If you have any suggestions or guests that you'd like for us, just reach out to us. We'd love to see those suggestions and work our best to get those guests or topics on the show. Until next week, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you later here on the Carolina Weather Group. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we are joined by the WLTX weather team out of Columbia, South Carolina. That is the CBS affiliate there. So if you watch Channel 19 at Columbia, you probably see some familiar faces. And if you don't, hopefully after tonight, you'll get to learn about these meteorologists and tune over and check out the weathercast. So Efren, Daniel, Alex, and Danielle, thank you for joining us, and happy to have you all, and thank you for a little bit of your time. So we're going to start off this question, probably one you've been asked several times, but we're going to ask it again. How did you guys, how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? What persuaded you to do that? And Everett, I'll start with you, and I'll just let the team continue after that.
The interesting thing is that when I went to school, I actually wanted to be an aeronautical engineer. Then I had an interest in weather, but I never had an interest in meteorology as far as a study. And I took one class, and it was an orientation to professional meteorology. There was one credit class, and I got hooked. It came down to really the same thing. I'm always talking to kids, high schoolers, college students. It comes down to the one word I always say when I talk to people about meteorology. It's why. Why is it sunny? Why is it hot? Why does that cloud look like it's cut in half from the bottom? Why is it raining at my house, but my neighbors who are just a quarter mile down the road, they're not getting a lick of rain? Why? And that's where my interest really came in. Why is the weather the way it is? And every time I ask the question, and still today, it's that passion of wanting to know why it is. And even finding out why it is, I just still wanted to know more. It's like those little kids who, when I was 8 years old and sitting on the lawn and looking straight up and going, that cloud looks like a dog, and that cloud looks like a tree. Those are the things that, really got my interest peaked when I was a kid. But it wasn't as an adult that I realized that there's a very big interest, and I just want to know more.
So I always knew I loved the weather. For me, it was, flying to Florida for the summer and seeing all those big puffy clouds and just wondering, how do clouds that produce so much rain, stay afloat, as a kid. I was just so amazed by the idea that it was just totally sunny along the approach when you're flying into, let's say, like Orlando, for example, and then by the time you're at the airport and you're getting the taxi, it's pouring, So just the power of the weather in the Southeast was actually what started it. But I'm from New York originally, so it wasn't the snowstorms and things like that that initially did it for me. So that was kind of a surprising thing, because a lot of my, fellow colleagues and friends that I went to school with, it was snow for them because I went to school at Rutgers in New Jersey. So yeah, I originally wanted to be kind of more of the operational forecasting side of things. But then I realized when I was in school after Hurricane Sandy that I wanted to do more television and communication, because a lot of people were impacted by storm surge because they had no idea what it was. It wasn't well communicated, as far as the city evacuating people from for Sandy. Hurricane Sandy wasn't a hurricane when it made landfall. So there were just so many communication things. I mean, we see it now with the derecho in the Midwest. People don't know what a derecho is. And so there's all of these different things that kind of go into the communication aspect that I was like, what, that is absolutely where I feel comfort. I need to, kind of explain what's happening because I love learning about the weather and why it's happening. So that was sort of what did it for me.
I'm kind of like Alex. I grew up outside of Philly, but it wasn't snowstorms that did it for me. I have a lot of good memories of snowstorms, but kind of like the two big things I remember growing up was sitting on the back porch, dangerously close, just listening to thunderstorms and this is the coolest thing ever. And then just kind of growing up, the news was always on in my house. And for my 15th birthday, I think my mom took me to the Today Show so I could meet Al Roker and do that whole experience. So I knew I kind of wanted to do news, but I hated writing. And I naively thought weather's cool. I love science. I'm never going to have to write as a meteorologist. Wrong. But I kind of just combined a lot of different interests and it really worked out. And it's been great. And it's fun, like Alex said, communicating while also being a scientist and kind of digging deep with the math and science was always kind of what I leaned towards growing up.
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you, back in 1984, a tornado destroyed the school I was in. And so that kind of sparked a little bit of interest for me. And then Hugo back in 1989, that was a big deal as well in South Carolina. And all y'all know it as well. That's still the litmus test for hurricanes is Hurricane Hugo. But I think those are the two things that kind of sparked my interest. I do apologize. I'm sitting in the car. They don't like for us to stay in the station. So I'm sitting in the car kind of holding the phone.
You look good, Daniel, and you sound good. Appreciate that. Hugo, definitely one of those benchmark storms for the Carolinas. Speaking of that, Daniel, I heard you mention Al Roker. So our next question, was there a meteorologist that you looked up to growing up or maybe even in college with internships, someone that you looked up to as you went through your career?
I can start. So yeah, Al Roker, when I was growing up for sure. And then, so I got to go to school at UNC Charlotte. And so being in Charlotte, Panovich is who you kind of watch and who you're kind of following along. So on the more local scale, Panovich was definitely a really good mentor, and then ended up being a teacher at school. So he was one of the people that definitely helped solidify that for me.
When I was a kid, I watched a lot of Weather Channel. Anytime I was sick at home, I was so excited that I could just watch that all day long and, just hear the forecast around the country. So honestly, growing up seeing a lot of those meteorologists, all of them, I was just totally attached to and interested in because I felt that they were very knowledgeable and that they dug in deep to the weather. So I appreciated that always. I have to say, probably in high school, Stephanie Abrams her career was really starting to rev up. And I probably looked up to her the most because she was just so, her personality was just what it was. She wasn't really afraid to hide it on air. And I was always, in high school, the kind of person who just said whatever came to mind. So I felt like I could kind of relate to her. And she also, was big on the science and on the math. She was from Florida. I love Florida weather, so there was like that connection I always felt with her whenever I would watch her on TV, because she was really into the science, but she also had like this personality where she was like unapologetically herself, And so I think Stephanie Abrams was definitely a person during my formidable years that I looked up to.
Well, I'll jump in. Crazy enough, since I live where I work, where I grew up watching Jim Gandy. So that was kind of a guy that I always enjoyed watching. And crazy enough, he came to my school when I was in 3rd grade. That was like seeing a rock star. And then luckily I was able to work with him for, I don't know, almost 14 years. So that was kind of cool. Kind of dating myself because the Weather Channel was not necessarily huge when I was coming along. So I do remember watching Cantore, and I met him a few years ago, and he seemed to be a pretty nice guy as well.
Something that you guys have dealt with already this year, severe weather in the Columbia area. So our question is, which one do you find more challenging forecasting, severe weather or winter weather, which we get a little bit of in the Carolinas? Alex, I'll let you start.
That is a great question. So for me, obviously the tornado outbreak the day after Easter was something that I hadn't anticipated, prior to seeing that, synoptic setup could even happen in South Carolina, just because it's so rare to have tornado outbreaks like that. A lot of times, our tornado outbreaks come from our tropical weather, where we're on the dirty side of the storm. And so those are a little bit easier to sort of convey, whereas, a morning tornado outbreak where we had, I believe, like 3 or 4 EF3, big tornadoes in the Midlands in the, 5, 6 o'clock hour of the morning, that was definitely, I think, a big challenge. But, winter weather here, we're going on now, our 7th year without any significant snow. So I think as the years go on, there's a whole generation of people that aren't used to snow, either because they didn't live here at the time or because, they weren't grown up yet at the time. So I really think now, and as the years continue to go on, that we go without snow, I really feel that winter weather is perhaps one of the trickiest, because severe weather, a lot of times it's isolated, the impacts, but if it snows, everybody's feeling that.
I'll jump in. Winter weather. I've been around doing, I guess I've been doing weather in Columbia since 2007 at this point, and winter weather is always the big thing. And I remember in 2013 we forecasted 1 to 3 inches of snow in Columbia, and we missed by 50 miles. The city was shut down, and it was blue skies outside. And even now, it's become even a bigger deal because of social media and all the bad information out there. So in my opinion, for a snow or ice event in South Carolina, that's the bigger challenge. Maybe not from a forecasting standpoint, but from the standpoint of social media and people getting the wrong information out there and calling us names because we're not buying into the hype sometimes.
Good point. Danielle, I want to bring you in. You graduated from UNC Charlotte. You didn't prepare for doing weather from home, I'm assuming, and class there. So what are your thoughts?
No, I barely made it 9 months into my career per se that I had to transfer to my 500 square foot apartment. So I definitely was not equipped like other meteorologists have their green screens, blah, blah, blah. I didn't even have this map here. The station was like, we're going to throw something on your wall for you. So I was not prepared whatsoever, but I think I really do like what it has offered. Now that we're going back to the station, it showed like how much flexibility we could potentially have in our job. Like we can work and build our graphics and do everything at home on a quiet weather day. And I live across the street from the station. I can pop over, do my show, and come on back. So that's kind of been nice. And with like Alex's setup, it has been so cool to see him like, just like, that'll be great if he could stay home on a nice weather day and say, check out my plants, check out the beautiful sunshine. It's fantastic. So I didn't really prepare. Thankfully, it had been kind of smooth. There hasn't been a ton of hiccups with it. My dog has only barked on air once. So like that has all been positives. But I don't think we're going to stay like this. But I think it does show that we could have more flexibility in our jobs that we didn't really think we had beforehand when it comes from like working from home.
Yeah, just beyond this window is my porch, and I have hundreds of plants out there. So it's been really fun to show off, the different plants and how they're growing. Like my banana tree is growing a new leaf every single week because of how hot and humid it's been. And so there is this opportunity to tell the forecast in a different way. Sometimes during the morning show, the wind will actually shift from behind me, which is my south, to in front of me, which is my north. So I can talk about the reason why there is maybe some fog because, the temperature has now reached the dew point because of this northerly breeze that's coming in. It really has been a good opportunity. And a lot of people have come up to me and said that they really like that I'm out on my porch because I'm wearing a jacket when it's cold out and, I'm wearing my windbreaker when it's misting. Luckily, I have a roof over my porch, so I don't have to worry. And since it's the morning show, I don't have to worry about storms very frequently getting in the way either, because if there was lightning, then I would not be outside. And that's only happened once during the morning show. So yeah, it's been a good opportunity to sort of change things up a bit. I still have my forecast graphics. I'm still doing, still showing the same things, but now I get to like bring the weather outside where it's happening. And I feel that it's kind of made me a little bit more intuitive, like to see the sunrise earlier in the morning. It's I see hummingbirds flying at 7 a.m. It's just made me so much more in tune with nature, which is really needed when you're not around people. You need something to hold on to.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's get some fun questions here. These are just some questions to get to know you guys a little bit better. So beach or mountains? Which one do you guys prefer, beach or mountains?
Beach.
Beach, all right.
Easy.
I'm beach. I'm Danielle.
That's good. We're all beach. I love the beach too. Favorite food?
Anything pasta for me, or with cheese. That's my anything Italian food is great.
Pizza. And everything pizza.
I really like just a good like baguette and some nice cheeses, a little charcuterie spread. That's what I'm gonna say.
Everyone's talking about pizza, so we had a few questions about pizza here. A, does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? And B, if you only had one topping besides cheese, what would it be on pizza?
Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
I actually, surprisingly, do like pineapple on pizza. I didn't first have it until after I left New York because that's just not something you tend to see up there. But I love the sweet, salty. So, I'm like not afraid of, some odd and unusual kind of toppings. So on the topic of toppings, I think the one that I would really like to keep is basil. I know it's simple, but I just love that little herby kind of feel that it gives.
I think pineapple can stay on pizza. I'm okay with that. We can leave it there. My topping would be black olives. Like growing up, my sisters and I would have like extra double black olive pizzas, and that was it. So I'll keep the black olives with the pineapple.
Favorite type of music? What do you listen to while you're preparing your forecast, or just kind of out every day? What's your favorite type of music?
Oh, I go for all the decades personally. And I do listen to music in the morning. A lot of times I'll listen to our other sister stations to see what they were talking about because we have sister stations across the country. But when I'm not doing that, I'll listen. I think this morning I was listening to Fleetwood Mac. I was listening to the Supremes last week. It's just like all over the place. I love it. But generally my favorite music is kind of like that alternative rock kind of thing. Like I still listen to like the Foo Fighters and the Killers, like all those bands that were popular in the 90s and 2000s. They're still releasing pretty good music, so I like them.
I'm country all the way. And then whatever Spotify will like say is popular, I'll like shuffle because I don't think I'm a good playlist maker. But if I have to pick, it's going to be country.
Favorite disaster or weather-themed movie?
I agree with Twister. We actually did a senior project about all of the things that were wrong with Twister. That was our final assignment in mesoscale meteorology, and that was a lot of fun because, I mean, you got to watch Twister and, you know, kind of pick it apart with the things you learned. It was really fun.
I'm going to go Twister, too, just because I know I've seen it. I don't like disaster movies. They stress me out.
I feel like I heard a couple of weeks ago there may be a Twister 2 coming out soon, so we may all have to get together and kind of do what you did, Alex, and kind of point out the inaccuracies of the movie.
I'm down. That sounds so fun.
All right, we have one more controversial fun question, and then we'll kind of start to wrap up. This is one that we've done with all of our specials here, and it goes back to food. Is a hot dog a sandwich or not?
Oh.
A hot dog, is it a sandwich or is it just a hot dog? Some people say it's a sandwich, some people no.
What's the definition of a sandwich?
Well, they say it's two pieces of bread and a meat, but a lot of people say that doesn't qualify. A hot dog doesn't qualify.
Bread. It's one bread. That's
one bread.
True. That's a good point. I'm with Efren. That is a really good argument.
Final question. This is one to promote your city, Columbia, or your forecast area there in the Midlands. Tell us why we should visit your area. Give us maybe your favorite spot to hang out at, something that anybody should go out and see if they're in the Columbia area.
We have so many river walks. Those are like my favorite places to like take my dog and exercise or like go tubing down the river, and you're still like right next to downtown. So I feel like there's a really good mix of like you can do your downtown thing, but you could also like kind of get out in nature. I really like that aspect of the city.
I was going to say the same thing, the rivers. And we have some great parks too. And so you have like awesome geography. Like I'm up towards the Sandhills, which is totally different than Riverwalk. And they're all like a 15, 20-minute drive. And sometimes I'll go to both of them in the same day. And in one of them, you know, my feet are all sandy. And then in the other, you're, you know, at the bottom. So it's a great place to sort of learn the fall line because we're right on it and sort of what the difference is. Plus, it's, you know, literally the dead center of South Carolina. So you want to go to mountains or to the beach, you're kind of like in a good territory to go to either.
Truly say this to a lot of people. I live in North Carolina, but South Carolina is like a second home. It's a beautiful state. And it's definitely a place that you need to check out. So, y'all, we appreciate your time today. I'll let you be able to promote your social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, if you guys want to do that. So if our followers aren't already following you, they can there on social media. Alex, I'll let you go first.
Sure. It's Alex Calamia WX. That's my Twitter, and my Facebook is Alex Calamia as well. My Instagram is very plant focused. We have Gandy's Garden here at WLTX, which is all about climate and the garden, and it's applicable to everyone in the Southeast. So Instagram is a big place for you to see all my plants. So that's Alex Tropical Pics. You'll also see it on my Twitter and Facebook. We're always talking weather and plants. It's fun.
I am at WX_Danielle on Twitter and Instagram. Lots of forecasting on there. And on Facebook, I am meteorologist Danielle Miller. So come on over.
Nice and simple for both my Twitter and my Facebook. It's Efren WLTX. EFREN WLTX. You can find it on both of them. It's easy. As long as you spell my first name correctly, you'll be able to find me.
Daniel just emailed me and said his phone was overheating, so he wasn't able to stick around. But if you want to follow Daniel, it's Daniel_Bonds on Twitter, and then on Facebook, I think it's the same thing. You can follow his weather page, Daniel Bonds. Just search it up, WLTX. So we want to appreciate you guys watching us here at the Carolina Weather Group. Guys, thank you for spending some time with us, and we will see you all next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight we're going to be talking about the 9-year anniversary, April 16th, 2011. If you live in North Carolina, anywhere around that time period, or even now, you remember the major tornado outbreak that occurred. And tonight we're going to be looking back at that event. We have with us tonight Mike Mays, Chief Meteorologist at WRAL. We also have with us Dan Whitaker, Jeremy Gilchrist. They were out in the field chasing these tornadoes, and so we're going to get their perspective. Also with us, we have Tim Buckley, who is the Chief Meteorologist at WFMY, but at the time was working in Wilmington, North Carolina at WWAY. And we have Gannon Medwick on with us, who is Chief Meteorologist at WECT in Wilmington, but at the time was working at WNCT in New Bern, North Carolina. And we have with us Jeff Orrock, and he is the meteorologist in charge at the NWS office in Wakefield, Virginia, but at the time he was also working at the NWS in Raleigh. So we have a big group of guests with us tonight. So looking forward to each and everyone's perspective of this event. I do want to hand it off to Mike first, kind of let him give a brief background of his recall of this event, because he has to run and get some things done. So Mike, I want to kick it off to you first, and tell us a little bit about your perspective. I know you was on the air during the event, so kind of talk to us about the lead up to the event and any memories during covering the tornado that you remember.
First off, I'll apologize. We got our cleaning crew coming into the studio, so it's probably going to get loud because he's pushing his garbage can around.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Prior to the event, which happened on a Saturday, SPC putting us in a risk, I believe it was moderate on that Friday, and then Saturday morning I woke up to a high risk. Now, at the time, Greg Fischel, who was the chief meteorologist at the time, was out of town. He had a family emergency up in Pennsylvania, so he had to leave. So I have never covered an event as massive as the one that happened on that Saturday without him being here. So it's kind of like he's Batman, I'm Robin, and then Batman's gone and Robin has to take over. So for somebody who's never been the lead, it was kind of nerve-wracking. But I had Nate Johnson with me, who had tornado coverage experience. He was the chief meteorologist in Abilene, Texas. You guys probably all know Nate. So that morning, just the way the atmosphere felt, you could tell something was coming. And around lunchtime, 1 o'clock, we started having the tornadoes develop over the Sandhills. The first one, I believe, was in Sanford, had caused the damage to the Lowe's home improvement store there and tracked to the north and east. Now, I've been here in North Carolina since 1994. I've been in tornado coverage, but I've never had tornado coverage of long track tornadoes like the ones we saw that day. And at one point, we had 4 tornadoes on the ground, and Nate and I were juggling back and forth, where I was handling 2 tornadoes, he was handling 2. It was just an incredibly rough day, and I'm sure everybody here in this group has their own stories about what happened. The hardest part for me, I guess, was watching that tornado leave Sanford, and it was making a beeline to my house, to my neighborhood. I have family in town, and I was hoping and praying that they were watching the coverage on TV. And I know, Tim, you're on TV. How do you get the point across to people that you know to take shelter? I couldn't stop and pick up the phone and say, hey, listen, a tornado's coming to the house. You need to take cover. So that's one thing that was upsetting to me. The tornado passed about 50 yards from my house. I damaged the subdivision right next to mine. I had some damage to some fencing. That was about it. I was very fortunate. And then after it passed my neighborhood, it was heading right here toward WREL. And I remember Nate Johnson yelling out loud to everybody in the studio, go to the basement, because it was at the time coming straight to the TV station, but at the last moment, it moved a little farther east and hit downtown instead of coming here. So it was a really, really rough day. And I thought after all was said and done, because we were on there from 2 in the afternoon to 11 o'clock at night nonstop. I mean, we had continuous coverage the whole time. And when it was done, I thought, okay, this is going to be the worst. This is the benchmark of the worst coverage of a storm that I'll have in my career. But then we had Florence, and it was just days upon days of coverage with that. But yeah, it was not the best.
And Jeff, from a National Weather Service perspective, how did y'all prepare, and how were y'all getting the message out in the days ahead of the event?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had the moderate risk the day before, and we already had a feeling we were headed into a high risk, to be honest with you. So, we were already heavily staffed for that day. We already had a pretty good game plan, and I want to say by the time the storm started to move in from the west and really get going, I want to say we had at least a dozen people in the weather office, and we sectorized warning operations so that we could have 3 or 4 different folks issuing tornado warnings simultaneously, and at the same time, folks working with Skywarn. I was kind of helping lead operations and also doing a lot of phone calls to the emergency managers. There's a lot of spin up ahead of this. There was a lot of email traffic, a lot of email briefings the day before. I remember even briefing Seymour Johnson Air Force Base because they were at the high risk at that point, and some of the precautions they were taking down there, in the east. So there was a lot of preparation for it. It's kind of one of those things where, like Mike was saying, everybody knew something bad was about to unfold. And I had been through Gerald, Texas, in the tornadoes out there, and so going into this event, that was kind of the back of my mind that we're headed into something pretty big. And I do remember talking with Wake County and trying to explain what does a high risk day mean. I mean, the way we taught this in Texas was that someone's going to die today. I mean, these are going to be big, long track tornadoes, and this is going to be some serious stuff.
Jeff, you're talking about Skywarn, the Storm Spotter group, and Jeremy and Dan. I want to bring you in here in just a second. But I imagine, like we were talking about, social media, not really that big of a thing at the time, with tweeting in reports, giving Facebook reports of the storm. How key were the Skywarn Storm Spotters for you that day?
Yeah, I mean, we've always had a great network across central North Carolina, so they've been outstanding. So we were getting a lot of real-time reports from spotters. They were calling on the phone. We actually had ham radio operators. I want to say we had 2 or 3 in the office ready for this. So the network was just lighting up. We were getting a lot of reports, almost to the point where as it approached Holly Springs, I mean, you couldn't keep up with them all. So that was a huge asset, and just a lot of people just calling in on the phone. It wasn't. We didn't have the social media like we do today, but we really pretty much knew what was going on. We had heard the Lowe's had been destroyed about the time it was getting into Wake County. We'd already heard that the Lowe's hardware had been severely damaged or destroyed down there. And of course, you could see the debris ball on radar. So you kind of had a sense that this was really serious stuff going on. But there was a lot of great real-time reports, not only across the Raleigh area and down towards Sanford, but also with the Fayetteville up to a Wilson tornado. I mean, we had a lot of great reports with that as well.
Mike, one question for you made me think. You're saying that before Florence, this was the biggest event you covered. Do you see any storm fatigue, even from 9 years from now, people kind of comparing severe weather events to April 16th?
There was a lot of anxiety every time a risk would come up. You'd feel that. You'd feel what happened on April 16th. I would worry every time we had a SPC 3-day outlook, and on the 3-day outlook there was like an enhanced risk or maybe just a slight risk, and what it would be when we finally got to that day. And I got to the point where I was dreading severe weather coverage because of what happened that day. I'd get anxiety, I'd get scared, but I've gotten past that, and that's a good thing. I remember that day when we had the 4 tornadoes on the ground at one time. I was worried about, okay, how are we going to cover this? You can't show everything at one time. And we had to make sure, Nate and I had to make sure that we spent enough time on each storm to let people know that, it was coming to their communities, that they had to remain safe. But how do you juggle 4 tornadoes, inform everybody in their paths, and make sure you allot enough time so they know what's going on? We tended to hang with the one that went through Raleigh more and Fayetteville more because it was affecting larger populations, but that was the hard part and the worrisome part, that we weren't giving enough, coverage to one tornado and giving too much to another one.
Tossing over to Tim and Gannon as well real quick. This was a career-defining event, one of the biggest, or definitely the biggest in North Carolina. Are there any specific memories or stories that you remember hearing about that day from viewers?
So I was in the Wilmington area, and if you look at the map, the final one with all the red lines, it confirms where all the tornadoes were. Oftentimes, the worst stuff doesn't quite get to Wilmington, right? And in this case, it didn't either. So city of Wilmington was fine. A lot of the populated coastal centers were fine. But on the periphery and the rural areas, most of the tornadoes that we were covering for about 8 hours that day, Robeson County, Columbus County, Duplin County, Onslow County, those counties inland were the ones we were talking about the most. Bladen County had I think, a 4 fatality storm. We, as always we do, actually got a lot of angry phone calls that day because most of the people in our area, they weren't seeing much other than blue sky. It was a really nice April morning. It was close to 80 degrees, I remember, breezy. There were NBA playoffs on at the day, so we were kind of fighting that battle in the newsroom, right, keeping people at bay a little bit while we were doing tornado coverage. Now later on, people understood how serious it was, especially once you started to see like the destroyed those foods and everything. But that was my first time ever really doing tornadoes. To be honest with you, it was my second year in Wilmington. Prior to that, I was in college, so I didn't know a lick about tornadoes. I grew up in upstate New York. I went to school in Pennsylvania. We don't get tornadoes. I mean, not really. So this was new for me too. But myself and Jerry Jackson, we were there for about, I think we went on TV at 2 and we went off at about 8. So it was a while covering these things. And it was just amazing to me how there were very few, if any, false alarms. There were a million tornado warnings and there were a million tornadoes. To use hyperbole, but they were pretty much each cell produced as it was going through, and it was just boom, 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 one after the other, and a lot of damage was done, especially to the rural areas in Southeast North Carolina.
My second daughter was born on the 11th. I didn't come back to work till Friday. Just throwing stuff out there. Saw the slight to moderate risk, alerting for storms going into Saturday. I was third on the pecking order to be coming in because we had our weekend person, we had our chief, and I was doing mornings. But it became clear, especially what was going down in central North Carolina. I was personally at home watching Nate Johnson with that tornado. It looked like a wedge, looked like a cloud just right to the ground that I was going in. And it's coming back to memories about just making sure you spend time on one storm to identify where the rotation is and give enough lead time before you have to move on to that next storm. And at some points, there were 6, 8 active warnings. Just a blur the way it just continuously unfolds. You hit a storm, you move on to a storm, you circle back. Population centers, as Mike mentioned, preferred. There was the one at Tarawa Terrace in Jacksonville. That was a big center in the Greenville-New Bern television market. Jacksonville is the largest city. We had to hit that. Then we saw the storm report that the Bertie County storm had actually killed numerous people, ended up killed 12 people. So that was surreal. When you are warning for storms and getting reports of damage, but no reports coming down off the wire or whatever that there's fatalities, and then all of a sudden numerous fatalities is still weird to talk about. Ended up being 12 in Bertie County, and then finally just going home that night. This event had everything. The event had everything. The setup, and then the final. I mean, sometimes we say as meteorologists we save lives. This was literally the only time that we were able to. Some of our crews went out to Snow Hill in Greene County, and they were able to say, standing with a family in their house that was completely destroyed except for the interior part. And they said they were listening to our broadcast, and they went into that interior part. So just a surreal event that I never want to forget. And I wanted to, so thanks again to give me a chance to talk to you guys about it and share the similar experiences.
Gannon, I think we've talked about this before off of this show, but this was also one of your one of your first tornado events, kind of bigger tornado events to cover, correct?
Yeah, I'd gotten to Greenville in October of 2004. There were a couple of active springs and falls as per usual. 2008 sticks out, but like Mike and Tim said, I mean, they're just usually just a couple tornadoes, and then you move on. And maybe they're in rural areas, and maybe they're not, exceptional damage producers. But then this one just is bold-faced, italicized, and underlined when you look back on it. So yeah, the biggest event, and thank God it's still the biggest tornado event. Dorian was a huge producer, but still nothing compares to April 16, 2011.
I've been to a few conferences and I've heard, Jeff, I'll send this to you. Obviously 2011 remembered for the Tuscaloosa, Alabama, April 27th event. Had that not happened, this would have been the event that a lot of the meteorological community would have looked back on tornado-wise, Jeff. As the Weather Service, I know you guys do a lot of meetings and stuff. Has this event kind of tailored some of your studies or some of your outlooks on stuff that you've, I guess, done case studies on this event to kind of find out the whys of what happened and how to better prepare for maybe the next setup we get like this?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt this event, I mean, it still stands out, even though, like you're saying, the later event was even larger than this one. For our region, this is still, what our benchmark, storm. And, it even went up, not even just the Carolinas, eventually went up into Virginia and did a lot of damage up there too. So, it's been widely studied. It was before some of the newer technology came out with on the radar, even some of the new impact-based warnings. So we've actually gone back in and rerun cases like this with what we call the impact-based warnings. And we did use tornado emergency, but nowadays we even have more tags we can put into the warnings to kind of say, okay, it's radar confirmed on the ground before we even have, spotter reports of anything on the ground. We can confirm it just using radar data. And so we've actually used cases like this and kind of run back through them with some of the new products and new ways that we issue tornado warnings, as well as some of the different dual pole products. So, we do go back in and kind of practice and relive some of these events like this, putting them more into, I'd say, the current time. So this is definitely a benchmark event. We also look at it from a standpoint of, staffing and how do you handle events like this, because they don't come around often. So, you kind of go back and look at, how does operations run in the Weather Service office when you have an event like this, making sure that, you're dotting your I's, you're crossing your T's. Every storm is being interrogated, simultaneously, and that you've got warning operations going, for each individual storm, and you're doing your coordination with 911 centers and working with emergency management, and then keeping the damage reports, as they're coming in, also sending them out. So, looking at how an office should run, and how we should be running our operations to keep things, being pushed out so folks know what's happening. I mean, we use events like this to kind of go back and revisit and relive, what we did right, and also sometimes where we can improve. But it's important to kind of take these events in context, realizing we'll have an event, something like this again at some point in the future. We hope not, but we've got to be ready for it.
And Jeff, one more question, then I want to get to Dan and Jeremy and let them talk about what they experienced out in the field. We were talking before this show. You guys, at a point in time, I think it was 5, 6, 7 minutes, were backed up by the National Weather Service in Blacksburg. Can you talk to our viewers tonight who may not realize in these situations when the Weather Service is actually in danger of getting hit by a tornado, you actually pass the coverage off to a neighboring office?
Yeah, so it's similar to what Mike was saying earlier. About probably just shortly after the tornado went through Sanford, and we could see the massive debris ball on the radar. Before it got to Holly Springs, we realized that this thing was coming into most likely southern Wake and eventually the south side of Raleigh, where the Weather Service office was. So I remember I picked up the phone and talked to the Blacksburg office. So we're paired so that a neighboring Weather Service office can really kind of basically restart their computer system, and they can come up as if they're, the Raleigh Weather Service office. So we called them probably almost half an hour out and just said, hey, look, we may get to the point where we've got to be backed up if this thing gets too close, so be ready to go, giving them a chance to get the radar up and running, the warning system up and running, things that they would need. And I think we called them back, I want to say about probably 15 to 20 minutes later, and we basically said, okay, this thing may really come get us now. And so I basically remember saying, if you hear from us again, you've got it. And so then what we started doing is we had 12 people in operation. So as it got closer, we started funneling some folks downstairs into the lower part of the building. and we kept 3 of us up in operations. And literally, about the time we could see insulation and things falling outside the window, we picked up the phone and basically told Blacksburg, okay, you've got it. We're sheltering at this point. And we had already issued the tornado emergency for Raleigh. So the warnings were already out for Raleigh. And then we sheltered downstairs, like you're saying, for probably about 7 minutes, and then came up. And the tornado passed just to our east, going up South Saunders Street.
Dan and Jeremy, y'all had a very different kind of experience. You guys were actually out in the field chasing these long track tornadoes. I guess, Dan, we'll start with you since you're the first on my screen. Kind of give us the firsthand perspective. What was it like actually being there within a mile of these monsters?
One of the things that we had at the time that we still use that was very active was the NC Storm Chasers and Forecasters group on Facebook. And fortunately, there's a lot of information coming in through there being funneled in as well. And I remember I was in Alabama, I caught the storm, and all of a sudden there started being people kind of looking at some of the parameters for the next day in North Carolina. This was when it was at a moderate, I guess, before it got pushed to a high risk. And one of the things that was being looked at was how the storm system I was currently inside and what was turning into a squall line in Alabama was going to keep pushing across into North Carolina. And they were seeing on the HRR runs how basically that squall line eventually was going to break apart into supercells, and that's when really the tornado potential would strengthen. And so when that started coming into play, I just hauled it straight back towards North Carolina, drove all night long, and made it into Greensboro, Burlington area for the start of where the tornado warnings really kind of got going. Followed the storm in front of it. I actually was able to bust through it because I was inside of it / behind it until about Charlotte to Greensboro, somewhere in there. I busted through the front of it and got in front of the squall line, and then was in front of it near Burlington to Raleigh, somewhere in between there, maybe kind of close to Durham. And that's kind of when it went tornado warned, and it started to kind of quickly overwhelm my vehicle and me and my ability to keep chasing it. There's a couple things that were very clear about this storm system and about these storms, which is one, they were very fast moving. I remember they were going about 60 to 80 miles an hour. Was what I was trying to keep up with and stay in front of, and position myself in hook echoes so that I could try and get a good visual of these, for the most part, pretty rain-wrapped, low nature storms that were just hard to spot. I had great luck in Alabama the day before. I actually found myself up on a hill is kind of how I was able to see that tornado so well for such a long period of time. But this day it seemed, in North Carolina, a lot more heavy rain, a lot more heavy wind. I basically ended up inside of some severe winds going, just at a guesstimate, 50 to 70 miles an hour at the very least, sideways blowing rain. Once I got out of that, I tried to get back in position, ended up in that again. Eventually just kind of the whole storm inside of that tornado warning just overwhelmed me and got in front of me right as it got into Raleigh.
And just waiting for this line, and we're sitting there going, "Oh man, this thing is not breaking up. There's no supercells. What's happening?" All of a sudden, obviously, within a few frames, it started to go. And so we're in Newton Grove still, and which was the right area to be. We just got a little impatient and saw the first one. By then, it was already hitting Sanford in the lows, and we decided to speed on towards Raleigh to try to get it there. And I do remember, as Mike May said earlier, the broadcast, Kevin had his ham radio with us. He had a ham radio in the car because he was doing the storm spotting. But I do remember that specific broadcast said, "Do not approach Raleigh, stop where you are," and all this stuff. And one thing I do remember about that whole day is just a surreal feeling that I can't even describe in the atmosphere. And the winds, even outside, the thunderstorms are blowing 40 to 50 miles an hour. Lots of inflow into these supercells from a long distance away, blowing dust and all of that. But when we got to Raleigh, as it was said it went up South Saunders Street. We were not far from there, coming onto the Beltline. And it was, I remember specifically seeing the power flashes just to my left as we were coming in. And we stopped right there because we knew it was rain wrapped. We couldn't see it. And we looked for an exit after that. And then we were trying to decide, do we, for about a couple of minutes, do we try to keep up with this one? We all knew that the storms, as Dan said, were doing, forward speeds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. We're already behind it. We're in a metro area. We're like, no, let's get out of here. Let's go for the next one down the line. That was the Wilson storm. And interestingly enough, that storm hit Fayetteville first, that next cell down the line. And I have a friend there who was in contact with me pretty much before we were chasing the Raleigh one, saying, do I need to take shelter? Is this the real deal? And I looked, and the couplet was almost on top of him, and I'm like, yes, get in, And they got into a closet, and the tornado did hit their house. Fortunately, at that point, it was the start of that tornado's path, so it was weaker. They had a few shingles gone, but up the road from them, it turned into EF3 damage. So, but they were, they did take precautions, and they were fine. I didn't find that out till later, but so then I had to beat the forward flank of that next cell. So coming out of Raleigh, so I was speeding definitely to beat that forward flank to get. I didn't want to get cored and then stuck and miss knowing how fast these storms were moving. So I was driving a Volkswagen Beetle at the time, and finally made it to 795 area. I got just a little bit south of it.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
I didn't want to get a clear view if there was a tornado. And then we were going up 795 northbound. So we get a straight on look at it. And I looked to my left, and I saw the rotation. I looked to my left, and like, is that what I think it is? Because it was there wasn't that much contrast at that point, and it was open field, and so we just decided to stop there. And then it came out from some trees, and sure enough, that's the tornado, which many of you have probably seen the video of.
Marker 5.5, looking north-northeast. Large tornado on the ground, all the way to the ground.
Multiple times. Kevin called it in. I think the tornado was about 100 yards wide at that point. We were about a mile and a half away. I could have gotten a lot closer to it, but I did not know the area that well, so I didn't know if I was going to pull up. That's the only reason I didn't. I didn't want to lose the view we had, and I knew how fast it was moving. I knew we had one shot to get a look at it, and that was going to be it, and then it was going to be gone. And so we decided, all right, we got a good view here. Yeah, no, we're not super close, but we'll just stay where we are, and we're safe here. So we watched it, and then kind of faded into the rain from where we were as the rear flank downdraft came around, and we got hit by that a little bit. And then after that point, we took off for the next cell down the line, which we ended up in Farmville outside of Greenville. And we just missed it. We just moved. We weren't fast enough. These storms were moving way too quickly. So we just had to find a safe. We actually had to use an escape route and go into the rain and hail so we get away from the couplet and let it pass because we weren't going to be able to see it from where we were. And then, so we did. And then we went into Farmville, and we saw the damage there. It just happened, but immediately, amazingly, the emergency crews were there. They were probably there within a minute or two after the storm passed. And so we took a look for a minute, and I remember letting, again, cell phone. I mean, smartphones were relatively new, but I did have one, Pickle 3. And I remember just letting a guy whose house got damaged use it to call his family. And then we wanted to get out of the way of the emergency services as quickly as we could. So then that was it. And then there was a squall line behind that. That was it. And then we went home after that. And then the last thing I remember is going to the NC State Library to upload my footage to YouTube, since I had a super fast connection, as quickly as I could. And I think I remember emailing Mike Mays and sending him the link or something like that right away. And then Ariel, I know, put it up. And then it actually ended up in a few things, like a National Geographic did a special on that whole spring because, as Dan said, there were a number of outbreaks that spring. Everybody remembers Tuscaloosa and all that. This was one of 3, I think, major outbreaks that they covered in that series, and so it ended up kind of spreading from there. And I think it is still my most viewed video to this date. But and that was about it. That was about the general summary of my day right there.
Were you guys able to, after this event, in the days to come, to go out and survey some of the damage? If so, what kind of stuck out to you guys?
Our biggest storm was in Bladen County, in Elizabethtown specifically. There were 4 fatalities there between, I believe, Elizabethtown and closer to Bladenboro. Also, a couple tornadoes up there in Bladen. And our reporters, I'll say they had a tough time coming back from those reports because a lot of the structures really were just torn apart. It was EF2 damage, but a lot of mobile homes, a lot of weakly built structures there didn't stand a chance at all based on the strength of the storms that day. So like we usually see in North Carolina, a lot of times the tornadoes are short-lived and on the grand scale rather weak. This was just, there were a ton of tornadoes and most of them were really strong ones by our measure, at least too. So the damage was much worse than we usually see in a tornado outbreak. It was tough to watch. I remember a lot of people really, if they weren't personally affected by it, emotionally they certainly were. And there was a big outreach to try and help folks in the weeks following.
So I have a question, Tim, coming back to you. How do you think the public responded as these warnings were going off and folks were being warned, hey, look, stay inside. These tornadoes are canvassing a wide area. There's no exacts, but do you feel like a majority of the public really responded well to that, or do you think maybe it was a learning lesson for a lot of folks?
Well, I think it is difficult. Every event is different, right? And I think after this event, probably people took warnings more seriously because this was such a significant one and really a generational one. On that day, I can't really speak to how individual folks reacted. I think it was hard for them to understand. It was such a beautiful, bright, and sunny day in most of the areas until those storms got right up on top of you. So it was almost difficult to understand to the layperson how serious the weather really was. So a lot of these tornado warnings, like Dan was saying earlier, these storms are going 60, 80 miles per hour. The polygons were pretty big to account for that size, and you might have the warning going off and you're still in the sunshine, right? So that's not a typical response where you're going to shelter right away. You might take your time. So I do think that there was, number one, a challenge with it being a midday on a Saturday, a little harder for folks to maybe be paying attention normally. I guess it was always a case-by-case basis, but you look at the fatalities, there were a lot. There were just a lot. So I do think it was a learning lesson for a lot of folks.
After all these storms had passed and the days following the event, you guys had to go out and conduct storm surveys. What did that look like, and how busy were y'all? Because that was a lot of tornadoes to cover.
And so within the first day, we knew we needed to get the fatal tornadoes that were long track. We needed to get those really well defined. And so we got those done. And then there were still some additional surveys on those two. But then really you spent the rest of the week going out into different areas. It took about a week to survey the entire area to get all the tornadoes in. But we focused on the ones that we knew were the worst, that there was the most attention on, just to get the EF rating, the tracks, the intensity, really identifying how the people died. When we lost people, that's a tough thing to have to do, to go out there and work with families that have lost everything. And a lot of times they're out there picking over their stuff, and you want to learn what they've gone through a little bit, but you've also got to be very careful. But most people really do want to talk to you and tell you their story. So we get out there and interact with them. The Lowe's was just an incredible story where they had heard the warning, and then somebody came in to the front of the Lowe's and basically said the tornado's coming. And I remember we talked to the manager. He got on the loudspeaker in the store and just told everybody to go to the back where the bathrooms were. There's more infrastructure in the back. And of course, the tornado hit. It blew in those big sliding glass doors. It blew those in. The whole front wall of the Lowe's hardware blows in, and the front roof collapsed. And so the manager in that Lowe's, I mean, who knows how many lives he saved, but there was a there was a lot of good stories like that, but there was a lot of tough stories with a lot of loss through the day. That makes it tough. But it took us a week to get our hands around all of the damage across central North Carolina.
What's your lasting memory from this event? If you could share it with the folks who are watching, what's your lasting memory from the event? I'll start with you first, Jeremy.
Well, with me, I think it was just even more than the tornado itself was just a surreal feeling that entire day, and the surreal feel of the atmosphere, those winds, like I said, that were inflow into the storms themselves. Just the, I don't know, kind of nervous, like Mike Mays almost being a little bit scared. I think we all were a little bit. I mean, at least I was at the same time as being, excited to possibly see a tornado. Of course, I don't want to see anyone get hurt.
Nothing quite compares to what that system did. Everything from the speed to the tops of the storms being, in a lot of cases, kind of lower topped, and especially the moment where it went from the squall line into breaking up into those individual supercells, and seeing that, like Jeremy said, happen in a couple of frames on radar, aka 10 minutes in time. All of a sudden it went from a messy situation to you have 8 of the most textbook supercells in a line sweeping across the state at a high speed. Being in the middle of that and seeing the actual sun break through the squall line as those storms separated was just a surreal moment, something that I haven't seen happen in North Carolina since, or anywhere really for that matter. I mean, every now and then a strong storm system will separate from a squall line to supercells, but I've never seen anything to that degree.
This was a long week event for us because it took a long time to get all the surveys done. But I mean, going back to that day, things I remember, obviously being in the office, but just how well everything did work. We did lose, more people than obviously you never want to lose anybody. We saved a lot of lives that day, and so going out there and seeing how much devastation there was and how many people were doing the right thing and seeing how well things went in the weather office. I remember watching WREL, like Mike was talking earlier, and they had tornado emergency just in big, bold red across the bottom of the TV set. They were on wall-to-wall coverage. We were getting great spotter reports. It was one of those days where everybody was intensely worried. We were all had a heightened awareness, but everything really worked the way it was supposed to work. I mean, everything we had practiced, all the work we've done with the media and Skywarn and the training inside the office, it just all came together. And so, while we lost people that day, and that's always a tragic thing, there was a lot of things that did work, and a lot of people came together and I'd say performed at a top level. And at the end of the day, it saved lives.
For me, I was definitely still a kid at the moment. I think I was 23 years old or 24 years old or something like that. And thankfully, Jerry Jackson, who I was working with at the time, he had drilled with us very basic severe weather coverage do's and don'ts. Like 3 simple things. Tell folks where the storm is, where it's going, what they should do, and then tell them again. And if you have more than one storm, do 1, 2, 3, however many you have, then go back to the first one. So we really boiled it down to basics. I think we did a pretty good job that day. And I think, this event really prepared me for further events down the road to not get too amped up, too nervous or whatever. Just kind of keep it simple, tell folks what they need to know and what they need to do. And that's really the whole reason why we're here, right? So this is a big moment for North Carolina and, just personally for me and kind of seeing what the weather can do and why we're here.
I do remember one point, I couldn't tell you what time it was, but it was just, we had a little Viper radar system from Barron in the office. That was our primary drive thing. And I remember we would go out and expand and zoom into like Kansas or Oklahoma when they would be having their events, and we would see what the radar would look like. And I remember just thinking to myself at some point, I should be seeing I-35. I should be seeing like OKC and Wichita as delineators here. Instead, I'm seeing Kinston and Goldsboro. And it was just really crazy to see those kind of returns. Everything, classic supercells all lined up in a row.
Gentlemen, we definitely appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for going over this with us. Thank you guys who are watching tonight. Thank you for allowing us to step back in Carolina weather history and talk about this event. Be sure to check out this week. We'll be posting some more updates about this event throughout our social media pages, so be sure to check that as well. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll talk to you next time.
Good evening from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm James Brierton, and this is an all-new episode of the Carolina Weather Group. It's Wednesday, October the 14th, 2020. Here's what's coming up tonight on the Carolina Weather Group. Our guest is Dr. Josh Warman. He invented the Dow, the Doppler on wheels, and he appeared alongside his famed vehicle on numerous TV shows, including Storm Chasers. He's an atmospheric scientist and the president of the Center for Severe Weather Research, that is, and we'll be talking to him coming up in just a moment. We also have on deck for you a check of your forecast with meteorologist Frank Strait. Before we get started tonight, a reminder that the Carolina Weather Group has a new Insiders Club. You can join us on Patreon, patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group, and unlock exclusive extras, including for just $1 a month, video extras and behind the scenes. There are 4 moments from tonight's interview that we weren't able to get into the final edit of the episode that you're about to see. So if you want to check those out for just $1, you'll unlock those on Patreon. For $3.99 a month, you'll be getting early access to select videos, including this episode was available early on Patreon, and future select episodes will be made available onto Patreon supporters who pledge us at our full tier of $3.99 a month. If you're already a Patreon supporter, thank you so much for joining us at patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group. If this is the first time you've heard this pitch, rest assured the Carolina Weather Group, our weekly flagship show, is still always going to be free, just like you're about to see a full 30-minute interview as you would on any other week, and our severe weather coverage, as you saw this past weekend, always remains free. We thank those of you who are supporting us on Patreon so that the Carolina Weather Group can continue to grow and bring you the show that you know and love.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight's guest is Joshua Warman. He works at the Center for Severe Weather Research, and you may have seen Josh on a few storm chasing shows on TV. We're going to talk a little bit about that as well tonight with all the research he's been doing lately with the active tropical season and just kind of generally talking about his career. So we're happy to have Josh with us tonight. Towards the end of the show, we'll let Josh give out some information, social media websites. That way you can follow more of his content. So be sure to stick around towards the end of the show for that. So Josh, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. We'll kind of give you our first question that we ask all of our first-time guests is, how did you get hooked into this crazy weather world that we all like to follow?
Well, it's been decades for me. You can see all the gray hair here. As a kid, I loved physics and math and things like that. And weather was just always a passion for me. I had a little weather station in my backyard and one of those little Taylor instruments, max-min thermometers, and a weather station. I was old school before the internet. So I always liked weather. It was changing all the time. And it was just a great way to apply my nerdy passions of physics and math to something that was really interesting. A lot of interesting challenges and problems still to be solved. So one way or another, I've been into weather for 50 years.
So Josh, before you got started with the Dow projects and everything that you've been working on recently, you actually used to work with the Air Force on nuclear winter simulations, I guess you could say. Could you tell us a little bit about that? That's something I knew nothing about before doing a quick Google search yesterday.
Wow, I was going to say, somebody had some old resume out there. I went to school. I went to MIT, was kind of nerdy. I dropped out for 3 years. So, do what I say, not what I do. But I dropped out of school for 3 years. And went to work as a consultant for the Air Force Geophysics Laboratories. And there was a group there that was working on modeling of a nuclear winter. There was a pretty hot topic back in the 80s. And the premise basically was that if a lot of nuclear bombs were dropped, this was a different world back then. We were really thinking about the Soviet Union and the fact that some giant nuclear war would happen with thousands of nuclear bombs dropped. And the concern was that these nuclear weapons would loft a lot of dust and smoke up into the stratosphere where it would last a long time. And so what we were doing in that group was taking normal thunderstorm cloud models, similar, though more primitive because it was 30 years ago, but similar to models that are run now on clouds. And we would, instead of initiating a cloud with a 2 or 3 degree warm bubble from turbulence, we would initialize the model with a 500 degree nuclear explosion, and boom, you get a big cloud. And we would look at how high the dust from the ground and how high the smoke and other things would be lofted into the stratosphere. You could see what the effects would be on blocking off the sun, what was the issue. And so the concern then was that a nuclear war might lead to what was called then, probably still is, a nuclear winter.
Josh, it seems like you've done a lot of work with radars. What kind of interest when you were trying to figure out what you liked and didn't like in the weather community, what kind of drew you to radars and radar coverage and information?
I got into radar as a graduate student, and the group I was working in was working a lot with radar. I was working with radar data. My PhD work was on microbursts, looking at radar data. And I just started asking some technical questions. Most radars work by sending microwaves out. You send a pulse of microwaves out, and then what comes back to you is what you measure. That's how almost all radars are working. But I just asked myself one day, I think literally this was in the shower kind of mental conversation. What happens to all the other stuff? You know, some of the radiation hits the raindrops and comes back, but a lot of it goes other directions. What happens to all that? And so it turns out really interesting things happen to that, and you can measure that. So I basically came up with this concept of what's called bistatic multiple Doppler systems. That's a lot of syllables, but it was just a different way of doing radar. And I kind of got into doing some radar technology. And in the process of getting more, that kind of led to another question once I was doing that kind of technology. By the way, those in the field think that was my most clever idea, not the Dow. I was just reading papers about people who were doing tornado chasing. This was in early 90s. So there certainly were scientists who were doing tornado chasing. There were scientists who were taking out what I'll call some pretty primitive radar type devices to look at those tornadoes. And I thought, well, what if you actually put a good radar near a tornado? What would you see? So I was just asking that kind of simple question. And how could you do that? So I had what, in retrospect, wasn't a great idea of putting a radar in a van, just a regular old passenger van with an antenna in the back. And you would open the back doors and expose the antenna. And literally, we would just do donuts in a parking lot to scan. It wouldn't scan. We would just do donuts facing the tornado. That was my original idea. And we would just do donuts and see if we could take some slices through a tornado. That quickly morphed into, some engineers telling me, you can actually make that antenna move. And here's how to do it, into coming up with the first Doppler on wheels. And I usually describe it as an idea behind its time, but it's not rocket science. The first Doppler on wheels was just a weather radar. We did a few slightly clever technological things to make it fit on a truck and make it not break when you drive it over railroad tracks. But basically, it was a radar on a small box fan. And the main thing is we just got closer. So we just drove it up to tornado. So we had a pretty good radar, not as good as an 88D, but a pretty good radar. And by getting it 50 times closer, we had a 50 times smaller beam that way. We had a 50 times smaller beam that way. So it's already 2,500 times better. We were a little bit clever and sampled in the third direction better. But I could get 10,000 pieces of data where an 88D would typically get one. And, if you have a microscope or telescope or something, it's getting 10,000 times better data. It's easy to get new science out of that. And that's what we did. The whole thing was just getting closer, getting finer scale data, looking with a better microscope, with a better telescope at tornadoes. and anything else. I know you mentioned tropical stuff, and we just came back from Sally and Laura. Well, we got in the eyes of those storms, in the eye walls of those storms, and with a better microscope, we got up close. And so we're seeing lots of things you just can't see from farther away with our technology.
I guess for the viewers and the listeners who aren't as familiar with what the Doppler on wheels looks like and kind of, what is the epitome of that now? I guess some basic descriptions of what it's like having a Doppler on wheels, what's the size of it, and kind of what's the situations that you would prefer to drive it into? Are there other things besides scanning tornadoes and hurricanes that you find it useful for?
Sure. So let me start out. I'll back up one step and start just in case there's some people who don't even really have a great feel of what radars do. I mean, radars basically send out a narrow beam. It's kind of like a flashlight beam, as narrow as you can get it. And they're scanning through storms of whatever type and trying to get the smallest details that you can by scanning that flashlight beam back and forth. The Doppler on wheels is basically putting all that radar stuff and that flashlight on a truck so we get closer to things. I was just explaining how if you get 50 times closer, you're getting maybe 10,000 times better data. So anything we drive it closer to, we're seeing better data. I use an analogy sometimes of whoever it was who invented the first microscope. So he pointed at his finger, he can see details of a fingerprint. You can point it at pond water and sees parameciums. You can, almost anything you point it at, you're going to see much finer scale detail. So that's what we do with these Doppler on wheels on trucks. So the fundamental concept is just a pretty good radar. Actually, lately we've made very good radars on trucks. So the first ones were just pretty good radars on trucks. What we've done.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
But we've also made the radars a lot better. So now we have dual polarization radar. So we can see the difference between hail and rain. If they're making, rain has kind of hamburger-shaped raindrops, whereas hail is these big ugly things that are tumbling. We can tell the difference with dual polarization. We have 2 different frequencies, so we can look at what happens at 2 different frequencies. We also have pretty good if you're driving over railroad tracks, like I was talking about. If one frequency goes down, we still have the other one, so it's just more reliable. So we've done a lot to make the radars better. Getting closer is great for tornadoes. We can make maps of tornadoes and multiple vortices and what's happening near the ground, all kinds of stuff you just couldn't see before, just like looking at a paramecium in a pond. But that's true of all kinds of different phenomena. We've had these radars up on mountain peaks in Idaho and Wyoming for winter storm projects, where we're looking at what happens with snow bands and what happens with snow bands when you see them in really remote areas. Well, for a radar that's 100 miles away in Boise, you can't see what's happening in that remote area, Idaho. But we put the radar right on the mountains where we're doing the seeding, and we can see what's happening close up. We just took the radars, just a year and a half ago. We took them down to South America to look at storms down there. And by getting up close and targeting those storms, we can see the small-scale details of what's happening. They weren't making tornadoes pretty much. They were just making big hail, actually huge hail. And torrential rains, just horrible flooding. Some of the biggest, strongest storms are happening down in Argentina, northern Argentina. We've taken the trucks up to New England to look at coastal storms there and watching all the small-scale details and banding and other phenomenon that we don't even understand what they are. We're still trying to get funding to go study what those things. We've seen some things we don't understand. And so what our normal course of action is, we see something we don't understand, then we go and ask the government, can we have some money so we can go do this better and understand it? So we're still in that middle phase right now where we're trying to get the money to go do the project better to understand it. We just went to Hurricanes Laura and Hurricane Sally. And we're trying to get in the eyes of those hurricanes to see the small scale details. So I invented the first Dow back in late 94 and 95, got some hurricane data in 95. In 96, I just thought, hey, I wonder what you'd see if you went inside a hurricane. Nobody had ever, I know now hurricane chasing with chasers, recreational chasers is reasonably popular, and there's several scientific teams that do that. Back then, 1996, no one did that. The idea was basically a hurricane was a zone of death. You just don't go in. But we thought, well, it's not so much worse than an RFD or something. Maybe we can do it, right? So we went in really kind of scared. We were pretty anxious, and we went to Hurricane Fran back in 1996. We deployed, I think, 5 miles from the coast, really far from the coast, something I just wouldn't do by choice anymore. And deployed on a runway at Wilmington Airport, really scared. We had all these emergency ideas of running into the shelter at the airport if anything bad happened, if we flipped over or went airborne. We just didn't know what would happen. But we got amazing data. We discovered a whole new phenomenon. It turns out the wind in hurricanes doesn't just blow straight. It's actually blowing like a corkscrew. There's these boundary layer rolls. And those rolls are mixing strong winds down to the ground where you get these streaks of stronger winds. But over the ocean in particular, it's mixing the warm, soupy air up from the ocean surface and feeding the storm. And measuring that flux of not only momentum downwards, but warmth energy upwards is really important, critical for these hurricane intensification models. If you've noticed from actually Sally and from Laura, the track forecasts are pretty good. Even 2 or 3 days ahead of time, you pretty much know where that storm's going to go, but you don't know what the intensity is going to be that well. And rapid intensifications happen both in Laura and in Sally right before landfall that weren't really that well forecast. So understanding that corkscrewing is really important. So just by going in, we discovered a whole new phenomena, which was quite exciting for us going into a hurricane.
How do you deal with the potential for, radiation issues coming off of the radar? Because obviously you don't want to be in the dome of an 88D while it's running. I'm pretty sure similar situations with the Dow, you don't want to be right in front of it, obviously. How do is there anything special you have to do to mitigate that?
So in very loose terms, radiation comes in 2 types. One is ionizing radiation, the other is non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is basically ultraviolet and shorter wavelengths, so ultraviolet X-rays, gamma rays, things of that sort. And those hurt you because the individual photons hit your DNA, ionize it, change the molecular structure, and then you get mutations and cancers. But that only ultraviolet and stronger or shorter wavelengths, higher energy photons can do that. Non-ionizing radiation, which is visible, infrared, microwaves, radio waves, those can also cause harm. What those do is they interact, they don't actually hit the electrons and knock them off the DNA molecule. What a microwave or a radio wave or an infrared coming off your fireplace does is it shakes your molecules, mostly your water molecules, and it makes your water molecules shake and bend and do things like that. And then those water molecules, the bending and stuff and shaking is not so bad, but what happens is then they, as they lose that energy, they heat things up. That energy basically degrades into heat. So the way a microwave oven hurts you would be if you got heated up, if it heated your tissue. And in theory, a radar or a microwave or something like that could heat your tissue and hurt you if it raised your body temperature. So if it heated up your eyeballs or your brain or your liver or something up to some dangerous temperature, that would be bad for you. But it takes a lot of energy to do that. Now, and a lot of energy focused in a small area to do that. So your microwave basically makes about 1 kilowatt of energy, but it's focused on a small area like that to heat up your muffin, right? Or whatever you're trying to heat up. A radar, so let's say the Dows, they might put out on the average 1 kilowatt or 2 kilowatts of energy, but it's spread over this huge dish. So in fact, an 88D, I would stand in front of the dish of an 88D. It would not heat me up that bad because sure, it's putting out an average of 1 kilowatt. It puts out a megawatt for a microsecond, but on the average, it does that 1,000 times a second. On the average, it's putting out about 1 kilowatt. Now that kilowatt compressed in this much space, if you put your hand on the waveguide of the 88D or a Dow, it would be like holding a light bulb. It would hurt you because of that heat. Actually old style light bulbs. See, now I'm going to date myself. Not these LEDs you kids use, the old incandescent light bulbs like we used to use. But an old incandescent light bulb, if you held it, it would hurt you, right? But if you stood 2 meters away, it would not hurt you. The brightest light bulb 2 meters away is not going to hurt you. Pretty much these radars, when you're a couple meters away, like an 88D or a Dow, are not going to hurt you by heating you up enough. Now, there can be exceptions. There are some military radars which have more power if you got super close to them. I think cell phone towers, microwave links, there's some things where you can get an energy density that's pretty high. And if it's an energy density that's enough to heat up your eyeballs or interior, several degrees, like a fever, then that would cause harm. But in general, we don't believe. The best medical knowledge that we have is that this low degree of heating from 88Ds, from Dows, from things like that, from light bulbs, from standing out in the sun, you get heating from standing out in the sun, probably doesn't hurt you. Now, that said, as with anything, if you Google on the internet, and there's 6 billion people out there, you'll find some people who have some alternate theories about anything, right? Google Flat Earth Society if you want to, prove that theory. And so there are people who believe that these pulses and things like that can cause harm in some other ways. I don't think they're right. There really isn't medical evidence that they're right, but there are some concerns over that.
I had a question. I wanted to kind of switch gears a little bit away from hurricanes and tornadoes and maybe talk a little bit about your work with lake effect snow. I was curious just, how is the DOWs used to look at lake effect snowstorms, and what are some of your favorite places to set up along the Great Lakes?
So we did 2 lake effect snowstorm studies in the last several years. The most recent was called OWL, which I forget what it stands for, Ontario something, lake effect snow. And they were fascinating to me. I was really interested. I'd grown up in the East Coast, and so, been up there a little bit and seen some lake effect snow, but not really experienced it in that way. We based in Oswego, New York. And the idea was to look at Lake Ontario lake effect. Lake effect snow happens, I'll say very, very loosely, cold air comes over a warm lake. You get moisture and heat coming up from the lake, and you get convection. Lake Ontario is deeper. Lake Ontario, Lake Erie get a lot of lake effect, but Lake Erie freezes over in the winter. And basically that warmth and moisture coming up stops. So the lake shuts off. Lake Ontario is deeper. Has more mixing, so it stays, open for business. They say for most of the winter, usually the whole winter. So we based in Oswego, which was on the southeast side of the lake, and with the Dows, we could operate different places along the lake. So we went as far west as Buffalo, as far east as the Canadian border, up on the northeastern side of Lake Ontario. And what we did the fall before the project is we scouted out lots of potential sites where we could park our radars. We had 3 radars up there, and we were trying to operate them in triplets to triangulate on the different parts of the storm. And depending on the forecasts, we would drive to site 1, 2, and 3, or site 15, 16, 17, wherever it was along the lake, and then scan there for the duration of the storms. Sometimes it was a bust and the bands didn't happen where we thought they would. Sometimes it was pretty amazing. These bands would happen right there. And very impressive snow. You get these, it was kind of windy. We were always right along the lake, so it was particularly windy, 30, 40 knot winds sometimes. And so we'd have these ground blizzard conditions, very low visibility. Not a lot of moisture, huge snow ratios, 20-to-1 kind of thing. But it would just be blowing like crazy. So you couldn't see anything. And the snow rates, I remember one day, we're getting 6 inches an hour. I mean, it just, you can't believe that. I couldn't. It's just amazing amounts of snow coming down. Again, over the course of the winter, it wasn't like there was 8 feet of snow on the ground. It would kind of compress between storms because it was such fluffy stuff. But these bands were quite impressive. Some of the bands had little cells in them, which almost looked like miniature supercells. We get these little mesovortices, or what we call the mesovortices, MISL, because they were pretty small, a kilometer or so in scale. Weaker than tornadoes, but these pretty pronounced spin-ups. So we were mapping those out. It seemed like those were associated with some enhancements in the snow and changes in the type of snow crystals. So those were pretty interesting.
So Josh, as we wrap this up tonight, let's just talk briefly about some of your TV appearances. People may remember you from the Discovery Channel show Storm Chasers and other shows that you're on. So let's talk about some of those experiences and any memorable moments from those shows.
Yeah, so tornado work, that gets, off and on, kind of ebbs and flows, gets a lot of media attention at times. It's pretty interesting. It's dynamic. It's people out there next to danger. I was going on at great length again about, potential risks and dangers in El Reno. Discovery Channel was a very different character of show because instead of just doing a documentary type of thing like we've done with History Channels and Nat Geos and Novas, they wanted to film something which was kind of documentary-like, but then evolved into being more reality show-like, and multiple seasons of reality show. And so that was an interesting kind of thing to do. I think both cultures struggled with that. I think we managed to do some things which were worthwhile. Discovery Channel funded and supported a lot of our science, and they stuck with us during uncertain seasons where we weren't getting a lot of data, but other seasons where we got good things. I think we were probably very difficult. Reality shows thrive on people who want to be on TV and who want to act up, and it's known that the more crazy you are and the more outrageous and the more you scream or have fights or do whatever, the more you're going to be on TV and the more it's going to be interesting. That is the opposite of what boring scientists like me want to do. I mean, we are just not into that. And so getting enough interesting TV out of people like me, I think, is a real challenge. Dealing with people who are trying to make a drama show and not do serious business like I want to do is a challenge for us. But that match was made, and it worked pretty well. Now, eventually, I think they got tired of us. We were in there a lot in seasons 1 and 2, and then in season 3, they were trying to bring in more interesting people. And in season 4, I don't know if I'm catching these seasons right, but we basically were out of it. Maybe we made some cameo appearances, but they just wanted more exciting chaser type activity, and the science aspect wasn't as important to them. I wish they kept doing science more, but that's not what they're trying to sell pickup trucks and pills or, whoever advertises on Discovery Channel. It's a business. So I'm sure they were making commercially sensible choices for what's good there. As we were making choices for what was good for our science. I mean, we didn't care about pickup trucks. What we cared about was getting good data. So it was interesting working with that.
For those who are listening or watching the podcast or the live stream, if folks want to learn more about what you guys are doing with the Dow project and all the other things you're doing, how can they do that? Do you have social media, website our folks can follow?
So first, because I'm old, but second, actually, because of Discovery Channel, I basically don't do social media. So first of all, my phone number here at home is not under my name. I don't have a Facebook page. The problem was I think they had 3 million people watching that show. Let's say 1 out of 1,000 of them are crazy, right? I don't want emails or Facebook or stalking or, phone calls from that 1 in 1,000 who are crazy. So I basically never got involved with any of that sort of thing. That's so old, it probably wouldn't matter anymore. But so how can they do it? I mean, we're just not good at publicizing our stuff. We have a bad web page that's mostly out of date. Every so often we update it with something. I think we put some Hurricane Laura stuff on it. Like I said, I don't do Facebook. Maybe some of my team members do. We're I don't know, boomers. We don't do that kind of thing much.
I will say this. I'll give you a plug for your website. It's cswr.org. And I do see the article there about the Dows being deployed during Hurricane Laura. So if you want to check out the website, in fact, that's how I got in touch with you, Josh. So check that out. So, but we appreciate you. Go ahead.
Sure. I said that's the best formal thing is that website, and I don't even do it. I mean, actually, back in the day, I used to actually type HTTP, which also was probably a boomer thing, but I have somebody on my team, and I say, hey, put some link to our Washington Post article on there if you can. So sometimes we get some things like that. Maybe there's something about our fire, but, so we went to this Cameron fire and got data, and I don't know if that's on our webpage. I don't know how you find out about it. I mean, we're just not good at publicizing ourselves.
No,
we need some influencers on our team.
Well, hey, I know a group right here that would love to help you out. But in all seriousness, so Josh, we appreciate the work that you and your team do and the valuable research that you provide to all of us here in the weather community. We appreciate you joining us tonight, and we hope you stay safe out there the next time you venture out into hurricanes or tropical storms or tornadoes or this upcoming winter storms. We wish you the best out there, and we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thanks. It was great talking to you. Terrific questions, all of you. It was fun to answer those, and I'm happy to answer others or do something like this again whenever you guys are interested.
Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you have a great evening here next week. Thanks, James, and welcome everyone to the Carolina Weather Group, Quarantining with Mets. We're happy to be joined by the WMBF weather team out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina this afternoon. We have on with us Jessica Dobson, Robert Whitehurst, Andrew Dockery, and hopefully Jamie Arnold will be joining us here in just a little bit. So over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to be getting to know your local forecast team there in Myrtle Beach, and hopefully we'll reveal some fun things that you may have not known about those. So welcome to the show. We appreciate y'all joining us, and we always like to start off with some fun questions. So, Jessica, I'm going to start with you because you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Iced coffee or hot coffee? Which do you prefer?
Usually iced coffee all the way. I've been on this whole whipped coffee kick. Andrew hasn't heard me shut up about it for a long time now. But iced coffee on most days, unless it's like winter outside. And then sometimes I'll go for a warm cup.
Andrew and Robert, you guys have a choice?
I would say I'm an iced coffee guy. I wasn't until I moved here into Myrtle Beach. And once you get into the humidity here, you're almost kind of forced to be an iced coffee guy. So I do hot coffee in the mornings, but if I have it in the afternoon, it's usually iced. And that whipped coffee, Jessica talks about it nonstop, and it is very good.
I wouldn't steer you wrong.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. It depends on the season. And it depends on where you're getting the coffee from. Ooh, Dunkin', I love Dunkin's hot coffee. I'm not a big fan of Starbucks hot coffee, but I like Starbucks iced coffee and cold brew better than the iced coffee at Dunkin'.
That is a well thought out answer.
Yeah, I discovered this thing too. It's called a hyper chiller. And so what you can do is brew hot coffee at home. You pour it into the hyper chiller that's frozen, and you spin it around for 30 seconds, and you have iced coffee that's not watered down.
Wow.
I don't own any stock in this hyper chiller either, so I don't get any commission if I sell any product.
How many sugars and creams, though?
You know what? You're really, that's a hurtful comment right there.
That's what gets me at Dunkin'. I'm like, load it up. Just keep squirting it.
My coffee is like white, okay?
What are y'all's favorite weather or disaster-themed movies? I guess we can go in the same order again. Start with Jessica.
Twister is for sure. I mean, that's very typical, but that came out when I was younger. And, Joe, Jessica, she had blonde hair. I have blonde hair, so it just kind of really, it stuck with me. Love that movie. And also one that I grew up watching, I feel like it was on ABC Family a lot, was Night of the Twisters. It's very corny, like 90s one, but that's another.
I think for me, Twister was a big one. I'm not a big movie guy, though, if I'm being honest. Especially when it comes to weather movies, I just critique them really bad. But another one that stands out that I did watch a lot, which is even worse, is The Day After Tomorrow. That's one that immediately pops in there with Twister. But as far as if I could quote a movie, the one I've watched the most, it's definitely Twister for me.
Yeah, I think Twister is kind of the go-to answer, I think, for this one. I loved it growing up. I used to watch it all the time. I get a little more frustrated watching it now. Like, maybe that's not where we want to be during a tornado. I don't know. Maybe not in a shed tied to a water pipe coming out.
I think it's funny that I love Jo so much, but I didn't really understand the whole backstory that she was like kind of crazy and was refusing to divorce her ex. Like that didn't really register with me until honestly I watched it like a couple of years ago, and I was like, man, this is kind of like messy.
So next question on our list here, and to kind of stick with the same kind of weather-related stuff, do you have like a favorite type of music just in general, or maybe it's something that helps you kind of get in the mood for doing live broadcasts or weather-related stuff when weather's happening?
I'll let Andrew go first for this one because Andrew's our music buff, I feel like.
I'll have opened a can of worms. We could be here. We could be here for 40 minutes on this topic, no doubt about it. Music is my passion. I'm probably behind weather, so I'm a big music junkie. With that being said, I love every type of music. Anything kind of gets me in the mood. I usually do something that's not super upbeat in the morning since we're on the morning show, but something that'll just like, all right, this is a good feel, kind of like a acoustic indie vibe maybe. But I can listen to anything from Fleetwood Mac to George Strait to Tom Petty.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
I love it. I am a big component, though, of playlists. And I think I told Jessica this yesterday. I made a hurricane playlist. I might have to make it public one day. And it's all these songs about hurricanes. And I'm a big runner too. So like right before Dorian arrived, I was just like rocking out to all these songs that had hurricane references in there, from Jimmy Buffett to Luke Combs to all kinds of music. And it was fun. But yeah, music is a big passion of mine. So
we might have to get your hurricane playlist there to put out when we put out the show, right?
Oh, for sure. Heck yeah. I can gladly do that.
I don't really, I listen to a little bit of everything, but I don't really listen to music much when I'm forecasting. I think it distracts me a little bit.
Honestly, so on the weekends, I'll do mornings and evenings. And honestly, it really depends on the morning show or the evening show, which one I'm doing on my mood. Because if it's the evenings, like I'm already like mostly awake and I've probably had a lot of caffeine in my system. So I'm like ready to go. And I'll listen to, honestly, like I love throwback playlists. Like, whether that's like throwback R&B and hip hop from like the early 2000s or like the early 2000s hits or like late 90s hits, like those always put me like in a really good mood. But when it comes to mornings, I kind of like, what is it? I have like a couple of different ones on Spotify. Like my Spotify is so disorganized, it's not even funny. I'll like think of a band and I'm like, oh, I want to listen to that kind of music today. But mostly like things kind of more chill. Probably like Mumford & Sons or Neon Trees or Kings of Leon too. I listen to them a lot in the mornings. It really depends. Like my mood changes also throughout the morning. Sometimes I'm like, no, I need something a little more somber. Like so it really depends too for me. But I like all music too. Like I'm the worst when I'm driving in a car with someone else and a song comes on and I start singing it and it goes down from there.
Like the Spotify playlist used to work great for me until I had a daughter, and now it'll go from Luke Combs to the Frozen 2 soundtrack.
Moana.
Then back to Aladdin and Moana, and then back to some sort of rock song. It really brings you all over the place.
Thing. Yeah, that sounds honestly kind of great though. Like
gotta throw in a Disney song every once in a while just to kind of bring things back down.
Yeah, I gotta humble you.
All right, weather question, kind of a two-part question. When did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? And was there someone that you looked up to when you were younger, going through high school, college, that kind of also pushed you into that direction?
So for me, I don't think there was ever really a moment in time where I just knew. I honestly just kind of always knew. Like even when I was looking at colleges, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do meteorology. But I didn't know I wanted to do broadcasting because I used to be really shy. I don't really know what happened. Something happened, so now I can't shut up. But that kind of evolved throughout college. But in terms, I watched a lot of the local meteorologists. I think someone who pushed me a lot, though, who I met in high school, didn't realize how important it was to meet him, though, was John Gordon. He really pushed me to just kind of like take on my own personality when it came to weather. He works with, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He used to actually be a hurricane hunter. Now he's the MIC at the National Weather Service in Louisville. And I volunteered with him one summer, and like it totally changed everything for me. But I always grew up watching the meteorologists on air. There weren't always a lot of females, though, so it was kind of hard for me to kind of, I never really had one specific person I looked up to, because I kind of watched them all. So, yeah, long story short.
I think for me, I was in 5th grade. I grew up terrified of thunderstorms. Couldn't stand them. And I turned to the people on TV to kind of guide me through the storm, as corny as that sounds. My mom was in TV her whole life. She's behind the scenes. So she is a research director. She's been doing that for years. And I kind of had a firsthand like experience into what broadcast meteorologists do. So I would go to work any chance I got with mom and shadow all these meteorologists and be like, hey, listen, I don't like storms. And that actually grew a passion more out of fear back when I was in like 5th grade to, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Like the power of the atmosphere is so amazing. So I think the big mentor for me was Kevin Harnick growing up. I met him in elementary school. I kind of went with him. He's in Louisville. Jessica and I are from the same town, same city, went to the same college. But I got to shadow him all the way from elementary school through middle school, through high school, through college. And it really paved a way for me to understand how this business works, but also to really just be amazed at, there's people that are out there that are afraid of this type of thing, but just to be amazed at the power and how the technology these days is almost like there shouldn't be a fear just because we've come so far for how we are in this industry. And I think that's a big focal point for me right now is to try to teach people, hey, if there's a warning issued, take precaution, but at the same time, there's no need to be afraid of these things.
Yeah, I think my passion for weather started pretty young, and I think it was kind of a fear thing too. But my grandparents, my parents always told me that 5 or 6, I'd always watch the Weather Channel instead of the Cartoon Network or something, especially when a storm would come in, and then I would go into a closet and watch the Weather Channel because the storm scared me, but I was so interested in it. And especially my mom has kind of pushed me into weather because I was so passionate about it growing up. But we would go storm chasing in Florida. Whenever a hurricane would go by, we'd go down to the beach. I remember Floyd going up the coast, and we were down at the beach looking at the wind gusts. And whenever a storm would come by, we would do that kind of stuff. So it's something I always wanted to do. And I don't know if I really had a favorite meteorologist growing up. I watched a lot of the Weather Channel and local. We had Tim Deegan in Jacksonville. I think he's still there. He's been there a long time. John Gahn there as well. So I think growing up in Florida, hurricanes was kind of my passion, and that's always been still my passion. That's why I'm still in the Southeast.
So this is maybe a question that's been a little bit controversial in the past. We've had some interesting answers. But model websites, you see model output all over Twitter and Facebook and anywhere that social media exists. Do you have a favorite website?
So in college, we always used Pivotal and COD, or College Up to Page. And so like in college, I got so used to those that like those kind of, I'll use other ones. Like I can never remember the one we use now. That I think, Robert, you have it on our computer, or it's like your account. But that one's good too. But I always end up, I think, going back to COD and then, or Pivotal, because I don't know, I just always like Pivotal, the colors. And then when it comes to COD, I like their satellite data a lot. I always go to their satellite or their surface analysis.
I am a weird one when it comes to models. Twister data. Does anyone remember like that site back in the day?
Yeah.
Like how the color table was so great, but like the features were a little eh. I'm a big fan of like ensemble forecast and having a ton of variety on a website. So simple is great. Otherwise, I get distracted. So I try to do COD throughout like a 48-hour window, and then I transfer over to weather models, which Robert and the team use, and then Weatherbell. I love Weatherbell. I love weather models, and those two are like I would say my 1 and 2. But if it's coming to a quick 48-hour look of a forecast, it's usually Pivotal Weather or College of DuPage. If I need to get something out quick. Otherwise, I'll spend way too much time on the other two.
Yeah, I think a lot of them, each have their strengths.
Yeah.
Like a Pivotal Weather with the clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met and all the extra data now. That's great. You can't really find, I don't know where else you can find that kind of stuff right now. Obviously, you could break down the levels yourself on Weatherbell or weather models, but to have those clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met, great. We were big into Weatherbell, and then when Ryan went over to weather models, we kind of gave that a try, and I think they're both great. The navigation certainly gotten a lot better on both of them. I think when they first started, it was like, there's all this stuff, but I don't know how to get to it. You'll find it once. You're like, I really want to save that. You come back, you couldn't find it. But I think they've kind of improved with those. So we use all three. We're kind of lucky that we have an account for all three.
Yeah.
I don't know if many people know about this one, but the FSU cyclone phase, that's good. That's good stuff there. You can see, kind of gives you an idea if it's going to be a shallow warm core, if it's more cold core.
What would be your most embarrassing on-air moment that you can recall?
I feel like I embarrass myself on a regular basis. So, I don't know. I mean, I have made it before on one of those like viral YouTube like blooper things over something so stupid. I like just stumbled over my words and then I couldn't stop laughing afterwards, and it was just 20 seconds of me like doing the whole where you don't breathe or say sounds, you just like sitting there laughing without making any noises. I did that. That was probably up there with one of the most embarrassing.
I don't really, and this, I mean, you can ask Jessica and Robert, they know. I don't get embarrassed often.
That's true, yeah.
So, like, I think back to, like, my job at Eastern Kentucky when I was the chief at WIMT. I would go out and do face paintings right before main weather and dance with people to learn, like, a jig or whatever it was. So I've done probably a lot of embarrassing stuff, but to me, I was just doing it just because it was interactive. But something I did not plan that happened was I did a whole main weather and Twitter blew up. This was back at Bowling Green, and it was obvious that my fly was down the entire time. So that was the only thing I can think of. I will never remember or forget that day. But other than that, everything else it takes a lot to embarrass me, but that day certainly did.
This isn't a bad one, but we have a Hurricane Expo we do every year. And I went to a little girl who was with her dad and a live interview. And I asked her, hey, are you having a great time here? And she looked at me and said, no. And I had no idea what to say. I was like, oh, well, there's some fun stuff over there. Back to you.
You didn't respond with, I like turtles, right?
And this is the thing with kids. They'll tell you the truth. They're not going to sugarcoat it.
Storm chasing. I know Western Kentucky goes out and does storm chasing every year. Have you guys been storm chasing? Any memorable events from that?
Oh my gosh. Storm chasing. I went twice. And best 2 weeks of my life, both times. Like, hands down. Like, second time, they were both great for different reasons. The first time, I was in 2016, in May of 2016, which I don't know if you guys remember or not, but that was the whole Dodge City event that unfolded, which was the craziest day of my whole life. Just like a tornado on the ground for, I think, over an hour, and it had, sister tornadoes at one point, and it was just like complete madness. Like, I'd never seen chasers like that before either. And really that whole season, I got to see pretty much every type of storm structure you would want to see. whether it was tornadoes or not. So that was really big for me. It was like literally, like everyone says it, but it was literally like everything you learned in your meteorology class and your textbooks, everything you see, but it was like in front of your face. And so that was really cool for me. The second time, we didn't see quite as much, but WKU goes over a 2-week span, which I think a lot of schools probably do that too. And we did a lot more sightseeing. We went out to New Mexico, and we got to do a lot of cool things outside the whole storm chasing thing too. But I got to be with like my best friends when they saw their first tornado. So like lots of bonding, and like, it was just the best of both worlds, like being with your friends, but also at the same time learning so much, like being able to share all those like experiences and your same passion with other people. I could go on for days about storm chasing. Very near and dear to my heart. I wish I could go back and relive those days.
For me, I didn't go on the storm chase trip. I worked 2 years in college while doing school, so I did 19 hours of classes in a 40-hour work week in Bowling Green, which was crazy. The first year I couldn't because of a job. We just lost someone, so I couldn't take off. The second year I just accepted a job in Hazard, so I was already moving out when it was going up. I've storm chased on my own. I've never seen a tornado with my eyes. I've been around storms that produced a tornado at night and knew that, hey, this had a good chance of a tornado. I've seen damage firsthand from a tornado. I think the most powerful experience, though, would have been when we signed up for something that's not even storm chasing. We remember March 2nd, 2012 was a big time event in Kentucky. It was the one time I left Kentucky to go to and paid like for this big conference in Oklahoma. I never attended the conference. Like I just sat there and like, because everyone back home was so freaked out. So that was probably one of the more memorable events, is coming back and seeing the damage of what that produced up in Henryville and all that, because it's still crazy to look back at. But
yeah, it's kind of a bucket list thing for me. I've never really done storm chasing much, other than with my mom going to the beach when hurricanes went by. And of course, in Jacksonville, it's always when they went by for the most part. So we could go down to the beach, and I went gusts 40, 50 miles per hour. It was kind of crazy to watch. And they would always shut down the bridges going over the waterway, so we get stuck at the beach for an hour or two until the storm went by. But I've never really done any big storm chasing. I worked in Hattiesburg, Mississippi for a couple of years, and we certainly had quite a bit of severe weather there. A lot of tornadoes, and certainly saw a lot of pretty bad damage around there, but never actually seen one in person.
I foresee a WMBF storm chasing trip here in the near future.
I am down 100%.
So our next question is about favorite non-weather related hobbies. Robert, I don't think we've started with you yet, so I'll let you lead off if you want.
I love to get outdoors. So I love to mountain bike. We love to camp, go fishing. Growing up, my dad and I would always go up into North Georgia and go camping for a week and do some trout fishing in the Chattahoochee, going up into the little rivers up and the streams up in North Georgia and to the upstate of South Carolina. So, of course, I'm outdoors for this shot too. So I guess that
I'm a big outdoors guy too. Hiking, kayaking, boating, running lately has been a big passion of mine, just because I love food too. So food's a hobby. I love to eat. And then I also, like I said, I love music. So I play guitar, play the mandolin, play a little bit of piano. Any instrument I could play, I try to get my hands on. But yeah, I think those are the big things. I just love being outdoors. I hate sitting on the couch all day. I always have to be doing something.
And my hobbies have kind of changed over the years. I used to dance growing up. I was on the dance team in college. But obviously now don't really do as much. But I kind of, now that I live near the beach, I don't ever like to be sitting in my apartment. So I go to the beach literally as much as possible. Like when I get off here, I'm probably going to try to go to the beach because it's so nice outside. I love to read. I love reading books, especially recently, like autobiographies about either meteorologists or people in broadcasting, like books that I can take a lot away from. I love to cook. I don't like to clean. But I like to cook pretty much any chance I get, and I like to experiment and try to, like, if I can't, like, recreate like really good dishes from places I like, so I'm not as tempted to eat out as much. But it's really hard in Myrtle Beach. I plan on eating my way through this place. So Yeah, and then hanging out with my cats.
Since all three of y'all like doing stuff kind of around the city and stuff, is there a shout out to some of the places or things that you like the most? What makes your city so great? Can you name a couple favorite spots?
Beach.
Any particular part of the beach?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple spots here. I mean, everybody kind of, when they come to visit, they go to downtown Myrtle Beach, and it gets a little busy, a little crazy. I think the locals go a little farther north or a little farther south, and it gets a little quieter, and you can actually relax a bit. So maybe that's if you're going to come to visit Myrtle Beach, try to branch out from just downtown Myrtle Beach. There's a lot to offer up and down the coast, and that's the thing with Myrtle Beach. They want to stay as close to the beach as possible, the buildings and the homes. So instead of going inland, everything here is built up and down the coast. You have to kind of go quite a bit to see everything, but it's worth a visit from North Myrtle Beach all the way down to Merrill's Inlet. Pawleys Island's beautiful, a little farther to the south of Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, I will agree with that. And the food is great too. You can go all the way up into North Myrtle Beach and hit up Flourishes up near downtown North Myrtle down to Barefoot Landing. I think a Flying Fish is a great seafood place there. Highly recommend that. It's a 48 catch to plate rule, so everything is super fresh, 48 hours. And then I'm a big South Strand guy. So what we say by South Strand, south of downtown Myrtle Beach, Surfside, Garden City, Merle's Inlet, the Marsh Walk is beautiful. And then you go even further south, Huntington Beach State Park, Brook Green Gardens, Pawleys Island. It's just a beautiful area down there that I would highly recommend anyone to come check out. Come to Myrtle Beach, check out downtown, and then go south would be my recommendation. And then if you have another day, go north, because you could eat your way through this city in the Grand Strand, no doubt about it.
I have not had the chance to really explore that much. I'm just now starting to be able to with all the Corona stuff going on. But I will say I have not been to a single place that I have not loved so far. All the beaches I've been to as far south as, I recently went to Surfside the other day, and that was really nice. And there, every little spot I feel like has a different feel to it. It has different character to it. And so I really like that so far. Honestly, have not really even had the chance to eat at any local restaurants except the Boathouse. That was really good. Andrew and I ate there after work or during work one day. And then I went to a local Mexican restaurant the other day, Soli Luna, which was freaking amazing.
Where do you see the future of meteorology being? We're seeing a lot more non-traditional wise media with social media, websites, blogs. You still have your TV, your National Weather Service stuff. Where do you think the future of meteorology takes us in the next 10, 15 years?
I think that's kind of the magic question that everybody's looking to the answer for. I mean, you think back 15 years ago, how different it was, and then you look 15 years or 10 years in advance and just how different it's going to be again. Obviously, a lot of focus is on digital now. Everybody's on their phones. Most stations have a weather app at this point, but I think we invest a lot of time into our weather app, and we've seen quite a bit of growth of that here in the last few years. And even on social media, I think when I started in 2013, we had 3,000 or 4,000 likes on our weather page. I think we're up to almost 40,000 now. And you can see that kind of growth on our digital team as well. I did a presentation a couple of years ago about digital growth, website growth, and it was something like 200% growth since we launched the station. We're a relatively new station. We've only been around for a little over 10 years. But you start to see the TV side go down a bit, but the digital side is kind of taking over from there. And we're starting to put some work into OTT, things like Roku, so you can get your news kind of on demand. We're setting up a new system now at the station where basically an anchor or weather anchor can go on air or onto digital by themselves, has his own mixer board, audio board, cameras built in. They can punch up any sort of audio source, video source. And so we don't have to wait for that traditional 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. People don't want to wait until 4 p.m. to get the forecast or 4 p.m. to get some information. So it's tougher now to tease things. Like, hey, we got this really big story. Tune in at 4 p.m. for the details. And people don't, everybody wants the information now. So instead of doing that typical thing, if it's breaking news, we can get on air, we can get on the digital, get on the Facebook with it. onto the website, and people can go there and get the information right away. Otherwise, they're going to go somewhere else to find it.
What's your favorite social media platform? Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat? Where's your go-to?
So I still have my MySpace active, I think, somewhere. So make sure you give me I'll put you in my top 6. But really, I think Facebook is still probably the king when it comes to weather information with the general public. I think it's probably starting to skew a little bit older with the population. I don't think the younger you go, I think you get the less people on Facebook now. And where we go from there, I'm not sure. We've kind of dabbled in Instagram a bit, and we have decent luck with it, but I don't think we've got a huge amount of traction on there yet. But it seems like most TV stations still use Facebook as the kind of big digital social metric, and then you just kind of have Twitter and Instagram and some other things on the side.
All right, we're gonna end with a couple of fun questions. So I'll end with this one. You're ordered a pizza. You're only allowed one topping. What is that topping?
Pepperoni?
Sausage, but this puts out a Barstool Sports one bite, everybody knows the rules is what I thought of as soon as you said that.
It's hard for me to pick one. My original thought was pepperoni, but I love banana pepper pizza.
Interesting. Nobody said pineapple, so that's good.
I was waiting for the pineapple.
Yeah, I don't think pineapple's on a pizza.
All right, then I will close this out tonight. This is a question that we briefly talked about before the show and had you all stow away your answer. So this could be controversial. There's only one right answer. Toilet paper, over or under?
I had to think. It's over. No. It's over.
Okay, one for over.
I saw a terrifying image once, and I'll explain it after Jessica answers. It's over.
Okay.
And it's because of the image.
Okay, yeah, I would say over, and I think of a meme, and I hope it's not what Andrew's thinking. It's like, I don't know, I can't even remember the meme. Something about a mullet, like, it had to do with a mullet.
I've seen that.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
The one I saw had a spider underneath, and like you reached.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
To get it on the underside, and when you do that, you're like touching the spot. Ever since then, it's over.
No. We have definitely enjoyed having you for this. We appreciate it. I would hate to give up this opportunity, or would love to give you this opportunity to promote your social media accounts. So if anyone who's watching or listening, head down to Myrtle Beach. They know where to get the weather information at, and maybe some of the best places to hang out. So I'll let you guys give out some social media information before we close off. Robert, I'll start with you.
You could. I'm big on Facebook, so if you just search for meteorologist Robert Whitehurst, it should pop up on there. And of course, our main Facebook page is kind of the one where we put a lot of our time into more forecasting, and that's going to be the WMBF First Alert Weather Facebook page.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty generic in our handles. I'm meteorologist Andrew Dockery on Facebook. And then you can find me on Twitter at AndrewWMBF. We have a great team that loves social media. We would love to just even chat with you all about weather sometime.
Yeah, mine's the same pretty much. It's meteorologist Jessica Dobson on Facebook, and then at Jessica Dobson WX on Twitter. You can also follow me on Instagram. I can't even think of my handle right now, so whatever. You can also follow me on Pinterest.
You can also find Jamie Arnold at Jamie Arnold WMBF on Twitter. So look up Jamie. We hate that he wasn't able to join today, but certainly appreciate having you all around. And if you're in Myrtle Beach, be sure to check out the WMBF First Alert Weather Team. For everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. So we just finished up with James Spann and his count of April 27, 2011. And if you did, maybe you didn't know, but our own panelist, Dan Whitaker, was out in the field. I think this is before any of us knew you, Dan, but he was actually out chasing this big event. So I guess, first of all, let's kind of talk about what you were doing. How did you know to target this area? What was the game plan? Maybe a couple of days leading into this high impact event.
Right. So we had been looking at this storm system quite a ways out. It was showing up on long range data, I think a couple of weeks prior, and then it just kept on slowly, seemingly everything was coming together the closer we got to that April 27th date. So I was prepared pretty far in advance to get out there to Alabama was where I was loosely targeting. And a couple days ahead of time, I packed up the car and I left town the night before and stayed in the Eastern Tennessee mountains. It's Western for us if we're heading that way, but Eastern Tennessee mountains over in Chattanooga, and was prepared for whatever could happen. I've been out to Alabama a bunch of times to go follow and photograph storms, and nothing's come of it. So I didn't know what was going to happen this day.
So during the day, walk us through what it was like from the time you woke up to the time that you finally found yourself on a storm.
So I had some kind of omens, if you want to believe in that, at least. At the very least, the atmosphere was showing off for me right away. I woke up at my friend's house. He had to go to work, and it was I forget what day of the week it was, but it was a work day. And so he went to work, and I woke up at his house. He said, when you're heading out, just lock the door and behind you and be on your way. And so it was around 8 a.m. or so. I'm getting ready to leave. And there's some early morning storms happening out near Chattanooga. And one of them really started building up. I was watching on radar, and I was like, it's 8 something in the morning. I can't really look too much into this. I'm trying to head to Alabama, and I shut the door behind me. I lock the door. I get in my car, and I pull up at that time I had a full RAM mount, like a computer system in my car. I power on the laptop. It's actually this laptop that I have right here, which is now an outdated laptop system, but it still has some of my data on it. And power on my laptop, and I open it up, and right when I get my laptop open, tornado warning, storms heading directly over my location in a matter of minutes. And there was a strong kind of velocity couplet there when I looked at the velocity data. So I was like, there's some real reason to believe that this could be a threatening storm with a tornado. And so I actually went to try and get back in my friend's house I've 5 minutes, right? So let's get back in the house. No, the door's locked. Of course, I can't get back in. And I look around, I'm in a crowded neighborhood with lots of trees everywhere. I can't even see the sky. So I think to myself, okay, well, what do I do now? Right. I don't want a tree to follow me. Right. And so I get in my car, and I just start driving away from the storm through these residential roads in Chattanooga. It's hilly. I'm trying to just get out of there. I make it to a 4-road intersection, and I kind of park my car there. I'm like, this is as good as I'm going to do. At least I'm not under the trees. And I park my car there. As some really intense winds started whipping across, horizontal windblown rain, I would just guess at 60, 70 miles an hour. And I was right there in the velocity couplet. And, it turns out there was wind damage and a tornado, but I just must have been very close. But I don't believe I was in the tornado. It was mostly, the winds changed directions eventually, but I believe it was all rear flank downdraft base kind of wind. So I drive back to my friend's house at that point after I'm kind of in that wind and rain, and it passes by me. So I know I'm safe. I just kind of drive back there because I don't know what to do with myself at this point. And the road that I came down just a minute prior, there had been someone driving down that road, and a tree fell and actually crushed their car with them in it. I got there before the emergency response did, and I just at about the same time. So I pull up, and so do they, and I kind of get out of my car, and I'm like, what's going on, And the emergency response person, fortunately, they started trying to
do what they needed to do. And I was like, they've got it figured out. They told me to, leave them alone. So I just kept on heading on my way. I was like, I guess I'll go to Alabama now. And that's how I started my morning. So, pretty intense.
Dan, wow. I have a question for you. Sorry, Evan, I didn't mean to step on you. Recollection, this was 10 years ago. So I don't think radar scope was a thing.
That's right.
How did you get this weather data while you're out in the field? I mean, it's 2011. Technology has surely come a long ways in the last 10 years, but what was it like back in 2011 getting?
You mean, what was it like using a flip phone when I was storm chasing? Yeah. So that's what I was doing. I had a GZ1 waterproof flip phone, and for data, fortunately, things were fairly advanced for the laptop systems, as long as you had a laptop system and internet and a few other things. So I had a GPS puck that logged my GPS data into the system I was using at that time. It was I can't even remember the name of the system actually, but it was like definitely an older PC radar system that integrated with Delorme Maps was what I used to log my GPS data, and it integrated the data in. It was the only thing. At that time, it was the only program comparable to GR Level 2, which is still, a top program for PCs. And, but yeah, no radar scope, no quick data via phone. Like I said in the story, I had to power up the laptop to even see what was really going on. So had that hooked up to a internet puck at that time. There was no hotspots via cell phone, so you had to have a dedicated internet puck. Also to power the computer at that time, there weren't cars built in with power inverters for things like computers, like there are now. Like the 4Runner that I own now, it just comes with power outlets, right? But at that time, there wasn't anything like that. So I actually had to have custom fuses and custom switches and custom wiring for power inverters to run my laptop system. And so it was a lot of electric based stuff, and the best technology at that time just to even get online and see what was going on.
Later in the day, Dan, with all of this equipment that you had, you managed to get yourself on the Coleman, Alabama storm. The storm was severe. It produced an EF4 tornado. Can you tell us a little bit about the experience you had chasing that in the afternoon?
Right. So I made it to Alabama after my intense morning, and I'm kind of trying to figure out where to target for storms. They start kind of popping off immediately early in the afternoon. I think around 1 or 2 was the first supercell that I got on, and these storms were classic supercells popping up in every square foot of Alabama that you can put your eyes on radar. So it's just these storms are popping up all over the place, and a lot of little kind of storms, but among the mix, a lot of major strong supercells were developing that were immediately severe warned, putting down things like hail, and a lot of them were starting to go tornado warned even early on in the day. So I chased 4 different supercells, which I believe all 4 of them or 3 of them were tornado warned before I even made it to Coleman. So I had this long, for those of you who aren't as familiar with how a storm chase would work, you see a storm kind of growing either visually or on radar. The ingredients are there for that storm. Then once it grows to become a significant storm. And so you start targeting, you want to target the storm early and get to it before it basically becomes maybe, outdated, so to speak, where it's just overtaken by rain, the visuals are gone, maybe the tornado is gone too. So you want to, if you can be there at the birth of a storm and follow it through, that's ideal. Granted, these storms this day in Alabama were averaging speeds of 40 to 60 miles an hour. So it's kind of hard to stay with them, but that's why you hop around a little bit. So you would start at a storm. Here's the birth of a storm. Great. Let's see what it's going to do. It either outruns you or starts dissipating, and then you pop to the next one. So like I said, I was on, about 4 or 5 of these before I made it to Coleman. And that was a couple hours worth of chasing and driving. I'm starting to kind of almost wear down a little bit, because after you've seen 1 storm, 2 storm, 3 storm, you're like, are any of these going to produce visible tornadoes, or am I just driving under, low hanging clouds and rain and hail. And so I'm driving towards, I guess this is where the story really starts, right? So I'm driving towards Coleman and into town because I saw a really nice hooked supercell that was heading towards Coleman, and it looked great on radar. It was starting to form a really nice hook, really nice velocity couplet. By nice, I mean strong and visually, from a radar standpoint, a strong and kind of pronounced feature that tends to, mean that the storm's going to at least go tornado warned, if not produce a tornado. And like I said, the ingredients were there. This was a day that had been forecasted for a while. We knew that this was a significant day. It was a high risk by the Storm Prediction Center. They were predicting a tornado outbreak. And so we knew it was going to happen, or at least that's what we thought was going to happen. And anyways, the storm, as it's heading towards Coleman, I drive closer and it's the weirdest thing because typically when I'm chasing storms, I kind of get in a position where I'm looking at the rotation part of the storm and the part of the wall cloud that is rotating and maybe going to put down a tornado. So I'm trying to be in that area, stay with that area. In this particular storm, I kind of just, as I'm driving into Coleman, I knew what storm I was going for, but I kind of look off to the side, and there in the far distance over a field is a tornado, and it's pretty far out. But I noticed it right away, and I'm like, all right, well, there you go. After 4 storms or so, and here it is, and it's there. I did it. I'm seeing a tornado right now, and this is what all my efforts been funneled to get here. And it wasn't just seeing a tornado. I need to kind of preface this. I'm a trained storm spotter at this time. I've got a couple years, 3 years of experience under my belt. I was very involved in wanting to try and collect data for historic reasons. I had 2 anemometers on my car. I was connected in to try and relay data back to the National Weather Service. And I was tracking all my movements. I was documenting everything with multiple cameras. So the idea was put myself into close proximity to these storms, get as much data as possible, and then see how I can use that and funnel that in for any sort of storm damage or research purposes. And as well as relay storm reports to help with the public, which is it's a cutesy thing to say. A lot of storm chasers say it, whatever. But in reality, for a day like April 27, 2011, it turns out that was absolutely necessary. Not only was that something that sounds good on paper, but the people like me who are out there relaying this information and broadcasting it live actually did save lives. It was that significant footage of these storms coming and hitting towns is what actually made people get into their storm shelters and go to safe places. So anyways, I'm driving into town. I see the tornado out above a field. I had been live streaming for a little bit at that point, but I had a live stream setup going on with a HD webcam streaming to the site at that time called Chaser TV, which was in the 2010 to 2014 period. It was the hottest thing out there. The public knew to tune to Chaser TV, and the Storm Chaser show was hot, and people were thinking about storms and thinking about storm chasing. And so it had thousands and thousands of viewers that you could get access to if you streamed. And the cool thing about Chaser TV at the time too is they would pay per viewer, pay for pronounced amount of time and stuff like that. So you could actually, come out with a little bit of a paycheck at the end of it too. I start streaming this storm, and immediately I start getting over 1,000 viewers on Chaser TV. My location is in reference to the radar that everyone's looking at. Everyone sees, wow, he's right in this hook of the Coleman storm. And they start clicking on my stream, and sure enough, they're seeing a tornado. And so they start sharing it. It starts getting shared across social media, screenshotted, and immediately that tornado in real time is getting shared around, the fingers of the internet in 2011. And getting rebroadcasted and put in places where people could actually see this storm. So I was live streaming it. I was filming it with another camera. We'll play kind of the video of what that ended up looking like with my other camera. And then I was taking DSLR pictures as well as running 2 anemometers, and trying to stay in good proximity and location to this storm. So I was by myself, and so I was trying to do all this stuff, and as well as listen to the scanner radio. I mean, anyways, I see this tornado come through, and it's coming closer and closer. It's coming towards me. I'm trying to figure out, is this storm going to do something where it actually, hits my location? Or so at one point, and you may see this in the video, where the tornado seems to get close enough to me where all of a sudden you can't really see the gray funnel anymore. Instead, you see just like a massive dirt. And that's when I think I'm starting to get a little close there. And so I actually back up across the road that was behind me into a gas station. And in my head at that moment, I think to myself, if I drive 30 feet backwards, I can maybe avoid getting hit by this thing and still film it. So that was my thinking. And I don't think I was that close, but I was in stone's throw. I mean, I was very close. And then it kind of continues going at an angle in front and away from me. And that's when it touches down fully. You can see it, the funnel reach the ground, and the tornado becomes very pronounced, very kind of like a very defined elephant trunk. And it's kind of, not this big, wide, massive, weird wedge that we would think about when we think about EF4s and very strong, violent tornadoes. But however, and I know this from the comments on my YouTube channel, where some people are saying this isn't a true EF4. Look how skinny it is. But in reality, it's that tight, strong wind whipping around at the bottom that's causing all the damage. And it was, you can tell in the video that it's a very strong tornado, and it was a very strong and destructive tornado. It went through downtown Coleman, destroyed a number of the commercial buildings there, destroyed some houses, and ended up with multiple fatalities, including a newborn or a young child. And, it devastated the city. So as this is happening, here I am, Mr. North Carolina, out of my city in town by myself, in my storm chasing vehicle. Fortunately, I'm prepared for living multiple days out of my car if I needed to, right? That was part of my preparation. So, but I'm thinking to myself, like, what's next? What do we do now? So I tried to follow the storm, and as I keep following it, the tornado gets wider and wider, eventually wedges out into this big kind of gray wedge tornado as it goes off in the distance. The road that I try and travel down is completely covered in trees, and there's there's hundreds of, I will share a picture of it. There's just hundreds of trees down, and you could have had a whole team of people with chainsaws and you would never have gotten through that road. So at that point, I know that my access to continue following this tornado is gone. The tornado is going 60 miles an hour anyways. So it's a lost cause at that point. So I drive back towards town. And here's where it really gets interesting, because this is where things started to really take a turn as far as the reality of the storm. All I could smell was trees and fresh wood. And as I look around through the woods as I'm driving back towards Coleman, the trees are stripped of their bark. They're just bare. It's just bare wood, forests of bare wood, and twisted trees and just devastation. And I'm driving back towards Coleman to try and figure out what's my next move. And I look at the radar on my computer, and there's another storm that's tornado warned and heading right towards Coleman. That is going to be there in 20 minutes, right? But what has just happened is a tornado just devastated Coleman, and at the same time, tornadoes were devastating Tuscaloosa and other. That's a well-known one, but there are, I think, 5 or 6 tornadoes on the ground at this very moment, and Alabama was in a mess. So Coleman was in a mess, and everybody got in their cars and drove out to the middle of the roads to try and get to their family members. Cell service was completely down at this point. I don't know if it's because cell towers were hit or if everyone was trying to use their cell phones at the same time, but there was zero cell service. You could not use it for anything. The only thing left was internet through my internet puck. So I was able to access radar data and message through some sort of messenger app I was using at that time. And I think email is what it is called. I was emailing people. So I I drive back into town. The roads are crowded with people. People are kind of walking around confused. Everyone has their cell phone in their hand. Like, what is this? It's not doing anything. And they see that I'm a storm chaser. I have stormsquad.net on the side of my vehicle and stuff. They start coming up to my car and they're saying, what happened? We're trying to get in touch with our family members. We can't do it. We heard the town was hit. And I was able to actually give as many people as I could the information that I had, which was, there was a tornado. It hit part of town. There's another storm coming. You're going to want to find a place to take refuge. I had a CB radio in my car at that time with a speaker. I got on my CB radio and started driving around and saying, there's another tornado warning coming, because nobody knew. And I drove around the town and yelled at people to find safe shelter. And that was really harrowing. Like, I don't know if that's the right word. There's no words to describe. I mean, it was very sobering. I mean, just like, I was focused. I was trying to, at that point, just go into like storm recovery mode. I'm now part of this Coleman community, right? So how do I help them? And yeah, that was not my last storm of the day. So I actually left Coleman and went and got on another supercell at that point, because there's nothing else I could do in Coleman that, short of, I warned everyone I could. The storm didn't hit there, so I left. I went out to go get to another storm and chased 2 more tornado warned supercells. Nothing really produced from those. And then the sun started going down, and still no cell service. But I have my radio police scanner and fire EMS scanner, and I'm hearing that reports that there are no gas stations and no gas available to the first responders. And I look at my gas tank at that moment. The sun was just starting to set. I look at my gas tank and I'm on less than a quarter of a tank. Hadn't anticipated on there not being any gas in the state of Alabama, right? And so with very little gas and a lot more storms, all tornado warned, heading my direction, and now it's dark out, I had to do what I now refer to as a...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. and South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Game of avoid the tornado for the next few hours. I did it on zero gas. So what I had to do is I would drive out to somewhere where I thought was in between 2 supercells heading my way, because it was just groups of supercells just over and over and over again, all tornado warned. So I'd drive where I thought I was going to be in between the 2. No cell phone service and limited radar at this point because internet was dicey out where I was. And then I'd turn off my car and I'd just sit there in the pitch black and just watch the lightning, both the storms pass on either side of me. I'd turn back on the car, get the laptop back up, see the next radar run, and figure out my next spot to go to try and be safe. And I did that for a few hours until eventually it seemed clear enough for me to actually get to a city on my zero gas. So I found a city. I don't even remember what the name of the city was, but it's probably 100 miles, 50 to 100 miles from Coleman at that point in Alabama, central Alabama. And I get to the hotel and they say, we don't have power, but you're going to have to pay full price. Sorry. And nobody has power. Nobody has gas. And I said, do you know where the nearest gas station is that has gas? And they said, we're hearing reports that there isn't any gas except for far eastern Alabama on the eastern Georgia, Alabama line. Other than that, nowhere else, even west of here, north of here, south of here, no one has gas. And I said, okay, well, I guess I'm staying here for the night. And so I had just filmed all this video. So I went ahead and I had no power, no gas, but I did have an external battery that I brought with me to power an emergency battery pack to power things like laptops and stuff. So went ahead and plugged in my laptop, fired it up, got my video uploaded to YouTube. It was my second video I'd ever uploaded to YouTube. The first one was a tornado 2 weeks prior in Alabama, coincidentally, and close by. And this was my second video. And I get it up there. I shut down everything because the battery's going to die. Done for the night. I go to sleep. I wake up the next morning and the video's got like like 80,000 views on it. And my inbox is just full of people saying, can we use a video? Can we use a video? Can we use a video? Just my email's blown up. And I'm like, wow, I guess that's, this was in 2011 before viral videos was really a thing. YouTube's kind of new at this point. And I created, like, at that time, a newsy viral video, and I didn't even know what to think of it. I'd never really seen viral videos at that time. So I was like, well, that's interesting, and whatever. I mean, it's a historic day. So I knew that, my footage was, I'm glad people are seeing it, please share it, and ended up driving to a gas station that was about an hour and a half away from my hotel. And I didn't think I was going to make it. But that was the closest gas station. I, called around. I did everything I could to source a gas station. That was it. It was like on the border. So I just drove that direction on no gas. I was on fumes the whole time. And I got to the gas station, and I'm literally like, you can hear the gas running out and the car sputtering and stuff. So I cut the car off in the line. There was a humongous line going out around the road, circling all around. Fire trucks are coming in, skirting in front of the public to get all the gas. EMS, they're coming in. It's the only gas station that had gas. And so I sit in the back of the line. There's maybe 50 cars in front of me. And I turn off my car, and I literally kept it in neutral and pushed the car most of the way to get to the gas tank, / rolled it part of the direction, and rolled it just down the hill with gravity. And I made it to a gas tank after about, I think it was about 2 hours of sitting there in line, and made it to a gas station and made it to the pump, and was able to get enough gas in the car, and drove back to North Carolina that morning. So I kind of just went through the story there. I mean, I don't know. There's of course more to be said, but that's kind of my experience being there right in central Alabama. I mean, the in and the out, at least the basic summary. So
Dan, I'm curious. I've been storm chasing once, and the adrenaline rush you get as you see a tornado, obviously peaks up, and then you kind of go into recovery mode, hoping that everyone's okay. Did you experience that adrenaline rush when you were witnessing this?
Yeah. Definitely. During the Coleman tornado, it was when I first saw it. And for those first few minutes, especially, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And that adrenaline really kicked in. Here I am. It's real. I'm on a tornado. This is a high risk day. These storms are explosive. And I knew that something bad could really happen. And so yeah, the adrenaline popped in at that moment. But it's the weirdest thing. One of the comments on my YouTube video is, why is there no screaming? Where's all the screaming? Where's all the yelling? This is like the calmest tornado video I've ever seen, besides Pico's Hank. And and it was just my adrenaline turned into straight focus. So after I kind of had an initial I was just 100% zoned in on my task. I mean, you could call it focused. You could also call it busy. I mean, navigating the anemometers, the laptop, the cameras, the live stream, and driving and parking and whatever, running, in my raw video of the tornado, there's me like zooming back and forth in front of the dash cam, because I'm like, who knows what I'm doing? I'm probably setting a GoPro here and turning this thing that way. And I was very busy and very focused. So it just all turned into that. And then eventually, right near the end of the day, a lot of adrenaline and focus kind of wears down to just like, now I'm playing dodge the tornadoes at night. And that part was a little, I wish I could have been back in North Carolina at that point.
Dan, real quick before we wrap, can you talk a little bit about the gravitas of watching the storm, the tornado as it came through Coleman, and afterwards understanding that while you were watching it, it killed 6 people?
So, I've been at some devastating tornadoes before, but I think the thing that made this more real, and I've been at some killer tornadoes before, I think the thing that made this so real in this particular one is because a lot of people died this day in Alabama, and it was the total destruction of the state. Seeing the Coleman tornado, unless I had actually seen it hit the specific buildings and stuff, it was hard to make a direct connection to who died or how they died or where they died. I did end up seeing the commercial destruction downtown, and that was intense. Seeing that, because you're seeing people wandering around picking up bricks and trying to figure out what to do. It's like walking into a house that was just completely destroyed by like a group of toddlers, and I say that as a owner of a toddler. I have a 3-year-old, and sometimes you just walk into a room and you say, what happened? And you just pull your hair and you scratch your head and you say, I can't even figure out where to start. Everything's destroyed. And it was the same way watching these people trying to figure out what to do in downtown Coleman, just walking around devastated. And that was really sobering. But the thing that really affected me the most, honestly, was seeing people looking for their loved ones and not having a way to find out where their loved ones were. No cell phone reception, no communication, and being stuck in traffic, and another tornado warning that's coming. So these people are in a bad predicament, and only I knew what was going on. So I was in this really weird place of, nobody knows, and they're all unsafe, and they're all just trying to help their loved ones out. So that was probably the hardest part to be a part of, but the part that I'm most grateful that I was a part of, because I could help, but also because that's the reality of these big storm events is that's what's happening in these communities. And sometimes you don't see that on the news, or you don't know about that, but there's moments there where we're all just trying to look out for each other. And those are the hardest moments.
Well, Dan, we certainly appreciate your time and reflecting back on this very somber event that took place on April 27, 2011. So we thank you and James Spann for sharing their stories of this tragic day, and our thoughts and prayers are still with those folks who are reliving this 10 years later in the state of Alabama. For everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back here real soon. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue looking back at some of the previous severe weather events that's not only affected the Carolinas but the Southeast. And this is the 10-year anniversary of the April 27, 2011 tornado outbreak, not only for the Southeast, including Mississippi and Alabama, but there's also some tornadoes in Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina. Just from ABC 3340, James Spann. James, appreciate you spending some time with us as we kind of look back at this. I think you categorize it as a generational tornado outbreak for the state of Alabama. A very well forecasted event leading into it. Take us behind the scenes as you there at the station are getting not only the viewers ready, but the reporters ready, the storm spotters ready. Take us back to what it was like a couple of days leading into the event.
Well, it was a well-forecast event. And, one thing about it, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I didn't know. I mean, could it be? Yes. But odds of an event like that are always not that high. So I didn't know we were going to have 62 tornadoes that day. I didn't know that the death toll would be so high. But having said that, it was a Wednesday event, and you could start to see it, about 5 days out. The Friday before the Wednesday, we started to mention it. And then after the weekend, we really hit it hard, Monday and Tuesday, with everything we had. And I think people were prepped, and I think people knew that it was coming. But despite that, the only number that matters to me, and I'm a numbers guy, is 252. That's the number of people that died that day. We had 251 names, and we had one infant that was delivered prematurely at 6 months. The infant did not have a name, and the infant didn't live. So 252. And that's just a reminder, guys, we got some work to do. I think what we learned that day is that, what we do is not enough. We need some help. And we've been trying to get help for the last 10 years to make the process better.
It was an interesting time, too, I believe, because that's when social media started coming into effect. And looking back through some of the coverage, you had the storm chasers out in the field. You were getting some reports via social media.
I guess Twitter was about maybe, 5 years old, and Facebook had been around for a while. And it was still kind of primitive. The penetration of the public is not as high as it is now, but it was still very helpful. I think the most amazing thing to me looking back on that day was how we were able to get video back from the middle of nowhere. I mean, we had some pretty remarkable video of these big wedge tornadoes. I mean, literally in the middle of nowhere. And cell service in 2011 is not as good as it is now in terms of coverage. But with social media, I pushed out stuff on Twitter and Facebook when I was on the wall over there. But still, like even today, the most important thing I do is television. But it was great getting reports and pictures and video, not as much as we get tips. I mean, it's just crucial. I mean, you can't beat showing a live video of a tornado. In fact, that's one thing we learned from social science is that, when you show radar on television, and we were standing out there April 27th, 2011, I don't know, in the morning we were there for 5 or 6 hours. And in the second round, we were up there for 8, 9 hours. You show radar, it doesn't mean much to people. I mean, all you weather dweebs on here, you show a hook echo and a debris ball, the eyes roll in the back of your head and your underwear starts flapping up and down your legs. Everybody knows, man, this is awesome. But to most people in the street, they don't know what that is. And even if you communicate that clearly, they still might not believe you. But by golly, if you show them a live video stream of this big tornado, they're going to dig a hole and they're going to get into a safe place. So we have to do a better job of getting cameras on these tornadoes. And it's problematic for us. You guys know this where you are. I mean, most of our tornadoes are rain wrapped. Most of them happen at night. We have hills, we have trees, but we do the best we can. But I thought on that day, it was pretty amazing how many tornadoes we did get on camera.
You had multiple tornadoes at one time. How was that? I know you and I had some meteorologists out in the field, another meteorologist in the studio helping you. What was it like covering multiple tornadoes, strong tornadoes at the same time?
There's no book or manual on how to do that. You don't learn that in college. You kind of learn it on the fly on that day, which is what we had to do. And, that's one of the things I look back on. And then everybody's probably seen, whether people that listen to the show here, they've probably seen some of that. History is going to judge us for what we did that day. And I tell Jason Simpson, Jason was the meteorologist with me in the studio. We bonded that day. If you go through a generational tornado event with another meteorologist in the same room, you will be bonded for life. And I've known Jason since he was a kid. He interned with me. He's a really close friend. He's chief meteorologist at the station in Huntsville now. But, history is going to judge us, the two of us, for what we did that day. And I don't even know if what we did was right or wrong. Obviously, we did something wrong because 252 people died. That's inexcusable for anybody in the weather enterprise, inexcusable for the public. These were precious people that died. And I look back on it, I wonder, like the Tuscaloosa tornado. Everybody talks about the Tuscaloosa tornado. Well, what about the Cordova tornado? Tuscaloosa is a population center here. There's a big college there, University of Alabama, and everybody knows about that, and everybody knows what happened. It was a horrible tragedy. I'm not trying to lessen the magnitude of that, but what about the same EF4 that was down at the same time in Cordova in Walker County, where 2,000 people live at that many? Nobody talks about that. And did we focus too much on the Tuscaloosa tornado because we had that thing on camera and not focus enough on the Cordova tornado? I think about that a lot. And even in that case, we had two others down at the same time. And you just try and bounce back and forth between these things as best you can. And I try and give equal time. And I firmly believe that television meteorologists discriminate against people that live in rural areas. And that really makes me mad because I am from the guys. I'm from rural South Alabama. I'm from Greenville, Alabama. You guys ever seen Forrest Gump? Where's Forrest Gump from? Greenbow, Alabama. The guy that wrote that book, I know him. He passed away recently, Winston Groom. He patterned Greenbow after Greenville, this little town I came from. And, if it's in a big market of, part of the city, the metro, will be on television live, local, late breaking, saving lives, the Weather Authority. But the minute it goes out into a rural area where maybe there's 1 meter in the whole county in the television ratings world, you go back to Freak of the Week or whatever it is on television, which is absolute insanity. What you're saying, people that live out in the country, their lives don't matter. And I'm not going to play that game. And the day they ever tell me to stop, I'll just go somewhere else where I can do that. But they've always supported me here. But I wonder if I didn't serve the people in rural areas enough with that. And I regret that. I can't go back and change it. I can't go back and fix it. But it was horrible dealing with multiple strong, violent tornadoes down at the same stinking time. The easiest tornado of the day was the Coleman tornado. That was the first one of the afternoon. It was an EF4. We had no other tornado at the time. We had it on camera. I didn't have to bounce back and forth between multiple storms, and we stayed with it. And it worked. Nobody died in that tornado. 20,000 people live in Coleman. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I did it right, but I did the best I could do under the circumstances.
I was actually in Coleman filming the Coleman tornado when that occurred. And I was live streaming it as well at that time to Chaser TV, which was the big Storm Chaser streaming platform back in the day. One of the things that was crazy is the communications actually kind of went down, cell communications and pretty much everything else. And people were kind of distraught and didn't know where to turn to get their information from. That was one of the biggest things that stuck out to me that day, was how communications failed at the very end of everything and kind of in the middle of the outbreak. So can you talk to us a little bit about, in a position of trying to communicate to the public, how that was affected?
You know, I think one thing people forgot about too that day, we had a morning round of storms. It was basically a QLCS, and you know, some pinhead named a squall line a QLCS a long time. I call them a squall line, you know, quasi-linear convective system, whatever. It was linear. And we had a few embedded tornadoes, and there was widespread wind damage. And that morning we had 250,000 people with no power before the big event started. And 5 people died in the morning storms. That in itself was a tragedy. And so we had a problem going into the afternoon with so many people without power. You had a lot of cell sites down. You had a lot of infrastructure damage. And our TV station, we had a lot of damage. We had cameras down. We had microwave paths that were down. We were crippled. I mean, all these engineers, we had a little break between the morning round and the afternoon round. And we got off the air for a little bit after the morning round. All these engineers, they came in there telling me everything that wasn't working. This doesn't work, and this is down. This is not working right now. And I finally said, guys, stop. I need to know what is working, because we've got to get through the afternoon and prioritize how we're going to repair what we can in the next 2 hours. And they did a great job of getting things back, including that Coleman camera. That's one of the ones that went down. But yeah, there was clearly infrastructure problems with communication that afternoon. I think the one thing we learned is that some people have forgotten that good old radio and television is free. It is over the air. It has nothing to do with a cell network, and it's pretty darn reliable. And we often just blow past that these days. You know, I'm going to watch it on my phone on YouTube TV, or I'm going to watch it on, you know, whatever on a streaming platform. But what happens when all the cell sites go down? We're still on the air. You know, these big 5 million watt blowtorch transmitters we have, not that many people watch them over the air now, but I think we have to remind people that with a, you know, crappy $5 antenna from Walmart, you can pick up 60 channels, and you need to have that in your toolkit at your home in terms of severe weather. So I think that's the one thing we need to do. And goodness, local radio, you know, people have forgotten about it. You know, everybody streams, you know, their music on their phone, but they forget that we've got these local radio stations that are 100,000 watt blowtorch FMs and AMs, and they will simulcast our coverage. And they provided a lifeline that day. And I got to give a shout out to all those radio stations that just simulcast our coverage. If you listen to all those videos, those YouTube videos about like Tuscaloosa and these places, you could hear my voice. That was over the radio. So I think that's a thing we need to remind people of today, is that TV is still free. It is still over the air, and you don't need a cell network to watch it.
James, the thing I wanted to ask you is what has changed over the years since April 27th of 2011, and how do you do things differently today when you're on and involved in a situation like what happened back on March 17th of this year compared to the way you handled April of 2011?
Well, here's the deal. After the event, I didn't talk about it for 6 months. I had nothing to say. And people that know me, that's an anomaly. I mean, I'm a bag of hot air, and I've always got something to say. In fact, the National Weather Association annual meeting was here in Birmingham that year. No, you know, usually, James, they get me up there just to wave my hands, and I talk loud and I say something, you know, this outrageous. And I didn't speak. I had nothing to say, nothing. And everybody just couldn't believe it. But I needed to go through the phases of grief. These people died on my watch, and I'm in the process of trying to memorize every name. I'm not there yet. I was hoping to be there in 10 years. 251 names, their stories. Let me tell you, so you want to get motivated? You do that when there's a tornado in your market. Learn their names, talk with their families, get to know them. It will be so motivating for you in future events But what the first, after 6 months, I said, all right, let's roll up our sleeves and let's fix it. Something went wrong. There were 62 tornadoes in one day in the state, and there was a darn good warning for every one of them. In some cases, the lead time was 40 minutes. And I thought the death toll that day should have been 30. And 222 people ought to be listening to this show right now. And so I went to some of my friends in the social science world and said, help. And the first one that really reached out to me was Dr. Cloko McLean, Kim, and so many others I've befriended. And I'm not going to start mentioning names because I'll leave somebody out. But they have been such a great help. But this is the bottom line. What we do is not enough. My background is physical science. My first major in college was electrical engineering. And I changed majors and finished in meteorology. I don't know anything about being some TV guy or radio guy, or I don't know anything about it, really. I've just tried to watch people that I think are good and learn from them. I don't know anything about human behavior. And here we are trying to get people to do something, to take action. So they have so helped us. But here are the quickies on what we've learned, how things have changed. There's no doubt in my mind the number one reason people died that day, the siren mentality. I don't know what it is about Americans, especially in tornado-prone areas, and these stinking sirens. It's like there's a love affair. They think they're sexy or something. I'll admit they sound cool. I mean, you get a video, some guy with a tornado down and that thing's wailing in the background, but you can't hear that thing in your house during a raging severe storm at 3 a.m. And we've got to be better at teaching people. This ain't it. I mean, they serve a purpose. They reach a few people outdoors, but that's it. And weather radio penetration is embarrassingly low in tornado-prone areas, Oklahoma, Alabama. And we've got to do a better job of getting a weather radio in every house. And again, that doesn't work on cell technology. You guys know that, these big RF transmitters the Weather Service has, and, teach people about, your phone's not enough. You got to have two ways, because your phone's going to quit working and WIA might not work and your app might not work and the weather radio. But if you do all this stuff together, you'll get the warning. But that's the main thing, the siren mentality. And the number two reason people died, the lack of helmet use. It's not that hard, guys. It's not. Most people that die in tornadoes, and let me just say this, I dabble in healthcare. I call it my hobby. For 15 years, I have been the chairman of the board of a really large tertiary care hospital here. I've just been interested in it. And I fell in love with these people 15 years ago, and I've learned a lot by talking to ER docs. And they will tell you that most people that die in tornadoes, where do they die from? Blunt force trauma. From where? The skull and the neck region. And all you need is a $5 bicycle helmet from Walmart.
And we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear. Wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
People would be alive today. So it's messaging before the event. We've got an event Thursday, so I just messaged on television. What's the message? Have 2 ways of getting the warning, and it's not a siren. And you're going to have a helmet in your safe place for everybody. And that's not just for kids. And a lot of people go, well, it's nice for a kid. No. It's for everybody. I mean, you put a helmet on me, it's not a good look. It's like, lipstick on a hog, but it's going to keep me alive. Every life is precious. And so we've learned to message, helmets. That's really, really, really important. And, I could keep going, but one thing that we knew that we screwed up on with the false alarm ratio was too high. It was over 80 in 2011. That's insane. Over 80% of tornado warnings were false alarms. We heard this in research all the time. I hear tornado warnings all the time and nothing ever happens. So the Weather Service in Birmingham went through a really comprehensive program going back to basic science. Kevin Laws is one of my heroes, the Sioux down here. They were issuing tornado warnings for, high-based storms, high LCLs. Never produced a tornado here, never. And they went back to the basic science and cut out all these bogus warnings, and the forest down in the 30s now. And all these things have added up to where it's a lot better now. We had and I'll stop answering your question. I could talk all day on this, but we had an event last Wednesday, St. Patrick's Day. We had 25 tornadoes in one day in the state, 25 last Wednesday. Not one person was killed and not one single person was hurt. Let me tell you what. 10 years ago, it wouldn't be that way. So we've learned a lot, and I think the lessons learned have paid off.
James, you hit on a couple things I want to get your expertise on. Social science, overwarning. National Weather Service right now is undertaking their initiative to simplify some of their communications, but also kind of introduce tiers for what goes to WIA and how the public then gets triggered. In your experience, is that going to be enough, you think, to help reach people and get them to understand or beyond what's already scoped, do we have more work that still needs to be done?
Look, it's not that hard. Here's the problem. And I'm just as guilty as anybody else. I'm guilty as sin here, this. But we go to these conferences and we listen to these research papers and we talk with the social scientists and we gather up in these conference rooms and we do what we think it's best for us. Who cares about us? That's not who we're serving. We're serving real people out here in the real world. You know what we need to do more often is go hang out I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. That's where real people are. You want to know what real life is like? Go to a Dollar General. They're sweet people. They will talk to you. They will tell you things. You don't need a $100,000 grant to get this information, and you listen to them. And they'll tell you, is the false alarm ratio too high? What do you need on your phone for wireless emergency alerts? Do you need to have severe thunderstorm warnings on there? Do you need to have only tornado emergencies? So I think that's part of our problem, is that we've disconnected from the people that we serve. And all of this stuff, and I'm a big fan of HazSimp. We got to simplify this. I'll be honest with you guys. There's some messages the Weather Service sends. I don't even know what it means. I mean, what is an aerial flood warning and a flash flood warning and a flood warning? I mean, it's bewildering to people, all this stuff. So a lot of this stuff has got to be simplified. And they're on the road to doing that. But as we look at the transformation, in the warning process, in the next 10 years, we have to be careful to be sure we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for the people.
Hey, James, this is Jordan McLeod.
I sound cranky, don't I? I'm sorry. I sound too cranky tonight.
Hey, now this is an engaging conversation here. Given how generational the April 27th outbreak was, it seems like we're hearing a lot of the use of the term bust today when it comes to outbreaks that don't quite measure up to April 27th. Now, I know this is a pet peeve Twitter post on this just the other day, because some people were calling last week's outbreak in Alabama a bust, even though there was, no loss of life and, tremendous success for the Weather Service. So can you talk a little bit about why that's become such a trend nowadays?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the weather enthusiasts and these Facebook pages. And listen, I don't want to throw water on these guys. Most of them are high school kids and they love weather and they want to learn weather and they don't mean any harm. But they'll get on Facebook and they'll say, look at the STP. Look at these updraft helicity tracks. This is going to be worse than April 27, 2011. This is going to be a killer mega storm of the century. And people don't know it's a 15-year-old kid. And they're going to share it and share it and share it and share it and share it. And it just gets out of hand. And, I think that's part of the problem. And I don't even like that question when people ask me that. For example, we have a very high-end severe weather episode likely here Thursday. It's pretty common for episodes like this in March and April. This is the core of the spring segment of the tornado season. And the question is, will this be like April 27, 2011? I don't even like to answer that. That's a bad question. And of course, the answer is no. Do a study of climatology. I love numbers. I love looking at history. I really do think if you study history and climatology, it's a valid way of looking at what might happen in the future. And where we are down here, our generational events prior to 2011, what's the one before that? You guys were not even alive when the other one happened. April 3rd and 4th, 1974. Okay. I was a senior in high school. That changed my life. That's a topic for another show. But prior to that, it was March 21st, 1932. Prior to that, it was February, 19th of 1884, the Enigma outbreak. So they happen every 40 years. And that's a generational, really a definition of generational type storm to me. So the next time we have a day like April 27, 2011, I will be at the cemetery. But, so what? I mean, we had 25 tornadoes the other day. That's a big deal. And we didn't have all these, strong, violent tornadoes. It didn't produce that. And in a way, maybe you can, that's part of the criteria that I think was not met. But other than that, that was a big deal that day. And, we got to quit getting hung up in these comparisons and all this hype and everything. I mean, and here's the other thing, too. If we hype everything that comes along, nobody's going to listen to us. Nobody. I mean, goodness. And And what we don't even recognize is the fact that there are a lot of people that are scared to death of this thing. There are people right now that are scared to death of what's going to happen Thursday because of something that's happened in their life. They've had a close encounter with a tornado, hurricane, severe thunderstorm, flood. Something's happened, and it triggers this PTSD or some reaction, and they have a real phobia. And goodness, if I go on and say, the odds, somebody chewed me out last week because I said the odds of your house being hit on one of the biggest severe weather days in history, like April 27, 2011, are tiny, tiny. Most everybody in Alabama was not affected April 27, 2011. And some guy just reamed me out. He said, most of the state was affected. No, you're lying. So we've got to do something to calm these folks down and give them some comfort level and quit hyping everything up and do it in a calm way. And we'll get through it together. We'll be okay. So I don't like these comps every time we have a moderate risk or a high risk, and immediately it's going to be another April 27th. Every event is different. And again, the next time we have a day like that, the 2038, 2048, 2050, you guys will still be doing this show here, but I won't be around.
Hey, James, quick question here. You bring up the risk. Have we overcomplicated that, the SPC?
Well, come on. I'm sure you guys have talked about it like we have. The category names just are horrible. Yeah, we know trust me. I'll go down to the Target down here in Alabaster and say, what's the highest level risk? Is it moderate or enhanced? Everybody says enhanced. Everybody says enhanced is a higher level risk than a moderate, where in reality it's flipped. And, it's just not working. I mean, it works for people in the weather business. And when you talk with people in the weather service, they say, well, all the emergency managers have been used to those names and those criteria, and they're used to it. Well, so what? Are we here just to serve emergency managers or people that work for the weather service or broadcast meteorologists? We don't know. And so I really think we have to revisit that. And some TV meteorologists just don't even use it. Some good friends of mine don't use their words. They have different colors and different names. And I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of that, because consistency is important to me. If one guy says one thing and some guy says something else, and who knows who you believe? I think we should be messaging the same thing, but I think we have to work together to fix that. And we need to bring in some of the SPC guys and have a long talk. And really, it's way Rich Thompson, John Hart. These are my heroes. They got nothing to do with this. It's up there at NOAA headquarters where this kind of stuff is made. But the 5 levels don't bother me. And I mostly use numbers now. That's what I use. 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. I'm kind of getting away from even using those words because it's just not working.
Thank you, James. We appreciate your time tonight. Go follow James on social media. I'm sure you probably already are if you're watching our show. And just great to get around and hang out with James. And I promise you, we'll have him back. We've got a whole list of questions we didn't even get to tonight. So stick around. We'll make sure that James repays us another visit here real soon. So for the rest of everyone here on the panel, we hope you enjoyed the show. And we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, a Wednesday evening, closing in on the end of 2020, and we just closed the book on the 2020 hurricane season. And tonight we have with us our friend Mark Sudduth. Seems like this has become an annual tradition where we kind of get together with Mark in the first part of December as we close out hurricane season to kind of look back on this season. And my goodness, we have so much to look back forward. We were talking before this that we've got stuff up just because we can't remember all the storms right off the top of our heads. So we'll get into that. Mark, for those who may have not caught you on previous shows, tell us a little bit about who you are and how you got called into tracking these hurricanes, and then we'll kind of go into the conversation.
That's great to be back, Scotty, and everybody else. Thanks for having me a part of this again. I grew up in Eastern North Carolina, and when you grow up in the Carolinas, if you're not interested in the weather, and then I don't know what to tell you, because we have 4 distinct seasons, and we have a severe season, a winter season. The spring season gets kind of crazy sometimes, and then of course hurricane season, depending on the decade and how active it is, can be very much a part of your daily life. And as a kid, I just had this bug. I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. And so, long story short, 25-year career, I followed my passion, went to school for geography, studied weather and climate and statistics, and really focused on hurricanes. So they don't have a degree for hurricanologist. That's not a thing. But if there was a definition, that's what I do. I study hurricanes. I don't forecast them, so I'm not a meteorologist. I'm a geographer who studies hurricanes. So that's my degree. That's my area of expertise, my specialty. So since 1995, getting that degree from UNC by the Sea, UNCW down here in Wilmington, that's what I've done. And I blazed my own trail, started hurricanetrack.com in 1999, did a lot of different projects in awareness and computer animation back in the day, some awards from FEMA and different weather service offices for my work in hurricane awareness. And if you're going to be an expert in something, you can't just read about it in books, right? Eventually, you're going to go into medicine. You eventually work on the cadavers for real. You don't just read about it or hear about it in the lab. You eventually get your hands in there and you actually work on a real dead person and you become a doctor. So same thing with weather. You got to go out in it to really study it up close and personal. And that's what I started doing from the get-go. People call it hurricane chasing. That's fine. I call it hurricane intercepting because you don't really chase hurricanes. And I've had different ways of doing that, different vehicles. And now we're in the age of unmanned cameras and small boxes, and everything's tiny and easy to deploy. The age of crowdfunding is upon us, to where basically, whatever I want to do, people support it, because social media has allowed that to really grow. And it really, really manifested itself in 2020 with the mega season that we had, putting all of my experience to use, a great group of people behind me, taking what we do, the educational aspect, just keeping it science-based, keep it real, keeping safe. And we tackled one of the busiest seasons in history. So here we are.
And Mark, a lot of work goes into it. And this year, a little bit more, I would say, as we start to look to hurricane season around March into April. That's when the seasonal predictions come out. Also, kind of buried in that was when COVID really started to hit the area. And so, I know as you're starting to get prepared for the season, then you had to where, look at the COVID aspect. But tell us a little bit about that, how maybe COVID, I don't know if it interfered with your job, but tell us a little bit about that, and also the preseason predictions that kind of came out at the same time, where you were talking about it looked like we were going to have a busy season anyway.
Yes, it appeared as far back as February. Some of the long-range modeling was indicating the possibility of a favorable season ahead. And it's interesting regarding the COVID situation. At the end of February, as part of my off-season work that I'm able to do, I went up to my first lake effect snow event. This is kind of a little side story in Western New York. And I flew into Syracuse on like February 29th or somewhere around there. And was up there for a few days covering this big lake effect event. And by the way, I'm hooked. Lake effect snow is awesome. And I remember when I got to the Charlotte airport from Wilmington, it was like a last minute thing. I airlined a bunch of cameras with me. And I was like, I'm going to go for it. So I flew into Charlotte, and it was packed, and which it usually is. And there was a few people wearing masks. And I remember I got off the plane from Wilmington and walked into the concourse there, packed concourse, whatever it was, probably came into concourse D from Wilmington. And on those big monitors at Charlotte Douglas, President Trump was coming out. And I thought, this can't be good. This cannot be good. If he's going to come to the podium, while I flew that 45-minute flight from Wilmington to Charlotte, something bad has either happened, internationally, or this COVID thing is finally going to break loose, because I had been watching it and learning about it. My wife's in the medical field, and that was it. And so I got back like March 3rd or 4th or something like that, and the world changed within 2 weeks. Basketball got canceled. Our lives turned upside down. And then coincidentally with that, this parallel universe began where the hurricane season forecasts, at least from the people that really track this stuff, Ben Knoll, Mike Ventris, Dr. Ventris, Eric Webb, myself, Levi Cowan, those of us that are really, I don't want to say obsessed, but we're watching this very closely. We saw it. It was like, oh man, the modeling showing this standing wave over the Indian Ocean in Africa, and the potential of La Nina and the warm Atlantic. I mean, just the signals were overwhelming. All the while, this COVID thing looked like it was just going to get out of control. And we were very worried that it would get so bad that we might not be allowed to travel interstate wise. And it's interesting, though, isn't it, that once we got to Memorial Day, it's kind of like the country threw up their hands and said, okay, Uncle, we had to deal with the economy. And that's a whole other thing. And as it turns out, we were able to travel just fine. Kind of get to the punchline here from the COVID side. We took precautions. We were smart. If we were in an area where they mandated masks, we wore them. I don't like it. I had to do an interview with a mask on with CBS this morning, and it was the weirdest thing in my entire career. I've got a Hurricane Track branded mask, at least I did that. In the interview, I think it was Omar, I can't remember his last name, sorry. He's 6 feet away or more, and they got this big boom mic like they're shooting a movie, and everybody's wearing a mask, and we're outside. I was like, this is just screwed up. Like, I'm not used to this, you know what I mean? And it just became annoying, that anytime we took pictures or with any of, we were with Cantore during Laura. We got a group shot with him and Charles Peak, and we all had to put our mask on because you can't put that. So the COVID thing was ever present, always there. But I will say, interestingly enough, we traveled 25,000 miles at least, starting late May with some testing and some other stuff. Tropical Storm Arthur all the way through Ada in Florida. And we had a team of about 5 of us, I think. And not a single one of us ever tested positive for COVID. We somehow were able to avoid it. Knock on plastic.
That's spectacular. I mean, that's, just the precautions and the worry and all that, and all that I know you have to do, and the people you have to interact with.
Yeah,
it's great to hear that. That all of that turned out to be pretty good. So.
That was a big worry. You're absolutely right. It was a concern of ours. And it's a concern, I'll say this, going into the winter, in terms of how bad things are going to probably get, that interstate travel may become difficult, because I'm in the position to be able to cover winter storms like never before. But that's a story for another day. I think there's some ways to manage it with testing, and looks like I'm going to get a swab up the nose more times than I want to be able to cross into areas like New York. But if that's what I got to do to be able to still do my work, so be it. Maybe 2021 will be a different story 6 months from now.
We're hoping so.
Indeed.
Speaking of hurricane season, traditionally, and this is another show conversation we could have. It starts June 1st. But this year, I guess May kind of threw us a little hint of, hey, this is going to be a crazy season. We had 3 named tropical systems in May. In fact, one being Bertha, just off the coast of South Carolina there. You said you're trying to get out and test stuff, and these named storms starting early. So any recollection on that, where you're kind of in hurry up mode, trying to get everything tested out so you could get out in the field?
End of May, mid-May, really. I think it was like the 18th or so that Arthur formed, and it impacted the Outer Banks indirectly / directly. I mean, it's all in how you look at it. There were impacts there. And then at the end of May, the team and I went out to Texas to test our weather balloon project. We try to do that annually. And we also kind of dabbled in some severe weather ideas that we're going to put forth this coming May of 2021. And during that, as you alluded to, Bertha formed like overnight one night and came into the South Carolina coast. And it's like, oh, well, can't get back in time for that. But it was a low impact event. And then when I got back, after Memorial Day, it was time to immediately leave and go to the Mississippi coast and meet up with Greg Nordstrom for Tropical Storm Cristobal. And then we had a little bit of a break for landfall action. And I decided, because I really like to study the monsoon out in the desert Southwest, that at the end of July, I thought, okay, and you guys know this, typically July is when there's the most SAL present, Saharan air layer. The pressures are usually pretty high. We hadn't had any big time main development region like '05 mirroring yet, right? Remember in '05 we had Dennis, early July, Emily, Cat 5. I mean, we didn't have that this year. So I thought, all right, people are starting to fly again. I'm going to take my chances. I took some equipment out there and I went out to the desert Southwest. And what happens? Hannah. And I'm like, I can't. What am I going to do? I'm not going to just fly into Houston and drive down to Kennedy County where there's more cows than people and just stand in it. I don't have any equipment. So Hannah got past me, and I hate it. I hate it when one gets past me. But if there's anyone to miss, it was Hannah. Because look, it came into a county where the cow to people ratio is 1,000,000 to 1.
We made it all the way to H, Hannah, and if we're going in alphabetical order, and my alphabet correctly, we're going to have Isaias next. That is the most prominent storm that affected the Carolinas this year. Could you go into just some kind of conversation about how that went for you and what you saw in the eastern half of the Carolinas?
First of all, it was a challenge pronouncing it, and it's funny because now I can say it just fine. And I even had a friend of ours down in San Juan send me a video. And we are getting ready for Tropical Storm Isaias, and I couldn't say it. It was so annoying. And then, of course, after it made landfall, I was able to say it just fine. We thought, that was the end of July into early August, and kind of a little earlier than we expect them around here in terms of the peak. And it struggled and probably kind of left over in that unfavorable mid-level dryness left over from the big SAL events of earlier in the season. But then again, boy, that last 12 hours right before landfall in Brunswick County, Isaias took off. And it was very, very surprising. And another 12 hours over water for that, and it absolutely would have been a Category 3. And it pushed a massive surge up the Cape Fear River. It's interesting because I could have just stayed here in Wilmington. I went down to Florida. It was another one of those ones like Dorian. And we all remember it looked like it was trying to do kind of a Dorian redo, right? And, kind of got everybody spooked. But the models weren't as aggressive with it as they were for Dorian. So there was some doubt. But Isaias was impactful, massive surge up the Cape Fear River compared to, I think it was another record. The record before.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I think it was Matthew, starting to get to be too many of them, was Hazel. And I think Matthew broke Hazel's surge record at the Cape Fear River in Wilmington, not Wrightsville Beach, not the Brunswick County beaches, but the actual Cape Fear River gauge. Matthew broke Hazel's record, Florence broke Matthew's record, and Isaias broke all of them. That is incredible. 1954 is Hazel, and then 16, 18, and 20, we broke that record again.
That is insane. So we know that you place cameras around. We're seeing other chasers, or I should say interceptors, as you would say. Tim Reed, for instance, they're starting to bring they're bringing more gadgetry into the chase, right? So are you bringing anything else? Like they have the Surgeonator. Are you bringing water level meters or anything like, I know you have anemometers on hand and cameras, but what else are you bringing for your equipment for these interceptions?
Well, first of all, it's great that other people are able to fund and do these things. And no matter what you name them and who they are, if it benefits the science at the end of the day and creates public awareness, it's a big enough world that, hey, bring it. That's great. The more, the better. I wish I had time to sit back and watch what some of these people were doing more, but we're all so busy. We hardly even get to see each other, especially in a season like 2020. And so one of the things that we have really focused on is just more cameras, have as many of them out there as possible and put them in areas that are going to capture the impacts in a way that we can see what's going on, that'll help the local officials, the local media, and then from there, regional and national interests, whether it's the Weather Channel, or even the National Hurricane Center, we provide the feeds to them, obviously at no charge. I mean, even if you wanted to charge them, good luck with that. This coordination and camaraderie with all of us, it pays off because we're able to let them see their forecast verify in real time. And I've done it long enough that I know where to put them, where we can capture those impacts. And if it's surge that we're wanting to see, which is mostly what they're for, we've done a really good job of that, especially going back the last 5 years. But the answer is more, just more of them. And the crowdfunding through Patreon, it really exploded this year. And I cannot account for why. Maybe more people were at home. I don't know. I mean, I've had the ability to crowdfund what we've been doing for probably 15 years, but Patreon has been around only for a few years, so I really can't explain it. But all of a sudden, especially for Hurricane Laura, it really took off. But it's not just the funding from people becoming supporters and donating, if you will, $10 a month. People literally sent us equipment. We'd say, hey, look, we need more Nest cams. We need more drop sensors, these Kestrel sensors. We need cases. We need batteries. I'm not kidding, guys. And this is just wonderful. I would open my door and there'd be just stacks of boxes from Amazon or from B&H Photo, from people that sent stuff. And it was people from all over the world, not just the United States. And we would go put that equipment into place. And we'd literally hold the boxes of, hey, Pete, this is the box you sent. And that's amazing. So we had the funding to create more stuff than we've ever had before. And the only thing I would say, though, that stunk this year was that a majority of the landfalls were at night. Big thumbs down for that. Mother Nature owes us one. And that was really horrible, and that limits the ability to see the effects. Because here's what I say about the video. Video is data. And that's a real thing. It's called photogrammetry. And we use that very much in our work to see patterns, just simple things like seeing high water marks, to the timing of everything, the direction, and we can extract data from that video for years to come.
Altogether, if you are one of the people that is helping you set up equipment, what does the kind of average day look like for you all as the storm approaches and the morning starts, and what does it look like from that point out?
That is a great question. Nobody's ever asked it that way before. I'll say this year, it was the most well-oiled machine that we've ever had. And I owe that to the tremendous amount of support that we had through crowdfunding, that we were able to afford hotel rooms for each individual team member. Because, and you say, well, why is that important? Because sleep, or the lack thereof, is your biggest enemy. And you start making mistakes when you're sleep deprived. And that becomes a safety issue, and it becomes an operational issue that you can screw something up and you don't get another chance at it. But safety is the primary concern. So everybody gets a good night's sleep because everybody's got their own room. So you're not having, Brent over there or Greg over there messing with his phone, or I'm trying to watch the latest Office episode on my iPad to take my mind off of things and I keep him awake or whatever. So when we get up, we all get together and we just kind of see what's happening. What's the latest track show? What's the latest from the Hurricane Center? We have people from the outside feeding us information. And it's just amazing, Dan, how laser focused we are. It's like, it's so organized and so, like I said, well-oiled, especially this year because there were so many pieces that came together perfectly that we work together well as a team. We all respect each other's opinion. We're all experts for the most part at what we're doing. We have experience. Certainly Greg and I do. And then these people that are helping out from the crowdfunding perspective, they come along and help out too. And they just go along. They trust us and we just do it. And it's crazy because you're counting down to zero when landfall is coming. There is no time out. Wait, we got to, and so the day is spent figuring out where we're going to go, handling the emails that are coming in, social media interactions. Maybe somebody's suggesting you can set a camera up in front of my shop. I have a condo you can use. We have this, the sheriff here wants to talk to you. He's going to help you. The weather service, we have producers now that feed us the best information And so it's kind of like a network TV deal. You think about what it takes to send all those OCMs out there from the Weather Channel, and we're starting to get there with the amount of people helping us. And in a year like 2020, I mean, it just ran as smooth as it possibly could. And we work until dark, and then we usually try to find, if it's open, the nearest chain steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse, Longhorn, or whatever. And we go there, and we have a good meal, and we recap everything, and we get another good night's sleep. It's just, I guess after doing it this long, you get settled into a routine. But this year especially, it worked so well that we never had any hiccups.
Mark, there were a lot of other storms that you chased during the season. I think you said 10 in total. We talked about Isaias and Laura and a couple others, but can you kind of give us a bit of a rundown on the rest of the season? There were other heavy hitters that you guys observed. So what were some of your biggest stories?
So after Laura, we got back, and there was not much time to rest. The season just kept spitting them out. And of course, the next significant one for us was Sally. And Sally was one of these ones that had a lot of potential, and it rattled a lot of nerves. And it really looked like it was going to threaten Mississippi in a big way. And then it kind of, played cat and mouse with everybody. It was very slow. Is it going to strengthen? Is it not? And, and now it's headed towards Mobile Bay, and maybe even western panhandle of Florida. It was very challenging because it was so darn slow moving, and the intensity guidance was just crazy. It was like, nobody could figure it out, literally. So that was the most challenging because it kept us on our toes in a very familiar area. I mean, I know the Central Gulf Coast very, very well, and yet it was still very challenging. But at the end of the day, the success that we had with that, because it was another nighttime event, and this is where my experience came into play, I focused on the river flooding that was coming. And I worked very closely with some of the Weather Service offices down there, and even one of the meteorologists for the state of Florida. And, we don't have hundreds of cameras, but we had enough that we put some on the coast to see what the coastal impacts were from surge. But again, Sally, 4 o'clock in the morning or something, landfall, another thumbs down for that. But the flooding during the day was going to be this rapid rise and then a pretty rapid fall, unlike the Carolinas where it's like a week later. Sally's flooding was going to be much quicker. So we put a camera system on the Fish River in Alabama. It's just a small river system down there. People in the area, they know it well. And then up on the Perdido River, just inside the Florida line. And boy, what we captured there was one of my bucket list, like, I want to do this. The river forecast was for record-breaking crests, in excess of 20 feet for both of these, if I'm not mistaken. So we purposely put both camera systems at about 7 feet. And exactly what you think happened. They went underwater. And the one in Fish River kept going. It was a GoPro camera. We didn't have enough. The live signal was not strong enough there. And that camera, you see the water come up, it submerges the camera, and then because of all the red clay and the soils down there, the water turns blood red. And we estimate, because the camera was 7 feet, the Fish River crested at like 20, 21, that the camera was more than likely under 5, 6, 7 feet of water for about 8 hours. And that little box that it was inside of, the GoPro, not even a molecule, a compound molecule of a hydrogen or an oxygen to be found. Absolutely bone dry. And that is amazing footage. And it'll really help to show the impacts of river flooding. We had pressure sensors out as well. The eye went right over one of them in Gulf Shores, Alabama. But again, the darn thing hitting at night, there was just not much we could do in terms of the visuals. So you have to shift and say, okay, what are the other impacts here? And that river flooding, that's what I wanted to take away, and that's exactly what we captured. Then
I'd love to ask, just real quick, because you just mentioned that. How do you get the live data out of these stations in the conditions that would generally seem hazardous and maybe not conducive for good coverage?
We use Verizon as our LTE provider. And I am a Verizon customer. They're not a sponsor. And so I'm just putting that out there. They don't pay me to say that. And it's just a matter of luck. honestly. Their engineering and their mitigation that they put in, they don't want their network to go down. Sprint doesn't, AT&T doesn't, because people get mad. And we need the network to stay up. Obviously, all of us do. And there are conditions where, yes, it will go down. We lose our feeds, especially in big hurricanes like Laura. They'll go offline, certainly. But that's what the GoPros are there for. They back up those live feeds, especially if it's going to be in the daytime. And for Sally, slow moving, not really intense. And so you're not going to get like a gut punch to the network. It's more of a long process. And everything stayed up as far as I can remember. But that's what we do, is we use Verizon LTE, and we will be investing, because of our strong support from crowdfunding, some of that money into even more technology for 2021 that'll give us hopefully double the bandwidth, if you will, or at least the range to pick up towers. Maybe the tower nearest our camera is out 5-10 miles away. We could pick that one up. We've got somebody from Washington State who's donating some equipment to make that possible. And always trying to do it better, keep that mousetrap ever improved, right?
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt your the rest of the season recap. But after that storm, what else did you investigate?
It's interesting. Sally turned into beta. We went from Sally to beta. It's like, how did that happen? Because it was just this flood of activity. We had a big burst. We ran through just about everything that was left. Teddy, Vicky, Wilfred, subtropical storm Alpha. Boom! Now we're up to beta. And beta was threatening Texas. And so that was the longest stretch that I was gone. I was gone for 2 weeks. And that was weird. It was just like, man, I've been gone freaking forever. Anyway, so I went over to Texas for beta, set up a lot of equipment. It is the cool part about beta, a little side story. I put one of the remote cameras on the piling of a house in Surfside Beach of one of the executives that works for the Weather Channel. He's a friend of mine, and it's no secret. His name is Tom Lee, and he's one of the he's up there, right? And he has a house. His family has a house in Surfside Beach, and I was like, "Hey, you got a house down here? Where is it?" And I looked it up, and I was like, "Whoa!" I drove down there, and it was pretty exciting. They had some waves coming in, and I even flew the drone down there, and it was pretty remarkable. And I put a camera right on his piling. And it turned out it was a really good shot because the power didn't go out. And these Nest cameras do really well at night. And you could just watch the Gulf come in and out on the tides from one of the executives of the Weather Channel, right at his house. And he thought, hey, pretty good way to keep an eye on my house. And we met a lot of cool people down there, as we always do. And the people that we meet is remarkable. And we just started thinking, this is a Greek name. We're up to beta, and I can't remember what the date was. It's like late September, I guess. And we're already to the B of the Greeks. It's like, geez, where's this going to go? And now, of course, we know it kept on going. But after beta, there's a little bit of a lull, just a little. And then it was Delta. And I guess now's as good a time as any to get into Delta. And the thing about Delta, I'll say this. I saw a lot of people, you get the hype of something, and then you get the anti-hype. And I think both of them can be dangerous, obviously. People that will put the one snapshot of the 40-inch snow, the Cat 5 hurricane parked over Charleston from the Euro 10 day or the GFS 9 day. You see it all the time. We know. But then you got the guys and the gals on social that they want to play the other side, that I called it, that it wasn't going to be anything, and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, just stop. I don't want to tell you what to do, but stop. Just go down the middle and just look at the facts. And there were so many people saying that Delta was probably not going to amount to much because the Gulf had cooled. So we had those early cold fronts. But there was this research that I had looked into from one of the HRD people and other aspects that, and it wasn't like the 26 Celsius isotherm was 400 miles south of Creole, Louisiana. It was like 20 miles, man, and there's other factors at play. You guys know this, that it's not just baroclinic stuff, but it's not all about sea surface temperatures and upper ocean heat content. There's more to it. if the atmosphere is primed, you're going to extract every bit of latent heat out of that Gulf that you can possibly do. And that's exactly what Delta did. And that thing exploded and became a very powerful hurricane for that part of October. And it was, if it wasn't for Laura, Delta probably would have been the big story for Louisiana. As it stands, it came on top of Laura, which was weird. Like, you're driving around setting stuff up and you're like, there's still stuff wrecked from Laura. Debris piles 10, 12 feet high. And we're putting cameras up in the same place. And gosh, that was so bizarre. Delta came in right at dark. By the way, that was the closest that we came in 2020 to launching our weather balloon in the eye of a hurricane was Delta. We were ready out in somewhere in south central Louisiana. The eye kind of never calmed down for us where we were. It was filling, as I say, and it was never had the calm winds, and it was getting dark. Came close on Zeta too. We'll get to that. But Delta, like, the countdown was on. You're like, okay, let's do this, turn on the this, to that. We were ready to go through the checklist, and then it got dark, and it was still like 60, 70 mile per hour wind, even when there was no rain. It was weird. When the backside gets hollowed out, they just tend to do that. Delta was amazing because when it was over and we went back to pick up our equipment the next day, they had no barricades, no police, no parish sheriffs, whatever they're called down there, nothing. And that's just Louisiana. It's like, hey, you want to be dumb enough to go and get yourself killed? We're not going to stop you. And we went down and started picking up our stuff, and there was nobody down there. And I don't mean like, there's a few cars. There's nobody, not a single living human being down there. They had all evacuated or they were already gone after Laura. And we went down to get our stuff. And that's one of those moments that there's just no way to describe it. It got dark. We had to get over to Creole and get the last camera from Creole. And when you say that the Milky Way came out, because there was no lights on, that's an understatement. It's like the closest you'll ever get to primordial Louisiana in the Jurassic era is after a hurricane like Delta, which was on top of Laura, that just took the grid out. There's not a light within 50 miles. And it was remarkable. It was like a religious experience, to be honest with you. And there's alligators and raccoons and all kinds of wildlife down there. And we just felt like there's three of us, me, Brent, Greg. We felt like we were one with this weather universe. And I know it's a weird thing, but it was this amazing thing that I'm glad it happened, put it that way. And we safely retrieved our stuff. And it was one of the greatest adventures I've ever had.
Couple more things, Mark. Zeta and Eta, I think I pronounced that right. Impacts here in the United States. But after that, we had a couple of storms, Theta and Iota, that just wreaked havoc on Central America. I mean, these were strong hurricanes. So as we kind of round out the Greek alphabet, what's your? I mean, I know Eta and Theta, Eta and Zeta, you were able to be a part of, but not the last two. But what's your memories of those last four storms?
Well, Zeta was a surprise. Because it overachieved. The Gulf was cooler by then, and yet, I mean, it came close to becoming a Category 3. Remarkable. And again, the atmosphere was just like, wow. And it intensified right up until landfall. And it had major impacts in Louisiana and Mississippi. Greg Nordstrom has damage to his house. Nothing significant, and it's all insured and so forth. But he became the hunted. And we were in the eye of that one down in Slidell. That was amazing. Just the surge, though, that's the thing I'm trying to remember. The surge, even though Zeta came in at night, this came in right at dark. The storm surge in Mississippi was remarkable. And there's a couple of instances there where our cameras are going to provide some very telling data to the National Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit as we work through that to turn the video into data where we can find still water elevations in that surge. And you know how we're going to do it, even though it got dark, we're going to use the transformer explosions and freeze frame that at some of these peak surge times and enhance the video and try to find the high water mark on a building that we can definitively go out and survey and say, oh, look. And as an example, we had a camera on the backside of the Hard Rock in Biloxi. There's a little marina back there, and that camera box was at 4 meters or 3 meters, 4 meters above the water, and the camera went underwater, and it actually took out the camera. And some of that was wave action, but in those waves, and Shay, all of you know this, you smooth it out, and you can get that high water mark from video, and we're really looking forward to helping the Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit with that as we go forward. So Zeta was very successful, surprising again because it getting on. It was freaking 2 days before Halloween, right? And very strong hurricane into the Central Gulf Coast, and then Ada. Boy, what Ada did down in Central America, and I will be on record as saying that I am 100% in that they will upgrade Ada to a Cat 5 in the post-analysis, because you remember the recon planes were going down there and they had to turn around and come back, and we missed a lot of data. But then when they finally got in there, there was some to support. I just think in the off-season when they do their analysis that the wind and the Doppler and the SFMR data will show that Ada was our second Cat 5 of 2020. I'm 99% sure of that. And then, it looked like it could come around and be a real big problem for Florida. Luckily for Florida, it was not a real big problem, but it gave me an excuse to go down to the Keys. So I did. And that was, honestly, I really wanted to go down and kind of know the lay of the land for a future event. I've never been to the Keys for a landfall, believe it or not, in my entire career. And so I went to the Keys. We dealt with it down there. Wasn't too big a deal. And then we went up to Tampa, St. Pete, another place that I haven't been to, and set up camera equipment around there, worked with some of the locals that knew the area really well. That helped a lot. And we nailed it. We got some amazing storm surge shots right along some of those causeways. And I felt like Ada was another one of those warning shots that was a November tropical storm, and if it had been a month earlier, it would have been a lot stronger if everything else was equal, and Tampa Bay would have had an 8 to 12 foot surge, not 2 to 4 that they had. And it just shows you, bypass them and then it kind of died out going into Cedar Key. Man, it just shows you how vulnerable Tampa Bay, St. Pete are. Those areas are to hurricanes. And you never know. Sometimes the end of the season kind of shows you where you're going to pick up the next year. I've learned that. It's not always a good match, but sometimes you can get some clues from that clustering, and especially if we're going to happen to have 2 very similar years to each other. Maybe that's a warning shot. And then it was Iota. Theta, I think, was I don't even remember, didn't do much out in the Eastern Atlantic, I think, but Iota, wow, that was, poor Central America. And that was in touch.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I guess Facebook Messenger for the hurricane track page who lives down, it's the island that's south of Providencia. He was real worried about it, and it reminded me of Irma when I was communicating with a guy on Facebook that lived on St. Bart's. He was scared for his life because 185 Irma was coming for him. And this guy was down there on that island south of, I think it's San Andres or something, south of Providencia. Of course, that island, Providencia, these are Colombian governed islands, was just annihilated. We saw the devastation from there. And that was it, thankfully. Iota capped off 30 named storms, the ace of around 180, right? 13 hurricanes and 6 of them, whatever it was, major, right? Something like that. It's hard to even remember. And maybe that's it. Maybe we'll be done for the whole, we won't be like 05 and we're still naming these things in January, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get something in the subtropics at this point.
Well, Mark, one more thing to kind of wrap up this hurricane season, and we talked a little bit about it earlier, is how many storms we saw, this rapid intensification.
Yes.
A day and a half before landfall. What's your thoughts? I'm not asking for scientific or just what are your thoughts about that? I mean, because you've mentioned previous, sometimes these seasons kind of foretell what's going to happen next season. This is a scary trend, and it's a trend that really needs to be watched.
Well, the simple answer is it's concerning because we look at the ACE, and some of that ACE, the accumulated cyclone energy, was generated. Like we look at Laura, it was a 150 mile per hour hurricane, but it did so in that last day before landfall. And Michael did the same thing in 2018. Matthew rapidly intensified on approach to Florida, and it was very fortunate for Florida that it just scraped by 20 miles offshore. Dorian stopping, I don't know, whatever it was, 180 miles short of West Palm Beach, our vicinity, as a rapidly intensifying Category 5. And we're getting real close here to some absolutely mind-boggling disasters because these hurricanes are intensifying close to land. Eta and Iota both intensifying real close to South America like they did. That was a similar theme in 2005. Now, we had a much higher ACE score in 2005. And you say, well, yeah, there's a lot of, we had 4 Cat 5s that year. Well, think about it. All 4, here's a similarity. All 4 of those Category 5s in 05, yes, they were much stronger than what we had in 2020, looking at the big picture. But Katrina, the entire life cycle of Katrina was about 5 days, the whole thing. And in that 5 days, it became a Cat 5. Rita, same thing. Tropical storm in the Bahamas, Cat 5 in the Central Gulf, makes landfall as a 3. The whole thing lasted less than 5 days, roughly. Wilma, a little longer, but it rapidly intensified. Twice, once on the approach to the Yucatan and another on its way into Florida, and it made landfall as a 3, if I recall. Emily, Dennis, both, Dennis almost was a Category 5, rapidly intensifying. And here's the common thread. They all did so probably west of 75 degrees longitude, not like Irma, which was a Category 5 way out in the Atlantic. Florence, way out in the Atlantic, very strong. Ivan. These long track hurricanes are so different than these ones that blow up in our backyard. And it's not just the United States that has to deal with these. Central America, Cuba had to deal with Gustav doing that in 2008. But there's this weird common thread between 05 and 20 that these massive hurricanes that we did have strengthened so quickly in our backyard. I don't know why. I don't know exactly why. Can you attribute it to the La Nina and the favorable pattern right over that area west of 75, south of 30 north? There's something going on there. And, that's the thing. Can we see that kind of a pattern again ahead of time? And no, this is our bubble. This is our area we got to really look out for. Maybe that's one of the next things that people like Dr. Klotzbach or Eric Webb or Levi Cowan, who works down at HRD now, maybe they can work on that. Pattern recognition for that favorable bubble that's going to give you those strong hurricanes. And if they're close to land, we really should know that.
Kind of piggyback off that, we've had a few Twitter questions come in. Matthew Harding wanted to know, do you think we'll see something similar in 2021 that we've seen in 2020? I mean, I guess to kind of piggyback that, what is your outlook as we go into next year's tropical season?
Well, I think and this is so easy to understand, it's highly dependent on the state of the ENSO, I think more than anything, the El Nino Southern Oscillation phenomenon. Right now, we are in at least a moderate La Nina. It's like negative 1.3 or higher or something. I mean, the index is pretty low. And so that La Nina sticking around or not, and basically it's the absence of El Nino. If there's no El Nino and the Atlantic is warmer than average, especially in the main development region, then you typically have an above average season. But a season like 2020 where it's hyperactive and mega active, hopefully those are 15 years apart because this is just too much. But you look at 04, here's the interesting thing. 04 had, 15 named storms, something like that? And the ACE score was way higher than 2020's was in 04. And yet 05 almost doubled the amount of named storms of 04. Its ACE was a little higher, but they were back to back. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think you can look at that and say that 2020 is the 04 of the 04-05 combo, that 2021 would have 35 named storms or 40. Maybe it's a little bit of a reverse, that next year we have 15 to 20 named storms, but some long trackers, that the overall pattern stays favorable. Maybe that bubble shifts back out towards the Southwest Atlantic and maybe Florida and the Carolinas comes into play. There's just no way to know this early on. But the biggest thing to track, it's easy to do, is the anomaly data, the state of the INSO, how the Atlantic's doing. And if those two puzzle pieces, a negative INSO and a positive AMO, or just a warm Atlantic, doesn't even have to fit the classic anti-Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation. I know I'm throwing all these terms out. But if the Atlantic's warmer than the Pacific is, look out, generally speaking. We're basically going to need an El Nino to save us. And then that's going to have its own set of problems because the globe will be like 5 degrees warmer than it should be on average or some stupid stuff like that. We can't win.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. I mean, I think the positive AMO definitely attributes to it, even positive NAO.
Right.
And then you add the Madden-Julian oscillation, which allows for the shearing effect to lessen across large portions of the Atlantic. And you get that combination. That's what we had this year. I mean, I can't count how many phase 8s we had, which basically it parks itself over us where there's less shear.
Right.
But there were several iterations of that, and even when there was not in that phase, there was still these rapid intensifications occurring. Even with shear,
they would find these little pockets, and take advantage of that. But 2021 will probably be another active season because I've never seen that we have an El Nino after a strong La Nina. I cannot recall the last time that happened. It's always a first. And we know that the Euro, we talked about this before going with the taping here, or the recording. Who tapes anymore, right? The Euro, I think, is always going to want to show an El Nino or a warming INSO. It's just the way it is. It's got a warm bias for that. But we'll keep an eye on stuff like the Southern Oscillation Index. And as long as that stays wildly positive like it has been, that's literally a good barometer, quite literally, to follow that. There's ways to watch. That's what's so neat now is we can actually watch it. It's kind of like watching the NFL in the off season. The Super Bowl is over, and then the Pro Bowl is over, and it's not like, oh, that's it. There's an entire network dedicated to the NFL, and we have a network dedicated to weather. That's the Weather Channel. There's other channels too, but it doesn't all end on December 1st. We're on top of it until the next season, and we're getting better. I'll go back to the start of this whole thing. We saw this coming in March and April. Not to this extent, and you can never get the details, but the overall pattern was very well telegraphed. I think the best in any of the modern age of numerical weather prediction.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Speaking of 2021, hurricanetrack.com. What are you looking forward to next year, Mark? Any exciting projects? I know you've this year I've been seeing you've been doing some discussions with several guys in the tropical world and doing some off-season discussions. So what's going on over at hurricanetrack.com and what are you guys working on for next year?
A lot of projects. We had a great group of people that volunteered to help out this year. That really helped our back end, and we grew the crowdfunding substantially, which was a very pleasant surprise, and especially to be able to reinvest into more equipment to do more things. Obviously I want to be able to support my family and have a career out of this, and that helps that. Since I'm independent, this is what I do for a job. But it's the way it grew and how fast it grew, and to the extent that it did, meant that we were able to afford more stuff. And we put that stuff into action, and that's what we want to keep doing. And we're definitely going to have a much stronger initiative in the off season, to the extent that we even have a new logo, a new branding. And it's my Twitter handle logo right now. I think it's on Facebook as well. Haven't changed YouTube yet. I'll have to do that. But it's like it says Hurricane Track. It says off season, but it's a winter look. It's got a snowflake instead of a hurricane, and some wintry colors. And it's funny because it was a high school kid from Illinois that designed that for us. I don't have time to learn Illustrator and do that. I used to do that many years ago. That's that whole idea of people helping out, man. It's incredible. So our goals. I want to have the opportunity to go out if let's assume these events happen, first of all. A really big bomb cyclone nor'easter kind of deal. Is it New England? Is it the Northeast or the Mid-Atlantic proper? I don't know. I don't care. I just want one of those. My favorite is Situate down to the Cape. Those are my favorites, to be honest with you. I want one of those. I'd like to put it in order for a big bomb cyclone, winter storm, preferably in February. A big lake effect event in western New York, where I was last year from Syracuse up to Watertown through the Tug Hill Plateau. I know there's other areas, Cleveland, Buffalo, et cetera, but I really like that part of upstate New York. So I want a big lake effect event. Then a high plains blizzard, one of those bomb cyclones that moves out of the Front Range, 980 on the pressure, big comma shape out over the Great Plains. I got a good friend and colleague up in Sioux Falls, Derek Thompson, who's got a nice Mesonet truck. I'm going to send him some cameras. He's going to put them out. My goal is to fly into Denver, rent a vehicle, bring some cameras with me. We scatter them around South Dakota, out in the Black Hills. Nobody's ever done that. You got traffic cams and you got storm chasers. And again, they do great. But I want to stick a camera on an overpass out on, Interstate 70 or something out there, and show you that blizzard from the ground, basically. And then have these pressure sensors and temperature sensors attached with it that we're working on that feeds that information in real time. That's our next big project, is that every camera box will have a Kestrel with a Raspberry Pi that feeds that live weather data. The only thing we're going to be missing is wind. I talked to WeatherFlow about getting some anemometers. The arm youngs are just too expensive, man. It's killing me, especially when people are throwing them into the bayous. But I digress. Yeah, we're going to have a big data. We're going to have 20 cameras next year, and each one of them is going to have live data with that camera. What else? Oh, then after that in May, we're going to have this big initiative to go out and put all these 20 cameras and all these sensors and the weather balloon project and have a big test during a severe weather outbreak over multiple days. Sometime in May. It's not a schedule. We're going to be there from May 10th to the 15th. We're just going to wait for the pattern. And when the pattern says go, we're going to assemble the crew and drive out there and hopefully do so mask free, because the vaccines have been working. That's what we're hopeful for. To go back into that ugliness of the COVID. I mean, we can't escape that, but looking ahead to May, it actually might be a time of some big celebration. We can keep our fingers crossed that we can enjoy the weather and do so back more towards what I don't use that phrase, a new normal. I hate it. I call it the alternate universe. I want the alternate universe to be dissolved.
Well, Mark, we appreciate that. Always appreciate your time with us. And we wish you the best on this off season. Hopefully you get a little downtime before the winter storms get cranked up.
Agreed.
We always appreciate you joining us around this part of this time of the year and kind of recapping the tropic season. I don't know how you want this. Hopefully it's not as active, or maybe you do want it active next year. But whatever you want, we hope you get it.
Well, the way I look at it, if there's going to be hurricanes, I look at it like what Jack Nicholson said in A Few Good Men, and where he said, and I'll do the phrase without the cuss word, where he says, "You want me on that wall," right? You want me there. If there's hurricanes, you want us out there. You want me, and you want the others that do this to do what we do, and the support from the social media world and the crowdfunding world allows that to happen. And my passion for the hurricanes and the extreme weather doesn't mean that I don't have empathy for the people that are affected. I absolutely do. As long as they don't get mad at me for being passionate about what I do, you would never get angry with the firefighter who's headed off to put out the fire. Don't get angry with me that I happen to really enjoy being passionate about helping you in the end of the day, and that is to be aware, be educated, and be excited about the weather. You know what I mean? And the more excited we are, the easier it is to teach us.
Definitely so. We always enjoy tracking you out there, and I know we only had Isaias this year, and I think you joined in on one of our calls that we were doing our live coverage. So we always appreciate that as well, and we hope you have a great Christmas season.
You all as well.
Yeah, for you those who are watching, go check out Mark's website, hurricanetrack.com. You can find out ways to help contribute to the funds there to help Mark and the crew get everything they need to get going for the tropical season, and donate to their Patreon account. And we appreciate your work out there, Mark. And once again, appreciate your time. And for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you next time here
thanks
on
to
the
the
Carolina
panel.
Weather Group.
Great.
welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is show number 305, and we're very happy to have Mr. Tom Nizzle on with us. You've probably seen Tom on the Weather Channel. He's a winter weather expert, has since retired, but finds himself close to the Carolinas, and we are happy to have Tom here. As we're in the heart of winter weather season, we thought, well, it's appropriate to have Tom on. So, Tom, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you on with us this evening.
It's great to be with y'all. And, I'm originally from up north in Buffalo, New York, but now I'm right next door to you, just across the border in a place called Roan Mountain, Tennessee.
Yes, Roan Mountain, Tennessee. You've probably heard about that on the show here. Ricky Matthews, meteorologist up in the Bristol, Tennessee area, talks about Roan Mountain, as does Evan Fisher, who goes up several times throughout the winter season to do some snow chases. So you've heard about Roan Mountain, so now you can kind of put a face with the place tonight. So Tom, you have been dubbed the winter weather expert at the Weather Channel. You worked for the National Weather Service. You've been able to develop some weather programs, some tools. Kind of talk to us about your weather journey. How did you catch the weather bug? Kind of go through with us on your journey and how you got to each stop along that journey.
Yeah, well, thank you. And again, thanks for having me on. This is an honor. Like so many of you that are in tune to this podcast, you're weather geeks, right? You're weather weenies, and something turned you on at some point in your life. For me, coming from Buffalo, New York, of course, they say up there's two seasons, July 4th and winter. And we, of course, really got to enjoy winter as kids. I also lived very close to the Buffalo airport. And when I was a little one, there were 10 boys in my neighborhood. My dad used to load all the kids into the car and go over to the airport to watch airplanes. And we'd park next to this crazy-looking building. It had a little dome on top of it. And while the rest of my friends were watching the airplanes, that building was the upper air site for the Buffalo Weather Office, and that's where they sent up the weather balloons. And I got interested in weather just by watching the technicians taking readings and sending up balloons. And my love of winter weather, of course, was in my DNA, because when you live in Buffalo, you learn to enjoy the snow and get out and play in it. So that was kind of my beginnings.
And Tom, talking about winter weather, before we kind of transition into more conversationally, winter weather is different. You said you grew up in Buffalo, you're kind of used to it. Now you live here in the South in Tennessee, where the mountains of Tennessee obviously sees more snow than when, let's say, you lived in Atlanta, Georgia. So can you talk a little bit about the differences of how people perceive snow maybe in Buffalo compared to here in the Southeast?
Well, yeah, it is fascinating. And, when I lived up north, we used to, and I mean this in sort of a respectful way, but we would laugh at the people down south having all kinds of problems with a few inches of snow. Well, then I moved down to Atlanta, and we got a couple of interesting events with only a couple of inches of snow, but temperatures below 32 degrees that turned that snow immediately into ice. Atlanta's a pretty hilly area. I came from flatlands up in Buffalo, and I very quickly found out that when there's no salt to salt the roads and treat the roads, and you're in hilly conditions, I don't care how good a driver you are, you're going to be stranded. You can't get around in that kind of weather. And so it's not as much that people are wimpy in the South and can't handle the snow. You're just not set up for it. So it was a really interesting education to me. But it was also fascinating when I first got to the Weather Channel that when we would talk about snow in the South, I would kind of just push it off like, yeah, there's going to be a little bit down here. And everybody would say, no. That's the point. All you have to say is the word snow, and it puts everyone into a panic.
Ain't that the truth? The time, that we're talking about this, we just recently had a snow scare here in Charleston. Somebody, a snowflake showed up on the app and everybody freaked out. So it's, I get it. I lived down here a long time, and it just freaks everybody out. So let's talk a little bit about you started, you really got your big time in weather before you came to the Weather Channel. You were at the National Weather Service up in Buffalo. You were up there, did a lot of really, a lot of really cool things that we're going to talk about here later in the show, such as Buff Kid, and but also naming winter storms was something that came out of the Buffalo office, as I recall. I want to talk a little bit about that and just how that, and just your time up there and how the winter storm names came to be.
Well, uh, let's start with career real quickly here. It's great to be in the right place at the right time. When I graduated from college with a bachelor's degree out of State University of New York in Oswego, one of the lake effect snow capitals of the world, I worked research for about 3 years in the Buffalo area in atmospheric science, and then transferred over to, at that time, the Weather Bureau, now the National Weather Service office in Buffalo. And immediately began this interest in lake effect snow, this crazy type of snowstorm where it can be snowing in one part of your town with 2 feet of snow, and 10 miles away you could have green grass. I was born and raised with that, but I didn't understand it that well. So getting into the Weather Service office in Buffalo really sprang my career into learning more about lake effect snow. And as I went through that career there, a 32-year career, I went from a forecaster to a science officer and eventually the meteorologist in charge there in Buffalo. Great time. Just a wonderful time to work in an office where so many people had an interest in winter weather. And, we developed a lot of tools to help predict winter weather.
So tell me a little bit about, you worked on some really innovative things, including BuffKit. And BuffKit is, we love it here for fog prediction, smoke dispersal, things like that. Talk a little bit about, what that was like, seeing that get off the ground and how that has been applied across the weather enterprise.
Yeah, BuffKit. It's a fascinating story about a tool that was developed by forecasters for forecasters in the operational environment. Way back when I started in the Weather Service, there were only very basic computer models with very basic information. But in getting to network with people from Washington, D.C., we were able to pull much more data out of the computers at Washington and be able to develop programs that would display that information and that data, forecast information on an hourly basis from computer models that up to the point in my career, you only got information and weather forecast at 12-hour intervals at just the mandatory levels in the atmosphere. So we had this plethora of tremendous amounts of data that were coming into our offices, but no way to really display them. And we developed this tool called BuffKit. I was in on the ground.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
The guy who was really responsible was a guy by the name of Ed Mahoney that still is in the National Weather Service at the Warning Decision Training Branch out in Norman, Oklahoma. Ed was an amazing programmer. Came in as our science officer to Buffalo. And over the course of about a year and a half, it turned into this magical laboratory right within the forecast office. We would say to Ed, you know, we want a tool that's going to help us predict fog or maybe predict strong winds with momentum transfer down through the atmosphere. Ed would look at the data, go into his office, sit down at the computer like Scotty at the computer in the Enterprise, right? Just type away, type away, type away. And about 3 hours later, come out with another tool that we added to this toolkit designed in Buffalo, and hence the name BuffKit.
I wanted to get back into one of the topics that we brought up a little while ago, which was lake effect snow. So Buffalo being on the eastern side of Lake Erie, we all have heard stories about just some of the amazing amounts of snow that fall from lake effect snow in the Buffalo area. Specifically, a couple of years back, there was about 5 feet of snow that fell during one event. That it was forecast. It was a huge event. But talk to some of our viewers about what is lake effect snow and how you understood it in your office. How did you forecast for that?
Lake effect snow, of course, when we talk about lake effect, it's mainly in reference to the Great Lakes, though it can occur in bodies of water all around the world. Essentially, they're a snowstorm on about the scale of a summertime thunderstorm. So they can only sometimes be just a few miles wide across the length of a band of snow that comes off the lake itself. The snow develops as cold air comes across that relatively warm water of the Great Lakes. So you may be moving air at maybe 10 degrees Fahrenheit across a lake that's 40 degrees. You get a tremendous amount of latent heat release and heat and moisture that actually rise off the lake into that air. And as it continues to rising, cools, condenses into snow. And then the wind direction is what determines where that snow falls. So as the winds change direction, the snow band will move downwind of that. And that's what the big challenge is to predict lake effect snow. You got to think about the fact that you're predicting for one side of a city, maybe 2 feet of snow, whereas your friends that live on the other side of the city may see no snow at all. So it was a tremendous forecast challenge. And early on in my career, it was long before you guys were, some of you may be on the face of the earth, computer models were at a much lower resolution because you didn't have the computer power to work with these models. And some of these early models did not even see the Great Lakes. That is, the Great Lakes weren't even an input into the model. So they wouldn't even recognize the ability to predict or simulate a lake effect snowstorm. So early on, we actually had forecast methods that we used to predict these snows. And again, you see the Great Lakes there. These are huge bodies of water. I mean, they compose 20% of the fresh water in the world. I think about that. And I read a statistic on that. If you take all the water in the Great Lakes and you spread it across the entire United States, it would be 9 feet deep. So put that in your head and think about it. These are huge volumes of water, and they actually control the weather, and not only on a local scale, but on a regional scale across the eastern United States. And yes, and we may touch on this a little later, if you get the right wind direction off the Great Lakes, you can actually see lake effect snow down along the Appalachians.
Very, very interesting. So a little bit, I just want to dive a little bit more into this, right? Because we touched on what the lake effect snow is. Wind direction for Lake Erie. If you look at the length and the width of the lake, not so much the depth or the longitude, but the latitude, you think west-southwest winds. And then how do you forecast the time that it's going to occur? Say, like you said, 10 degree Fahrenheit air moving over 40 degree waters. At what point does that stop? We're looking at what kind of difference in for maximum occurrence to happen, and then for how long is this going to occur? How do you know when the valve shuts off?
Yeah, it's a very interesting and important question there. I like the question. The question is, how long is it going to last? What's the intensity going to be, in addition to where it's going to occur? What's important is you need cold air moving across the Great Lakes, but that cold air has to be deep enough to allow clouds to grow to a great enough depth to produce snowfall. If the cold air is really, really shallow, like that cold air that dams here on the east side of the Appalachians and is really shallow, you're not going to develop the clouds to produce lake effect snow. So that's a very important parameter. As far as how long is it going to last, once again, once that layer of cold air becomes shallow enough that it gets squeezed out by high pressure that moves across the area and begins to produce subsidence, that will cut off the lake effect snow. But in any particular locale, any location, it's the wind direction that determines where the snow band is going to be. So that snow band may be going like crazy over your little suburb, your area, and as little as a 10-degree shift in wind, just like that, will kick the snow band 10 or 15 miles north of you or south of you, and you'll go into clear skies at times. So it's a very, very intricate set of parameters that produce lake effect snow. Again, temperature difference to get that heat and moisture off the lake, the depth of the cold air to allow clouds to grow, and then the wind direction, which determines where that will all occur. And if you put all those parameters together and keep the winds in one direction for a long period of time, then you get pasted with snow. If you're under that snow band, think about the fact that it can produce 4 to 6 inches of snow an hour. Put that snow band over you for about an 8-hour period, and you're looking at anywhere from 32 to 36 inches of snow.
Very insightful. Thank you for those answers. I got one more topic to ask you about, and then I'm going to hand this off to Scotty. Tell us about some of your most memorable winter events.
Being from up north, you probably can give you one a year from up there. But, and again, many of you too young to remember this, but one of the coldest winters on record in the eastern United States was back in the winter of 1976-77. And in January of 1977, everything came together in the right or wrong place, depending on how you would define it, at the right place at the right time into upstate New York, western New York off of Lake Erie, and produced a 5-day blizzard known as the Blizzard of 77 in Buffalo, New York. Unfortunately, 29 people died during the blizzard. Many of them were found frozen in their cars that had gotten covered over by snowfall from 5 days. And think about this, 5 days of blizzard conditions. Blizzard conditions that stranded people on roadways. Back then, you didn't have cell phones. You couldn't get on that phone and just call someone to help you. The conditions occurred with temperatures down near the freezing or the zero mark and wind chills down to 20 to 30 below zero. Anyone caught outside in that storm was in peril. And again, unfortunately, there were many, many people that died from that. That was probably the benchmark storm for me because the intensity and the duration of that event. But we've had other really interesting lake effect snow events that have occurred. Back in Christmas week of 2001, I was working at the office in Buffalo, and during that week, we picked up 82 inches of snow. And this wasn't in mountainous areas or areas that were not populated. It was right across the city of Buffalo, and that really put the city at a standstill for several days.
Tom, when you had a chance to go to the Weather Channel, your area of responsibility grew from upstate New York to the entire country. What was that learning curve like?
Oh man, what an education to go from forecasting for, several counties in a portion of the state, and then all of a sudden ending up being responsible for forecasts across the entire nation. At any one point in time, and I've had this happen more than once in my career there, I'd be covering a storm coming into the West Coast, pasting the Sierra with heavy snow, a second weather system that was developing a lee cyclogenesis coming off of the Rockies, and maybe a third weather system that was working up the East Coast to produce a Northeast snowstorm. As I got into that, I began to understand the United States as a whole and what an amazing natural laboratory it is for studying the weather. Check the map out here. This is what I use when I train the forecasters and meteorologists that are at the Weather Channel. There's several features in the United States that make this a great natural laboratory. We start with the mountains, the western and the eastern mountains. They not only, their elevations, trap a tremendous amount of cold air and wring moisture out, but they actually are responsible for developing their own storms. Lee cyclogenesis, low pressure systems that would develop either in Colorado area or across the Carolinas here and just off the coast to produce massive winter storms. All right, so you've got the mountains. The mountains kind of ring in the United States on either side here. And what they do is they take and they channel all of this cold air. That's the second ingredient you need for snow, right? Cold air and moisture. That cold air comes down unimpeded from Canada in across the United States and can get as far south as the coastal areas of the Gulf Coast. And that is just amazing. So here you have this continent. You've got the mountains to start. You've got the cold air that comes down from Canada. And now you've got three significant moisture sources to produce that snowfall. The Pacific Ocean, it hammers the Sierra in through the Cascades with the most snow that we see in the United States. Paradise Ranger Station up Mount Rainier in the Cascades gets over 1,000 inches of snow in some seasons. Think about that fact. Now, that's your first source of moisture coming off the Pacific. Your second source is the Gulf of Mexico. What an amazing source of moisture that comes northward into that cold air and is responsible for the tremendous snowstorms we see from Colorado working its way right up into the Great Lakes region. And down in the southern United States, that cold air can be shallow enough that the Gulf air rides over it to produce some major ice storms. And then we've got our next feature, and that is the Atlantic Ocean. We're all familiar with that because that's what's going to fuel a lot of the snow that occurs here along the east coast of the United States. And by the way, what I call the turbocharger is the Gulf Stream. That'll take that storm that's really firing up off the Carolinas and infuse it with so much more energy that it really cranks as it develops into a nor'easter going up into New England. So all in all, that education in the 7 years at the Weather Channel taught me just how amazing the United States is and the North American continent for producing winter weather.
Let's take a little bit of that and translate it into the Southeast here in the Carolinas, Tennessee, Virginia, Georgia. For us to get winter weather here, you kind of talked a little bit about the CAD situation. What are our typical setups? We hear Miller A, Miller B systems. Talk to us about what we need to see here in the Southeast to get a winter storm.
Well, again, I always talk about two ingredients, right? You need cold air and you need moisture. And it doesn't have to be exceptionally cold air. It just has to be cold enough. But my gosh, that temperature profile in the atmosphere, where the air is cold and where the air is warm, means everything as to the type of precipitation you get. Now, you get across the Carolinas in the Southeast, you're east of the Appalachian Range. And so very often, you will end up seeing events that set up that bring really cold air from New England down along the east side of the Appalachians. And many of us are familiar with the term cold air damming or the wedge. That cold air that slides down, it's very shallow. It's kind of like molasses. It moves its way down along the east side of the Appalachians and it sits in there. All right, there's ingredient number one. We've got the cold air. If the cold air is really, really shallow, then that can be a real serious issue for the Carolinas. Because ingredient number two is typically going to be a system that is coming somewhere out of the Gulf of Mexico. When we talk about the Miller Type A, Miller Type B systems, but let's keep it even more basic than that. Low pressure system coming out of the Gulf of Mexico is bringing all of this moisture northward along the east coast of the U.S. And it's not exceptionally cold. There's a lot of moisture there, but it's relatively warm. Oftentimes, we see in the Carolinas that this moist air will move northeastward along the coast. And what I've got next to me is one of the most interesting storms I had looked at in the years that I had worked with snowstorms and ice storms along the southeastern part of the United States. And this storm is back from December 2nd through 4th. And I think this was back in, trying to look at the exact date on there. I can't see it on there. I think it was 2002.
That's right.
This is one of the worst ice storms that occurred in the southeastern United States in many, many decades. In fact, in the Raleigh area, I think you had over an inch of ice that occurred from this storm. There were hundreds of thousands of people without power. I believe there were 24 deaths attributed to this storm. But it's a classic setup from a meteorological standpoint here. You've got very cold air to the north of that storm that comes down along the east side of the Appalachians. It's very shallow. You bring warm moist air above that. What will happen is snow starts high up in the atmosphere. It melts as it comes down into that warmer air. And then when it hits that cold air right near the surface, it ends up hitting anything that's below the freezing mark and instantly freezing. And because there was so much moisture with this storm, it moved relatively slowly, so there was a long duration. That combination of cold air at the surface and warmer air aloft produced what again was an epic ice storm there.
As of here in January, mid to late January, much of the East Coast, Southeast, I would even say the Tennessee Valley, has not really seen a lot of winter weather. We've had really warm conditions. As we go back, I know for a lot of locations in western central North Carolina, it's been over 400 days. You'd have to go back to December 2018 since we've seen measurable snowfall outside of the mountains. Obviously, the mountains have seen some snowfall. What has contributed to that? Why do you think over the last couple of years, it seems like the snow chances are decreasing in much of the Southeast?
Well, obviously, there can be a number of parameters that contribute to that. You can certainly have weather patterns that operate on many different scales, from more of a local or regional scale to a hemispheric scale, that certainly modulate the winter weather across different parts of the globe and across our latitudes. We've had up to this point, two relatively mild, and I might say very mild winters across the southeastern U.S. We've had a jet stream that has been defined by oftentimes a trough in the western U.S. and a ridge over the eastern U.S., which is not allowing much in the way of cold air to get down into this part of the world. But you can't neglect the fact that all this is occurring on a background of a warming globe. And that climatic change, that warmth, is going to produce certain results. We don't know exactly what that is contributing to in the way of modulating our seasonal weather patterns here, but it certainly has to be doing something. We'll often look at other factors on a large scale that help to modulate seasonal weather across parts of this continent. ENSO is one example, okay? And we're always quoting El Nino or La Nina, whatever phase of ENSO that we might be in, and looking at that as a possible modulator for seasonal forecasts across the United States. But there are so many other factors that come into play from mid to high latitudes. And when you talk about the eastern United States, you talk about other factors that can influence that pattern in the season. And it can be anything from ice cover in the Arctic to snow cover in Siberia to other factors that influence the mid and high latitude flow across North America. Features that are indexed or measured by things such as the NAO, North Atlantic Oscillation, the Arctic Oscillation. Those types of factors in there also play a role in the seasonal weather. But there's no doubt that the past 2 winters here, I mean, for someone like me who's a snow lover, it's been few and far between.
Even extrapolating that over the last decade or so, we kind of transitioned to northwest flow snow and how that pertains to the Carolinas. There's been a serious decrease in bigger northwest flow snow events over the western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee area. That affects you because you've just recently moved to Roan Mountain, a place of legend in the Northwest Flow conversation. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to live there, and also how Northwest Flow snow is similar to lake effect snow?
Yeah, well, again, I'll go back to the fact that you need two ingredients, right, for snowfall. You need cold air and you need moisture. And there's a couple of ways that you can get cold air. You can move to the far northern parts of the country to get in where it's colder, right? Going up toward Minnesota or Maine in those areas. But you can also get to colder air by elevation. All you have to do is go up in the atmosphere. And so that's why these mountainous areas are so great for skiing, right? Because the temperature drops about 3 degrees per 1,000 feet on average. And so as you get up in elevation here, there's a much better chance for the precipitation of fall as snow. You talk about northwest flow events. These are winds, northwest winds that will come down across the Appalachian Range and produce snowfall. The Appalachians run from the southwest to the northeast. So if you have a northwest wind, it's hitting that mountain range just about perfectly perpendicular, isn't it? And that's the best chance to get lift in the atmosphere, to get what we refer to as orographic lift. And that lift can help squeeze out any moisture in the form of precipitation across the windward side of the mountains, where that wind is coming from. But what's interesting is northwest flow also emanates from an area called the Great Lakes. And so oftentimes, if the flow is very well aligned, it comes off the Great Lakes, you can actually get channels of moisture that will propagate hundreds of miles downstream. When that little area of moist air is moving along and it gets that little kick going over the mountains, that's when the snow can get kicked out. And so oftentimes we get some pretty significant snow events in what otherwise would not be a snowy setup across this part of the world.
Well, Tom, we've certainly appreciated your time tonight. If our followers want to follow you on social media, I know you like to tweet and you tweet out articles. How can they do that?
Well, I'm it'll be at Tom Nizzle, and you'll be able to get to me there on Twitter. And I have my Facebook page as well. And if you're interested in snowflakes, I have a Facebook page called Mother Nature Snowflakes. So you can hit me at all those spots. And I'll friend you for sure.
Awesome. Well, go follow Tom on social media. Great follow. Check out his snow photography. Hopefully we can get you a few more snow events up there in the East Tennessee Mountains before winter ends. And we've appreciated you being with us tonight. As always, we thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Remember to like and subscribe our podcast. Send us any requests. If you have any guests or topics you'd like for us to talk about, send them our way. Until next time, have a great one. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 1st, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We hope that you're doing well on this Wednesday evening, hoping that you and your family are safe and sound during these crazy times that we're experiencing. And that's kind of the topic of tonight. We're going to be talking about coronavirus, COVID-19, and weather. You know, we still have weather going on during this crazy time that we're experiencing throughout the country. And in fact, tonight, we're going to be talking to Ryan Vaughn, who was covering a EF3 tornado that struck in Jonesboro, Arkansas this past weekend. So we're looking forward to that. We are streaming live right now on our many streaming platforms. So if you'd like to interact with us tonight during the conversation, just drop a comment in the Facebook Live or the Twitch or Periscope link, and we will monitor those throughout the show. And James, I'm going to toss it off to you because you have been working from home for the past couple of weeks, and we're starting to see more and more people work from home, and so I know it's been a crazy time for you and everyone involved in TV media.
You know, it's been a very interesting time indeed, Scotty, because everyone has kind of moved very quickly, whether they liked it or not, real fast into the cutting-edge technology of 2020. Everyone suddenly knows what Zoom conference is. It wasn't but 3 weeks ago when we would be booking guests for the show saying, hey, we're going to send you a link to a Zoom conference, and then had to proceed to explain what Zoom conference is. We do not have to do that anymore with so many folks using Zoom conference or similar products. So we're going to be talking to Ryan here in just a moment about his experience this weekend with him and his team covering a very severe and significant incident in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We also have Brad Panovich on with us tonight from WCNC Charlotte, who is very comfortable in his home studio. You've seen his weather video blogs many a times, and now that is his TV space as well, too. And we're also going to be talking with somebody here in Mecklenburg County who does some paramedic work about what this means, the coronavirus means for their line of work, too, because, as Scotty mentioned, the weather is still continuing to happen. We had a line of storms roll through South Carolina yesterday, prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Charleston area. Luckily, we didn't have any tornado warnings to account of, despite having a tornado watch, but it was a much different story this past weekend in Arkansas. Let's bring in Ryan. You were actually working from home, and you had your other meteorologists back in the station. Just bring everybody up to speed if they're not familiar with what took place this past weekend.
Okay, so typically in a severe weather situation, we would all be in the studio. We were going into this.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Threat. We knew tornadoes weren't out of the realm of possibility, but we were kind of thinking gusty winds. And I think everybody, even the Storm Prediction Center, kind of had northern Illinois pegged for the hot spot. Well, tornado warning comes out for one of our southern counties, and we had already kind of discussed that, okay, in the interest of social distancing, and we were already kind of playing that that role already was already kind of unfolding. I said, well, we've got a solid system here. How about I go here and you guys stay back there, and we wouldn't be there, and hopefully we would go into long form programming. And so the tornado warning came out for Woodruff County a little bit after 4 o'clock. And at that point, you could draw a line and see that there was a chance that this was going to come into Jonesboro.
We have some video from your coverage. We're going to pop up here in a double box.
Oh, man.
Walk us through. This must be the moment that tornadic cell started producing in Jonesboro, if I'm correct.
Hold on one second. I just now lost. There we go. I'm back, I think. Yeah, that's this is where it was producing here. So what was going on? Zach Holder is in front of the chroma key wall, and we had already at this point had a pretty large tornado out of Jackson County. So we were watching this one pretty close, and the meso was going right over town, and we really just started getting some indication that it was cycling. And sure enough, we were concerned that it was going to, if it cycled through and it produced a tornado, it would be right in the middle of Jonesboro. And you see what unfolds here. Now, for Zach, he's in his 20s. He hasn't covered a ton of, tornadic storms, especially like that in front of a weather camera. He did spectacular Aaron Castleberry. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was his first severe weather event ever covering broadcast-wise. So, it was hard to not get emotional. I've lived here almost 20 years, and outside of a couple of years, I lived in Alabama, and to watch that go through the town that you've forecast for and covered for so many years, it was tough to kind of hold the emotions back on that one.
I want to ask
Brian,
you. Go ahead, Ricky.
I was going to say, talk about having to work with the delay and the live view delay or the TVU delay, and being able to hear Zach and the folks in the studio at the same time.
Yeah, that was tough. I learned some lessons. We had the delay, and stepping on each other and things like that was a little bit of an issue because when you're in severe weather coverage, you speak in half sentences. You can be sitting there talking about, okay, guys, this tornado is coming for, and you'll stop, and you're thinking they're done, and you step in. And so there was a little bit of an issue there in the middle of that also. So while we're all going through that, Southwest Power Authority feeds Jonesboro and Paragould. So even though I was 19 miles to the north, when they started taking power hits, I started taking power hits. So I lost programming. I lost what they were seeing, and then also was losing access to Max. So I had Max 1 up in here. They were using Max 2. Then they lost Max 2, so they needed access to Max 1. So after I lost programming, after I lost ability to have Max, and they needed it anyways, that is when I grabbed my phone, grabbed my laptop, and that's when I went out chasing, if you saw the coverage afterwards.
Ryan, previous to this weekend, had you ever done live TV from home?
Oh, live television yet from home? Yes, that past Thursday we had done all shows. We were kind of dabbling. We're going, okay, do we want to do this completely from home? Do we not? And so Thursday was a beautiful day. Zach was back at the studio, and so we did that. I went live from my backyard, and it went great. Everything went great. And so that's kind of where we were going into this, going, okay, this could work. I will say there was another time about 2 years ago. We had a just random tornado warning. No watch. I'm not even sure if we were in an outlook. Random tornado warning. Didn't produce a tornado, but it was about 2:00 in the morning, and master control calls. And of course, my weather radio and everything's going off. And I told them, I said, I don't have time to make it to the station. So I pulled Max up in my office, and I said, hot up the phone. I'm controlling Max. I'll talk over it. And we did it then. So, I had done that one other time, and no one really even knew then that I was at home. I just talked over it, went through about 30 minutes of a tornado warning, and that was done.
Hey, Ryan, looking at the weather outlook from last week, it looked like the severe weather was going to be maybe in Illinois area. How did you and your team go about preparing for this with, trying to keep as minimum people in the studio? What was the preparation like for the days leading up to the tornado on Saturday?
Well, we were going into anytime we have that we think there will be watches, warnings, or advisories, we mark that on the 7-day forecast as red. And we do certain things like put social media graphics out there specifically for social media. So we were ramping it up. We knew the possibility was there. Of course, you look at it. If that had been over an open field, yeah, it would be a big deal, but not this big of a deal. We knew the possibility was there for tornadoes. But not enough to risk everybody being in the same studio together. If that makes any sense. That morning, I can remember Zach, we kind of have like a little group chat going on with text messages. And I can remember that morning, Zach goes, I'm getting a little concerned about the tornado threat on this also. So, we knew it didn't sneak up on us, but it was still kind of a low end deal. We put a medium risk out a little bit farther down to the south into southeast Missouri. But it still didn't play out exactly like I think anybody thought.
I think one of the remarkable things about this was being able to show the images live. Talk about your camera network and how valuable being able to see that. Because I was watching it on radar in real time. I'll tell you what, if I didn't have that camera at the same time, I would have thought for sure it was producing it on the ground, but it wasn't yet.
No, it wasn't. I kind of thought that also when we we have 8 cameras. Yeah, I think 9. cameras across our viewing area. And that goes back to, that's a James Spann thing. I worked for 2 years down in Montgomery, Alabama, and of course got to know all the stations down in that area. And, James was really big on cameras back then. And it did just make sense. It's like, man, if you can get eyeballs in every single county, especially when you live in as flat of an area as we are in, it's going to be really hard for a tornado to sneak by us. So we have several cameras in Jonesboro. We have some to the west down in Batesville. We've got some up here in Paragould. I say some, one in Paragould, one up in Pocahontas, one in Walnut Ridge. We've got almost every county around us covered. Now after this, I want 2 or 3 more. But I've always been a big fan of cameras. This is actually our second tornado in about a year that we've caught on camera. So, and the other one was heading right from my house also. So.
Ryan, you talked a moment ago about the emotional impact of being able to see this tornado. Is that one of the roles that the Skycam network plays as opposed to just colorful imagery on radar?
Well, I had so many people. One thing that I always do is I go out to the damage path as soon as possible afterwards. And that night and that next day, over and over again, people said, man, we watched it and we knew it was serious. You can say all day long until you're blue in the face, hey, this tornado's on the ground, this tornado's on the, you can tell them, and they're still going to run out there and look at it. But showing it like that, everybody was taking cover. You're not going to be out looking about for it.
You also, as you just mentioned, went down to look at the tornado path after the storm. And you mentioned on James Spann's Weather Brains earlier in the week that's one of the things you do. You are actually a community responder. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of having that dual role that you play as both a broadcast meteorologist and a community responder.
Yeah, I'm part of the rescue squad here in the county that I'm in. So if you listen to the coverage, at one point I turn on the radio and I'm trying to communicate to our guys and emergency management and dispatch in this area. And then I was thinking, as we were driving down there, my son was going with me, and he said, are you going to put your turnouts on when you get down there? And turnouts, if you're not familiar with that, that's all of your gear that you put on when you start to get in the rescue and extrication for vehicles or rescue of tornadoes. And I really, for the first time, was thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I getting down here and I'm helping with rescue? Am I getting down here and telling the story of the tornado aftermath? Am I doing a little bit of both? So I was confused. It was one of those first times where I was thinking to myself, what are we going to be doing when we get down here? And of course, our news folks were already on the scene. Zach and Castleberry were continuing the coverage from a weather side of point of view. And I really did. I mean, you look at that, I thought we were going to be pulling dead bodies out all night. And we weren't. So
we had Damon Lane from KOCO in Oklahoma City on our show 2 years ago, and he talked to us about what it was like one day to be on television at the studio tracking a storm as he knew it was coming into his neighborhood. What was it like to be home with your family within earshot and having a tornado in your community while also trying to be a broadcaster?
Well, a lot of people have laughed about hearing the snapping. I was going, and what I was doing, I was trying not to go, hey, Jennifer, yell into the other room, or, hey, George and Avery and Kate, get downstairs. I was trying not to do the yelling at your family, get the dog out of here, get the dog downstairs, that thing. So I was kind of meaning, get in here so I can, lip sync to your, and so Jennifer comes in here and I said, get downstairs. And I point over at the television, and I wasn't sure if they were watching it in there. And judging by my wife's eyes, I don't think they were. And she looks over at the television, and by that point, it was tearing stuff up, and they moved real fast and went down there. But our wives do this, without us here all the time. In severe weather, they get tornado warnings here, and her job is already to to get all the kids and pets and go downstairs. So I don't really know what I was doing, saying, hey, like I'm gonna step in and be the leader of this, because they're already, they've done this in the past. And so I realized that after the fact. I'm like, you don't need me to tell you to go downstairs. You probably already knew. But it was wild. And then when I was leaving here, we were having flash flooding in our neighborhood. And it was kind of wild, but I knew that they had everything under control here. And fortunately, I've got a 17-year-old that can handle things here. So I felt comfortable leaving in the midst of that also, once I knew it was going east of us.
Ryan, the tornado EF3, 140 miles per hour winds. I think this happened right around the 5 o'clock time frame. On a normal Saturday night, people would be out at restaurants, shopping. But with the coronavirus going on, thankfully, unfortunately, we had 22 injuries, but I feel like this could have been a whole lot worse if we wasn't going through COVID-19.
Oh, this would have been, we would have been pulling bodies out. Of those 22 injuries, only 2 of those were hospitalized. So you got to think of a large part of those were probably just scratched up arms and things like that. But, I just think I had just left the mall about 2 hours earlier. We went and picked up a cake right beside the mall, right where it hit. And I can remember going by Best Buy. My wife and I were even talking about it. We were like, wow, look at that. They've got a tent out front. What they were doing is, she goes, yeah, I bet they're, you pull up and you say what you need and they run in and get it and check you out. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool that they're still open. We even commented, talked about it before we were heading home. And so you had, just a handful of workers in the mall. The rest of the mall was closed. So if you look at the aerials, I mean, it just tore up the mall. JCPenney, the roof completely ripped off, and you really can't tell until you look at the aerials how messed up JCPenney was. And Dillard's ripped out. A Saturday at 5 o'clock, all those places would have been busy. You think of Cheddar's. I think that's a national chain that you guys may know about, but Cheddar's is a restaurant that would have been completely packed with probably about an hour wait with people sitting all around it on a normal Saturday at 5 o'clock. Instead, they had a couple of workers that were cooking to-go orders. You had Academy Sports. You had several restaurants through there. And it also went through, and I'm going to check the numbers on this, but I'd venture to say the busiest intersection in Jonesboro, Arkansas, if not the top 3. I mean, definitely. So you just had an extremely populated area that if this had hit on a normal Saturday night where people aren't staying inside, it would have been very bad.
Ryan, you've had a crack at this before back in the day when you had that other situation where you were home and you had to broadcast real quick. And you've prepared some and everyone's prepared, but last weekend was something no one has ever experienced before. And certainly to a greater degree than the last tornado that you covered from home. What did you all learn from that?
Well, I learned, the power hits. For one thing, I learned that we need an UPS system even here at the house if we're going to do that. I learned also that I want an over-the-air antenna, which I've already gotten now. But more than likely, even doing all of that, there's going to come a time where we just all need to be in. I know we're trying to take the steps to be socially distant and things like that. But I think if we have another severe weather event like this, we probably just all need to be in studio.
Ryan, talking about the coronavirus stuff for a second, what challenges did that present after the tornado with rescue crews, with the recovery aspect and things like that?
The scary part of it is, and it's really part of the reason why I decided that I need to start broadcasting from home, is that everybody forgot about it. So Saturday night, we're sitting there handing off microphones to each other. We're 6 inches away from the mayor talking to him and the police chief, and we're just helping people. It was like there was no virus. Late that night, we start thinking about it a little bit, and start thinking of, okay, we need to stay a little farther apart. We need, things like that. And then the next day, you get out and you get into the damage. You start helping people and you start talking to people, and everybody's just hugging each other and just happy that everybody's alive. And I had one lady come up and just give me a hug. And it was like, well, I'm not going to sit there and say, no, coronavirus. You're not going to say, well, I'm not going to go in this person's home and help them clean up because of the coronavirus. But later in the day, everybody just kind of starts thinking, well, this could be really bad. We've got people coming in from out of state. We've got people that are older. We've got, just everything started coming around to where you slowly started seeing people taking more precautions. You slowly started, people were elbow bumping instead of hugging and crying and things. I did notice, in fact, Tim Marshall, I met up with him at the tire store, and that's the first time that I saw they were separating out the cleanup and rescue into groups of 10. They were telling all of them to stay 6 feet apart. So it took a while. But for a period, everyone forgot it. As I said, I'm on the rescue squad, and we 3 weeks back were handed masks, and we were supposed to be wearing masks and responding. Well, I wasn't rescuing people at that point, so I was just like, oh, I'm not doing that. So I don't have to follow any rules because I'm not doing that side of it, and I'm back on the media side of it. But I look back and I'm like, man, I hope 10 or 14 days from now, we're not looking at this going, we all got a little too close. So.
And that's it'll be very interesting to see how that goes. And you're right. It is weird. I mean, even me personally forecasting on a day-to-day basis, I've kind of had to tell myself, hey, this is still important, but it feels less important on a day-to-day basis with everything going on. So I want to bring in Corbin here real quick to kind of talk about maybe something that you guys experienced too, Ryan. And it was trying to shelter people during severe weather and with the whole coronavirus situation going around. And Corbin, you kind of work in the emergency management field a little bit. Talk about what scenarios would play out and what problems play out with sheltering people during severe weather events while this virus is going around.
So obviously that's one of the things that we really want to look into. Is sheltering in general is never a good situation per se, especially in severe weather events. And we're all very aware that, life goes on even though the coronavirus is our main focus right now. So one of the main things obviously is social distancing. There are some guidelines out from FEMA as well as DHS or DHHS that say, basically each person needs anywhere from about 50 to 80 square feet. So that's going to limit how many people we can put in a building and create shelter for. And especially if we're looking, 6 feet apart, so we don't, sneeze and cough on each other to limit the coronavirus spread at this point. So that's some of the things we're thinking about and we're actively working through in the Emergency Operations Center. I think in North Carolina currently at the last count, there are 46 emergency operations centers active. So it's definitely something that's on the forefront of our mind.
What about masks and stuff like that? Has that been given any thought? I know CDC's been reconsidering some of their thoughts, and Los Angeles tonight recommended their citizens wear masks when going out and about. Is there any benefit to that? Is there any downside to that?
So that's obviously another one of the hot topics from the CDC. It's one of those things that's changing every 12 hours. For emergency responders, the protocols in North Carolina just changed to where we were only wearing masks on suspected COVID-19 patients. Now we're wearing masks on every patient encounter. And now, you're starting to see some direction from the CDC and from Pence's, from Vice President Pence's coronavirus task force that may say different. So there's conflicting stuff out there right now, but just for the everyday person, wearing a mask all day long doesn't seem to have an effect yet. But we'll see what the data shows as the days come.
Corbin, we learned today that a paramedic with Medic tested positive for coronavirus. You mentioned a minute ago that more people might be wearing masks as they go out and tend to emergency responses. Did that decision to have everyone wearing masks as they're responding to calls come as a result of that positive coronavirus case, or more in line with the CDC updated guidelines?
So just to clarify one thing, I'm a paramedic relief supervisor in Cabarrus County, but I did see the news about Medic's case in Mecklenburg County as well. And that was actually put out yesterday by the North Carolina Office of OEMS prior to, I'm assuming, that case testing positive. But you got to remember, so an N95 is to protect the provider. a surgical mask also protects the provider, but it's better to kind of put on the patient because it's going to prevent them from spreading their germs, just like a surgeon in surgery.
Patty, I think you had something.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask Corbin. I'll ask you and Ryan both. Ryan, you live in Tornado Alley per se, the Arkansas area, kind of prone to tornadoes, especially this time of the year. As the CDC and as we hear about the doctors, they're talking about we're going to continue to kind of see that spike happen over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Do you think this will become more of a concern, Ryan, when you're talking to your folks? I know I'm not sure about your particular area, but I know places like Kansas and Oklahoma, they have these public storm shelters. How do you think I don't want to say you guys have fear of tornadoes because you're more used to them than we are here in the Carolinas, but how do you think preparing for severe weather days as well as dealing with the coronavirus, how do you think like the psyche is going to play on people out in your area, Ryan?
That's a great question because we have had some of the public shelters closed, and because a lot of them are, some of them are in basements of hospitals and stuff. And you say we're used to them. Saturday night has scared a lot of people, and the storm anxiety is going to be really, really high. And I don't really know how that's going to go. As far as public shelters, even some that are open, it'll be interesting to see. Or even, there's a lot of places where, like our house, we have a basement here. Not everyone around us has basements. So we've always just, hey, come on over, take shelter. Will we all continue to do that? I think in a tornadic situation, I think you throw it out. I know that may not be the right answer, and I'm sure my doctor friends may say, I don't know, but I don't know.
Corbin, to you, you guys are dealing with the COVID-19. We're getting into the Carolina severe weather season where maybe not as many tornadoes, but we still have this threat of severe storms. And you're trying to message the threat of severe weather, but also trying to communicate about the COVID-19. So how are you guys in the emergency management spectrum are dealing with the preparation of severe weather and dealing with the ongoing virus?
So one of the things we have set up in Mecklenburg County, the Emergency Operations Center there, is we have a decision support services line.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Which we set up in all like of our special events and things like that. We do have the ability to have the National Weather Service in the EOC with us, just a phone call away, a request away. But it's something that our Joint Information Center that deals with all the public information is looking at as well as we progress into our summer season, our storm season per se. We're gonna start messaging, obviously, coronavirus, COVID-19, but also our severe weather messages as well. Before the coronavirus hit, we did participate in the nationwide tornado drill day at fire headquarters and everything like that. So we're still trying to do our normal stuff as well as focus on COVID.
Let's bring in Brad Panovich, who is a broadcast man at WCNC in Charlotte. Brad, if you were to go to air tomorrow for a tornadic situation, do you have something in mind that you would tell people in the event they either needed to leave a manufactured home to go to a sturdy shelter, or even afterwards if their homes were damaged?
I found it was interesting. I read the press release that I think the governor of Kansas sent out. I think it was yesterday or today, basically saying, you got to prioritize the threat. So if a tornado is coming, that's your most immediate threat. So you need to seek shelter. But if you are going to seek shelter in a community setting, try to do the social distancing the best you can. But it's one of those things. If there's a train coming at you, you get out of the way of the train first, okay, and then you worry about all these other things secondary. So I think that what I would tell people is, do the best you can, but please avoid the tornado because that's the most immediate threat and most likely going to cause you your life. But I was glad to see Ryan's work, which was spectacular because it kind of gave me a little relief that, hey, we could do this remotely from a broadcast standpoint as well. But just like Ryan, I think if we knew a couple days ahead of time that we might have a moderate threat day, that we probably are going to send one of us into the studio, likely me, and we'll keep everybody else out of there. But the fact that we can do this remotely with somebody in studio is great. The whole reason I had this monitor behind me was I was thinking ahead, like if I have to track storms at home, I wanted some kind of graphic behind me where I could be in front of it. So I think that potential is there as well. But this is the first time in a long time, as a meteorologist, I'm like, I hope we have a super quiet spring. I'm just like, I do not want to have the added worries of severe weather. And I've already been thinking about hurricane season as well. I don't want to have to deal with any hurricanes. I just want it to be quiet because I think it's the last thing people need to worry about right now. But we know, it's April. For us, April's the peak of severe weather season. Hurricane season's around the corner. So at some point in the next couple months, we're going to be dealing with severe weather and coronavirus at the same time. And hopefully we'll be a little more prepared by then.
Thing else to think about, guys, through all this is I wonder what the viewership numbers are, and I wonder what the connected people numbers are. Are people using Netflix more? Are people watching these streaming services more? And maybe not watching actual television. My cable box will override with the EAS if something happens, but Netflix and things like that won't. So it'll be interesting to see if more people pay attention, less people pay attention. You're not at work, so maybe you're more connected.
Well, it's a good point, Ricky. But I think one of the things, what happened in Jonesboro is a good example. I think the fact that everybody's in a home already is a good start. At least they're there. One of the things that I love what Ryan did during this event was, tell people to call people. The thing is, as a broadcast meteorologist, you can never assume everyone's watching you. They're not. So, but you can connect other people to the people that are watching you by telling them to call people, DM them, text them, do whatever, amplify your message, and that will wake people up and get them, away from Netflix and maybe flip on the broadcast network. But this is where digital and social media is really important to us as broadcast meds. It's a way for us to reach people when they're not watching us. And so hopefully they'll flip us around. The thing I worry about, Ricky, honestly, is that, and we've already seen this, our internet and digital systems overwhelmed with so many people at home. Are the WIAs going to be bogged down? Are the cell networks going to be clogged up? Are we going to be able to push out this information because there's so many people using all this bandwidth right now?
Yep, good point. James, I think you had something.
Yeah, I had a question for Ryan. And, so often in interviews, we end the interview by saying, what else did you want to share? What did we not ask you? And while that's exactly what I want to pose to you now, because we are trying to think of everything, but inevitably we're not. And unfortunately, you had a situation where you've now experienced one of these scenarios that we're still fearing. So let me ask you, what did you learn that we're not even thinking of?
Well, two things. This wasn't my first time to have a tornado in front of us on live television, but it was the most populated. And you just have to remind yourself to keep your emotions in check. It's tough, and you can say it a million times. Oh, I would, but you really have to stay calm because it's going to continue moving forward. And so that's one thing that for every broadcaster, as Brad said, telling people to call people, and that was huge. There was a lot of people that I didn't run into anyone that said they didn't know it was coming. It was either I was watching you guys, your app went off, or my mother or sister or whoever called me and said it was coming. So nobody knew it wasn't coming, but you got to spread out the tentacles and get everybody working for you more or less. But from the side of this whole new thing with social distancing and everything is in the cleanup process. Even though we're all wanting to hug each other for all being alive and making it through it, we just got to be smart through this whole thing.
Corbin, what about you guys from an emergency response paramedic scenario in your experience? Do you think if we got into a weather situation, the response might look slightly different, or the advice coming out from officials to the public might look slightly different?
It may look slightly different, but obviously we're going to prioritize life and safety first before everything. So everything we do is to save life. And if that means, that we have to put people at risk of getting COVID-19, then it's probably something we're going to do in that situation. Whereas if it's a sheltering situation, it's a little different. We can, open more shelters per se for less people. Instead of a shelter we put 300 people in, we may just put 100 people in and then open 2 additional shelters, something to that effect. So it's something that, it's taken into consideration, but ultimately that life safety is the priority of every first response agency out there.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot to weigh. Brad mentioned a minute ago in an analogy with a train, and Ryan, you mentioned it as well too, in that, in some sort of silver lining, not having people out at the restaurants and the malls and the supermarkets may have done you guys some good.
That is a huge lifesaver. Not having the people on the road. We still had people on the roads, but not having large numbers of people out there was it saved lives.
What other agencies, we're talking a lot about weather and medical and first response, but the hospital systems as well too, I think could be a concern. Brad, what's on your mind, I guess, when you think of this strain on the entire system?
Well, when you have so many people in the healthcare, emergency management, everybody working on this COVID-19 pandemic, if we have a mass casualty event or some kind of huge, you worry about how the resources are stretched so thin already. And I even think about it from a health standpoint. It's like, this is not the time to have a broken arm or leg, because you are not a priority at the hospital when you go in there. And in fact, going to the hospital puts you at more risk than, treating yourself maybe outside of the hospital. So that's what I worry about. If we have a big event in a populated area, and I'm sure that's what Ryan was worried about on Saturday, is like, this thing's plowing through his main metro. It's like, man, how are we going to handle this with all this other stuff going on? So I think that's a big concern. And that's why I think just people in general have to be very cautious over the next couple of months. We don't need to have unneeded visits to the ER for things that, we could prevent. Like, I've even talked to my kids like, hey, let's not jump out of the tree, okay, for the next month or so. Let's not try to jump the bike over the rock, because we're probably not going to be able to get into the ER. So from a weather safety standpoint, don't take that added risk. If there's lightning outside, let's just go inside. We don't need someone to get hit. If there's severe weather, let's be overly precautious and safe in this situation, because we don't want to have to go to the hospital or ER in this situation when they have a whole mess of another concern to worry about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the trick there is going to be getting people to maintain that attitude for a prolonged period of time. Scotty read an interesting article today, and I'm going to go to him in a second to summarize it, talking about weather data and observation. And I feel like now is a good time to bring it in, because we're talking about the strain on the response system, but also the strain on that data system. Going back to what Brad was talking about could the systems be overwhelmed, the emergency alert systems, or even the data observations? Scotty, that was something that you were reading about today, right?
Yeah, so the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, came out with an article today talking about COVID-19 and how it could affect some of our weather modeling, weather forecasting. I can maybe toss this to Brad here in a little bit, and Ryan, maybe they can tell you a little bit more than I can. But basically, there's all kinds of observations. We run satellite radars. If you're familiar with the Carolinas, it seems like one of our radars is always down, and so it takes people to go out and fix those. And with the strain and the social distancing, the folks may not be there to get that. There's also another concern with the airplanes that are taking off, just everyday flights. A lot of these airplane companies have weather observations on them. They send temperature, humidity levels, wind speed, wind direction, and all that's kind of fed into our systems and kind of help us with our weather modeling and our weather forecasting. So with the less flights that are going out right now, with people not traveling from COVID-19, and just the strain on the staff to get out and fix these instruments that we use every day in the weather community, we could start to see some concerns with that as we get longer and longer into this COVID-19. Brad, I know you love to talk about weather models and how we get all that data in. I know you've actually done some weather school talks about that, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But Can you kind of tell the public a little bit about how we could start to see more inaccurate weather data as we get through this process?
Yeah, so I actually posted some graphs the other day. This is called what we refer to as AMDARB data. It's basically aircraft data. And I'm going to try to share my screen here. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try to do this. You guys can see my screen. Oh, maybe it's not going to share. I'm going to share it here, hopefully.
Not yet. Otherwise, is it something you tweeted? Like a double box?
No, it's let me see if I can bring it up. It won't let me share it. But what it was is a chart basically showing the lack of upper air obs from aircraft. People don't realize that every commercial aircraft that takes off and lands collects, data for us. And so what has happened is that we have actually, let me see if I can share it. There we go. You guys see it?
Yeah, we got it.
So what you're looking at here is, I made it a little bigger. This is the GFS model, and that red line is the drop in observations from aircraft going into the GFS model. You can see pre-COVID, which is earlier in the month, we were getting about 15 to 18,000 observations into the 12Z GFS. As of this morning's GFS, that is down to like 2,000. I mean, that is just a tremendous drop. And the best way I can explain this to people that have seen hurricane coverage, you may have seen me talk about how we often like to get the plane out in the system so that we can get better data for the models. Well, this is what these planes are doing. When we have that lack of upper air data, some of the accuracy and the guidance can drop by 20% or so. And it's just not the US, that's just US data. That doesn't include European data, Asian data. I mean, in that article you're referring to, Scotty, all those aircraft, I was amazed how much some of the European airlines added to this. It was crazy, the drop in upper air observation. So this is going to be a real task that we're going to have to watch and see how much this impacts severe weather. Day-to-day weather, it might not have an immediate impact on us, but I think for high impact events like severe weather outbreaks, tornadoes, flooding, this might have a pretty significant impact, because the difference between something being 20% more intense or less intense is pretty significant in the weather world.
Brad, do you think it would impact high-res models more, or models like the global forecast system?
It seems like it'd be more the global forecast, because the upper air data is really key for, big, long wave troughs and ridges. You're looking at long wave pattern. I think the CAMS models are going to do fine. Thank goodness we have the GOES 16 and 17 sounder data, and now we have the polar orbiting data. The only problem is you need clear skies for good sounding data from the polar orbiters. But that sounding data, back after 9/11, we saw a similar drop in this aircraft data, but we didn't have the satellite data that we have now. So I think the satellite data is actually offsetting some of the issues, but this is going to be a much longer period of time that we'll start missing this data. It's only been, about 2 weeks now. I think we start getting 3-4 weeks, and now the long wave pattern across the whole globe will be totally impacted by this lack of upper air data.
Well, you've been teaching us some stuff now, and I think, James, part 3 of our episode tonight was about teaching folks about weather. Do we want to transition over to that?
Sure thing. Real fast, let me ask Ryan one last question, and then we'll certainly go to that, and I appreciate the transition. Did you guys, Ryan, have any issue with observations during or in the aftermath of your storms with everything going on coronavirus related?
You talking about from weather observations? Yeah, Jonesboro Airport took a direct hit, and there's going to be some interesting things come out of that, because KJBR did take a direct hit. You can go back and look at the data and see the winds backing as it was coming in. And the interesting thing is, it looks like power was knocked out. It looks like the altimeter was knocked out, but was in kind of a separate area from the actual ASOS. So we probably, like you said, with the weather service being stretched thin and social distancing and stuff, we probably won't have observations from Jonesboro for quite a while.
That's interesting, and I think that's going to play into this bigger picture as we're just trying to use whatever we've got available, and everyone's trying to do their best and safely to restore all of this. As Ricky mentioned, I know Brad Panovich here at WCNC has started to do some at-home weather classes. Brad, how did this come about? Why is it an important thing with so many kids at home that you guys saw a void to fill?
Well, yeah, Ryan could speak to this as well. We do a ton of school talks throughout the year. I think last year I added up, and I thought I did a lot last year. I did 76 last year. I know some folks, like our good friend Ed Pietrowski down in Myrtle Beach, I think he does like 200 a year. I mean, it's crazy amount. And so initially, when this happened and all the kids were stuck at home, I thought, man, I had to cancel a bunch of my school talks. I do a 1 hour presentation where I go out, and I had a ton scheduled in the spring for second and fifth graders here in North Carolina, which is weather is part of the curriculum in those courses. And so what I did the first couple days we were out, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do my 1 hour presentation at home and I'm going to stream it. And I did it with my kids, and it did pretty well. And then my general manager in the station said, hey, let's do this every day at 1 o'clock. I'm like, every day? I was like, an hour? Like, no, we're going to do like, small, one topic at a time. Let's break that hour thing down to one topic and we'll do it every single day. And so I got the rest of my weather team involved. And it's put another thing on my plate, but I enjoy it. I mean, I produce the thing from home completely. I do it all out of this computer right now that's in front of me. And we send it out every day at 1 and on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Facebook, our app, and our website. And the cool thing is our YouTube page, we have a playlist built that James put together that archives all these. So if kids miss them or teachers miss them, they can go back and watch them again. And it's been a lot of fun. I think we created a monster, though. I have a bad feeling when sales starts asking questions about it, I'm like, uh-oh, what did we do here? So we've already had that inquiry.
I know nothing about this.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, what did we do? Now it's going to have a sponsor, and we're going to have to do this every day for the rest of our lives. But I think it's really important because the cool thing about weather, I'm a weather geek. We're all weather geeks, right? We love it. But to me, it's one of the few sciences for a kid. It's just not something in a textbook. You can teach it to them, and they can immediately go outside and apply the principles of atmospheric science to what they actually see every day. So for a lot of kids, this is their first real science that they see, because a lot of times, physics and chemistry just looks like something in a book, but atmospheric science is actually something they can see, touch, and feel. So I think it has a real big impact on them. And in these tough times, it's actually been kind of a nice thing to be able to do and have the kids like tweet pictures at me of them in front of their TV watching it on YouTube or watching it. The funny thing I'll say, the Twitch stuff has been great. I've had so many kids on Twitch reach out to me who, don't normally watch the weather, like, hey, this is pretty cool. What games do you play? So it's like, everyone wants to wants me to game with them online, and maybe me and my son will team up and we'll get in there and get a server going, and we'll start playing some games with some people online. But
last
been
week,
fun.
Last week we played one of the virtual storm chasing games
Yes.
on our Twitch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm really. I think that'd be fun. I would like to play like NBA 2K with like some other anchors at the other stations. I think that'd be cool to have a little like tournament in the market.
Broadcast Met iRacing.
What's that?
Broadcast Met iRacing.
Yeah, or something. I think that would be cool. I think viewers would eat that up. We could stream it online. It would be great.
You're giving those sales folks some more ideas.
We'll get our sports guys to do commentary. It would be awesome.
Corbett, I have one question for you before we kind of wrap up. As Brad was talking about, he does a lot of hands-on things with students. You guys in emergency management, you guys do the same thing. So has this kind of affected you all with your outreach to the public?
Yes, it's affected our outreach substantially. We're not really doing much face-to-face right now. You'll notice if you go to like the Charmec EM, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter account, you start seeing some videos pop up from the Emergency Operations Center in areas like that, where we're trying to do some education, but just obviously not face-to-face like we normally do. I think last year we did anywhere between 30 and 50 face-to-face talks with everywhere from school-age kids to older adults to talk about emergency preparedness. So it's definitely affected that, and we're seeing that effect, I think, just across about every industry at this point.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that in terms of fire prevention and first aid trainings, and that would be school-age kids. But you guys also, would you normally be doing office visits? Is that something that is done too, for like professionals in office parks?
So we have a public information officer, and she goes out and does a lot of talks. One of the most recent age groups has been like older folks in not retirement communities, but maybe apartment complexes over the age of 50 to talk about emergency preparedness and what they can do Just in a general emergency, a weather event, having 72 hours worth of supplies on hand, just general things like that.
Let's not even talk about supplies because we know those are scarce right now. But James, one thing I want to do before we close out, I do want to bring on Dan Whitaker. You guys may have seen him pop up from time to time on our show tonight. Dan is our newest panelist here with the Carolina Weather Group. So Dan, for those who are watching tonight, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Hey, thanks, Scotty. Yeah, so I have been involved with weather as a kind of weather geek and weather follower since 2008, and have really I'm strong on the storm observation, visual storm aspects, storm spotting, storm chasing. I'm kind of in the field, in the storm type of guy. So nice to be able to kind of join everybody and represent that angle when I can. And it's definitely great listening to all the different kind of pieces to the conversation tonight. Honestly, I have kind of one thought, that kind of reaches out to a lot of the different things that were being talked about from tonight, which is, as a person who enjoys the spectacle of nature and following everything from nice day cumulus clouds to supercells in the Midwest. For those who want to experience more outdoor weather during this time when we want to travel less, when we want to do more staying at home, short of tuning into Brad Panovich's weather lessons to get some real world observation, is there a way that anyone wants to kind of speak to that would be a good way for people to do that right now?
Definitely so, Dan. And we are happy to have you on the team and can't wait. Maybe we can't wait till hurricane season, but we can't wait to see your footage out there. Evan, I wanted to bring you. I know you had something you want to mention, but you also did a little chasing of yourself today, but not storm chasing.
Yeah, I do my little cheesy snow chasing. It's really not nearly as complex as the stuff that Dan does. But as long as you drive high enough up on a mountain, you'll eventually run into snow. So I did. I went up to Craggy Gardens today. Parkway was closed at about 4,900 feet, but I ended up running the rest of the way up to Craggy Pinnacle at 5,900. And it was beautiful. About 3 inches of snow up there, real windy. I'll share a picture since I can see James yearning and trying to share a webcam.
I was trying.
Yeah, so then that's what it looks like up on Craggy, right near the Craggy Pinnacle Tunnel.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Scott, the one other thing I wanted to mention tonight before we close is that we've talked about a lot of the challenges that have been presented to us over the last couple of weeks as we suddenly get thrown into this new coronavirus situation. But there are some opportunities and some good things. If Melissa Griffin were here from the South Carolina Climate Office, she would be talking about Cocoa Ross. I know we just finished up March Madness, but this is an excellent opportunity for people to be joining Cocoa Ross and submitting precipitation reports every day because everyone's got to stay at home, right? So why not get up at 8 a.m. for work or school and check the rain gauge? So she would want us to mention that. And just because it's not March doesn't mean we can't do it. But go join Cocoa Ross. We'll tweet out a link later tonight.
That sounds good. That's a great point, Evan. We definitely, I think I read a tweet, North Carolina's second in Cocoa Ross reporters. So that's pretty cool. And I know South Carolina's up there as well. So the Carolinas representing really well. So anybody have anything else before we kind of close up shop tonight? All right. So I appreciate you guys watching tonight. We hope that you stay safe out there. Continue to practice those best practices of social distancing and kind of just staying inside. Eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get back to normalcy and be able to enjoy what we've not been able to enjoy for the last 3 weeks. So we're thinking about everyone. We hope that you stay safe out there. We appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group tonight. Be sure to follow Ryan and his folks if you're ever out in the Arkansas area. Ryan, once again, great coverage
Thank you.
this weekend for you and your team out there. Spectacular. And We hope that everyone in your community get back to normalcy with the cleanup from the tornado, and we extend our thoughts and prayers to your folks out there as well. So we hope you all have a great week, and we'll see you back here next week for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to bring in Alex Forbes, meteorologist student at Mississippi State University. And Alex has got a really cool project that he's been working on and was able to present over the last few months, and we're happy to have him on tonight. We're going to be talking about the SPC and the different risk levels. You know, sometimes you hear us talk about marginal, slight, moderate, all that good stuff. Well, Alex was able to interview you all with some assistance from some meteorologists and kind of get a better understanding of, when we mention these things, what do you actually learn from it? So tonight we're going to be talking about that and some of his findings. We'll let Alex promote his social media towards the end of the show. So if you do have any questions that you'd like to tweet towards him, you can send them his way, and he can maybe help you out a little bit more with some of his research. So Evan, I know you and I, we're excited to talk about this. We saw this project a couple of weeks ago presented, and we're ecstatic to have Alex on with us tonight. So, Alex, before we kind of get into the meat of the subject, first-time guest with us, so we want to thank you for that. And we always ask the first-time guest question: how did you decide this is what you want to do? How did you catch the weather bug?
So for me, it was first grade. It was March. There was a line of severe storms that came through Metro Atlanta, and I still don't know to this day whether or not it was a tornado or straight line winds. We were never surveyed, so I don't know. But a tree fell on the corner of my house, right over there, and it fell on the house and it fell on the ground. Woke me up at 4 a.m, and that was what planted the seed. But I didn't really start to get into weather meteorology until about 4th or 5th grade. And it just evolved over time. It started off with, or it continued with me doing the weather for the elementary news. And then, in middle school and high school and so forth, it just kept building and building and building. And lo and behold, I'm a senior now at Mississippi State. So something worked out.
So in Georgia, I know Georgia has the meteorology program. What made you decide to go to Mississippi State?
Yeah, so I want to do TV. Georgia has a fantastic geography program of which meteorology is a part of. They just recently added the meteorology degree, but Mississippi State is known for broadcasting, and that makes a difference. Plus, it's not exactly far from me. Mississippi State's, or Starkville, is about 4.5 hours. It's close enough, and their scholarships they offer for out-of-state students is fantastic. So it really became a no-brainer.
As a Florida Gator fan, I'd much rather cheer for Mississippi State than the Georgia Bulldogs. I know James won't be happy about that.
Well, it's a matter of fact. So
that's right. That's right. Well, let's before we get in trouble, let's talk about what you've done some research on. The Storm Prediction Center, Alex. We see these outlooks posted, especially in the spring and summertime, thunderstorm outlooks with severe weather. So you decided to kind of dig into it and kind of ask the public what they think of these words that we tossed out. But before we kind of get into your research, let's briefly go into each category. I know you had to do some research about those categories and basically kind of what kind of weather we see with those. Can you talk to us a little bit about those categories and what they mean, and maybe then we can lead into some of your research?
Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center issues convective outlooks. You might know them as the avocado maps. Typically, it's a green region with a yellow region inside of that, with an orange region inside of that. Sometimes you get the moderate, which is the red, and the high, which is the pinkish purple color. So what I did was a belief that has existed among broadcast meteorologists for a long time is that the names don't work. So marginal is a, it's you might see a storm. If you do, it could be severe. There's a certain percentage assigned to each of these that's arbitrary, and it doesn't mean a lot to the public, so I'm not even going to get into them because they're meant for meteorologists. Slight is a step up from marginal. You'll probably see storms. A couple of them might be severe. Enhanced is, okay, there's going to be storms. Probably half of them, give or take, might be severe. Moderate's like, okay, this is serious. There's going to be storms. They're probably going to be severe. And high is, there's storms. They're going to be severe. There's going to be, in most cases, tornadoes. Loss of life is a concern, so forth. But the other thing I would point out about them is that when these categories were updated in 2015, they're not equally weighted, right? So the marginal was the old C text. It wasn't a category before this. It's not like an old slight is now marginal. It's new category. Slight was split into two. They kept slight for the lower end of the threat, and they added enhanced for the upper end. And then moderate is still moderate, and high is still high. So if you jump from a slight to enhanced, that's not the same from jumping from an enhanced to a moderate. And that's part of what confuses a lot of people, is that meteorologists understand that an enhanced to a moderate is a much bigger jump from a slight to enhanced. People see, the lower category to the next category, and they say, okay, just another notch higher. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. The other thing I will add is, in recent years, the Storm Prediction Center has begun to acknowledge a number system in association with the words. You'll see that on a few of their graphics, but it's not widespread use yet.
So you reached out to the public to kind of do a survey and to see how people were handling the threats and interpreting all of the different lingo that's associated with them. What led you to choosing the Southeast as your kind of study group area?
Yeah, so there's been studies in the past that show the Southeast United States is emerging as the new tornado hotspot within the United States. A lot of severe weather studies are based out of the traditional tornado alley: Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Arkansas. Also, I live in the Southeast. I want to know what people around me think. I want to work in the Southeast. I want to know what my potential viewers one day think right now. I think there's a tremendous value added about knowing that the data is from a specific region, so such that I am not conflating people's understanding of the outlook terminology in Georgia versus New York, because we get convective outlooks almost every day in the spring and summer. In New York, they get them 5-10 times a year, maybe. That's an estimate. I don't know for sure. So I think there's tremendous value added in having a specific area and understanding that and what those people think in that spot.
So what'd you find? I know that's kind of a big question with a big answer, but tell us about it.
4,000 responses culminated into this. And the headline is that what meteorologists, the hierarchy of the words that the Storm Prediction Center uses, that the meteorologists understand, is not understood by the public. Now, I will throw this caveat in there, in that the convective outlooks technically are not designed for the public. They never were. They still aren't. They are designed for meteorologists to take and then interpret and relate to the public. But that does not negate the fact that they are used on TV channels, social media, everything that the public sees almost in terms of weather on a regular basis. So what the biggest thing is that the current hierarchy, the marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, is what the SPC uses, and what the public perceives as the hierarchy of those words with no context is slight as the first level, marginal, which is the second, moderate, the third, enhanced, which is the fourth, and the fifth being high. So the high is the only category that translates from one to the other. So it's a problem. The results even surprised me to an extent. I expected the moderate and enhanced flip, but I did not expect the slight and marginal flip. It's it's something that needs to be taken into account, because whether we like it or not, the public has become the primary consumers of the convective outlooks. And if there's a disparity in what people believe, especially when it's conveying life-threatening information, perhaps days in advance, it matters. So that's the SPC part in a nutshell. There were some other pieces of the puzzle that was good news. Over 95% of people correctly identified alerts like a tornado watch, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm watch, severe thunderstorm warning. 82% either agreed or strongly agreed that a severe thunderstorm, the term severe thunderstorm, means that the storm is capable of causing as much damage as a tornado. So, something's getting through to these people with those terms. So that just brings up another conclusion that I had, that people should use the term severe thunderstorm, warning watch, as opposed to thunderstorm warning or watch, which I see on occasion. It's not widespread use, but I just thought I'd throw that in there. And how people receive alerts was also measured in this. Close to 70% of people received an alert through their mobile weather app. So, that is more than 2/3 of the respondents to this survey, who, keep in mind, are weather savvy because they most likely found this on a social media channel through a meteorologist. But still, we are at 70% of people now. Now, I will include that I did not specify the wireless emergency alerts as a different option, because I don't think people know the difference. But still, 70% of people are dependent on their phones for an alert, and that's where they receive it first. And when an alert is issued, 61.8% of people say they turn to local television, which is a meaningful number. So if somebody's getting a tornado warning on their phone, they're turning on the TV to whatever meteorologist they follow and trust for information.
That's an interesting point, because social media, especially weather Twitter, we're all involved in weather Twitter. We get our weather information from Twitter a lot of the times. Yes. But the vast majority of the general people out there in the Southeast aren't on weather Twitter. They're not like us. They aren't going to see your tornado warning post, or whatever post you're doing. So it's interesting that TV really still is the primary mode for those people to get those warnings.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about TV is that even among 18 to 24-year-olds, 51% of the respondents of that age group said they still turn to local television, which is huge. Wow. Because I honestly expected that number to be low, but not for the same reason I think that a lot of other people think. It's that people have this mantra of people our age aren't going to watch TV, and I don't know that to be the case, because I think even now with millennials, it's not that we are never going to watch TV. It's that we aren't going to watch local news until it matters to us. And in most cases, that's not until you're in a established routine with a family, living in the suburbs, something along those lines. And I think the groundwork is there for local TV to prosper, actually, within, as our age group becomes older, if 51% of people now are already turning to local television whenever they receive an alert like
this. Off of that, Alex, with local television, most of the time they are breaking in, but they're also simulcasting, per se, on a Facebook Live or on a Periscope or something like that. So, if you got to put the TVs in that aspect of the social media together, that's a pretty big percentage.
Yes, absolutely.
I found it interesting. I've got some of your stats up, and 12.3% of folks receive their warning first by NOAA Weather Radio. That's something that I guess I'm a little shocked by that, because I wouldn't think 12% of the people would even have a NOAA Weather Radio.
Yeah, so keep in mind the people who took the survey are weather savvy, because they probably found it through a meteorologist on social media. I would point out, though, I don't remember exactly who did the study, what year it was. I just remember it was 10 plus years ago, that the NOAA Weather Radio number was at like 60%, and it's down to 12. And I do not see a path forward for NOAA Weather Radio being the predominant way of people receiving information, simply because it's a cost barrier. Why am I going to go buy a $29 weather radio when this thing right here is going to give me the same information? So I think we're asking the wrong questions when it comes to NOAA weather radio. Not why aren't people buying NOAA weather radios, but rather why is the Federal Communications Commission not just sending you alerts and you can't turn them off like they do on TV? You know, if you are in a tornado warning and you are watching a broadcast channel, you are going to get an EAS alert. You can't turn them off. So there's precedent to do it. And I seriously think, you know, close to 70% of people are already relying on these. Why not just make it mandatory? And have that be the de facto NOAA weather radio. Now, I don't think they're ever going to go away. I think there's still a use for them. You know, what happens when your phone dies? What happens when there's a hurricane and you run out of power, your generator's out of gas, and you know you can crank a weather radio? That's the most extreme case, but I don't think they're going to be the main. In fact, they're already not the mainstream way of receiving alerts, and I don't think they're ever going to be again.
I know you're doing some of these questions also about when they hear these warnings issued, about taking shelter or alerting friends and stuff. Can you kind of go in some of those details, what you found out?
Yeah. So I asked about 4 alert types in particular: the severe thunderstorm watch, the tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warning, and tornado warning. And I asked when a blank is issued, I blank. So the other part of the blank is take shelter, alert friends and neighbors, monitor weather conditions, check social media, watch local television, and watch national television. Of those 4 questions, there's nothing I really found surprising. For each one, you know, social media was between 80 and 90% with combined degree. For the troubling, I guess a troubling aspect is for a severe thunderstorm watch. 22% of people said that they take shelter. But, you know, keep in mind, these are the same people who accurately picked out a severe thunderstorm watch definition. 97.2% of these respondents correctly identified a severe thunderstorm watch. So, you know, it comes down to people's interpretation of what take shelter means. Does that mean you just stay inside all day? Does it mean you go to the lowest level, most interior room? I don't know. But I mean, there wasn't anything that, you know, is a red flag in the results specifically for those 4 questions.
You know, you were talking about wanting to go broadcast TV in the Southeast. So keeping that in mind, there's a lot of different styles of severe weather coverage. I think you have some folks who just kind of say, present the radar. And then you have folks like James Spann who really gets down into the specifics, like it's going to affect the Dollar General in town X or town Y. I know you may have not surveyed the folks on that, but what is your opinion on that? What do you think is most useful for those folks who are turning into TV watching this coverage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The most precise you can be, the better. One of the reasons why James Spann has the following he does is because people see him as one of them. The fact that he knows where the Dollar Tree is in Gordo, Alabama, which I happen to know where it is too because I drive past there to get to Mississippi State, and he uses that example all the time, so I feel good about it. It matters because, like I said, people feel like he's one of them, but also he knows the area. It adds validity to his call to action of, okay, you know, I know where this is and I know where it's going. And if he can tell somebody, you know, I know where it's going and I'm telling you now in, you know, Coleman, Alabama, if you are on Main Street, people trust him. And that's what it comes down to, is who do you trust? And one of the reasons why people trust him is because they know he knows what he's doing. And the more information you can provide, the better it is.
What does the future look like? Is this something that you're going to be able to advise the SPC on? And they're going to look at your findings. They're going to be able to maybe make some adjustments, hopefully, in the future?
Yeah. So an interesting thing about my findings is that there is a similar study that is working on being completed now. I don't think it's published just yet. They're working on it out of University of Oklahoma, Sean Ernst. He found the exact same hierarchy issue with respondents out there. So the Storm Prediction Center knows about it. They can't just flip a switch and change it. Nor would I say I'm calling on them to do that, because at the end of the day, even though we all use the convective outlook, we have to remind ourselves that it is not designed for the public. It is distributed to the public because it has to be under federal law because they're a federal agency. But at the end of the day, my main goal in publishing this was providing the groundwork to broadcasters and using a 1 through 5 scale to describe those terms, because a number scale is a universally identified language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 means the same thing in English as it does in Spanish, as in French, as in German, and it's already used for things like the Saffir-Simpson scale, the enhanced Fujita scale. People understand that the higher the number is, the worse the threat is. And just eliminating the words off the screen provides much more clarity for the general public. And I would encourage that to this day.
Some folks are trying to go down the color line and trying to make colors represent the different severity. What's your thoughts on that?
So I might get in trouble for this. A lot of meteorologists don't like the color scale, and I do. I think the green, yellow, orange, red, pink works. So within that, you have the built-in green, yellow, red, good, moderate, bad, and people are smart enough to derive that, okay, the orange between the yellow and the red is the intermediary, and if there's something after the red, it means it's probably worse. It doesn't matter what color it is, it's probably going to be that. And two other things I will add is, no matter what colors you use, I still think people are going to translate the color to a number. If you show them two areas and you have, if you show them a green and a yellow area, and the yellow area is inside, and you've got a legend up top, and there's the 5 colors, they're going to translate with that. Okay, so it's the first 2 colors, and the yellow is the second worst. So, and there's the whole principle of a region within a region, right? You're not going to get a moderate area that is surrounded by a marginal area directly. You're always going to have a leveled marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, as it stands now, with that area. And I think people are smart enough to be able to derive that if there's a region within another region, the higher threat is in that smaller region that is entirely contained. And I'm not sure if y'all have had Castle Williams on in the past. He's from University of Georgia. He did it.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Things similar to this, but he focused on some of the colors and the overall communication of it. And the recommendations that ended up coming out of his project is that meteorologists should always use the same region, so you're not adjusting the SPC map, and the same colors as the SPC. You can change the wording, you can make it your own, you can give it a different feel, but as long as you keep that consistency, people are going to understand it. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents on it. I'm a senior meteorology student at Mississippi State. I am in no position to be making that type of decision whether or not to change something, but I think it works. And I think a lot of the confusion comes from the words and not the colors.
So, Alex, was there anything in the research that we kind of haven't covered or that surprised you that you still want to go over before we kind of start to wind the show down?
Yeah, so there's an interesting idea that was, or everybody's gut reaction to my findings was, okay, we need to change the word order. And I don't think you can do that, because there is already an existing order. And if you change it, you're just going to confuse more people. Because what happens when, Sally down the road doesn't know that it changed, and all of a sudden a moderate is now at level 3 and she's freaking out because it used to be a level 4, and that's a noticeable difference. The other piece of data I would put to back that up is that, sure, even though 50.4% of people, a majority of people saw slight as number 1, 49.6% of people did not. The biggest disparity was that was the biggest disparity. That 61.9% of people saw moderate as a level 3. 38.1% of people did not see moderate as a level 3. So even if you reconfigure the words, you're still going to have a problem. And I think those numbers would go up because you would just cause more confusion with the change. So that's why I advocate for an entirely number-based scale. I think it works. Just dump the words completely. You will confuse far less people.
I think it's a very interesting topic because, as you were saying, I think it's hard to change the names. But I love the idea of the numbers, and I hope, I know SPC is looking at some stuff, and hopefully, with your research and the research that's going on out of Oklahoma, hopefully we can start to incorporate these number skills, because I do believe people relate well, or maybe even more better with numbers than compared to these words, because, in my mind, enhanced and moderate automatically should be switched. That doesn't make sense to me. But I really do hope we can latch onto the number aspect, because I do think it conveys a more simple message. And when you're talking to people who are not weather savvy, they just want to know the information. Mm-hmm. And I think that helps get them the information they need to know.
Yeah, and it helps them understand the threats better.
Mm-hmm.
You probably noticed in the beginning I had a little trouble describing the words, and I think everybody does, because the definition of them is percentage based. It's not based off of a certain type of storm that is expected, or a certain setup, or something along those lines. It's entirely arbitrary that people aren't going to understand. I mean, think about this. People don't understand chance of rain. All they do is formulate 50% is the halfway mark, and if it's below 50%, it's not going to rain. If it's above 50%, it's going to rain. That's literally what they do. I have asked people who are not meteorologists this question, and I have gotten that answer more often than not. So that's part of the issue, in that the groundwork for this is percentage based. But I would just circle back to one other thing, is that while the SPC cannot change their outlook with the flip of the switch, a chief meteorologist at a station can, as long as their news director is on board. I will use Atlanta as an example. Even though I was an intern at Fox 5, what they do is they show the numbers and the words, which is most common for now. We're working on that. Channel 2 WSB here in Atlanta has dropped words completely. All they do is show the colors. They use a slightly different color scale. Not going to get into that, but on the screen, they literally type out level 3 risk, and then they list the threats. At NBC, the NBC station here, they do the same thing. They show the words and the numbers. And the CBS station has dropped the words. They show the colors with the 1 through 5, and they bookend it with low and high, which could also work. But it just goes to show that there should be a consistent message. I think the consistent message should be the colors, and I think everybody's or the numbers, not the colors. Well, I mean, yes, the colors, but for my perspective, the numbers. I think everybody's on board with it. They were just afraid to drop the names. And I am saying drop the names.
Well, Alex, we definitely appreciate your time and this research that you've put in. I know it's getting some attention, and we're happy to have you on the show tonight. We want to wish you well there at Mississippi State. And for those who may want to learn more about this project, or just kind of follow you throughout your career, how can they follow you?
Yeah, so on Twitter, it's at @AForbesWX. On Facebook, if you just search my name, Alex Forbes, my page will pop up. And on Instagram, same as Twitter, @AForbesWX. I have a drone. I love to fly drones. Half of my tweets and Instagram videos are drone videos. So, yeah, go follow me.
Yeah. And you also help out with the severe weather conference that you guys do at Mississippi State every year as well.
Yes, except for this year.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. We've had some fantastic people. We had the National Weather Service director come out to Starkville last year. We were going to have the National Hurricane Center director this year, but our conference was scheduled for March 22nd and 23rd, I think, or 21st and 22nd, one of the two. So obviously that got whacked. And we did not have it because it was in that awkward period of time where nobody really knew what was going on. And we didn't have the time to move it online. So we just, skipped it this year. It will be back next year, Corona, as long as that's gone. Fingers crossed for that. But it's a lot of fun. If you can make it to Starkville, I certainly encourage everybody to come, especially Mississippi State's alumni network is huge, and it's the perfect opportunity to get somebody else to pay for you to come back to Starkville.
That's right. We'll leave it there. Alex, again, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now, your Carolina